In the blurry haze, Yang Xuan vaguely heard a deep growl, mixed with the dull thumping sound of something being furiously slapped, pounding on his eardrums like a drumbeat. Moom. Yang Xuan was suddenly jolted awake, his body tensing as he sat up in a hurry. He frantically looked around, his heart tightening as he realized he was in a strange and eerie room. Following the sounds and the faint light, Yang Xuan stiffly turned his head to look. At the corner of the room, outside the windowsill, a rotten and swollen face was pressed tightly against the glass, its hollow, pale eyes staring straight at him, while a dry, withered hand, smeared with dark red bloodstains, wildly slapped against the window. Bang! 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 Roar! Roar! The shrill slapping and raspy growls continued. The window glass was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would shatter in the next moment, letting the terrifying creature in. Damn! Such a horrifying scene made Yang Xuan's scalp tingle. He quickly retreated backward, his body scraping against the rough ground, producing a harsh sound, until his back slammed against the cold wall, forcing him to stop. Leaning against the wall, Yang Xuan gasped for air, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. It was then that he slowly raised his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. At that moment, a cold, mechanical, and emotionless voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Welcome, all humans, to the Apocalypse Highway survival game. To ensure the basic survival ability of players, this game has automatically healed all players with physical disabilities or serious diseases, restoring them to a healthy state. The voice was like ice-cold water in winter, instantly washing over Yang Xuan's whole body, making every pore tense up. The mechanical voice continued without a pause. From this moment on, the world you knew and the rules of your past no longer exist. Only by continuing forward on this land full of dangers can you survive. All players will initially have one chance to randomly select a vehicle, one chance to randomly select a talent, and a beginner's gift package. For initial safety and to help players quickly adapt to the world, all vehicles have a 3-day protection period. Simply touching the vehicle will provide shelter. Keep moving forward and hold on to survival, that is the core of the game, but this game has an end. Players who reach the end will receive the ultimate reward and can make 3 wishes, in any form. On your wrist, you carry an exclusive mark. Please explore its function yourself. All glory and resources belong to the strongest survivors. I wish you all good luck in surviving. The moment the mechanical voice faded, Yang Xuan took just a few seconds to snap out of his shock. Because he clearly felt that his body was free of pain, his limbs moving effortlessly. This wasn't an illusion. This certainty came from his experience half a month ago. He had just graduated from university and was on a trip with his parents when they were unexpectedly caught up in a major accident. His parents died on the spot, and though he survived by luck, he had multiple shattered bones all over his body. The doctors declared that even if he recovered, he would be disabled for life. But now, his body was stronger than ever, completely fitting the description the mechanical voice had given. In the midst of despair, a glimmer of hope suddenly sparked in Yang Xuan's heart. He clenched his fist tightly, his eyes filled with burning light. The mechanical voice had said, the final winner could make 3 wishes. His first wish, he had already decided in his heart. To resurrect his parents. For this wish, even if the road ahead was filled with mountains of knives and seas of fire, he would dare to charge forward. Yang Xuan took a deep breath, carefully stood up, and raised his left hand. On his wrist, there was a barcode-like mark, glowing faintly with blue light. This must be the exclusive mark the mechanical voice mentioned. As he was pondering how to use it, a soft blue light screen suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. Yang Xuan, who had been reading novels for years, immediately realized. Control with thoughts? This is a personal panel. The panel was divided into 2 columns, with the left side listing a dense array of options. Character attributes, inventory, vehicles, map, trading platform, survival point shop, survival guide, everything was there. He glanced at the character attributes, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Typical of a useless university graduate. Strength, 5. Agility, 6. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 5. Note, the limit for ordinary people is 10, while special ability users can surpass this limit. On the right side, there were constantly scrolling subtitles, moving so fast it made his eyes dizzy. Yang Xuan paused them with his thoughts and immediately recognized this as a public chat interface. Where is this? Have I been kidnapped? Was the sound just now a prank? Help! There's a monster outside the window. It looks like a zombie, so scary. I have one outside my window too. What's going on? Someone save me. Everyone calm down. This must be some kind of high-tech prank, trust science. Someone tried to stay calm and reassure, but not many people paid attention. Yang Xuan quickly scanned through the panicked chatter, locking his gaze on a few valuable messages. Don't panic. Check your inventory first. There are items for drawing vehicles and talents. I drew a human-powered tricycle.
It's a nightmare. At least my talent is A level, that's some comfort. I drew a van. At least it can shelter me from the wind and rain. My talent is B level, pretty average. Nothing to hide. I drew an apocalyptic armored vehicle, and my talent is S level, lightning affinity. All lightning related skills are boosted by 300%. A boastful message instantly flooded the screen. Damn. European Emperor level luck. Big boss, please carry me. Big boss, team up? I can cook. Just as everyone was fawning over this, a calm message stood out sharply. Have you all considered this? The mechanical voice said, our familiar world and rules no longer exist. In this game, we're not only facing monsters, but also other humans. This sentence hit Yang Xuan like a cold bucket of water, waking him up. A chill ran through his heart. That's right, in the apocalypse, the human heart might be even more terrifying than the monsters. Without hesitation, Yang Xuan opened his inventory with his thoughts. The inventory had 10 slots, and 3 of them contained items, 2 glowing orbs and a box with the words Newbie Gift Pack written on it. Let's draw for a vehicle first. He touched one of the glowing orbs with his mind, and text immediately appeared on the screen. Vehicle drawing in progress? Vehicle drawing complete. Vehicle loading. Vehicle loaded successfully. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a basic vehicle Urba Dabon, bicycle. What the hell? What is this? Urba Dabon? Can this thing survive the apocalypse? Yang Xuan couldn't help but curse, his tone filled with frustration and resentment. His voice seemed to provoke the zombies outside, who howled even louder and started pounding the window harder. The cracks in the glass spread further. Damn it! Yang Xuan quickly covered his mouth, suppressing the anger rising in his chest, and used his thoughts to open the vehicle interface. Sure enough, an old Urba Dabong appeared in the interface, and after trying to summon it, he found that the current space couldn't summon a vehicle. Forget it, the vehicle's useless. The talent can't possibly be a scam again, right? Yang Xuan comforted himself, still holding onto a glimmer of hope, and touched the other glowing orb. Talent drawing in progress? Talent drawing complete. Talent loading. Talent loaded successfully. Congratulations, player, you have obtained an S-level talent, Super Lucky A. Seeing the words S-level talent, Yang Xuan froze for a moment, then immense joy flooded his heart. The previous disappointment and anger vanished in an instant. He swung his fist hard, so excited that he almost shouted out loud. Damn! A rebound! S-level! This is a huge win! He couldn't wait to check the details of the talent. S-level talent, Super Lucky A. 1. All events involving personal probability have a 100% chance of a positive outcome and a 0% chance of a negative outcome. 2. Every day, you can add 3 random probability modifiers to any of your items. Yang Xuan carefully thought for a moment, and instantly understood the terrifying power of this talent. In this materialized game world, all probabilities have clear numerical values, and his talent was equivalent to guaranteed success. Even if the added traits had negative effects, they would directly fail. With this talent, I have a chance to survive until the end, and the hope of reviving my parents has grown even larger. Yang Xuan's eyes reignited with determination, and he tightly clenched his fists. Chapter 2, Talent Use. However, after the excitement, Yang Xuan calmed down. Although he had drawn an S-grade talent, he still couldn't grasp how much of an improvement this talent could bring, since up until now, he hadn't encountered any items with probabilistic attributes. He turned his attention back to the public chat interface on the right side of the panel, where the subtitles were still scrolling rapidly. Apart from those still crying for help or bragging/complaining about their vehicles and talents, more people had started discussing the items they got from the beginner's gift pack. What did you get from your beginner's gift pack? I got a 500 milliliters bottle of water, a compressed biscuit, and 100 survival points. I'm lucky. Besides the water and biscuits, I also got a military shovel. It can dig and defend, a great win. The military shovel is indeed great. I'm envious. I only got a regular baseball bat, better than nothing. Anyone got something weird? I got a nail clipper. What can this do in the apocalypse? Clip nails? Same question. I got 200 survival points. What are they even for? No, education is scary. Just open the survival points shop and you'll see. You can buy things with them. Wow. I got a skill card. Although it's E-grade, snap to ignite, at least I can start a fire without rubbing sticks. Be satisfied with what you got. I also got an E-grade skill called loud clap, which makes the sound of clapping 10 times louder. I tried it just now and nearly deafened myself. It also attracted zombies outside, made me want to die. Yang Xuan quickly skimmed through these messages and quickly formed a conclusion in his mind.
In the beginner's gift pack, water and food are guaranteed basic survival items. Besides that, it's either survival points, everyday items, or tools and weapons. The luckiest people probably got skill cards. But from the people who've shared their results so far, the weapons and skills they got aren't impressive. There must be people who got good items, but they're keeping it secret. His gaze fell on the beginner's gift pack in his inventory, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since his talent can add probability traits to items, could it be used on this gift pack? He wasted no time. Yang Xuan focused his mind on the beginner's gift pack, and in the next second, a prompt appeared on the light screen. Would you like to use your talent on this item? Yes. He didn't hesitate at all. The beginner's gift pack in his inventory suddenly flashed with a golden glow, then returned to its original state. When Yang Xuan checked again, a new line of text had appeared in the description of the gift pack. Original description: the gift pack will provide survivors with basic survival supplies and one special reward. New description: the gift pack has a 5% chance of containing firearm items. Firearms. Yang Xuan's eyes instantly lit up, and an uncontrollable excitement surged through him. With my talent, 5% is no different from 100%. Firearms are guaranteed. He almost laughed out loud on the spot, but quickly restrained himself. There are still 2 more chances to use his talent daily, so he couldn't waste them all on the gift pack. Having already decided how to use the remaining 2 chances, he certainly wouldn't waste them on the gift pack. Without further hesitation, Yang Xuan directly opened the beginner's gift pack with his mind. The gift pack turned into a white light and disappeared, and immediately a silver revolver, gleaming with cold light, appeared in the empty slot of his inventory. He hurriedly checked the details: Colt Python revolver, 6-round capacity. The .357 caliber, 6-inch barrel, wooden grip, and powerful force. The moment Yang Xuan saw the gun, a strange image flashed through his mind. In the apocalypse, a man wearing a police-style cowboy hat and police uniform, holding this revolver, coldly scanning his surroundings. At the sound of gunshots, zombies fell. It was a classic character from a post-apocalyptic movie he had watched before. He never expected it to come true at this moment. Wait. Yang Xuan suddenly realized, and his face instantly darkened. What about the water and food? He hurriedly rummaged through the entire backpack. Aside from the lone revolver, the basic supplies that should have been there, water and compressed biscuits, were completely gone. Damn. The probability modifier attached by this talent actually replaced the basic supplies that should have been there? Yang Xuan was both angry and helpless, but it was too late to regret. Compared to water and biscuits, a handgun that could save his life was clearly more important. Forget it, with a gun in hand, who's afraid of not finding food or water? Soon, Yang Xuan refocused his attention on the revolver. He concentrated his mind and used his talent again. Add the modifier to this gun. A golden flash of light passed, and the revolver's detail page added a new probability modifier. This weapon has a 3% chance not to consume ammunition when used. Yes. Yang Xuan excitedly punched the air, unable to hold back a low shout. I was right. He had already planned it. After getting the weapon, he would use his talent to add a modifier. But since the modifiers were random, he had prepared for both attempts to fail. He didn't expect to succeed on the first try. With this modifier, the gun's value doubled. But his excited shout completely enraged the zombies outside the window. The zombies, which were already madly banging on the windows, suddenly howled louder, their dry hands hitting the glass with even more force. The sound of bang, bang, bang was like the beating of a drum. Crack, crash. The window, which had already been covered in cracks, could no longer hold up and shattered into countless fragments, scattering all over the ground. Immediately, a zombie used both hands to frantically climb into the room, its decaying limbs scraping against the windowsill, producing a sickening creak sound. Without the glass barrier, the intense stench of the zombie rushed into the room, making Yang Xuan gag uncontrollably. He looked at the half of the zombie's body that had already entered the window. Its pale eyes stared at him, its throat constantly producing hoarse growls, its body trembling uncontrollably. This wasn't the screen image from a movie, it was a real terrifying monster right in front of him. But Yang Xuan quickly forced himself to calm down. Since he had already come to this apocalyptic world, he was ready to face any difficulties. In the next moment, Yang Xuan focused his mind, and the revolver from his backpack appeared in his hand. The moment he held it, the gun slightly sank in his hand, and the cold metallic feel and the weight of the gun told him this was a real weapon. Let's go for it. Yang Xuan gritted his teeth, gripping the gun with both hands and aiming at the zombie's head, which had already climbed to the edge of the windowsill. Although his palms were sweaty from nerves, the shooting stance he had practiced during military training was still fresh in his mind. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot exploded in the small room, and the zombie's head exploded like a crushed watermelon. Black-red blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The body, now headless, twitched a few times before falling from the windowsill. Yang Xuan looked at the mess on the ground, his stomach churning again, unable to stop himself from turning around to gag. This scene and smell were 100 times worse than he had imagined. It took a long time for him to calm down. As a student from the Guizhou region, he had indeed shot real guns during military training, but the recoil from the revolver was much stronger than the training guns. When he fired the gun just now, his arm was numbed from the recoil, but thankfully, it was still bearable. He looked down at the revolver in his hand, ejected the magazine to check, and found that the 6 bullets inside hadn't decreased at all. It really doesn't use up ammo. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yang Xuan's eyes, then he fell into deep thought. Reality mixed with game mechanics, and with talents that alter probabilities. What kind of being is controlling all of this? At that moment, a series of frantic growls came from outside the window. Yang Xuan looked up, and his face instantly changed. He hadn't noticed when, but several zombies had already gathered outside, drawn in by the gunshot. They were crowding the windowsill, shrieking like mad, trying to climb inside. Not good. We can't stay in this house any longer. Yang Xuan's heart tightened. Just as he was about to prepare for action, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Kill normal zombie X1, gain 1 survival point. Killing zombies gives survival points? Yang Xuan froze for a moment, and then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This way, survival points have another way to be obtained. He gripped the revolver tightly in his hand, watching the zombies outside continue to gather. The initial tension gradually gave way to excitement. With a gun in hand and talent to back him up, weren't these zombies just experience and survival points served on a silver platter? Chapter 3, Survival Points. Seeing the survival points in his account, Yang Xuan glanced at the zombies stuck at the window, unable to move, estimating that they wouldn't be able to climb in so quickly. His anxious heart relaxed a little. He didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the survival point shop in the interface. The items available for exchange in the shop were few, with most positions still locked and shrouded in grey mist. 30 survival points could be exchanged for a 500 milliliters bottle of water, 30 points for a compressed biscuit. 100 survival points could be used to draw a random reward. 500 points could be used to exchange for a basic attribute, capped at 10. Food and water could actually be exchanged directly? This was completely different from the survival novels he usually read. A flash of surprise crossed Yang Xuan's eyes. What excited him even more was the ability to exchange for basic attributes. His physical condition was already poor, so this was a huge benefit for him. But when he saw the exchange threshold of 500 points, he immediately felt deflated. That number, it would be too difficult to gather enough right now. Yang Xuan carefully read the shop's description. For every 3 days of survival, 100 survival points would be automatically granted. Areas that were not unlocked would gradually open after 3 days. At this time, the zombies still fighting to climb through the window once again caught his attention. Yang Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up, a sharp glint flashing across his face. Since it's hard to gather points, then I'll just take them from you. He immediately raised his hand, aiming the gun steadily at the zombies. Bang! 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 The crisp and loud gunshots echoed in the small room. With such close range, the zombies had no chance to dodge, and they were instantly shot in the head and fell to the ground. Looking at the 3 survival points that popped up in the prompt, Yang Xuan's heart suddenly brightened. He finally understood the rules of this survival game. Running and hiding would never help him survive for long. Only by daring to face these monsters head-on and actively killing them could he earn the survival points needed to stay alive. Understanding the essence of the game, Yang Xuan hesitated no longer. He had to leave this room. The gun in his hand had infinite bullets, just right for him to make the most of this advantage and earn more survival points. Before leaving, he casually opened the chat interface, hoping to try his luck and see if he could gather any useful information. Once inside, a flood of chaotic messages bombarded him, nearly all of them cries for help. Help! The monsters are about to crawl in. Someone please save me. One message came with a tone almost pleading, making one's heart tighten. It's the same here. I didn't get any weapons, can someone please help me? Another message popped up right after, filled with despair. There were so many desperate and disordered requests for help that Yang Xuan quickly scrolled and filtered through the messages. Finally, I managed to catch a few different ones. Everyone, don't move or shout. There are zombies outside, it's too dangerous to go out, it's best to stay quietly inside. Someone urgently reminded in a sharp tone. Upstairs, stop causing trouble. Zombies will be attracted by noise, staying inside will only trap us, it's even more dangerous. Someone immediately retorted, their voice filled with anger. It's over, it's over. Zombies have entered my house, I can only run outside. Didn't they say the vehicle has protection? Why can't I take it out? This message was filled with panic.
Everyone pay attention. If you're leaving the house, hurry up and run to the road. The vehicle can only be taken out on the road. A bold message popped up, the sender's tone urgent yet particularly firm. This is useful. Yang Xuan's eyes brightened. Vehicles can only be retrieved on the road, this information is crucial.
He had a gun, as long as he wasn't surrounded by zombies, breaking through to the road shouldn't be difficult.
Without a second thought, Yang Xuan immediately took action.
He kicked open the window, sending the zombie corpse with a headshot flying, and leaned out to take a look. There were a few zombies slowly walking this way, not moving very fast, and as long as he was careful, it wouldn't be hard to avoid them. He took a deep breath, then jumped straight out of the window, raising his hand to pull the trigger at the zombie blocking the way. Although the distance was a bit farther than inside the house, the zombies were large, so hitting them wasn't a problem.
Put.
The disgusting splatter of blood and rotten flesh sprayed out, and Yang Xuan instinctively covered his nose and mouth with his other hand, forcing himself to ignore the discomfort and keep moving forward. Another survival point was added to the account, but he dared not stop, his footsteps never slowing as he rushed toward the road in front of the house. This road was clearly the direction for players to move forward. After shooting down a few zombies blocking his way, Yang Xuan finally reached the road. He immediately opened the interface and took out the 28-inch big bar from the vehicle slot. The previous message had mentioned that vehicles had a 3-day protection period, and as long as you touched a vehicle, you could get protection. Yang Xuan held the bike with both hands, and only then did his tense nerves relax a little. He finally dared to carefully survey his surroundings. In front of him was a wide, straight road, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Behind the road, about a few dozen meters away, was a black-gray mist, and from it came the constant sounds of growling, making it impossible to tell how many zombies were hiding there. On both sides of the road, except for the ordinary wooden house he had just come out of, there were zombies wandering everywhere, and they were all moving toward the direction of the wooden house. But just a few seconds after he stood on the road, the zombies' target suddenly changed, and they all turned toward him. Fortunately, they were moving slowly, and it seemed like there was a pattern to their movement. Only the zombies on either side of the road where he was and those behind him were attracted. The zombies more than 10 meters ahead showed no reaction. Yang Xuan immediately understood, the game was giving players a way to survive, ensuring that players could move forward. But once they stopped, they would be surrounded by zombies. Looking at the slowly approaching zombies, Yang Xuan felt a chill in his heart. Although the vehicle had a protection mechanism, this was just a bicycle, there was no real sense of safety. He quickly hopped on the bike, pushing the pedals hard. The bike sped along the road, gradually shaking off the zombies that were closing in behind him. The road was smooth, and after riding for a while, he didn't feel tired at all. All around, except for the road, was an empty wilderness plain, stretching far and wide, with zombies densely packed, and not even the shadow of another building in sight. Yang Xuan found a temporarily safe spot to stop. He was going to use his third talent of the day, Empower, on this bicycle. This was something he had planned long ago. Before confirming whether he could get a new vehicle, he had to strengthen this one first. A flash of golden light appeared, and the empowerment was successful. Yang Xuan immediately opened the vehicle page to check. Tailwind, when riding, the vehicle has a 10% chance to trigger a tailwind effect. Speed raised 10 times. Seeing this entry, Yang Xuan could not help but clench his fist, his heart full of joy. Sure enough, the effort was not wasted. The real effect of this talent was even stronger than he imagined. During the short moment he stopped, the zombies around had already reacted, dozens of zombies in small groups pressed toward him. Yang Xuan did not plan to leave right away, the vehicle had just finished strengthening, and there were 3 days of protection as backup, just right to farm more survival points here. He had no survival supplies at all right now, no food in hand made his heart panic, he had to use this chance to store more confidence. While waiting for the zombies to come closer, Yang Xuan opened the chat channel again. At some unknown time, the channel had already changed, no longer a single public channel, now there were regional channels, personal channels, and trading channels. He clicked into the regional channel, and at a glance saw the channel number and the number of people, region 0123456, people, 7354/10,000. Looking at this number, still jumping down from time to time, Yang Xuan froze for a moment, then understood, this should be the number of players still alive in his region. Those that disappeared had clearly already died in this survival game. Chapter 4 Harvesting Zombies. Yang Xuan raised his eyes and swept over the virtual screen in front of him, quickly finding the current world time, 8:30 in the morning. He quickly calculated in his heart, from his waking up, to escaping the wooden house, to riding this road, front and back it was only about half an hour. That means the players all woke up at 8 o'clock sharp. In just half an hour, in his region, the original 10,000 players had already lost nearly 3,000 people. And this was only the death number of his one region. Yang Xuan's heart sank, he did not dare think deeper, if counting the unknown number of other regions, the number of people dead at this moment was likely already an astronomical number.
Just at the opening, countless people had died. This survival game was simply cruel to an outrageous level. Who had such heaven-reaching power to build such a terrifying place? And why pull all humanity here to carry out this kind of life and death gamble?
One question after another was like heavy stones, pressing on Yang Xian's heart.
He clenched his fist, his eyes becoming firm. One day, he would definitely find out the truth here. But now, this was not the time to think about these things.
Yang Xian quickly gathered his mind. Only by living first would he have the right to talk about the future. At this time, the World Channel and the Regional Channel were still in total chaos, wails and cries for help rising one after another. All messages were real name-based, clearly forced to bind identity.
Many people sent miserable cries for help, then their avatars completely turned gray, never having any movement again.
Yang Xian did not need to think to know, those people had mostly become food in the mouths of zombies. However, there were also some lucky ones who had already escaped onto the highway, hiding inside vehicles to gain protection. Among them, some were busy sharing experience in the channel. After watching for a moment, Yang Xian closed the chat channel. This information was enough for him, any more wailing could not help him. He was alone now, his only goal was to become a survivor who could walk to the end. At this moment, the zombies attracted earlier had already pressed close to his eyes. Yang Xian was still sitting astride the old bicycle, his body half turned, aiming at the zombie group more than 10 meters away. He held the handlebar steady with one hand, both feet lightly resting on the pedals, ready to start and run at any time. Although the vehicle had 3 days of protection, this bicycle was bare, without any cover at all. He did not dare gamble on whether this so-called protection could really protect him when zombies attacked. The other hand had already raised the revolver, the muzzle aimed at the frontmost zombie. Anyway, whether he fired or not, the zombies could sense his presence. The gunshot was no longer something to fear.
Bang!
The crisp gunshot tore through the empty highway. The zombie more than 10 meters away had its shoulder blown open into a pile of rotten flesh. He staggered forward despite the pain. Tisk! Yang Xian furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with his shooting skills. But then, he thought for a moment. With unlimited bullets, it was the perfect opportunity to practice. Immediately after, the sharp sound of gunfire rang out on the highway.
As he aimed at the zombies, he practiced shooting while collecting survival points.
After a dozen shots, a sharp pain spread through his hand from the recoil of the revolver. It was much stronger than he had expected. He kept firing, shooting for another dozen times, and soon his whole hand went numb, even his finger losing strength to pull the trigger. Looking behind him, the ground was already littered with zombie corpses. But only a few had been headshot. Most had been knocked down after taking 3 or 4 shots. Only 10 minutes had passed, and Yang Xian glanced at the survival points on the screen, which had already risen to 32 points, enough to buy a bottle of water or a compressed biscuit. This amount of points was still far from enough to exchange for basic attributes, but his hand could no longer bear the strain. He had to stop and rest. More critically, the number of zombies around him was growing. It seemed they were starting to encircle him.
Yang Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He quickly turned and forcefully pushed off the pedal. V-room.
The bicycle shot forward instantly, so fast that Yang Xian was startled. His body, holding the handlebars with one hand, nearly tipped over. Cold sweat broke out on him as he quickly stuffed the gun into his backpack and tightly gripped the handlebars, stabilizing himself. The cool wind whipped past his face as Yang Xian lightly pressed the pedal. The bike, like a small motorcycle, shot forward. He felt an intense rush of joy inside. This was the gift of the wind at your back ability. Fast and effortless, it was practically a divine tool. For the next 3 hours, Yang Xian fully embraced the road zombie surfing mode. He would ride for a while, stop to let zombies catch up, then kill them for survival points before speeding off again. This way, he could escape the encirclement while getting some rest and easing his aching hand. After repeating this cycle several times, his survival points had risen to 206, and he spent 30 points to buy a bottle of mineral water. By now, it was nearing noon. The sun was getting higher, and the temperature on the highway shot past 30 degrees. The harsh sunlight beat down on him, burning his skin. The bike had no shade, and Yang Xian was drenched in sweat, his clothes sticking to his body, making him feel both stifled and hot. He had been slightly hungry at first, but after killing zombies for so long, all he could picture with his eyes closed was the splattering of rotten flesh and blood, making his stomach churn. He had no appetite left. Forget it, I won't farm zombies for now. Yang Xian sighed helplessly and decided to stop killing zombies, instead pushing forward on the road. He sped forward on the bike, now almost as fast as a small motorcycle, and reopened the chat channel. After so much time, the number of people in the regional chat had finally stabilized. Out of the original 10,000 spots, only 6,821 remained. In just a few hours, over 3,000 people had permanently stayed in the starting area. The desperate pleas in the channel had decreased, replaced by more and more hopeless trade offers. Help! I've been bitten by a zombie.
The system says if I don't get the serum within 24 hours, I'll turn into a monster. Does anyone have serum?
I'll give you all my survival points, a total of 105 points.
Please, anyone.
This message was sent quickly and urgently, every word dripping with a cry of despair.
I've been scratched, I only have 24 hours left looking to buy serum. I don't have many survival points, but if you save me, my life will be yours from now on. Someone was begging humbly. Stop dreaming. You think you can get it for free?
Immediately, someone poured cold water on the idea, their tone filled with mockery.
The serum is a rare item now, even if you have it, you'll keep it for yourself. If you want to trade, bring something of equal value. No one's going to believe empty words. I'm a fitness coach. I have the B-level combatant ability. I've killed over 30 zombies with just a metal rod, and if the rod hadn't gotten stuck in the zombie's head,
no one would even dare to get scratched.
Who's willing to lend me a serum? I'll cover you from now on, keep you safe all the way.
Some tried to trade strength and promises for a chance to survive. At that moment, a message caught everyone's attention.
I have serum, but it's not free.
I'll trade it for equal value in supplies. Also, a reminder for everyone, keep going along the road, after a certain distance, you'll encounter a special scene. There are treasure chests there that can drop good stuff.
My serum came from one of those chests. Special scene? Yang Xuan's eyes lit up, and he instantly realized.
It turns out that it wasn't the road itself being empty, but rather, you had to travel a certain distance before you could encounter it. He had been focusing entirely on collecting survival points and never thought to move further ahead, no wonder he hadn't seen a single building. Immediately, he changed his mind. No more collecting points, he would charge straight ahead until he found the special scene.
Yang Xuan twisted open his water bottle and took a big gulp of cool water.
The refreshing sensation slid down his throat, easing the dryness a bit. He shoved the bottle back into his pocket and once again pedaled hard, his bike speeding down the road.
More than an hour later, it was past 2 in the afternoon.
Yang Xuan was squinting against the harsh sunlight when he suddenly spotted, not far ahead, a 3-story apartment building standing strangely on the empty plain beside the road.
It's here.
Yang Xuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately slowed down, carefully steering his bike toward the apartment. Soon, he came to a steady stop right under the building.
Chapter 5, Exploring the Apartment.
Yang Xuan came to a stop in front of the strangely towering 3-story apartment building. As soon as he stopped, the nearby zombies, from afar, immediately reacted. One by one, they stiffly turned and started walking toward him, slow but sure. Seeing this, Yang Xuan frowned, hesitation stirring in his heart. It wouldn't be difficult to explore inside, but if he delayed too long and was surrounded by these zombies, there would be no chance of escaping.
After all, the only thing offering protection was the vehicle. You could only ensure safety by touching the vehicle. But the vehicle couldn't be summoned off the road.
That meant, once he stepped inside the apartment building, he would be completely without protection, forced to rely on his own strength to survive. His gaze swept between the approaching zombies and the building in front of him, and Yang Xuan gritted his teeth, making up his mind to go in. This was a special scene in the survival game, and since it appeared, it could never be meaningless. The information he had just seen in the regional channel confirmed this. Sure, it was dangerous, but there was also a huge opportunity hidden inside. If he missed this out of fear, he would only fall further behind other players, maybe even lose his chance to reach the end.
Fortune favors the bold, I'll go for it.
Yang Xuan muttered under his breath to hype himself up, his voice filled with determination. This was his nature, he would hesitate and weigh things over and over before making a decision, but once he had made up his mind, he would never look back, just charging forward with everything he had.
Quickly storing his bike into the vehicle backpack, Yang Xuan gripped his revolver tightly and walked briskly toward the apartment building off the road.
But just as his foot stepped into the building's range, a virtual screen suddenly popped up in front of him, with bright, glaring text.
Current scene, dilapidated apartment, multiplayer scene, limit, 2 players, do you wish to enter? Multiplayer scene?
Yang Xuan froze for a moment, his heart sinking. This meant he was about to encounter other players. In addition to dealing with the zombies everywhere, he also had to watch out for the unknown companion. No one knew what kind of person they were, the chance of turning hostile over resources was huge. This was no exaggeration. Right now, every player was struggling on the line between life and death. Everyone was doing their best to survive and get ahead, no one wanted to fall behind and lose their chance to fight for the end. In the battle for resources, swords and knives clashing was nothing unusual. But at this moment, Yang Xuan had already lost all trace of fear. He tightened his grip on the gun, his eyes sharp as a blade, and without hesitation, clicked yes. The next second, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The scorching afternoon sun instantly vanished, and the sky turned gray, with black clouds swirling and rolling, creating an oppressive, doomsday-like atmosphere. The road behind him completely disappeared, and apart from the apartment building in front, everything around him was shrouded in thick gray fog. However, what gave him a little relief was the large, glaring word exit shining in the fog behind him.
This exit design, it's too straightforward, isn't it?
Yang Xuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, somewhat speechless, wondering if the survival game developers had cut corners, lacking even a bit of design sense. Steadying his mind, Yang Xuan looked up and surveyed the apartment building. The walls were chipped and peeling, half of the windows were shattered into pieces, and the main door on the bottom floor was crookedly ajar, letting out a faint, cold draft mixed with the smell of decay. He scanned the surroundings again, but didn't spot the other player. He guessed that the other player had probably already gone in to explore.
I can't fall behind. Yang Xuan whispered to himself, quickening his pace and walking into the apartment building.
As soon as he stepped into the hallway, a mixed stench of mildew, rotting flesh, and dried blood hit him in the face, making him instinctively furrow his brows.
Broken furniture debris and zombie limbs were scattered on the floor.
Clearly, someone had already cleaned up here, further confirming his guess that the companion player had been here long before, but he didn't know where they were hiding now. In the silent hallway, only his footsteps were distinctly clear, each step feeling like it was stepping on someone's heart, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere around him. Yang Xuan lowered his body, the barrel of the gun slightly raised, and concentrated fully as he began to inspect each room on the first floor. Most of the rooms were empty ruins, without much value, until he pushed open the door to the storage room at the farthest end and found a dusty wooden box hidden in the corner. He warily looked around, ensuring there was no hidden danger, before stepping forward and slowly opening the wooden box. Inside, there lay 5 compressed biscuits and 2 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, followed by a system prompt.
Survival points plus 30.
Looking at the supplies in front of him, Yang Xuan felt a mix of emotions, almost on the verge of tears. He had spent hours on the highway, enduring the sun and the recoil of his gun to kill zombies, and had only earned a little over 200 survival points. But this simple wooden box's rewards were worth more than most of the effort he'd put in that entire day. However, this feeling lasted only a moment, before he let it go. The survival points earned on the highway were real, and with the supplies he had found here, his advantage was actually even bigger.
Yang Xuan didn't dwell on it further and quickly packed all the supplies into his backpack. These were the most practical assets for survival right now. Just as he finished storing the supplies, a faint dragging sound suddenly came from the second floor.
The creak of the sound was especially piercing in the quiet apartment building.
Yang Xuan's nerves immediately tensed, his grip on the gun tightening.
He moved cautiously, stepping lightly as he made his way toward the second floor. The second floor hallway was even darker than the first, the walls covered in vicious claw marks, showing signs of a violent struggle.
A bedroom door was ajar, and the dragging sound was coming from inside.
Yang Xuan carefully approached, peeking through the crack in the door. He saw a zombie crouched on the ground, furiously gnawing on something, which looked like human remains.
His eyes quickly scanned the room, and he picked up a sturdy iron rod from the corner. He swung it, feeling its solid grip.
Although he had a gun in hand, the narrow, cramped hallway made it risky to fire shots, as it could attract more zombies or expose his position.
Using an iron rod quietly to solve the problem is actually more secure.
But even though he tried his best to be light with his movements, the slight noise from the swing of the rod still alerted the zombies in the room. The zombie suddenly raised its head, its murky eyes fixed on Yang Xuan at the door, and it let out a terrifying growl from its throat, stumbling toward him.
Yang Xuan remained completely calm.
Having killed so many zombies, he had long overcome the initial fear. Facing the oncoming zombie, he stepped forward decisively and kicked it hard in the chest. The zombie was knocked back a few steps and tripped over some debris on the ground, falling heavily. Before the zombie could get up, Yang Xuan quickly followed up, swinging his iron rod to precisely knock aside its swinging arm, then raised the rod high and smashed it down hard on the zombie's head.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After a few dull thuds, the zombie's head was completely smashed in, and its growling finally ceased, no longer alive. A system prompt appeared just in time.
Zombie killed, plus 10 survival points earned.
Yang Xuan let out a sigh of relief, and then a thought struck him. The zombies in this special scene actually gave 10 times the survival points compared to those on the road.
This was a huge win.
After confirming there were no other dangers in the room, he began to search carefully.
Soon, he found a small bronze treasure chest deep inside the wardrobe.
The chest felt much more solid than the wooden one earlier, its carvings worn but still elegant, clearly holding something more valuable.
Yang Xuan immediately opened the chest, and a green light flashed.
Inside, a pair of black-gray gloves lay quietly.
A system prompt appeared immediately. Acquired basic protection gloves. Effect, reduces firearm recoil. Great!
Yang Xuan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with surprise. These gloves seemed custom-made for him, solving the problem of his hands going numb after holding a gun for too long. He immediately put on the gloves and tried holding his gun.
Sure enough, the pressure on his palms was greatly reduced, and now he wouldn't have to worry about long hours of practice.
This game made him even more thankful for this adventure.
Chapter 6, Mutated Individual.
After using the iron rod to kill several more zombies in other rooms, Yang Xuan had finished exploring the second floor of the apartment. Although there were some dangers, he found them easy to handle. What truly worried him now was another survivor in the special scene. Aside from the dead zombies he had seen when first entering, there were no signs that anyone else had come through the building at all. Yang Xuan was puzzled. Where was this survivor? He had already entered the scene, but hadn't searched for any supplies. What was his purpose? As he thought, Yang Xuan seemed to realize something. The first floor had wooden boxes that could yield basic survival supplies, and the second floor had bronze boxes, which could give basic equipment. So clearly, the third floor should have even higher level chests. However, this raised another question that made him uncertain. Since there were no signs of the first or second floors being searched, how did the survivor know that the third floor would definitely have better items? Where did he get that information from? Unable to figure out the survivor's intentions, and knowing the third floor was where he had to go, Yang Xuan had no choice but to proceed carefully. With a gun in his left hand and an iron rod in his right, he cautiously ascended to the third floor of the apartment. The third floor was the darkest, and the stench in the air was even stronger. As Yang Xuan stepped onto the top of the stairs, he saw a mutated individual standing at the end of the hallway. This creature was much larger than an ordinary zombie, with dark green skin, muscular arms, and claws sharp as blades. It was continuously banging against a door. Seeing this mutated zombie, Yang Xuan almost cried out in shock. Although he had thought that the survival game wouldn't only have slow-moving, ordinary zombies, he never expected this. But it shouldn't be this early for such an exaggerated mutated individual to appear. Today is only the first day of the survival game, shouldn't players be given some time to grow? To have such a crisis, one that an ordinary person could hardly withstand, right from the start of the first special scenario, isn't that a bit too much? The door that had been struck seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, yet it remained surprisingly sturdy. After Yang Xuan searched the first and second floors, he arrived here, and the room still hadn't been breached. The mutated zombie kept slamming against the door, and there was only one possibility that something inside was attracting its attention. Yang Xuan had already guessed that the other survivor who had disappeared from the beginning was surely hiding in that room now. Suddenly, the mutated zombie sensed Yang Xuan's presence. It immediately turned its head, abandoning its attempts to break the door and charging at Yang Xuan with a roar. The situation was critical now. Yang Xuan no longer had any intention of engaging in close combat with this zombie. He decisively raised his revolver and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the zombie's body, leaving only a shallow mark, unable to stop it at all. Yang Xuan quickly retreated 2 steps, aimed at its head, and fired several shots in quick succession. Thanks to the newly acquired protective gloves, he was able to steady the gun and reduce the pain. Shooting no longer had any effect on him. As he repeatedly pulled the trigger, finally, on the 8th shot, the bullet pierced the mutated zombie's skull. The zombie fell to the ground with a loud thud. The system prompted that he gained 120 survival points, which was 100 times more than for an ordinary zombie. Yang Xuan felt a bit of lingering fear. If he hadn't had a firearm, with enough power, and with infinite ammunition, without the risk of reloading, he would never have been able to quickly kill the zombie before it got close. If it had been a cold weapon alone, it was hard to imagine how an ordinary human could deal with such a monster. Just its physique and its tough skin that even bullets couldn't penetrate. If it had come to close combat, he guessed that in the end, there would be nothing left of him. Setting such an obstacle here, could it be a reminder to survivors to know when to retreat? With mutated zombie individuals like this guarding a place, the rewards found there would definitely be more valuable. Yang Xuan scanned the third-floor hallway cautiously. Apart from the door at the end, which had been repeatedly struck, the other doors were all tightly closed. The rotten stench seemed mixed with a faint hint of rusted metal. The person inside is safe. Yang Xuan carefully approached and shouted toward the shaky door. He didn't relax his guard. His finger still rested on the trigger of his handgun. He wasn't sure if the person inside could be trusted. After all, in this survival game, human hearts might be more dangerous than zombies. There was silence inside for a few seconds, then a faint unlocking sound was heard. The door slowly opened a crack, and a middle-aged man's face, full of fear and vigilance, peeked out. He looked around 35 years old, wearing a tattered tracksuit. In his hand, he tightly gripped a fire axe, his eyes locked on Yang Xuan, as though assessing whether the other posed a threat. "Who are you? Are you also a player?" The man's voice trembled, his gaze sweeping over Yang Xuan's revolver and the mutated zombie's corpse on the ground. His pupils suddenly constricted. "I'm Yang Xuan," Yang Xuan replied briefly. "Why are you hiding here?" The man introduced himself as Li Wei. He seemed to hesitate for a moment before opening the door and stepping out. On the third floor of this building, apart from it,
There shouldn't be any more zombies. Yang Xuan didn't fully trust Li Wei's words but nodded to show he understood. Yang Xuan then asked. Since you've already searched the third floor, you must have found something hidden there, right? Li Wei nodded and replied. It's in the very back of this room, in a cabinet. There's a silver box. But as soon as I found it, I heard strange noises coming from outside. When I went out to check, I found that monster had suddenly appeared at the hallway entrance. It charged straight at me as soon as it saw me. I could only shut the door and hide. Luckily, you came and killed the monster. I heard the gunshots. You must have a gun, right?
Yang Xuan couldn't help but feel a slight excitement in Li Wei's voice when he asked if he had a gun, although it was barely noticeable.
Yang Xuan didn't answer. He quickly stepped into the room and found the cabinet Li Wei mentioned. He carefully used an iron rod to push open the cabinet door. In the corner of the cabinet, there was indeed a silver box. Yang Xuan didn't open the box immediately. He turned around and asked. How should the supplies inside this box be distributed?
Li Wei moved a few steps closer, but Yang Xuan deliberately pretended not to notice.
Li Wei said. Although I found the box first, I haven't opened it yet. If it weren't for your arrival to take care of that monster, I probably wouldn't be alive right now. You can have the supplies inside. Yang Xuan nodded and replied. In that case, I'll take it.
After speaking, Yang Xuan crouched down and approached the box in the cabinet, pretending to open it.
Chapter 7, The Attack.
Just as his fingers touched the cold metal surface of the silver box, a system prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Detected silver supply box, no unlocking restrictions.
Do you want to open it now?
When he opened the wooden and bronze treasure chests before, there was no prompt. It seemed only silver chests or above were recognized by the system.
Yang Xuan didn't hesitate. He lightly tapped the lid of the box, and it popped open with a gap.
A faint blue glow spilled out from the crack, dispelling most of the chill in the room. He cautiously glanced at Li Wei behind him with his peripheral vision. Seeing that Li Wei didn't get any closer, he slowly lifted the box lid. The contents of the box weren't many, but each item met a crucial survival need. There were 2 well-sealed basic serums, which could remove the virus infection of ordinary zombies. These were life-saving items urgently needed in this channel. There was also a short blade with a pitch-black sheen, looking exceptionally sharp. This was the close combat weapon Yang Xuan needed. The iron rod he had picked up earlier had fallen when he encountered the mutated zombie, and it was crushed under the zombie's foot, deformed and of poor quality. The last item, glowing with blue light when the box was opened, was a B-class skill card. When used, it could randomly draw a B-class skill card. This was also a very crucial item, as the card could be stored in his backpack. This meant it was Yang Xuan's possession, and he could use his talent to add extra attributes. Yang Xuan had previously tried to see if he could store those found boxes, but it failed. He could only open them and take the items inside. Finally, he received 300 survival points. This was the full set of supplies from the silver box. Yang Xuan quickly placed the items into his system backpack. His movements were swift and decisive, not giving Li Wei any opportunity to take advantage. As he stood up straight, he saw Li Wei staring at him with intense eyes. His Adam's apple involuntarily moved, and his hand holding the fire axe tightened. The slight excitement he had earlier now seemed to simmer into greed, though he suppressed it deep in his gaze. I didn't expect the box to contain such good things. Brother Yang is really lucky. Li Wei let out a dry laugh, stepping forward quietly, his tone deliberately warm. In this survival game in the apocalypse, having a gun is the best way to stay alive. This gun of yours looks pretty powerful, it should be able to easily kill zombies, right? Yang Xuan glanced at him, deliberately placing his finger on the gun's grip, tightening it slightly, his voice lowering a bit. It's fine, enough to protect myself. He paused intentionally, his gaze falling on the fire axe tightly gripped by Li Wei, saying. Brother Li's axe isn't bad either, it should be from the newbie pack, right? Li Wei's eyes flickered for a moment, seeming not to expect Yang Xuan's sharpness. He quickly loosened his grip, pretending to be grateful. If it weren't for you, I would have definitely fallen into the hands of that mutated zombie today. The things in this box, you deserve to take. But although the 3rd floor of this apartment looks safe, there might still be zombies around. That mutated zombie appeared so suddenly before. How about we leave together? We can watch each other's backs. Yang Xuan sneered in his heart. Li Wei's words were flawless, but the expression he showed earlier, no matter how well he hid it, was still noticed by Yang Xuan. Just now, he had said to search from above but didn't touch the boxes on the 1st and 2nd floors. He most likely already knew that high-level boxes were on the 3rd floor, purposely leaving the lower floor supplies to mislead others, then hiding in a room while waiting for someone to rescue him. His plan was more calculated than anyone else's. But one thing that bothered Yang Xuan was, why was Li Wei so familiar with this apartment? Yang Xian didn't directly reject him, just nodded indifferently. Let's check the remaining rooms on the third floor to confirm nothing's been missed, then we'll go down. He turned and walked out, intentionally slowing his pace, keeping his peripheral vision fixed on Li Wei's movements. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped out of the room, he felt a gust of wind rush at him from behind, with the sharp force of the fire axe coming down. Li Wei couldn't hold back anymore, trying to sneak attack him while his guard was down. Yang Xian had long been prepared. He suddenly sidestepped, and the fire axe struck fiercely against the doorframe, splintering the wood as the blade sank deeply into the wood.
You really didn't have good intentions.
Yang Xian's eyes turned cold, his right hand quickly lifting the gun, the muzzle aimed precisely at Li Wei's thigh, moving so fast that Li Wei had no time to react. A shot rang out, and the bullet pierced Li Wei's thigh.
Li Wei's face instantly turned ashen.
The hand gripping the axe handle froze, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. All the greed from before faded away, leaving only panic.
Brother Yang. I didn't mean to.
I was just confused for a moment, so desperate for something to protect myself.
Please, spare me this time.
In this apocalypse, greed is a sin that leads to death. Yang Xian's voice was devoid of warmth, his finger resting on the trigger.
With just a little pressure, he could end it all.
But the question gnawed at him, making him uncomfortable.
He spoke, calmly.
If you want to survive, put down the axe, and tell me why you're so familiar with this place.
Li Wei dared not resist.
Trembling, he pulled the fire axe out and placed it on the ground, looking at Yang Xian with a mixture of fear and hatred but not daring to speak another word. Blood poured from the gunshot wound in Li Wei's thigh, but he never screamed from the pain, gritting his teeth and enduring it.
Speak. Yang Xian's cold voice rang out.
Li Wei trembled all over, cold sweat rolling down his forehead and into his collar. But he clenched his teeth, his gaze torn between fear and struggle.
After half a minute of silence, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I'm not new to this kind of special scenario.
Yang Xian didn't loosen his grip on the gun, his gaze darker, explained clearly. This special scenario has a unique mechanism.
Survivors who killed a mutated zombie on the third floor can be revived once after death in the current scenario. This mechanism only activates when you die.
After the survivor dies, he will lose all the resources he harvested here, only keeping what he had when he entered and will be able to restart in this special scene.
However, the fellow survivor will change to a different person.
At that time, I was killed by the survivor accompanying me and only then did I understand this mechanism.
After listening to Li Wei's story, Yang Xian immediately understood the whole situation. Li Wei explored the apartment with the survivor, and it was Li Wei who killed the mutated zombie during their combined effort.
But afterwards, the survivor who was with him became greedy, killed Li Wei to obtain all the resources. After triggering the resurrection mechanism, Li Wei also became greedy, wanting to copy the method of the previous survivor to seize all the resources of another entering survivor, which was Yang Xian at that moment. After understanding everything, Yang Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly pulled the trigger of the pistol. After the gunfire, Li Wei fell with a face full of blood, looking at Yang Xian in disbelief as he slowly collapsed, his eyes filled only with malice and unwillingness.
Chapter 8 scene ended.
The gunfire echoed loudly in the narrow corridor, lingering with the smell of blood and decay, refusing to dissipate. Li Wei lay straight on the ground, his eyes wide open, his face still etched with unrelenting malice and unwillingness, blood flowing down his forehead, quickly mixing with the blood seeping from his thigh wound, spreading out a dark red stain on the ground. This was his first time killing someone, but he did not regret it because Li Wei came to kill him. He would not spare anyone with murderous intent. Yang Xian expressionlessly put down the gun, his fingers trembling not at all. In this apocalypse, being soft-hearted is just seeking death. Li Wei clearly knew about the resurrection mechanism but deliberately concealed it and wanted to use the same trick to take his resources, leaving him only a hidden danger. He never does things that invite trouble. Yang Xian bent down to pick up the fire axe on the ground, wiped the wood chips off the blade, and casually stuffed it into his backpack. This axe was much sturdier than the iron rod he had before, adding a reliable weapon for close combat in the future. Then, he turned and returned to the room that held the silver box, carefully checking the cabinets and corners again, confirming that there were no missed resources. Just as he was about to step over the corpse on the ground, he noticed a peculiar backpack had appeared beside the body, not knowing when. Yang Xian picked up the backpack and saw a system prompt appear in front of him, asking if he wanted to open the lost backpack. After opening the backpack, he was surprised to find a small amount of resources inside. He quickly realized that this was Li Wei's backpack. After a survivor dies, their system backpack will materialize, allowing other survivors to obtain the things stored inside when picked up. Since Li Wei had died once, after his resurrection, he directly entered the third floor of the apartment to ambush, so he did not gather any resources.
The backpack contained only 2 bottles of 500 milliliters water and a compressed biscuit.
The information that death will drop a backpack is very important. In the future, he will likely encounter more special scenes, and inevitably meet more survivors. To survive, many people will, like Li Wei and the one who killed Li Wei, resort to any means to seize resources, so he must be even more vigilant, only then can he survive. Yang Xuan pulled back his thoughts and began to explore the remaining empty rooms on the third floor. Most of the remaining rooms were empty and dilapidated, only strewn with some discarded debris, not even a single zombie was present. It seems the most dangerous thing on the third floor was that mutated zombie. According to Li Wei's description, that mutated zombie seemed to appear out of nowhere, meant to catch survivors off guard and deliver a deadly strike while searching for resources. Yang Xuan searched one by one and finally unexpectedly discovered a hidden compartment under the sink in a restroom. Inside was a wooden box. Opening the box, there was a bottle of unopened disinfectant and 2 packs of medical gauze inside. Although not rare, they could handle the potential infections from wounds that might appear later, and he unhesitatingly added them to his backpack. His survival points slightly increased by 30 points, this should be the basic reward from the wooden treasure chest. After checking the last room, the third floor was completely empty. Yang Xuan held his gun and slowly walked down the stairs. Just as he reached the corner on the second floor, he heard the growls of zombies from the first floor. It was obvious that these zombies couldn't have been there just now, they had just appeared, and their purpose was simple, to create obstacles for the survivor about to leave. Yang Xuan lightened his footsteps and leaned down to peek. He saw 5 or 6 ordinary zombies swing in the corridor on the first floor, moving slowly and unaware of the movement on the second floor. A cold glint flashed in Yang Xuan's eyes as he tightly gripped his revolver. With the firearm in hand, a few zombies posed no threat to his escape. Yang Xuan did not rush to shoot but smoothly slid down to the first floor ground along the stair railing, treading lightly to avoid startling the zombies. He moved slowly along the wall until he reached the foot of the stairs on the first floor, then suddenly leaned out, gun aimed at the zombie closest to the front door. Bang! The gunshot was sharp, and the bullet accurately pierced the zombie's skull, causing its body to crash to the ground. The other zombies were startled and turned their heads, their murky eyes locking onto Yang Xuan as they howled and lunged at him. Instead of retreating, Yang Xuan moved in, sidestepping the first zombie's claw, and pulled the trigger. The second and third shots rang out in quick succession. Each shot hit home, and the zombies fell one after another, with the system's prompt continuously sounding. Killing an ordinary zombie, he gained 10 survival points. In just a few seconds, 5 zombies were completely cleared. Yang Xuan cautiously scanned his surroundings again and confirmed there was no danger. He put away his gun and quickly walked into the thick fog at the apartment's entrance, looking at the clear exit prompt above the mist, and then left without hesitation. As the scene transitioned, Yang Xuan returned to the familiar road. After exiting, Yang Xuan remained alert, prepared to fire his gun at any moment. As he entered the special scene, the surrounding zombies had already detected his presence. This made him unsure if he would be surrounded by zombies upon exit. Glancing at his surroundings, the zombies were still in the position of having just discovered him, most of them just having turned around. Yang Xuan checked the time in the system. He entered the apartment just after 2 in the afternoon, having stayed inside for less than an hour. The time now was already past 3. Yang Xuan confirmed that time moved normally after entering the apartment, but the road lost his presence, entering a state of time stop, judging from the positions of the zombies. He let out a relaxed breath. At least this apocalypse road survival game was somewhat humane. If it were more cruel, allowing time on the road to continue, he might have emerged right into a sea of corpses and could never escape. Watching the approaching zombies, Yang Xuan took out his double-barreled shotgun and jumped on it, then sped down the road like a small motorcycle. As Yang Xuan lightly pressed the pedal to move forward, he opened his system interface. He needed to tally the gains from the special scene. During the search on the first floor, he obtained 5 compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of 500 milliliters water from the wooden box, and the system also notified him of 30 new survival points. During the search on the second floor, he killed several zombies, gaining 40 survival points, 10 times more than on the road, and also opened basic protective gloves from the bronze box, which effectively reduced weapon recoil, and he was now wearing them on his hands. There are 50 fixed survival points from the box. On the third floor, the resources obtained were richer. Killing mutated zombies earned 120 survival points, and the silver box opened up 2 primary serums, a short knife with a black sheen, a B-grade random skill card, and as much as 300 survival points. From Li Wei, he received 2 bottles of 500 milliliters water, a piece of compressed biscuit, and that fire axe. There was also an unopened bottle of disinfectant, 2 packs of medical gauze, and 30 survival points. Finally, he earned 50 survival points from killing 5 zombies just before leaving. Just in basic survival supplies, he got 4 bottles of 500 milliliters water and 6 pieces of compressed biscuits. Especially the survival points, combined with the previous 206 points gained from killing zombies, shot up to 676 points in total. This exploration was simply a bounty for Yang Xuan. Chapter 9, Attribute Enhancement. The wind whistled past his ears, and the 280 large rod moved at an astonishing speed. Yang Xuan lightly stepped on the pedal, watching the scenery fly backward rapidly on both sides of the road, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. The gains from this apartment exploration far exceeded expectations. Not only was his supply reserve completely filled, but his survival points also skyrocketed to 676, enough to handle multiple future exchanges. The weapons in his hands were no longer just a single firearm but also included a short knife and a fire axe, making him feel more secure than ever. While riding his bike, Yang Xuan opened the system interface to check his attribute panel. Strength, 5. Agility, 6. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 5. The limit for ordinary people is 10, while those with special talents can exceed 10. All his attributes were too mediocre, almost unbearable to look at. Then he switched the system panel to the survival point shop and focused on the option to increase basic attributes. Yang Xuan thought carefully for a moment, considering that his currently most threatening weapon was that revolver, even though he had also gained new melee weapons like the short knife and the fire axe. However, his strength was not prominent, rather, his agility was the highest. His ability to dodge Li Wei's fire axe attack relied on his faster reactions. As long as his reaction was fast enough, he could solve most dangers with a gun in crisis situations. Looking at the need for 500 survival points to exchange for an attribute point, Yang Xuan did not hesitate and clicked on it directly. In an instant, the system prompted, consume 500 survival points to exchange for basic attributes, please confirm. Confirm. Then the system continued to prompt, exchange successful, please choose the attribute to allocate points to, strength, agility, constitution, spirit. Choose agility. System prompt, agility point allocation successful, current agility 7. At the moment the point allocation succeeded, Yang Xuan felt a warm current spreading through his limbs, the balance he had to deliberately control while riding suddenly became light, and the movements of his wrists turning the handlebars grew increasingly agile, even clearly sensing the change in wind direction. He instinctively let go of one hand, holding the grip with just one hand, and the 280 large rod continued to move steadily forward without any sign of wavering. The increase in agility not only enhanced reaction speed but also brought a qualitative leap in body coordination and dynamic balance ability. He glanced at his system panel, the agility value remained at 7, still some distance from the ordinary person's limit of 10, but the changes were already evident. Previously, facing Li Wei's sneak attack, he could dodge, but he still needed to focus all his attention. Now, reflecting on that moment, he felt the speed of the axe had slowed down, and if he encountered a similar ambush now, he could even counterattack while dodging. Choosing agility was indeed the right choice. Yang Xuan was certain in his heart. He gently applied force with his feet, and the speed of the 280 large rod surprisingly increased a little more. Although he spent 500 survival points and was left with only 176 points, with his current survival supplies, handling the next 2 days wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, it was very likely that there would be new special scenarios ahead on the road. The harvest in special situations is the key. Unless he has better firearms, using the current revolver to harvest zombies is a bit of a waste of time. After getting on the vehicle, Yang Xuan began to ride, then opened the system interface and looked at the regional chat interface. At this moment, the number of people on the regional chat interface had dropped from over 7,000 to over 5,000 in just over a minute, with 2,000 more lives lost, and this was just in his area. Yang Xuan felt a bit gloomy. It was hard to imagine how many more lives would be lost after the first day passed, with so many gone in just half a day. At this moment, no one in the regional chat was mourning the dead, most were discussing their encounters in special scenarios. Meng Fei, you damn disaster. When I needed your help to kill the mutated zombies, you hid away, but when it comes to me, you act so decisively. Who'd have thought I wouldn't die? Next time I see you, I will make sure you regret it for life. What's going on above? I'm still at the entrance of the special scenario, and I'm a bit scared to go in. It's okay, go in, but be careful of fellow survivors, they are scarier than zombies. The weak spot of the mutated zombies on the 3rd floor is just like the other ordinary zombies, their heads. Hit them a few more times, and you can kill them. The messages in the chat channel were still scrolling rapidly, some cried out about betrayal from companions, others shared zombie weaknesses from the special scenario, while some hurriedly sought to buy serum and weapons. Each word revealed the cruelty and panic of survival in this apocalypse. Yang Xuan quickly skimmed through and then turned off the channel. No amount of emotional outpouring would help, only by being strong enough could he secure his footing in this survival game. He raised his hand and rubbed his brows. The warmth from the recent upgrade had not completely faded, and his body felt lighter, making the wind resistance seem less as he rode, and the zombies wandering ahead seemed to move a bit slower in his eyes. Yang Xuan slightly exerted his legs, and the bike instantly sped up, darting past the road like a fleeting shadow, easily shaking off the zombies behind him. After riding a considerable distance, the sides of the road remained empty except for the zombies. He glanced at the time. It was already close to 5 p.m., and the sky had changed from the blazing sun to a gradually darkening hue. Yang Xuan was now worried about a couple of things, the first being that he had no lighting items on him. Once night fell, he wasn't sure if the moonlight would appear in the sky. If not, he would be plunged into complete darkness. The second worry was how to rest.
He only had this bike. If he wanted to rest, he had to rely on the bike to sleep the whole time and couldn't separate from it for even a moment. Because the vehicle had a protection period, but even with protection, he was still uneasy. This vehicle with no cover would quickly be surrounded by zombies if he stopped. In this situation, he didn't dare to sleep at all. Just when Yang Xuan was at a loss, the time quietly reached 5 o'clock. At this moment, a sudden system prompt sounded with that mechanical voice again. Survivors, night is about to fall. When the clock strikes 6, the world will be plunged into complete darkness. At this time, all the zombies on the road will mutate, becoming even more ferocious. If you are a brave one and want to kill zombies at night, the rewards will be plenty, but be careful, you may not see tomorrow's sun. However, to give survivors a glimmer of hope, starting at 6, special scenarios will randomly appear along the sides of the road. These special scenarios will appear based on the speed of the vehicle. The faster you go, the sooner you might encounter them. The special scenes will appear as safe scenes and dangerous scenes. If you want to enter a safe scene, just accelerate your vehicle. All scenes appearing at night will disappear by 8 a.m., hoping for the strongest survivors to emerge among you. The mechanical voice ended, but it plunged all survivors in the world into chaos. Chapter 10, Night Scenes. The moment the system announcement fell, the area chat exploded, messages refreshing so fast that one couldn't see clearly. The screen was filled with panic and anxiety. What the hell, this is just the first day, is there no way to live? Ha, my supercar is finally going to shine. I'm not afraid of anyone when it comes to speed. Damn it, my excavator can't go that fast. Do I really have to enter a dangerous special scene? Ha, mine is a handcart, I'm going for it. Tonight, I will fight zombies until dawn. Some cursed the cruelty of the survival game, some rushed to find teammates to team up, and some swore to seize the opportunity of the night scene for a gamble. Every word was filled with desperation before the apocalypse arrived. Yang Xuan's face turned serious, and his fingers gripping the handlebars turned slightly white. Nighttime zombies mutate, complete darkness, randomly appearing safe and dangerous scenes, each aspect drove his worries deep. Moreover, the rule that the faster you go, the sooner you encounter a scene pushed the pressure of survival to the limit. Time quickly approached 6 o'clock. Yang Xuan glanced at his 28-inch bike, which was enhanced by a talent, and at this moment, it became his only support. Without any hesitation, Yang Xuan pressed hard with his feet, his legs quickly pedaling the pedals, and the speed of the 28-inch bike shot up to the extreme, rushing down the road like an arrow. The sound of the wind almost drowned out the screams of zombies in his ears. The Agility 7 attribute fully displayed its effects at this moment. The stability of the bike far exceeded before, and even at a speed that was almost out of control, Yang Xuan still managed to control it well with his quick reflexes. His gaze was locked firmly ahead, his eyes sharp as an eagle, fearing to miss any possible special scene that might appear. Time passed second by second, and the sky grew darker. The road's outline, which was still vaguely visible before, gradually shrouded in thick twilight. The distant zombie figures also became blurred, and he could only judge their rough positions by the roar. Yang Xuan's heart grew heavier. In a little while, the world would fall into complete darkness. At that time, it might be impossible to even determine the direction, yet ahead was still an endless road, with not even a shadow of a scene in sight. The safe scene must appear. He silently recited in his heart, and he put more force into his feet. The speed of the 28-inch bike quickened to the point of almost flying, the sound of the wheels rolling over the ground crisp and urgent, as if racing against time. Just then, a faint white light suddenly lit up 100 meters ahead, breaking the heavy twilight. Yang Xuan's eyes brightened. With light appearing, it meant his speed reached the standard, and he encountered a special scene. Without hesitation, he abruptly turned the handlebars and charged towards the direction of the white light. The scene had no zombie threat, allowing for a brief rest. The scene would disappear at 8 a.m. the next day, and conflicts among survivors were not allowed. If a survivor broke this rule, they would be excluded from the safe scene. After selecting confirm to enter, the convenience store's door creaked open, revealing an interior where shelves were neatly arranged, remnants of spoiled snacks and drinking water still lingering, and the emergency lights on the ceiling emitted a faint white glow, illuminating the entire store and dispelling the darkness. Yang Xuan let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing a little. However, at that moment, a sound came from behind the shelves, causing Yang Xuan to tense up again, but soon he felt he was overreacting. Although his vehicle's speed had been boosted by a talent, it did not mean he could be faster than those with cars, and the special scene did not limit entry to single survivors only. This was a safe scene, and there should not be any danger, so the sound must have come from another survivor. Yang Xuan relaxed his grip on the gun slightly but remained vigilant, his footsteps slow as he walked toward the back of the shelf. The dim light from the emergency lamp peeked through the gaps in the shelves, outlining a huddled figure. The person seemed to sense someone approaching and visibly shrank, then slowly lifted their head. It was a man of about 25 or 26, wearing a dust-covered work jacket, with messy hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes. He held a bottle of water in his left hand and a piece of compressed biscuit in his right, currently eating.
Noticing the movement nearby, the man immediately turned to Yang Xuan, and when he saw the revolver in Yang Xuan's hand, his expression changed slightly, quickly raising both hands to signal, "Don't shoot. I'm also a survivor, I mean no harm." But after a moment, the originally tense man relaxed again, returning to his previous actions, continuing to chew on his food, speaking with unclear words, "Hey, brother, don't be so nervous, this is a safe zone, there isn't any danger." Yang Xuan stopped in his tracks, slowly lowered his gun, and asked in a calm voice, "When did you come in?"
"About 10 minutes ago."
The man took a sip of water and swallowed his food, continuing with a tone of relief, "My vehicle is a supercar, speed is its strong suit." He paused, his gaze falling on the shelves behind Yang Xuan, showing a troubled expression. "I just rummaged a bit, most of the stuff on the shelves has spoiled, couldn't find anything edible, what a pity." Yang Xuan nodded, he had noticed this point as well, everything on the shelves had expired and gone bad.
"I'm Zhang Run." The man spoke up, trying to break the silence. "Brother, your gun is really nice.
In this apocalypse, having a gun equals having another life."
His tone carried a bit of envy as his eyes lingered on the revolver for a few more seconds.
Yang Xuan did not respond, just walked to another side of the shelf and slowly sat down.
"Brother, what's your name?" Zhang Ren, seeing Yang Xuan remain silent, tentatively asked, "What's your vehicle?"
"It should be fast, you actually entered the scene just a little after me."
"Yang Xuan."
Yang Xuan replied briefly, revealing no information about his vehicle.
"Just lucky." Zhang Ren saw that Yang Xuan wasn't willing to talk more and stopped pressing.
He finished the compressed biscuit with a few bites, drank half a bottle of water, wiped his mouth, and leaned against the shelf, looking somewhat relaxed after surviving. He glanced at Yang Xian's tightly closed lips, smiled, and said nothing more, instead opening the system interface, his fingers quickly swiping, seemingly browsing the regional channels. Yang Xuan did not relax his vigilance, keeping a watchful eye on Zhang Ren's movements with his peripheral vision.
Chapter 11, Unexpected Conflict.
The air in the convenience store maintained this delicate silence. The dim light of the emergency lamp stretched the shadows of the two men, intertwining with the outlines of the shelves. The quiet of the convenience store did not last long, a piercing creak of the door breaking the stillness inside. Yang Xuan and Zhang Ren almost simultaneously looked up, their gazes sharply turning towards the door. At that moment, two figures entered one after another, a man and a woman. The man was tall and strong, wearing a black leather jacket, with a scar stretching from his brow to his chin, his eyes fierce like a lurking beast. He carried a rusty machete, the blade still smeared with dark red blood, scanning the room with a gaze that held unmasked aggression. The woman following him appeared particularly small and frail, dressed in a tattered windbreaker, her face pale with a fresh blood stain on her forehead, her eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. She instinctively shrank her body after entering, putting a small distance between herself and the man in leather, clearly indicating they did not know each other, as if they coincidentally arrived here at the same time. "So there are already people here." The man in leather smirked, his voice gritty and unpleasant, his gaze sweeping over Yang Xuan and Zhang Ren, finally landing on the revolver in Yang Xian's hand. His eyes lit up but quickly moved away, turning his focus to the woman who had just steadied herself.
The woman had no extra energy to observe her surroundings.
She found a shelf near the corner and wearily leaned against the wall, closing her eyes to take a brief rest, her chest rising and falling rapidly due to her hurried breathing. Yang Xian's brow slightly furrowed, his grip on the gun tightening, his peripheral vision fixed on the man. Zhang Ren also sensed something was off, his previously relaxed body tensing up instantly, quietly moving closer to Yang Xuan and lowering his voice. "That guy seems off. He doesn't look like a good person." Yang Xuan did not respond but nodded slightly. The woman in the corner rested for about 5 minutes, seeming to recover some strength as she slowly opened her eyes. She cautiously glanced at the other 3 people in the store, and seeing no one approaching her, she relaxed a bit and raised her hand to activate the virtual interface of her system backpack. A faint light flashed, revealing a sealed package of compressed cookies and a bottle of mineral water in her hands. The woman carefully tore open the packaging of the compressed cookies, the small crinkling sound echoing loudly in the quiet convenience store. Just as she was about to take a bite, a rough voice suddenly rang in her ear. "Hand over your things." The woman's hand shook in fear, nearly dropping the compressed cookies on the ground. She jolted her head up, realizing that the man in leather had, unbeknownst to her, approached right in front of her, looking down greedily at the food in her hands. "What do you want?" The woman instinctively hid the food behind her, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "What do I want?" The man sneered, pointing at the compressed cookies and water with his machete. "Such good stuff shouldn't fall into the hands of a weak woman like you. Be smart, hand it over, and I won't make things hard for you. This is my stuff. Why should I give it to you?" The woman's emotions flared up, her voice rising a few notes. "This is a safe zone, fighting is prohibited. If you dare take my things, you'll be violating the rules and will be kicked out." "Fighting? Violating rules?" The man in leather seemed to find it the biggest joke in the world. He bent down closer to the woman, his tone vicious. "I don't plan to fight with you.
I'm just asking for something. If you give it to me nicely, nothing will happen. But if you don't.
He shook the machete in his hand, the blade clattering against the shelf with a loud bang.
While I can't hit you, I can keep following you.
You cling to me, not allowing me a moment's peace in this safe zone.
Since I have plenty of energy, can you last? The woman's face instantly turned pale.
She knew the man was speaking the truth. The safe zone only prohibited direct combat, but it did not forbid this kind of harassment. If truly entangled by him, she would have no way to rest. When she left the safe zone tomorrow morning, facing the zombies would be a dead end.
How can you be like this?
We're all survivors, why must we hurt each other? The woman trembled with anger, tears welling in her eyes, but she was helpless. She clutched the compressed biscuits and water tightly, her gaze filled with despair and unwillingness, her fingertips turned white from the pressure, tears swirling in her eyes but stubbornly refusing to fall. Seeing she wouldn't let go, the man's gaze grew even fiercer. He lifted his machete as if to smash it onto the nearby shelf, clearly intending to intimidate her with noise.
I'll ask you one last time, will you give it?
In that tense moment, the woman suddenly seemed to resolve herself. Not only did she refuse to hand over the food, but she also abruptly pulled the compressed biscuits and bottled water back into her system backpack. Her eyes glinted with a fierce light as she coldly spoke to the leather-clad man.
Are you really going to force me?
The man was momentarily stunned, then scoffed.
What? You think you can turn the tables on me? Don't forget we're in the safe zone. If you dare to make a move, you'll be the first one expelled.
Even if expelled, I can make sure you can't stay in this safe zone either. The woman's voice carried a strange calm.
My talent is mutual destruction. Once triggered, I can designate a survivor. Whatever happens to me will happen to them too. You want to waste time?
We might as well leave together into the darkness outside, facing the mutated zombies, and see whose luck is better. As soon as she said this, the convenience store fell into a deep silence. The arrogant expression on the leather-clad man's face froze instantly, his greed replaced with shock. He stared fixedly at the woman's face, as if trying to judge whether she was lying. Yang Xuan and Yang Xuan were also taken aback, clearly not expecting this seemingly weak woman to possess such an extreme talent.
Why you dare to lie to me?
The man's voice trembled slightly as his machete unconsciously drooped. He was not afraid of entanglement or confrontation, but he felt fear towards this talent of mutual destruction. Outside was filled with mutated zombies and endless darkness, being expelled was almost equivalent to death. The woman looked at the leather-clad man and slowly said, You can try it, my talent hasn't been tested yet. Maybe the description is incorrect.
The man's face shifted between green and white, struggling for a full 10 seconds, but in the end, he backed down.
He spat angrily and shot the woman a venomous glare, but dared not utter another threatening word, turning to walk in the opposite direction of the convenience store door. Halfway there, he unwillingly looked back, seeing the woman still holding her determined gaze on him. He could only grit his teeth and retreat into a corner by a nearby shelf, cursing as he sat down. Once the man's figure disappeared behind the other shelf, the woman let out a sigh of relief, her body shook uncontrollably, her face even whiter than before. She took out the compressed biscuits again but did not eat them, she merely curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. The firmness she had just shown had clearly drained all her energy. Yang Xuan averted his gaze, leaning back against the shelf again, but his eyes held more solemnity as he looked at the woman. He finally understood that in this apocalyptic game, there were no true weaklings. Every survivor who managed to stay alive had their own strong side. The air in the convenience store remained oppressive, but the tense sense of opposition had dissipated, replaced by
It is a more complex examination and vigilance. Chapter 12, Strong Response.
Silence spread in the convenience store for nearly 10 minutes, the woman in the corner had already leaned against the shelf and fallen asleep, her breathing gradually becoming steady. Yang Xuan leaned against the shelf, gently stroking the body of the revolver with his fingertips, his eyes half-closed, seemingly resting but actually taking in every slight movement in the store. Yang Xuan appeared somewhat uneasy, frequently turning his head towards the corner where the man in the leather jacket was, mumbling quietly to himself. This guy can't just let it go like this, right? Just as Zhang Ren's words fell, a series of restless kicking sounds came from behind the shelf, followed by the rough cursing of the leather jacket man.
Damn it! I actually ran into a crazy woman who doesn't want to live.
As the words fell, a tall figure stepped out from behind the shelf. It was indeed the leather jacket man. He clearly did not intend to behave, his gaze sweeping over the woman in the corner before landing on Yang Xuan and Zhang Ren, finally fixating on the revolver beside Yang Xuan, his eyes shining with greed now mixed with humiliated anger from being thwarted. He did not approach directly but deliberately wandered around the store with heavy steps, the back of his machete occasionally scraping along the edge of the shelves, making a sharp screech sound that stood out starkly in the quiet convenience store. This sound was like nails scraping across a blackboard, causing Zhang Ren to furrow his brow and tense up, instinctively edging closer to Yang Xuan. Yang Xian still maintained his leaning posture, not raising his eyelids as if the harsh scraping sound was none of his business. However, his gun hand slightly adjusted its position, the previously relaxed knuckles tightening just a bit, yet still steady without a hint of tremor. Seeing the two didn't react, the leather-jacket man intentionally walked to a shelf not far from them, reached out to grab a can, and with a bang, threw it on the ground, the can rolling a few times with a crisp clattering sound. He grinned wide, voice gravelly as he shouted. "Hey, you two, having a gun makes you so fantastic?" Zhang Ren was startled by this sudden challenge, straightening his body abruptly, his eyes panicked. We are not in the same group, just happened to run into each other here." Yang Xian did not respond to Zhang Ren's words. Yang Xian slowly opened his eyes, looking calmly at the leather-jacket man, without a ripple of emotion, his tone cold. "What do you want? Can't we chat if there's nothing going on?" The leather-jacket man took 2 steps forward, stopping while deliberately keeping his distance, his eyes leering and sinister as they fixated on Yang Xian. In this end times, a gun is a good thing. "Do you really need such a good gun alone? How about you lend it to me for a bit?" "No." Yang Xian's reply was succinct and clear, without any unnecessary talk. "Hey, you're quite tough." The leather-jacket man was momentarily choked, his face darkening as he shook the machete in his hand, the blade clattering against the ground with a loud clang. "Don't push it. I know fighting isn't allowed in this safe zone, but I have plenty of ways to make you uncomfortable. Can you and that woman go down together with me?" As he spoke, he suddenly slammed the machete against a nearby shelf. With a boom, several bags of snacks fell down, scattering all over the ground. "I'll just stay here and wear you down, not letting you rest. After all, I have plenty of energy, let's see who can last longer. When you can't hold on any longer, that gun will be mine." He calculated that fighting was forbidden in the safe zone, which was why he dared to challenge so brazenly, certain that Yang Xian wouldn't dare to act and would have to swallow this bitter pill. Yang Xian slowly stood up, his height was not exceptionally tall, but he exuded a steady pressure all around him. He did not approach the leather-jacket man but simply stood in place, gently lifting the revolver, the barrel pointing downwards, not aimed at anyone but carrying an undeniable forcefulness. "You can do whatever you want here." Yang Xian's tone remained calm. "But it can't disturb me, otherwise, even if there is no fight, I have my ways to make you uncomfortable in this safe zone." "Make me uncomfortable?" The man in the leather jacket laughed as if he heard a joke, his voice rough and harsh. "What can you do? Can you kick me out? The system won't care if there's no fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xian suddenly raised his hand, still holding the revolver, but not aiming it at anyone. His fingertip moved slightly, the gun pointed downward, and he pulled the trigger towards the ground. With a dull bang, the bullet embedded itself into the convenience store's concrete floor, kicking up a little dust. The sudden gunshot made Zhang Ren shiver, and the woman in the corner was startled awake, looking over in terror. The man's laughter stopped abruptly, his arrogance frozen on his face as he instinctively took a step back. Yang Xian slowly lowered the gun, his eyes still calm, yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "I didn't shoot you, I was just practicing my aim, which doesn't count as breaking the rules. If you want to keep causing trouble, I don't mind firing a few more shots and wasting time with you until dawn." He paused and continued. "If you want to stir up trouble, I'm all for it. Even if I get expelled for breaking the rules, before that happens, you can pray that this safe zone can protect you from bullets and blades." His words carried no emotional fluctuation, yet they were more intimidating than any fierce threat. The man in the leather jacket looked at Yang Xian's calm yet firm gaze, and all his confidence crumbled completely. He knew Yang Xian was not joking, this man was also someone who would drag him down with him. "All right, fine." The leather jacket man glared fiercely at Yang Xian, saying bitterly, "We'll see." In the end, he shot Zhang Ren a venomous glance, not daring to stay any longer, and turned to walk back to the corner with the shelves sans any more shouting, his steps carrying a hint of awkwardness. When he reached the corner, he couldn't help but glare at Yang Xian once more. However, upon meeting Yang Xian's calm yet sharp gaze, he quickly turned his eyes away, shrinking back into the corner, afraid to make another sound. Zhang Ren watched the leather jacket man leave in disgrace and breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, quietly saying to Yang Xian, "Brother, you're really amazing. I'm sorry about earlier." Ignoring Zhang Ren, Yang Xian slowly lowered the gun and sat back against the shelf, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the store, finally landing on the woman in the corner. She was also looking at him, her eyes filled with a bit of gratitude. Yang Xian nodded slightly, saying nothing, only closing his eyes to maintain a vigilant and resting state. The convenience store fell silent again, but this time, no one dared to break it easily. Everyone understood that although Yang Xian spoke little, he possessed absolute strength and authority. Even in this safe zone where fighting was prohibited, he could control the situation in his own way. And that calm yet resolute demeanor was far more intimidating than the leather jacket man's ferocity. Chapter 13, Leaving the Scene. In the time that followed, the leather jacket man sat quietly in the corner, lost in thought, his fierce gaze constantly sweeping over Yang Xian and the others. Soon, more survivors entered the safe zone, but unlike the leather jacket man, these newcomers did not cause trouble. They mostly entered, glanced around the environment, and ignored the people inside, finding a spot of their own to rest quietly. These folks truly represented the normal state of survivors. After all, no one expected to suddenly be pulled into an apocalyptic road for survival, each person exhausted and desperate to live.
In the end, a total of 10 people entered this convenience store safe zone.
Although it felt a bit crowded, each person found a place that suited them. In the entire convenience store, only the area around the leather jacket man was the most empty. He basically did not rest at all, just fiercely scanning the entire area with a menacing gaze. Seeing that this person was not to be messed with, most people naturally kept their distance. Yang Xuan was also trying to take advantage of the time to rest, but he still kept an occasional watch on the leather-clad man. Noticing that the other party didn't rest at all, he speculated in his heart that the leather-clad man's talent might be mentally related. Otherwise, staying up all night without rest while all survivors had to continue moving on the next day was a suicidal act.
Time quietly passed by.
The emergency light above the convenience store suddenly made a buzzing sound, and before long, the emergency light went out. Although the lights went out, the convenience store didn't fall into darkness because light was already shining in from the surrounding windows, clearly indicating that it was morning.
The extinguished light acted like a signal, waking everyone up.
Yang Xuan glanced at the time. With less than 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock, he slowly stood up, ready to leave at any moment. At this moment, the survivors' actions were basically the same. When the safe zone disappeared, everyone returned to their respective roads, each person ready to face the potential dangers that could arise upon returning to the highway. With less than a minute remaining, the leather-clad man suddenly shouted menacingly at Yang Xuan, his eyes filled with hatred and malice.
"Kid, I remember you. We are still in the same area. We will meet again, and next time, you will regret what you did last night."
Yang Xuan simply looked at him coldly, showing no intention to respond. Seeing Yang Xuan unperturbed, the leather-clad man made a gesture toward him, sliding his thumb across his neck. The threat was very clear. Then the leather-clad man turned his gaze toward the woman who had embarrassed him, speaking in the same menacing tone. "And you, woman, just wait." As the leather-clad man's words fell, the time reached exactly 8 o'clock. At that moment, all the survivors' figures disappeared. Yang Xuan only saw the scene in front of him change in an instant. He was suddenly and inexplicably transported from the convenience store back onto the highway. The current sky was bright, and the surrounding environment was clearly reflected before him. The distant zombies around, upon seeing the figures appearing on the highway, all reacted and slowly approached Yang Xuan. Yang Xuan immediately took out his double-barrel shotgun from his backpack, as he didn't want to kill these zombies to harvest survival points. That was too slow. From the perspective of the survival rules on the highway, constant movement was required to encounter possibly appearing special scenes, and only in those special scenes could one harvest rewards. Yang Xuan mounted his vehicle, pushing down on the gas, and the double-barrel shotgun roared to life, speeding forward like a gust of wind.
Today was only the second day of survival, but Yang Xuan was already very dissatisfied with his vehicle.
In this survival game, he had not seen any upgrade options for his vehicle, or rather, his vehicle simply could not be upgraded. The urgent matter was to find a new vehicle before the 3-day protection period ended, and it would be best if it had 4 wheels and was covered.
On the path ahead, Yang Xuan first opened the chat interface and looked at the regional channel.
At this moment, the regional channel was indeed a chaotic mess, mostly discussing last night's special scene.
Can anyone explain what last night's safe zone was like?
I didn't enter the safe zone. I entered a dangerous special scene. It turned out to be a freight terminal, but I was lucky enough to get in early, killed a few zombies, and found a place to hide.
I also didn't enter the safe zone. I ended up in a rundown parking lot.
Originally, I planned to hide in a scrap car for a night, but unexpectedly, I was robbed.
A gang of several people was inside, robbing other survivors. Damn it, you were just robbed?
My side has a small team of crazies. They were killing everywhere all night, regardless of whether they were zombies or survivors.
I escaped the whole night without any rest.
Hee, I was in a safe zone last night, a convenience store. A crazy person came in looking for trouble and even tried to rob a girl for supplies, but he didn't succeed. In the end, this madman ran into a hard nut. A guy taught him a lesson, and he slinked off to a corner. That guy didn't say much, but he had a strong presence.
Kid, I remember you. You're the one who was trembling in the corner, right? I just didn't want to fight needlessly.
After all, fighting is not allowed in the safe zone.
If I enter a dangerous scene, I will definitely make him pay. Yang Xuan was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Wasn't this referring to himself?
At that time, in the convenience store, only Zhang Ren had seen the whole thing. This guy actually likes to gossip all over the chat channel, and the person responding to Zhang Ren should be the man in the leather coat.
Yang Xuan couldn't be bothered to care about the leather coat man's self-explanation. If he encountered this person again, he wouldn't give him a chance to say anything unnecessary.
Yang Xuan did not participate in any discussions. He just silently finished reading and shifted his gaze to the system backpack.
Inside, there was an important item that could finally be used today.
What Yang Xuan referred to was that B-level random skill draw card obtained from the silver treasure chest on the third floor in the special scene of the apartment building. His talent, Super Lucky A, had 3 opportunities each day, and now it had refreshed, allowing him to use it again.
Looking at the B-level skill draw card, Yang Xuan directly used a talent endowment. With a flash of light, new entries appeared on the B-level skill card. The entry showed, when using the skill card, there is a 5% chance to randomly obtain an S-level skill.
Seeing the entry, Yang Xuan couldn't help but smile, and he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Without any hesitation, he directly used the skill card. With a flash of brilliance, a golden skill card appeared in his backpack. This was an S-level skill card. Chapter 14, Danger Level. Yang Xuan looked at the golden skill card quietly lying in his backpack and immediately checked it. S-level skill card, Eye of Death. Eye of Death. After opening the Eye of Death, time flow slows down, and the player can mark surrounding targets. The maximum number of marked points can reach 10 and increases with mental strength. After marking is complete, it will enter rapid fire mode, requires a firearm, and then unleash firepower on the marked points to complete the shooting. Cooldown time, 300s. Wow! Yang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, even slowing down his speed of pedaling. He stared intently at the description on the skill card, his heart raced uncontrollably. An S-level skill, and a powerful output skill with the effect of slowing time and marking shots. This was simply a divine technique tailor-made for gun output. Especially the effect of slowing time flow. In a crisis-filled apocalyptic road, even a brief slowdown would be enough for him to find a way out of despair, not to mention the ability to precisely mark 10 targets and unleash firepower. The only drawback is that it requires a firearm as a carrier. With firearms in hand, he didn't have to worry about this problem. Moreover, this skill felt somewhat familiar to him, and he vaguely remembered. No wonder it felt so familiar, this was a skill from a cowboy game. Thinking about this, Yang Xuan had a faint guess in his heart. The special existence that created this doomsday world, dragging all humanity into it. When creating this world, he incorporated all the knowledge that exists within the human world, which is why he occasionally encounters familiar things. However, thinking too much about this now is useless. He must seize the time to improve his strength, only then can he stand out in the survival of the apocalypse. Yang Xuan still didn't know how to use the skill card. After trying to focus on the skill card, the system interface directly opened the character panel. In the character panel, there were 5 blank areas, and his S-level skill card directly inserted into one of them. Soon, all the information about the S-skill, Death's Eye, appeared in Yang Xuan's mind. This information was more familiar to him than simply reading the text description. Moreover, as long as he wanted, with just a thought, he could activate the Death's Eye skill at any time, and he understood the cooldown time after using the skill. There was no need to pay constant attention like in games. It turned out that having skills felt like this, the survivor could directly gain all the knowledge of the skill, allowing for proficient use without familiarization. At this moment, one of Yang Xuan's goals had been achieved, and it was achieved perfectly. In his view, his talent not only increased the probability but possibly even luck as well. After using his talent once, he still had 2 more chances to use it today. Yang Xuan looked at the bare equipment bar in his character panel. At this moment, there were only a pair of gloves and a revolver, with a dark short knife and a fire axe in his backpack. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to continue using his talent for now. Currently, with an unlimited ammunition revolver, gloves that reduced recoil, and most importantly, the S-level skill Death's Eye, this combination allowed him to deal with many situations. There was no need to rush to waste opportunities. The day's time had just begun. Perhaps he could find better things later, and he could use his talent on those things. If not found, he could use it before the end of the day. It seems that I must hurry to find a new vehicle next. Yang Xuan's eyes grew firm, and he pushed hard with his feet again. The wheels of the bicycle spun rapidly, splashing up gravel from the roadside as he sped forward. The surrounding zombies were still futilely chasing. Their staggering steps couldn't keep up with Yang Xuan's speed, unable to even catch the exhaust, only able to emit unwilling roars, gradually falling behind. After riding for nearly an hour, a clear fork in the road appeared ahead. It was the first time Yang Xuan encountered a divided situation, causing him to stop and observe. The road on the left extended into the distant fog, and a sign with blurry writing could barely be read as "Abandoned Underground Supermarket." The right side was a road that looked very clear. At the entrance was also a crooked sign, with blurry writing that could barely be deciphered as "Abandoned Service Area." In the middle was a straight path continuing along the current road's direction. Special scene? Yang Xuan's eyes lit up as he stood at the fork, analyzing the 2 scenes. Abandoned underground supermarket. Clearly, this was a place to search for basic living supplies. Nothing is easier to find living materials than in a supermarket. The other road, abandoned highway service area, should belong to a more comprehensive scene. After a moment, Yang Xuan made his decision, turning the bike around without hesitation. The abandoned service area would probably have vehicles and should also have certain survival supplies, perfectly matching his current needs. Not long after entering this road, a system prompt popped up in front of Yang Xuan. Detecting the player has entered a special scene, abandoned highway service area, danger level, high. This scene is a multiplayer scene. There has been a new change, especially with the appearance of the danger level. The special scenes he encountered before had never shown a danger level warning. Yang Xuan checked the introduction to the danger level: slight, normal, moderate, high, extremely high, fatal, unknown, unknown. This was the current information available, and surprisingly, there were two that displayed unknown. The current scene's danger level is high, which is in the middle range. He does not know how severe this high danger could be. Before entering, he decided to understand the situation first. There is no better place to get information than the chat channel. Yang Xuan immediately opened the regional chat channel, which was already buzzing. The messages were refreshing at an astonishing speed. Brothers in the regional channel, do not enter if the danger level reaches high or above. The dangers inside are beyond what we can handle now. My scene is restricted to 20 people. We are not fighting each other. Everyone is surprisingly united in strategizing the scene. However, in the end, only I survived. It wasn't that the scene was conquered, but that everyone else died. Messages can't be sent inside the scene, and everyone asked me to come out and relay this message. Although I escaped, my life is at its end. I have suffered fatal injuries. Do not enter scenes with a danger level of high or above. The chaos in the channel was caused by this survivor's message. Hey brother, is what you're saying true? Why haven't there been any messages? Hurry, reply. Above, that brother may have already passed. Didn't you see his last words about suffering fatal injuries? What should we do now? That brother didn't clarify something. I tried it. Once that path is chosen, there's no turning back. No matter what scene appears, you have to go in. Survivors encountering special scenes later must make a choice before selecting a scene, to attempt to conquer the scene or to proceed steadily. As expected, there was still much useful information in the regional channel. However, Yang Xuan now realized his own problem. That is, he had already chosen a path and could not turn back. He must face the special scene with a high danger level. Chapter 15, Preparation to Enter. Yang Xuan stared at the messages rapidly refreshing in the chat channel, his fingertips feeling a little cold. The setting of no retreat felt like an invisible shackle, firmly locking him onto the road leading to the abandoned highway service area. The warning from the surviving individual still jumped in front of him: everyone is dead, fatal injuries, do not enter. Each word was steeped in bone-deep despair. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Panic solves nothing. What he needs to do now is to organize his strengths and prepare for the unknown dangers. He opened his character panel again, scanning the skills bar where Death's Eye lay quietly, as well as the revolver and recoil reduction gloves in the equipment bar. His heart calmed a little. S-level skill, infinite bullet pistol, and 2 unused talent opportunities. Yang Xuan muttered to himself, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. Just because others can't get through doesn't mean I can't. He adjusted the pitch-black short knife and fire axe in his backpack to a position within easy reach and checked the status of the revolver again. Although it had infinite bullets, the stability of the firearm still needed to be confirmed. After preparing thoroughly, Yang Xuan pedaled the bike and continued toward the abandoned highway service area. The scenery on both sides of the road became increasingly desolate. The originally orderly guardrails were covered in rust, and from time to time, he could see the wreckage of overturned vehicles, their bodies already covered in claw marks from zombies and dark red bloodstains. In the air, besides the unique stench of the zombies, there was an additional faint smell of something burnt. At that moment, Yang Xuan finally realized that all the way here, he had not received any system notifications like he did back at the apartment building, nor was there any prompt to reclaim his vehicle. This meant that after choosing to move forward, he had automatically entered the current special scenario. However, knowing these rules was no longer important. He had to survive. After riding for about 10 minutes, the outline of a cluster of buildings appeared ahead. As he got closer, the complete picture of the abandoned highway service area gradually became clear. The main building was a 2-story small house, with large areas of the exterior paint peeling off, revealing mottled red bricks inside. In the parking lot, there were a dozen abandoned cars scattered about. Some had broken windows, while others had their doors wide open, like silent mouths. The sign at the entrance of the service area had long since twisted and deformed, leaving only the 2 blurry characters of service. Yang Xuan did not rashly approach. Instead, he stopped his vehicle 100 meters away from the service area and stowed his 28-inch gun back in his backpack. Since he had arrived, his vehicle was no longer of much use, and riding it might hinder his response to danger. Then, he pulled out his revolver and slowly moved toward the service area. He kept his footsteps extremely light, stepping in the depressions of the ground, trying to make no sound. Just as he approached the entrance of the service area, a low growl entered his ears. Yang Xuan immediately stopped, hiding behind an abandoned sedan, peeking out. He saw over 20 zombies wandering in the plaza of the service area. These zombies were different from the ordinary ones. They were much larger and stronger, with skin that had taken on a strange dark blue color, their long, sharp nails glinting coldly. Mutant zombies. Yang Xuan's heart sank. These zombies were exactly like the one he encountered in the apartment building, but back then there was only one, and now, there was a group. No wonder the danger level of this special scenario was defined as high. These mutant zombies were incredibly fast and invulnerable to knives and guns, with their only weakness being their heads. But even their heads were extremely tough. When Yang Xuan killed that one zombie before, he had to shoot it 8 times before it finally went down. If there were only a few mutant zombies, then he could set some traps and, with a few people cooperating, there might still be a chance to take them down. But the number in front of him was enough to instill despair. Soon, Yang Xuan noticed that among the group of zombies, several were kneeling on the ground, feeding on something. He carefully shifted his position and saw a few corpses that were already incomplete, the scene extremely bloody. The blood of those corpses was bright red, clearly fresh and recently dead. It seemed they were people who had entered this scenario before him. They hadn't made it through the initial phase. Just as Yang Xuan was observing, one of the mutant zombies appeared to sense his presence, suddenly raising its head, its dark blue eyes locking onto the direction where he was hiding, letting out a sharp scream. Immediately, all the mutant zombies in the plaza stopped their movements, turning to look at Yang Xuan's position, their throats letting out low growls, limbs slightly bent, getting into an attacking stance. I'd been discovered. Yang Xuan's heart tightened. Then, the 2 mutant zombies closest to him sprinted toward him, covering 100 meters in just over 10 seconds, reaching within 10 meters. There was no possibility of escape. The speed of the mutant zombies was not something his body could outrun. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Xuan's mind raced, and he activated his skill Death's Eye. In an instant, everything around him seemed to be pressed slow motion. The mutated zombies' movements became slow, and the dust floating in the air was clearly visible. The flow of time had significantly slowed down. This feeling of being in control of the situation was incredibly clear. Yang Xuan's gaze quickly swept over the 2 mutated zombies, and his thoughts moved rapidly in the void. 1, 2, 3 10 mark points were instantly marked on the heads of these 2 mutated zombies with precision. The moment the marking was completed, Yang Xuan entered a rapid shooting state. He tightly gripped the revolver, the gun muzzle steadily aimed at the first mark point, and his finger quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Continuous 10 crisp gunshots echoed in the slow-motion world, with each bullet accurately hitting the corresponding mark point. The bullets penetrated the mutated zombie's skull. When the time of the death eye ended, the flow of time returned to normal, and the heads of the 2 mutated zombies exploded, dark red blood and brain matter splattering, their bodies heavily falling to the ground with a dull thud. What an amazing S-class skill! Yang Xuan felt ecstatic in his heart. When the death eye was activated, he marked 5 weak points on the heads of these 2 mutated zombies. This time, the skill drove him. Every bullet fired from his gun perfectly hit the mark points. Previously, he needed to fire 8 shots to kill a mutated zombie. This time, after being hit in the same spot, it could not withstand the power of the revolver. The cooldown time for the death eye began to count down, 300 seconds, which is 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, he could not use this skill again and must rely on his own shooting skills and melee weapons to face danger. Chapter 16, Survivors. Yang Xuan had just leaned against an abandoned car to adjust his breath when the mutated zombies in the square were completely provoked by the gunfire. More than 10 dark blue figures let out roars and rushed toward his hiding spot. Though they were fast, the distance was still far, along with the terrain limitations, giving Yang Xuan a brief moment to react. However, the chaos was not confined to just his location. Urgent shouts and roars came from the other side of the square. Yang Xuan instantly focused his mind, crouched back behind the abandoned car, and kept a vigilant watch with his peripheral vision. 3 ragged survivors were being chased and harried by 5 mutated zombies. One of them had a deep wound on his left leg that exposed bone and was continuously bleeding, slowing their overall speed. Hurry! Hide in that shop over there! The leading sturdy man yelled, waving his steel pipe in an attempt to block the oncoming mutated zombies, but his hands were quickly numbed from the impact against the zombie's tough skin, nearly losing the pipe. Another tall and thin person was wielding a rusty kitchen knife, slashing wildly as the zombies closed in, unable to inflict any effective damage. Yang Xuan frowned tightly and quickly assessed the situation. The 3 of them had weak combat power and were already surrounded. His death eye was still on cooldown. Although his revolver had unlimited bullets, he needed to hit the zombie's head accurately 3 times or more to kill it, and if he missed, he could easily be surrounded by the remaining zombies. More importantly, he was unsure of the character of these 3 unfamiliar survivors. Rashly intervening could likely lead to disaster for himself. Roar! One mutated zombie broke through the sturdy man's blockade and lunged directly at the injured survivor's back. The injured survivor let out a cry, losing balance and falling to the ground just as he was about to be torn apart by the zombie. At this critical moment, Yang Xuan moved. He did not shoot directly but grabbed a fist-sized piece of rubble by his feet and hurled it toward the nearby window of an abandoned van. With a clatter, the glass shattered, and fragments flew everywhere. The mutated zombie that was about to pounce on the injured survivor was indeed distracted by the sudden noise, pausing momentarily and turning to look in the direction of the van. It was not that Yang Xuan was soft-hearted and wanted to save them, but at that moment, the 3 of them just happened to attract the attention of the mutated zombies.
Part of the zombies that were originally chasing him, due to his timely hiding and the chaos caused by the appearance of those people, had turned around and were now rushing in that direction. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Xuan quickly moved towards the abandoned gas station on the side of the service area, using the car for cover. There were many stacked oil drums there, perhaps he could use the terrain to his advantage. Just as he reached the edge of the gas station, a sudden urgent shout came from behind, "Brother! Over here! Hurry up!" Yang Xuan was startled, his grip on the gun tightened instantly, and he turned to look, only to see three figures curled up behind the oil tank at the gas station. The leader was a middle-aged man, wielding a hatchet, with two others, a young man and a woman in their 20s, each holding an iron rod and a short knife, their faces filled with fear and urgency. "Don't come over!" Yang Xuan shouted lowly, his sharp gaze scanning the three of them. The middle-aged man was sweating anxiously, pointing at the mutated zombies chasing behind. "We are survivors who came in together, we have been trapped here for more than half an hour. That monster is too strong, we can't handle it at all. Your method of killing those two was incredible, please take us with you to break out." Yang Xuan glanced at the increasingly close mutated zombies, then looked at the three trembling yet tightly gripped weapons, and quickly made a judgment. These three seemed less ferocious than the previous three, more like desperate survivors. The situation was critical, this was not the time for suspicion. Having three more people meant three more strengths. "If you want to live, listen to my command." Yang Xuan spoke quickly, his gaze scanning the layout of the gas station. "There's a row of abandoned oil drums on the west side of the oil tank. You three immediately go there to build a defensive line, using the oil drums to block the zombies' attack routes. Don't let them flank us." The three did not dare to hesitate and immediately ran with their weapons toward the oil drum area. Yang Xuan took cover behind a concrete pillar, his revolver aimed at the first three approaching mutated zombies. These dark blue monsters moved quickly, howling as they lunged, their sharp claws glinting in the sunlight. Yang Xuan took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions, his gaze firmly locked on the leading zombie. Ordinary shots had little effect on these monsters' skulls. Since the Eye of Death had not yet recovered, he had to accurately hit the same weak point to kill the zombie. His finger lightly squeezed the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet accurately struck the sunken area below the zombie's left eye. The zombie paused, a trickle of blood surfacing under its dark skin, but it did not fall. Instead, it became even more frenzied and charged forward. Yang Xuan remained unwavering, pulling the trigger continuously. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out in succession, each bullet hitting the sunken area below the left eye. The fourth bullet penetrated the skull, and the zombie's movement suddenly froze, a blood hole exploding on the side of its head, crashing heavily to the ground. "Watch out from the side!" A cry of alarm came from the middle-aged man behind. 2 mutated zombies took advantage of the gap while Yang Xuan was shooting, flanking to the other side of the oil tank, trying to ambush the 3 who were setting up the oil drums. One of the young women reacted slightly slowly and was hit on the arm by the zombie's sharp claws, blood immediately gushing out, causing her to groan in pain. Yang Xuan turned his head to glance but did not panic. He quickly adjusted his position and aimed at one of the flanking zombies, not rushing to shoot but waiting until the zombie lunged at the middle-aged man before pulling the trigger. The bullet accurately hit the connection point of the zombie's spine at the back of its head, a weaker spot than the eyes. The zombie's body stiffened, and the middle-aged man seized the opportunity to swing his axe at its neck. Though he could not cleave through the tough skin, he temporarily halted its movement. "Focus on taking one down. Don't scatter!" Yang Xuan shouted loudly, while continuously hitting the same weak point on the head of another zombie with several shots. The zombie crashed to the ground, and he took the chance to rush forward and kick the zombie in front of the middle-aged man down. "Finish him! Aim for the spot I hit." The middle-aged man reacted quickly, immediately raising his axe and striking fiercely where the bullet hole was on the zombie's head. After 3 heavy strikes, the zombie's head was finally split open, dark red brain fluid oozing out. At this moment, more mutated zombies had poured into the gas station entrance, roughly counting, there were as many as 11. "The oil barrel defense is ready," the young man shouted loudly. A row of oil barrels lay between the storage tank and the entrance, forming a simple barrier. The zombies could only squeeze in from narrow gaps on both sides. Yang Xuan immediately retreated to the side of the defense line, where the view was clear and he could cover both gaps at the same time. The situation was already critical, whether they could survive now depended on how well these few could hold against this crisis. Chapter 17, Battle Ended. After hearing that the defense line had been set up as he requested, Yang Xuan continued to command. "The left gap is up to you, remember, aim for the same spot on its head and attack continuously." As soon as Yang Xuan finished speaking, a zombie squeezed in from the left gap. The 3 men quickly surrounded it, attacking with steel pipes, iron rods, and short knives. Although most of the attacks were deflected by the zombie's skin, they stayed focused on the weak points Yang Xuan had pointed out, slowly wearing down the zombie's defenses. At the same time, 2 zombies charged in from the right gap, and Yang Xuan stood alone to face them.
He didn't try to take on too much. He first locked onto one of them, firing 4 shots in succession into the same weak spot on its head, resolving it before immediately turning to the other. This second zombie was particularly ferocious, charging forward despite the bullets, its claws nearly grabbing his shoulder. Yang Xuan stepped back quickly, while his wrist twisted slightly, adjusting the gun barrel. One bullet accurately hit the zombie's ear canal, the most vulnerable part of its head. The zombie suddenly halted its movements, and Yang Xuan seized the moment to step forward, pulling out the fire axe from his back and striking hard at the ear canal where he just shot. With a thud, the axe embedded slightly into the skull, and the zombie let out a piercing howl, struggling frantically. Yang Xuan held firm, stepping on the zombie's chest with one foot, applying force to drive the axe completely in. The zombie finally stopped struggling. Relying on the prepared terrain, the group managed to hold on through a bloody fight. When the last mutated zombie was shot down by Yang Xuan, this life-and-death crisis finally came to an end. The middle-aged man and the 2 young men collapsed on the ground, all having used melee weapons, only relying on the will to survive and a burst of adrenaline had allowed them to endure. Now that the battle was over, they were completely exhausted, their bodies sore, and unable to muster any strength. The young girl had been injured during the fight, blood flowing continuously from her arm, her face now pale. For this girl, loss of blood was not the main concern, more deadly was the zombie's claw wound she received. If the bleeding was stopped immediately, she could survive, but after being clawed by a zombie, without an injection of serum within a certain time, she would definitely die. Compared to the 3 of them surrounding and attacking one zombie, Yang Xuan's pressure was the greatest. He had to observe 2 places at once and face 2 or even 3 zombies at the same time. In such difficult circumstances, he managed to turn the situation around. Besides having an infinite bullet pistol in hand, the S-class skill death's eye was the key to surviving this crisis. Moreover, during this battle, Yang Xuan could say that aside from mental and physical fatigue, he suffered no injuries at all. This was thanks to the bit of agility he had added before, allowing him to narrowly dodge each time he was attacked by zombies with super-fast reactions. Yang Xuan let out a long sigh and walked a few steps to stand in front of the 3 people. His gaze first fell on the girl's bleeding arm, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Zombie scratch? Do you have a tourniquet?" The middle-aged man struggled to sit up, wiped the blood off his face, and exclaimed in a hurry. "Yes. Yes." While saying this, he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a roll of medical tourniquet, handing it over. Yang Xuan took it, squatted down, and quickly bandaged the girl, his movements swift and efficient. "The bleeding is stopped for now, but this is a zombie scratch. Without an antidote, she won't survive for long." The girl's face was pale as she nodded, her voice weak. "Thank you, big brother. My name is Yang Xuan." Yang Xuan simply stated his name, his gaze sweeping over the other 2 people. "What about you? How did you end up trapped here?" The middle-aged man quickly responded. "My name is Zhao Gang. These 2 are my nephew and niece, Zhao Lei and Zhao H. When we came in, we gathered with other survivors, and as soon as we reached the service area, we were attacked by this group of monsters. 3 people suddenly attacked a few survivors, injuring them before running off. Seeing this, we had no choice but to escape. The others all died, only the 3 of us hid behind the oil tank until we met you." Zhao Lei added, "Brother Yang, it was thanks to you just now, otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have lasted." "Was one of those 3 a muscular man and another a tall, skinny one?" Yang Xuan asked. Zhao Gang quickly replied, "Yes, yes. It was that muscular man who acted first, the other 2 followed his commands. They are still alive, how infuriating." Yang Xuan frowned slightly. Whether they can survive now is uncertain. They also encountered mutated zombies on the other side just now. At this moment, Yang Xuan suddenly thought of a question and asked directly. "You said earlier that you are family?" Zhao Gang replied, yes. "Isn't the Doomsday Highway for individuals on the same road? How did you gather together?" Upon hearing Yang Xuan's confusion, Zhao Lei rushed to answer. "Brother Yang, don't you know? In the system panel, there is a friend list where you can add friends. Once you add friends, when you encounter a special scenario that requires multiple people, you can invite friends to enter together, but only 3 people can join at a time." "I can't believe it works that way." Yang Xuan muttered softly. Since arriving on the Doomsday Highway, Yang Xuan hadn't contacted anyone. The people he had seen before were not acquaintances, so he had never added friends and naturally didn't know about this function. Yang Xuan looked towards the main building of the abandoned service area in the distance, where there were no zombies left. He then turned to the 3 and asked, "Can you still move?" "The priority now is to find a way to leave here. I need to search the main building over there." Zhao Gang and the 3 exchanged glances, understanding each other very well, and they all struggled to stand up. Zhao Gang picked up his axe. "We also want to follow Brother Yang and act together." Yang Xuan knew they saw him as their lifeline, but he didn't point it out. From their desperate posture just now, he knew their survival desire was strong, and he did not refuse. They were likely to encounter danger again, and since they had fought together, they were currently worth trusting. "Let's go." Yang Xian walked at the front, gripping his revolver tightly, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. Zhao Gang supported the injured Zhao H, walking in the middle, while Zhao Lei brought up the rear. The four of them carefully moved towards the main building of the abandoned service area. The sides of the road were littered with abandoned vehicle wrecks, dark red bloodstains and zombie scratches were everywhere, and the stench of decay in the air grew stronger. As they advanced, Yang Xian didn't forget to check in front of each vehicle. The purpose of his journey was to find a new vehicle. Unfortunately, as soon as we entered, we encountered danger, which gave us the chance to search. But unfortunately, until we reached the front of the main building, all the vehicles were wrecks, leaving Yang Xian very disappointed. Chapter 18, Strengthening Oneself. Although he had narrowly escaped the earlier crisis, the danger still made Yang Xian break out in a cold sweat when he thought about it now. At this moment, he felt a surge of fear and was not satisfied with his current combat power. In the upcoming exploration, there was a high possibility of encountering even more dangerous situations, and facing such scenes again, he couldn't confidently say he would survive. Yang Xian slowed his pace and turned his gaze toward his system interface. The three people following him noticed the slowing speed and saw that Yang Xian seemed to be deep in thought, but they only wanted to cling on for survival, silently following without any words. Yang Xian led the others into a corner, just as an abandoned vehicle blocked them. He looked at the injured young girl Zhao H, whose wounds had been simply bandaged, and directly spoke up. "I have one bottle of basic serum left, I think you need it right now. However, this was something I fought hard to obtain, so I can't just give it to you. I checked the trading channel before, and the price for a basic serum has already reached 1,500 survival points. After all, we have fought side by side, under the current circumstances, I won't take advantage of you. As long as you can gather 1,000 survival points, I can make a trade with you. You decide." When Zhao H heard that Yang Xian had a basic serum, a look of joy immediately appeared on her pale face, but it fell when she heard she needed survival points for the trade. She trembled slightly and said, I don't have that many." Beside her, Zhao Gang immediately spoke up. "Don't be down, there's still me and Zhao Lei, if we pool together, it's definitely no problem. Brother Yang is being very generous, much cheaper than the trading channel." "Yeah, Zhao H, don't worry, my uncle and I still have some survival points," Zhao Lei chimed in. Zhao H started to cry, thank you all." Soon, the trade was completed. Yang Xian had 2 bottles of basic serum and took one out for the trade to gain survival points to improve his combat power. In the survival point shop, Yang Xian's survival points had reached an astonishing 2,616 points, with 1,000 points gained from the transaction. In special scenes, killing mutated zombies could yield 120 survival points, and after entering the scene, he had already killed 12 mutated zombies, earning a total of 1,440 points. Adding his previous remaining 176 points, this was all his survival points. Without hesitation, Yang Xian immediately selected to exchange points for attributes. He successfully added agility points, gaining 1 point of agility 3 times in a row, and directly consumed all his survival points on agility. With 3 agility points added, Yang Xian felt as if all his limbs had been fully connected at once. His reaction had reached the limit of an ordinary human. Even without turning around, he could sense the movements about to be made by the 3 behind him, reaching a level close to full prediction. His body's reactions were greatly enhanced. When facing mutated zombies again, even when surrounded by a few, he could easily evade. This sensation made him feel a wave of comfort, but just as Yang Xian wanted to continue adding agility points, he saw a prompt. "Current agility has reached the limit. To continue adding points, please wait for the subsequent shop to unlock." Yang Xian opened his attribute panel. Strength, 5. Agility, 10. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 5. The limit for ordinary people is 10, while special talents can break through 10. Is this the limit? Yang Xian thought. The 3 points of agility consumed a total of 1,500 survival points, leaving him with 1116 points. Yang Xian planned to continue enhancing his attributes, making the choice of what to enhance next crucial. After a moment, Yang Xian added 1 point each to strength and spirit. Attribute panel. Strength, 6. Agility, 10. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 6. As the attribute points were added, that wonderful feeling surged through his body once again. He not only felt his body filled with strength, but even his mind felt more active, with many previously vague memories becoming clear. There were still 116 survival points left, but Yang Xian didn't care. He believed that as long as he could survive this special scenario smoothly, a greater reward would surely await him. Next came what Yang Xian was looking forward to the most. He looked at the S-level skill Eye of Death in the skill panel and directly used one of today's 2 remaining talent grants. As light flashed, a new entry appeared immediately on the Eye of Death skill. When the skill enters cooldown, every shot fired from the gun has a 5% chance to reset the cooldown. It worked!
Seeing the entry description, Yang Xian's hand holding the gun couldn't help but tremble, and he felt a surge of ecstasy. With this entry, the already powerful S-level skill Eye of Death, which worked well with firearms, now almost had a state of no cooldown. With his talent probability at 100%, as long as he fired any shot during the skill cooldown, he could use this S-level skill indefinitely. The joy on Yang Xian's face was hard to hide, leaving the other three bewildered, but they all dared not ask. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Yang Xian suppressed his inner excitement, controlling his facial expression to return to his previous cool demeanor, ignoring the puzzled looks on the faces of the three and saying, "Let's move on." After finishing, Yang Xian stood up and advanced, and the three of them immediately followed without any hesitation. The door to the main building of the abandoned service area had long since rotted and deformed. With a gentle push, it creaked open, sending a wave of air mixed with dust and decay. Yang Xian raised his hand to cover his nose and waited for the dust to settle a bit before stepping in with his revolver held high. The first floor was once the reception hall, where broken glass and discarded flyers littered the ground, and several leather sofas had already rotted and turned black, revealing the moldy stuffing inside. Yang Xian walked very lightly, scanning the surroundings with his eyes but finding no signs of zombies. However, the air was tainted with decay and a hint of mustiness and metallic rust. "Watch your step, don't step into empty spaces," Yang Xian reminded in a low voice, his gaze falling on an inconspicuous depression in the floor. He gently poked it with the tip of his foot, and the depressed floor immediately tilted up, revealing an underground space about 4 or 5 meters deep, filled with rusty rebars. Zhao Gang and the others were startled and broke out in cold sweat, quickly slowing their steps and closely following Yang Xian. Yang Xian dragged over a discarded wooden table from the side to cover the opening, then pressed a heavy concrete block on top before continuing to explore. Most of the rooms on the first floor were storage rooms and restrooms. Aside from some useless scrap, there were no useful supplies and no clues to leave this place. "Let's check the second floor." Yang Xian turned and walked toward the staircase. The stair handrails were already rusty, and stepping on the stairs made a creaking sound that was particularly grating in the silence of the main building. Just as he reached the second floor landing, a faint growling sound reached his ears. Chapter 19, Horror Emerges. Noticing something was off, Yang Xian quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. His enhanced mental attributes significantly improved his perception, allowing him to clearly catch that the sound came from the depths of the corridor while vaguely sensing the dangerous aura hidden in the adjacent rooms. He pressed himself against the wall, peeking out to quickly scan the corridor. The second-floor corridor was narrower than the first, with most doors to the side rooms slightly ajar, while dozens of rusty rebars were scattered across the ground in the middle of the corridor as if they had been deliberately set up as obstacles. Even more troublesome was that above the rebars, the ceiling was. Several huge cement precast panels hung overhead, held in place by a few decayed iron wires. Even the slightest tremor could cause them to fall. There are even traps. Yang Xian was shocked, but he understood that finding the right direction to the exit meant that obstacles were set to block survivors' progress, otherwise, these traps would be useless. "There's an ambush," Yang Xian whispered, his gaze fixed on the end of the corridor, where 3 burly mutated zombies slowly emerged from a room, their claws dragging across the wall with a piercing scratching sound, clearly alert to the intruders. Even more dangerously, these 3 zombies seemed to understand cooperation, approaching the obstacle area in the middle of the corridor from the left, center, and right, trying to push Yang Xian and his companions back. Zhao Gang and the others' expressions changed drastically. The corridor was narrow and cluttered with obstacles, moving forward required caution, and now mutated zombies were blocking their path. "Brother Yang, what should we do? Should we retreat?" Zhao Lei's voice trembled. But Yang Xian shook his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. "There's nowhere to retreat, this is the only path to the exit. Stay here and don't move, I'll deal with them." As soon as he finished speaking, he burst forth like a cheetah, his agility reaching the human limit multiplied several times. His footsteps on the gaps between the rebar made not a sound. The mutated zombie on the left spotted Yang Xian first and lunged at him with a roar. Yang Xian sidestepped slightly, easily dodging the claw, and with a twist of his wrist, aimed his revolver at the zombie's ear canal. With a bang, the bullet hit its mark. The zombie instantly stopped moving, and Yang Xian took the opportunity to kick it with enhanced strength, sending the zombie flying back, crashing against the wall of the corridor, hitting just the right spot of a hanging iron wire. With a crack, the wire snapped, and that precast panel came crashing down. The zombie was instantly engulfed. But Yang Xian had already predicted this. The moment he kicked the zombie, he had leaped forward 3 meters, perfectly avoiding the falling panel. As the panel smashed to the ground, it sent a shower of debris flying, momentarily slowing the mutated zombie on the right. "Now is the time." Yang Xian turned to face the zombie on the right and activated Death's Eye, slowing time around him. He pinpointed the target spot on the zombie's head. When time resumed, Yang Xian had already fired several shots, hitting the same weak point on its skull. His mental strength had reached 6 points, and the marker from Grim Reaper's Eye had increased from 10 to 12 points, gaining an additional 2 points. However, this zombie didn't require that many shots. Its head was already blown apart, losing all life.
At this moment, the middle mutated zombie had charged forward, its claws swiping towards Yang Xian's back with fierce wind. But Yang Xian's senses had already captured its movement. Without looking back, his body instinctively rolled sharply to the left while swinging the fire axe back, accurately striking the zombie's lower leg. Though the fire axe couldn't hurt the zombie, it caused the zombie to lose balance and fall to the ground. Yang Xian reacted quickly and got up, firing several shots at its head, and the battle was over in an instant.
The entire process took only a few seconds, and Zhao Gang and the others were left dumbfounded.
They didn't even see Yang Xian's movements clearly, they only saw 3 afterimages flash by, and the 3 mutated zombies were already down, with even the precast panel trap cleverly utilized by him. At this moment, Yang Xian appeared to them like a god of war. "Let's go, watch your step on the debris." Yang Xian turned back to gesture, his tone still calm, only he knew how wonderful the sense of control brought by his enhanced body was. What used to require careful dodging of attacks now could be easily avoided with a slight sidestep. The death side that he once had to consider the timing to use could now be activated whenever he wanted. The 4 of them passed through the obstacle area. Start searching the rooms on the 2nd floor. Most of these are guest rooms, the items inside have long been damaged, but in a luxurious suite, Yang Xian surprisingly found 3 boxes at once, 2 wooden boxes and 1 bronze box. Zhao Gang and the others expressed that all the supplies found here belonged to Yang Xian, they just hoped Yang Xian could take them away. Yang Xian did not decline, he opened all the boxes. In the wooden boxes, there were still basic survival supplies, a total of 10 compressed biscuits, 4 bottles of 500 milliliters water, and 60 survival points. In the bronze box, there was an initial equipment piece, a pair of black and gray sports shoes. Initial equipment always has some basic special abilities. The ability of these sports shoes is to increase the wearer's speed while moving. Yang Xian put them on directly, but did not feel anything special. However, as equipment, this was a good thing for him, which meant he could use the talent-empowered attributes later. After resting for a moment, the 4 made their way to the 3rd floor. As soon as they stepped onto the first step of the 3rd floor, a terrifying aura, far exceeding all the zombies they had encountered before, rushed towards them, as if an invisible giant hand was choking their throats, making it hard for them to breathe. Yang Xian's face instantly turned serious. Enhanced mental attributes allowed him to clearly sense that the owner of this aura was deep in the 3rd floor, and far more powerful than any enemy he had encountered before. "You wait here, no matter what noise you hear, don't come up," Yang Xian said in a deep voice, knowing how dangerous the upcoming battle would be. Bringing Zhao Gang and the others would only hold him back. Zhao Gang and the others turned pale, they could also feel the horror of this aura, and quickly nodded. "Brother Yang, you must be careful." Yang Xian took a deep breath, clenched his revolver, adjusted the dark knife hanging at his waist and the fire axe on his back, then walked up to the 3rd floor alone. The corridor on the 3rd floor was pitch black, the walls were covered with deep purple claw marks, and the air was filled with a rancid smell mixed with a faint, sweet blood scent. Walking to the end of the corridor, a room labeled General Manager's Office was tightly closed, and the terrifying aura was emanating from inside. The closer he got to that room, the stronger the terrifying aura became, and the sense of oppression grew heavier. The closer Yang Xian approached, the faster his heart raced, and the deeper his sense of fear became. Stopping, Yang Xian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This was a way he often used to regulate his emotions. In a moment, his feelings stabilized. Looking at the place ahead that brought the terrifying pressure, he stepped forward with determination in his eyes. Chapter 20, Terrifying Monster. Arriving outside the room, Yang Xian raised his hand and pushed the door, but the door did not budge, clearly locked from the inside. He took a step back, slightly spread his legs, gathered strength in his right leg, and kicked hard at the door lock. With a loud boom, the door lock was directly shattered, and the door swung open inward. The room was a mess, the desk was overturned, papers scattered everywhere, and in the corner of the room stood a huge shadow. When Yang Xian finally saw the massive shadow clearly, his eyes widened instantly, his mouth slightly open, with an expression full of disbelief. The scene before him completely exceeded his imagination. In the corner stood a giant monster, over 5 meters tall, its head already hitting the ceiling. The monster was covered in dark scales, the scales decorated with sharp bone spikes, each spike shimmering with a ghostly green light, clearly highly toxic. Its limbs were as thick as stone pillars, claws over a meter long, dark green nails, and drool dripping onto the floor. In an instant, deep pits steaming with white smoke corroded the ground. Even more terrifying was its head, resembling a giant octopus, covered in dense, writhing tentacles, each with suckers lined with sharp teeth. In the center of the head, a huge crimson vertical eye was locked onto Yang Xian, radiating a cold killing intent. Under the immense pressure and horrific appearance of this monster, Yang Xian couldn't help but feel a wave of fear rising within him. Is this really the true threat of a high-level special scene? Can I survive facing such a monster? Even though his heart was filled with fear, he still tried to adjust his emotions, gritting his teeth. Though his hand holding the gun trembled slightly, he didn't want to give up easily. I'll give it my all, although it's difficult for me now, I still have a chance. Roar! This terrifying super-mutated zombie let out an ear-splitting roar, the sound waves echoing in the room, causing Yang Xian's eardrums to ache, the ground beneath him trembling slightly. Then, it fiercely swung its tentacles, dozens of them lashing towards Yang Xuan like whips, the suckers continuously opening and closing, trying to grab him.
Yang Xuan's pupils constricted, and he instantly activated his S-level skill Eye of Death.
Time slowed down drastically, the movements of the tentacles became sluggish, and the trajectory of each tentacle was clearly revealed before his eyes. His gaze swept quickly, trying to find the weakness of this super-mutated zombie. After careful observation, he noticed that the zombie's body was covered in hard scales, making it impossible to penetrate with the current power of his handgun. And while those wildly swinging tentacles seemed to be attacking, they were also protecting something. The answer was clear: in the center of the head was the giant crimson vertical eye, which was unprotected by scales, the only flaw, and definitely the weakness of this zombie. Yang Xuan moved quickly, skillfully dodging between the tentacles, his enhanced agility making his movements incredibly smooth. As he dodged, he raised his revolver, quickly marking 12 points, all locking onto the super boss's crimson vertical eye.
Bang! 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 12 shots echoed in the slow-motion world, each bullet hitting the marked points precisely, all shooting into the super zombie's vertical eye. When the Eye of Death ended, time returned to normal, and the super-mutated zombie let out a piercing scream, the crimson vertical eye erupting into a massive blood hole, dark green blood gushing out. But the super-mutated zombie did not fall, instead, it became even more frenzied, swinging its tentacles and furiously smashing everything around, causing huge holes to appear in the room's walls, debris flying everywhere. Yang Xuan's heart sank, the vitality of this monster exceeded his expectations. He did not panic, quickly retreating while pulling the trigger, continuing to shoot at the boss's vertical eye. Bang! Just then, a system prompt sounded in Yang Xuan's mind. Trigger Eye of Death cooldown reset effect, skill cooldown time reset to 0, can be used again. Yang Xuan's heart leaped with joy. Without hesitation, he activated the Eye of Death again. Time slowed down once more, and Yang Xuan locked his gaze back onto the super-mutated zombie's vertical eye, marking 12 points again, all on the vertical eye. 12 shots fired in rapid succession, each bullet hitting the exact same spot. When the Eye of Death ended, the super-mutated zombie's vertical eye completely exploded, the giant head shaking several times before finally crashing to the ground, its massive body shaking the whole room, dark green blood spreading across the floor, creating a scene of devastation. Yang Xuan leaned against the wall. Breathing heavily, although the battle was short, the intense concentration and continuous use of Death Eye drained his spirit immensely. He didn't expect that using Death Eye consecutively would consume so much mental energy. It seems that upcoming attribute upgrades should prioritize spirit. However, the joy of victory quickly overshadowed the fatigue. He successfully dealt with this super-mutated zombie, and soon he should be able to find clues to escape this place. Just as Yang Xuan prepared to step towards the zombie's corpse to search for any possible core or clue, an unexpected change occurred. That massive body, which had crashed to the ground, suddenly convulsed violently. Dark green blood no longer flowed outward but was drawn back into the bloody hole in its head by some force. The originally opened vertical eye area began to squirm, thin black tentacles emerging from the blood hole like greedy earthworms, continuously devouring the surrounding flesh and blood. Not good. Yang Xuan's heart tightened. Just as he was about to raise his gun to shoot, he saw the super zombie's body twisting in an unnatural way, its 5-meter-tall frame slowly shrinking, the muscles beneath its scales writhing madly, and bone spurs falling off, revealing its dark red skin covered in slime. In just a few seconds, its size shrank to about 3 meters, the tentacles on its head retracted completely, and only the central vertical eye opened again, this time no longer red but transformed into a strange dark purple, emitting a terrifying glow. Roar! A roar even more violent than before echoed in the room as this suddenly transformed super zombie leaped up, its speed increasing several times, sprinting at Yang Xuan like a giant spider. Yang Xuan's pupils constricted, and with his 10 agility points, he barely rolled sideways to evade. The super zombie's claws brushed past his shoulder, the wind it created ripping his clothes apart and sending a sharp pain through his skin. Looking at the blood-soaked wound, Yang Xuan felt fear for death for the first time. It was his first injury since entering this post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 21, Dangers Everywhere. The super-mutated zombie didn't give Yang Xuan a chance to steady himself. Its tail suddenly swept over, covered with barbs and gleaming with a ghostly green cold light. Yang Xuan had no time to dodge and could only frantically draw the fire axe strapped to his back and hold it in front of him to block the strike. Clang! A loud noise erupted, and immense power traveled through the axe. Yang Xuan felt his arm go numb as he was sent flying backwards, crashing hard into the wall, a metallic taste rising in his throat as he nearly spat out blood. He struggled to suppress the rising blood in his throat and looked up to see the mutated zombie's vertical eye staring intently at him, the dark purple glow flickering ominously, clearly viewing him as a target to kill. Damn it, there's a second form. Yang Xuan cursed under his breath, quickly checking his body. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and he felt that 2 ribs might be broken. His arm also felt weak, but fortunately, he hadn't been hit in a vital area. The mutated zombie didn't give him a moment to breathe and lunged again. This time, it was smarter, no longer using its claws or tail but opening its mouth to spray a dark green venom. Wherever the venom touched, the air sizzled, and the ground was corroded into deep pits. Yang Xian's face changed dramatically, the speed of the venom was too fast, and he couldn't dodge it at all. At the critical moment, he suddenly flipped over the nearby office desk and used it as a shield. The venom hit the desk, instantly corroding a large hole, with chips flying and a pungent smell wafting in the air. Seeing its venom was ineffective, the mutated zombie let out an angry roar, pushed against the ground with its limbs, and lunged again. Yang Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his body, continuously using the obstacles in the room to dodge. Although his speed was fast, the mutated zombie was equally quick, and several times he barely avoided its razor-sharp claws. Constantly evading made Yang Xian feel extremely awkward. He knew he couldn't continue to follow the rhythm of this monster, or he would be the one to die. The mental energy consumption brought by Death's Eye was enormous, but now was not the time to hesitate. He had to grit his teeth and continue using it. He just didn't know what unpredictable consequences it might bring to him. No wonder the skill had a cooldown period. It should be some kind of protective mechanism. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yang Xian's eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the skill. In an instant, the flow of time slowed down, and the actions of the mutated zombie became sluggish. Yang Xian quickly scanned the entire body of the mutated zombie. The previous vertical eye was still its weakness, but after evolving, a layer of transparent film had formed around it, making it difficult for bullets to penetrate. His gaze landed on the mutated zombie's neck, which was the only area not covered during its evolution. The skin was relatively thin, and he could see the veins pulsating inside. That's the spot. Yang Xian quickly marked all target points in his mind, all accurately positioned on the same vein in the neck. The moment he finished marking, he entered rapid firing mode, gripping the revolver tightly, his fingers pulling the trigger at the fastest speed. Bang! 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 12 consecutive gunshots echoed in the slow-motion world, each bullet precisely hitting the target point. The bullets pierced through the weak skin, tearing the veins, dark green blood gushing out. In just a few minutes, he had used Death's Eye 3 times in a row, and now bright red blood flowed from his eyes, ears, nose, and the corners of his mouth. His head felt like it was hit hard. He was dizzy, but Yang Xian still persevered, knowing he had to end this monster's life in one go. The bullets from the pistol didn't hit the mutated zombie, but they reset the cooldown for Death's Eye. Death's Eye activated again, and 12 bullets accurately hit the mutated zombie's weak points. When the time for Death's Eye ended, the flow of time returned to normal. The evolved super-mutated zombie suddenly stopped moving, blood gushing out from the wound in its neck, the dark purple vertical eye gradually losing its luster. It let out an unwilling roar, its massive body trembled a few times, and then it fell heavily to the ground, never to move again. Yang Xian exhaled in relief, unable to hold on any longer, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The battle just now was the most dangerous one since he entered the apocalyptic road. He had nearly died at the claws of this mutated zombie. At that moment, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the staircase. Turning around, he saw Zhao Gang and the others running over with worried faces. "Brother Yang! Are you all right?" Zhao Gang rushed to his side and, seeing the mutated zombie's corpse on the ground, showed a shocked expression. Yang Xian waved his hand and forced a smile. "I'm fine, I won't die. How did you come up?" "We heard the commotion upstairs and wanted to come help." Zhao Lei and Zhao H also gathered around, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at the huge corpse. They heard that roar very clearly on the second floor and could imagine how intense the battle upstairs had been. Yang Xian rested for a moment, regained his strength, stood up, and looked towards the mutated zombie's corpse. He walked to the body, searched carefully, and as expected, defeating the final boss in the game always yielded rewards. He found a box radiating a golden glow beneath the zombie's body. Zhao Gang and the others quietly stood in place. Seeing Yang Xian pull out the golden box, there was no envy in his eyes. They had self-awareness, knowing that this battle, beyond their imagination, was accomplished by Yang Xian alone, with no contribution from them. Moreover, thanks to Yang Xian's ability to defeat that monster, otherwise they would all be dead here. Yang Xian crouched down and reached for the handle of the golden box. Just as he was about to open it, a heavy gasp suddenly came from the stairway, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of a steel pipe dragging on the ground. Yang Xian abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a knife in an instant. Before him was a blood-soaked strong man, struggling to walk while leaning against the wall. His left arm hung weakly, clearly broken, and the pants of his right leg had been shredded, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, black blood seeping out slowly. He tightly gripped a steel pipe in his hand, his eyes, filled with blood, were fixed greedily on the golden box in Yang Xian's hand. It was the strong man who had betrayed his companions earlier. Zhao Gang and the others' expressions changed drastically, and Zhao Lei instinctively shielded Zhao H in front of him, shouting fiercely, "It's you! You're still not dead?" The strong man grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, his smile hideous. "Dead? How could I die? But you guys are lucky, you followed the right person." His gaze swept across the corpse of the super mutant zombie on the ground, a flash of caution crossing his eyes, but it was quickly covered by greed. "Kid, hand over the box in your hands, and I can spare your lives." Chapter 22, Precise Counterattack. Yang Xuan slowly stood up, a cold smirk curving his lips. Based on you? The strong man's face instantly darkened. He knew his current state was no match for Yang Xuan. With a quick turn of his eyes, he suddenly gathered strength and lunged toward Zhao H, who was closest to him. Though his movements were somewhat slow due to his injuries, they were unexpected. Zhao Lei only had time to exclaim before being pushed aside by the strong man. The strong man's rough hand tightly clutched Zhao H's neck, pressing the steel pipe against her temple, snarling, "Kid, I know you're strong, you can kill this monster. But don't forget, she's in my hands. If you don't want her to die, throw the box over." Zhao H trembled in fear, her face pale, but bit her lip tightly, not daring to make a sound. Zhao Gang and Zhao Lei's eyes turned red with anxiety, yet they didn't dare to act rashly, only able to watch as the strong man's steel pipe tightened around Zhao H's head. Faced with this sudden hostage situation, there was no hint of panic on Yang Xuan's face, and the cold smirk at the corner of his mouth did not fade in the slightest. The side effects of using Death's Eye 4 times were still wreaking havoc. His head throbbed, blood trickled from the corners of his eyes and mouth, sliding down his jawline and dripping onto his clothes. But his gaze remained cold and sharp, locking firmly onto the strong man, exuding an overwhelming aura that made the already guilty strong man feel a chill of fear. "Kid, what are you standing there for? Throw over the box." Suppressing the fear deep inside, the strong man roared as he tightened his grip, the steel pipe pressing deeper into Zhao H's temple, leaving a dark red mark. "If you dare to delay again, I'll snap her neck right now." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Xuan moved. Without a hint of hesitation, without a single word wasted, his right hand instinctively gripped the revolver at his waist, his mind activated the fifth Death's Eye in an instant. A violent dizziness surged over him like a tsunami, warm blood suddenly flowed from his nostrils and ears, and his vision blurred for a moment. But this did not affect the skill's effectiveness. The flow of time suddenly slowed down, and everything around seemed to be pressed by the slow-motion button. The strong man's fierce face, the muscles in his body taut from exertion, the veins bulging on his wrist that gripped the steel pipe, even the black blood that seeped slowly from his right leg's wound. All details were clear and distinct. Yang Xuan's gaze instantly pierced through the surface, locking onto the giant's flaw. The giant knew Yang Xuan had a gun, so he curled his body, hiding his head and torso, the easily fatal parts, behind Zhao H. To exert force and take hostages, his head tilted slightly, and he was naturally taller than Zhao H, so his head could not be fully hidden. His right temple was completely exposed in the shooting view, and there was a safe distance between it and Zhao H's head, a perfect window for a kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Xuan's breathing was steady, unaffected by the pain swelling in his head. His right hand holding the gun remained still, the muzzle rising with an almost invisible speed, precisely aimed at the giant's right temple. In slow motion, he could even clearly see the blood vessels pulsing at the giant's temple, locked onto the target with precision. Everything was ready, and Yang Xuan's finger gently squeezed the trigger. No extra movements, no delay. In the world of slow motion, the moment the bullet left the chamber was crystal clear, accompanied by a sharp sound as it pierced through the giant's right temple like a black lightning bolt, remarkably precise. Puff! The soft sound of the bullet entering flesh was drowned out by the gunshot. The giant's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pin, his face's grimace instantly froze, replaced by sheer confusion and terror. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before his brain center was completely destroyed. The hand gripping the steel pipe instantly lost its strength, and the pipe clattered to the ground. His hand, which was around Zhao H's neck, also went limp and fell. His massive body lost support, falling straight back with a heavy bang, and lay still on the ground. Yang Xuan slowly lowered the gun, the smoke from the muzzle curling and dissipating. The side effects of using the Death Eye 5 times erupted completely. He felt dizzy, weak all over, and stumbled back against the wall, panting heavily, his face as pale as paper, blood still seeping from the corners of his eyes and nose. But his hand holding the gun remained steady, his gaze still cold and sharp, with not a hint of fluctuation, as if he had just casually swatted away a mosquito. The killing intent enveloped the entire room like a tangible force, and the powerful aura made Zhao Gang and the others, who had just regained their senses from fright, freeze in place, not daring to breathe. Yang Gu. Zhao H, still shaken, ran to Yang Xuan's side, looking at his bloodied face, her voice choked. Zhao Gang and Zhao Lei hurried over, one on each side to support the swaying Yang Xuan, their faces filled with awe and concern. The counterattack just now was so fast they couldn't even see the movement, they only felt a blur, and the captor had collapsed in a pool of blood. Yang Xuan's strength had already surpassed their imagination. Yang Xuan signaled that he was fine, his gaze sweeping over the corpse on the ground, then falling on the golden box beside the corpse, his voice hoarse yet steady. "Zhao Gang, help me over, you two wait here and see if this guy has anything to drop." Zhao Lei and Zhao H stared at Yang Xuan's figure in disbelief. In such a grave condition, he wasn't resting first, but rather thinking about opening the box and checking for loot. Zhao Gang carefully supported Yang Xuan to the golden box, knowing that it did not belong to him, but he looked on with great anticipation. It was also Yang Xuan's first time opening a golden box. In such a high-difficulty special scenario, he hoped it wouldn't let him down. As Yang Xuan slowly opened the box, a blinding golden light flashed by. Inside the box lay a weapon shining with a golden hue, radiating dazzling golden light.
However, the style of this weapon looked very familiar. It was a golden handgun.
Once again, a pistol.
Yang Xuan felt a bit disappointed, but thinking that it was a weapon from the golden box, it shouldn't be too simple. As the pistol came into his hand, detailed information about it appeared before him, and upon seeing it, Yang Xuan's heartbeat felt like it suddenly paused for a moment. Golden Desert Eagle, magazine capacity of 9 rounds, caliber .44 semi-automatic, with a 6-inch barrel.
Special attributes.
Indestructible, this weapon will not be damaged.
Spiritual immunity, this weapon will not be affected by supernatural forces.
Elemental magazine, this weapon can endow bullets with special elemental properties, allowing the holder to switch elements, light, fire, ice, lightning, at will. Looking at the special attributes of the Golden Desert Eagle, Yang Xuan felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Indeed, the items from the golden box did not disappoint him. In this life and death struggle in the special scene, the rewards obtained were indeed worth the effort.
Chapter 23, Treasure Box Rewards.
Staring at the attribute panel of the Golden Desert Eagle, a hint of color suddenly returned to Yang Xuan's face, which had originally been pale from exhaustion. The blood at the corner of his eye seemed less glaring now. He fixed his gaze on the line describing Elemental Magazine, his heart raced uncontrollably, and his fingertips even trembled slightly, not from weakness, but from extreme excitement and a sense of achievement. He slowly gripped the golden pistol, heavy yet incredibly steady, the patterns on the gun fitting perfectly into his palm as if it were tailor-made for him. The previous revolver with unlimited bullets was great, but it was ultimately a basic weapon that struggled against the armored super-mutated zombies. But this Golden Desert Eagle was different. Its indestructible attribute meant he would no longer have to worry about wear and tear, and the spiritual immunity attribute paved the way for potential supernatural crises he might encounter later, while the Elemental Magazine directly elevated his attack power to a qualitative leap. Light, fire, ice, and lightning, each element held infinite possibilities. Fire could burn the flesh of zombies, breaking down their defenses. Ice could slow down enemies' movements, creating opportunities for counterattacks.
Lightning could penetrate targets, paralyzing enemies. And the light attribute might just be the nemesis of those unknown supernatural creatures that could appear.
Yang Xuan could even imagine that the next time he encountered a strong enemy like a super-mutated zombie, he could switch to lightning element bullets to penetrate defenses, then use fire bullets for a follow-up attack. That feeling of controlling the battlefield was something he had never experienced before. He raised the pistol, aiming at the wall not far away. With a shift of thought, the gun's body instantly shimmered with a faint glow of fire, the elemental switch flowing smoothly.
This gun is too powerful.
Yang Xuan whispered, his voice filled with undeniable excitement. The intense pain from repeatedly opening the eye of death, the excruciating sensation of broken ribs, and the suffocating feeling of being forced into a corner by super-mutated zombies, all of it vanished in this moment, replaced by a refreshing sense of accomplishment. This exploration of the special scene began with the initial encounter with mutated zombies, then moved to joining forces with Zhao Gang and others to resolve the group attack of the mutated zombies, and finally battling fiercely against and defeating the super-mutated zombie. Every step walked on the line of life and death. Especially during the final battle, he was close to death multiple times, even gambling on the unknown risks of using skills continuously, but now it seemed that all the effort was worth it. This Golden Desert Eagle was not just a weapon, it was a medal for his survival in the direst of situations, the best reward for all his perseverance and decisiveness.
Brother Yang, this gun is so cool.
Zhao Lei, after searching the muscular man's corpse, walked over holding a package, and upon seeing Yang Xuan holding the Golden Desert Eagle, his eyes widened in shock, filled with awe. Zhao H also curiously leaned over, staring at the dazzling golden gun and gasping in wonder. Zhao Gang looked on with deep respect, although he didn't understand the attributes of firearms, just the appearance of the gun and Yang Xuan's expression at that moment told him everything. Just knowing this is definitely a rare treasure. Yang Xuan's lips curled into a relieved smile, the first time he had shown such an easy expression since entering the apocalyptic road. He put away the Golden Desert Eagle, feeling the strength in his body gradually returning, and said solemnly, "It can be considered a reward for that fierce battle just now." At this moment, the killing aura around him had completely dissipated, but the strong presence that had been tempered through life and death still remained, with just a bit more composure added. His previous dissatisfaction with his own combat power had completely vanished upon obtaining the Golden Desert Eagle. He knew that with this gun, plus his 10 points of agility for extreme reflexes and the evolved Death Eye, he would have more confidence should he encounter a similar crisis again. Yang Xuan continued to gaze into the golden box, the smile on his lips still intact, his heart already certain that, as a reward for killing a super-mutated zombie, there must be more than just the Golden Desert Eagle inside. He reached in to explore the box, his fingertips first brushing against several well-packaged syringes, and he casually scooped out 4 vials of serum, perfectly resting in the palm of his hand. At the instant he saw the labels, Yang Xuan's eyes lit up.
2 bottles of intermediate serum, 2 bottles of basic serum.
This exclamation was not loud, but it clearly reached Zhao Gang and the others' ears.
Intermediate serum.
This was several times more precious than basic serum, a hard currency that was nearly priceless in the trading channel, with no one having yet offered even a single bottle for trade. Now, Yang Xuan had 2 bottles at once, plus 2 bottles of basic serum. Just the value of these serums would be enough to make most survivors green with envy. Yang Xuan weighed the serums in his hand, a wave of joy surged within him once more. Intermediate serum could not only heal serious injuries quickly but was also a powerful antidote against zombie toxins. The injury from his broken rib and the infection from the super zombie virus could be greatly alleviated with just 1 bottle of intermediate serum. The extra basic serum could either be kept as a backup or used to trade for needed supplies at a critical moment. Before he could stow the serums in his backpack, his fingertips brushed against a card glowing with a faint blue light. He picked up the card, and the big words Sea-Level Skill Random Draw Card were especially eye-catching. The edges of the card flowed with a soft glow, exuding rich energy.
There's even a skill card. And it's sea level.
Yang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, his heart racing uncontrollably again. You must know, in the current apocalyptic road, skill cards were already scarce, and sea-level skill cards were treasures that countless survivors coveted. Having a practical sea-level skill would easily elevate his combat power to a new level, even providing an extra path for survival in dire situations. Previously, he had relied entirely on the S-level skill Death Eye to maintain the situation. If he could draw a complementary sea-level skill, his combat power would surely take a qualitative leap.
My god, intermediate serum. 2 bottles.
Zhao Lei's eyes widened, staring hard at the serums on the ground, his throat involuntarily gulping, full of disbelief and wonder.
Brother Yang, this is just too exaggerated. He had emptied his savings with Zhao Gang just to buy basic serum totaling 1,000 survival points for Zhao H. Now seeing Yang Xuan pull out 2 bottles of intermediate serum, the shock and envy couldn't be hidden, his eyes felt like they were glued, unable to move. Zhao H also covered her mouth, her little face filled with surprise. Having just experienced the despair of lacking serums, she knew better than anyone how precious these serums were, gazing at the 2 bottles of intermediate serum with longing in her eyes. Brother Yang, your luck is just too amazing. No, it's that your strength is too strong.
Zhao Gang swallowed hard, his tone full of awe and envy.
The reward from this golden treasure chest is simply stuffing the dreams of us survivors into it.
As he spoke, Zhao Lei and Zhao H both nodded vigorously. Indeed, special weapons, precious serum, skill cards, each one was something they yearned for, yet Yang Xuan had collected them all at once. Such a harvest was enough to make any survivor envy to madness.
Chapter 24, Special Vehicle Core.
Yang Xuan put the serum and C-grade skill card into his backpack, and his gaze accidentally fell on the backpack in Zhao Lei's hand, which was something that burst out from the body of the strong man.
He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's in this backpack?"
Zhao Lei hurriedly handed over the backpack, his tone filled with excitement.
Brother Yang, I didn't have time to check, but it looks pretty heavy.
Yang Xuan took the backpack, and it was indeed heavy in his hands. As he opened the backpack, inside were 8 bottles of 500 milliliters water and 5 compressed biscuits, quite a lot of basic survival supplies. It should not just belong to the strong man, it was likely he had looted the backpacks of his 2 companions. Besides the basic survival supplies, there was also a palm-sized metal box, with complex machinery engraved on its surface, and a dim blue crystal embedded in the center of the pattern. At the moment Yang Xuan touched the metal box, the system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected a special vehicle core available for binding.
Would you like to bind it immediately? Special vehicle core?
Yang Xian's eyes narrowed, and the joy in his heart surged again. He had chosen to explore the abandoned service station, risking his life, with a clear purpose to find a new vehicle to replace his 28-style bike. Unfortunately, in this special scene, all the vehicles found were completely damaged, utterly unable to be driven or collected. He never expected that amidst the darkness, there would be a glimmer of light. This strong man had actually delivered such an important item right into his hands.
Without any hesitation, he decisively chose yes.
As the binding was confirmed, the blue crystal on the metal box suddenly lit up, and the complex patterns began to flow with a light blue glow. At the same time, information flooded into Yang Xian's mind.
Special Vehicle Windbreaker Off-Road Vehicle Core has been bound.
Current level, basic, upgradable. Basic attributes, defense enhancement, speed increase, fuel consumption reduction. Upgrade conditions, collect corresponding mechanical parts and energy crystals.
It's actually an upgradable off-road vehicle.
Yang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, his heart racing uncontrollably. Previously, he relied entirely on his 28-style bike on the apocalyptic road. Although it had added special attributes and slightly improved its speed, it was still just an ordinary bicycle at the end of the day. The bicycle not only lacked safety but also depended entirely on his legs for power. After the 3-day protection period ended, riding the bike made him vulnerable to unpredictable dangers.
With this windbreaker off-road vehicle, not only could it greatly enhance his mobility, but the basic defense enhancement could also withstand attacks from ordinary zombies. The upgradable attributes even implied that this vehicle had unlimited potential. We've mostly collected everything here, let's leave.
Yang Xuan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and cast his gaze over the two bodies in the chaotic battlefield in the room, speaking in a deep voice. The continuous gains had lifted his spirits, and the previous fatigue had dissipated by more than half.
Zhao Gang and the others promptly nodded, closely following behind Yang Xuan.
At this moment, the way they looked at Yang Xuan contained not only awe and envy, but also an added sense of reliance. Following such a powerful figure with both luck and strength undoubtedly increased their hope of survival significantly. Yang Xuan led the three along the clues they had found earlier, successfully reaching a clearing on the rooftop. In the open space of the rooftop appeared a glowing circle emanating white light. This should be the exit for leaving. At that moment, he focused his thoughts, and the metal box in his hand instantly transformed into a blue light, condensing into shape in the air. Moments later, a rugged black off-road vehicle appeared on the rooftop. The body covered in heavy armor, with wide, thick tires that radiated a sense of power. The mechanical patterns on the vehicle faintly resembled those on the metal box, exuding a feeling of technology.
Oh my god! Is this a vehicle? Or is it armored?
Zhao Lei's mouth fell open in surprise, his eyes wide, even larger than when he first saw the golden desert eagle, his tone filled with shock and longing.
Brother Yang, this is actually a special vehicle. I've seen people looking for vehicle parts in the trading channel, and the prices have skyrocketed. This special vehicle looks too cool.
Zhao Gang and Zhao H were also completely stunned. Looking at this rugged off-road vehicle, just the heavy armor suggested incredible defensive capabilities.
Having it would greatly increase their chances of survival on the Doomsday Road. Yang Xuan was somewhat surprised.
Have you heard of special vehicles? At a glance, Brother Yang, it's clear you don't often check the chat channels.
I love hanging out there.
Many survivors share the information they've collected, especially in the trading channel, where you can learn a lot from their purchasing info.
That's how I found out. Yang Xuan nodded in understanding.
This strong man has indeed hidden a good thing.
Yang Xuan walked around the off-road vehicle, nodding in satisfaction.
This vehicle arrived just in time, having it would make future explorations on the Doomsday Road much easier.
He focused his thoughts again, and the off-road vehicle instantly transformed into a blue light, automatically entering his vehicle backpack.
This is over, we should leave. Just as Yang Xuan was about to step into the light circle, Zhao Gang, who was hesitating behind him, suddenly spoke up.
Brother Yang. Yang Xuan turned back in confusion.
Brother Yang, the three of us, uncle and nephew, have survived here entirely thanks to you.
Without you, we wouldn't be here.
We're not that strong, but my nephew Zhao Lei used to be playful and liked to chat aimlessly. Now, he is good at gathering information.
Can we add you as a friend? If you ever need anything from us, just speak up. Yang Xuan understood Zhao Gang's thoughts.
They were all in the same area and likely to meet again in special situations. If they had some connection with him, he might look out for them in the future.
After thinking for a moment, Yang Xuan nodded in agreement.
He indeed wouldn't waste too much time checking chat channel content, missing out on a lot of useful information. The fact that Zhao Lei had such abilities was somewhat useful. As for their desire for his protection if they met again, Yang Xuan did not mind. If the situation didn't affect him, he could protect them. The four of them stepped into the light circle, a soft white light enveloping them, accompanied by a slight feeling of dizziness as their figures instantly vanished from the abandoned service area. When they opened their eyes again, Yang Xuan was already standing on the familiar Doomsday Road. Beneath his feet was a smooth road, flanked by wide open spaces, with distant wandering zombies, and the faint stench of decay in the air. Yang Xuan walked to the center of the road, and with a thought, the black off-road vehicle, covered in heavy armor and with wide, thick tires radiating power, was immediately summoned from the vehicle space. Sitting in the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle and stroking the steering wheel, Yang Xuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He finally didn't have to pedal his bicycle anymore. Chapter 25, Introduction to Vehicle Core. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, his fingertips gliding over the delicate steering wheel. Then, Yang Xuan inserted the metal box into the slot in the steering wheel. After this, unless he allowed it, only the binder could drive this vehicle. Yang Xuan took a deep breath and started the engine, which let out a low and steady roar. Without any noise at all, the surge of power transmitted through the steering wheel. He gently pressed the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle slowly moved forward, driving very smoothly on the flat road, without the slightest bump. Even when rolling over the tiny cracks on the road surface, the vehicle only had an imperceptible shake. In order to test the vehicle's limits, Yang Xuan gradually pressed down on the accelerator, the speed increasing steadily, with wind rushing in through the window, bringing the unique stench of the apocalypse, yet it did not affect his exhilaration at all. He tried to turn the steering wheel to change lanes, and the vehicle responded very flexibly, accurately weaving through the highway, far surpassing his previous experience riding the old bicycle. He had thought about driving the car into the wild by the roadside for a test, but as soon as he got close to the edge of the road, a system prompt appeared before him. Except for special scenarios, vehicles cannot leave the road to drive.
Yang Xuan understood and promptly withdrew the steering wheel, returning to the smooth highway.
After confirming the vehicle's performance on the road, Yang Xuan slowed down, opened his personal panel, and brought up the chat channel. Since he needed to get to the bottom of this vehicle's core, he could not miss the survivor information in the chat channel. He had previously over-focused on personal exploration. The more people sharing information, the stronger they would be together. Every bit of shared information was always better than his solo exploration. The information in the channel scrolled by extremely fast, and Yang Xuan entered the keywords vehicle core to filter, instantly sifting out irrelevant information. One piece of information was particularly long. A person calling themselves the Road Intelligence Officer, labeled with Authoritative Science Popularization, wrote, "Complete analysis of apocalypse vehicle cores after validation by countless survivors. The currently discovered vehicle cores are divided into 3 levels by rarity, distinguished by color, with vastly different upgrade potential and functions." Yang Xuan's eyes narrowed as he carefully read on.
Level 1, White Common Core.
The most basic vehicle core, lowest difficulty to obtain, with a chance to open from bronze boxes.
Can only activate ordinary vehicles without special attributes, and has no upgrade potential. Once the core is damaged, the vehicle is directly scrapped, suitable for beginners entering the apocalypse road. Level 2, Blue Rare Core.
Medium rarity, mainly produced from silver boxes in special scenarios. Can activate vehicles with 1 to 3 basic attributes, such as increasing speed or defense, supports primary upgrades up to 2 levels, and after upgrading, the basic attributes will slightly improve.
Level 3, Gold Special Core. Extremely rare. Currently known to only be opened from golden chests dropped by killing ultimate bosses in high-level special scenarios.
Can activate high-level vehicles with exclusive special attributes, and supports unlimited upgrades. Each level not only enhances basic attributes but also unlocks new skills, making it the ultimate treasure that all survivors desire. Upon reading this, Yang Xuan felt a sudden clarity in his heart. The damaged off-road vehicle core in his hand was merely a level 2 blue rare core. Although not as good as the vehicles with gold cores, its performance was already outstanding, and it had upgrade potential, which turned out to be incredibly precious. He continued scrolling down and quickly found detailed information about upgrade materials. Again, it was this so-called Road Intelligence Officer survivor who sent the information. The differences in upgrade materials for different level cores are huge. White cores have no upgrade possibilities and require no materials. Blue cores need ordinary mechanical parts and primary energy crystals for upgrades. Ordinary mechanical parts can be obtained from any box or dismantled from other vehicles with cores, and primary energy crystals have a chance to drop when killing bosses in special scenarios. Gold cores have extremely high upgrade difficulty, requiring precision mechanical parts and intermediate energy crystals. The known information is that precision mechanical parts are obtained from golden boxes. The intermediate energy crystals need to be obtained from special scene bosses of high level or above with some chance. After Yang Xuan finished reading the basic introduction of the upgrade materials, he switched the chat channel to the trading channel, where the information refreshed at an astonishing speed similar to the one before. He switched to the trading channel and was immediately overwhelmed by a flood of purchase information on the screen, almost exclusively focused on white and blue core upgrade materials, with a few urgent demands for gold core materials mixed in. Yang Xuan felt a bit bitter in his mouth. He had ventured into high-level special scenes to obtain new vehicles, only to find that as long as he had survival points, he could buy the desired vehicles in the trading channel. Urgently buying common mechanical parts. 1 in exchange for 2 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water plus 1 compressed biscuit. Just activated a blue core vehicle, only 10 parts short for an upgrade. Big bosses with stock, hurry. Sky-high price offering primary energy crystals. 1 in exchange for 3 bottles of primary serum. I just cleared a low-level special scene, only missing this material to upgrade my vehicle. Price negotiable. I definitely won't drag my feet. Long-term purchase white cores and common mechanical parts. 1 white core in exchange for 5 bottles of water, 2 common mechanical parts in exchange for 1 compressed biscuit. Newbie brothers with extras, come out quickly, let's win-win. Yang Xuan quickly scrolled through the screen and found that over 90% of the purchase requests were for blue core upgrade materials, with prices climbing higher and higher. One survivor even sent a channel-wide announcement, buying primary energy crystals. 1 in exchange for 500 survival points. As long as you have stock, we trade immediately. Don't ask, just to upgrade vehicles. If you're late, you'll be overwhelmed by the zombie tide. As soon as the announcement was sent out, a flood of responses followed, mostly asking if the price was really that good, with some complaining about how hard it was to gather materials. Brother, is your price for real? I scoured several special scenes and got only 1 primary energy crystal from a boss. I can't bear to sell it. After watching the trading channel for a while, Yang Xuan felt a bit downcast. He had passed through the dangers of several special scenes thanks to his S-level talent, and when he thought he should be ahead of most survivors, he realized how naive he was. Survivors all over the world were pulled into the apocalyptic road. Although many had already died, many others had talents that were no less than his. Some people were even ahead, while most were still worrying about basic survival supplies. They were already using survival points to strengthen themselves. With the current situation clear, Yang Xuan felt a greater sense of urgency, but he quickly rallied himself. He might not be at the very top, but he still led most survivors. It was just that he had made slightly different choices. While others spent survival points on enhancing external equipment, Yang Xuan strengthened himself. The survival in the apocalyptic road was just beginning. It was still uncertain which path was correct, and everything depended on how things unfolded later. Chapter 26, Mental Enhancement. Yang Xuan no longer struggled with the differences between his path and that of the top survivors but instead felt enlightened. Those who invested survival points in equipment and vehicles were not wrong, as relying on external support could indeed quickly improve survival efficiency. His choice to strengthen himself was also not wrong. A solid foundation could ensure he stood firm in dire situations. Ultimately, there was no single right answer in apocalyptic survival. Combining self-enhancement with external support was the way to go further and steadier. With this understanding, Yang Xuan's frustration completely vanished, replaced by a clear plan. He already had quite a few equipment-type external aids. Next, he needed to further solidify his own foundation to create a complementarity between both. Yang Xuan maintained his speed while the system interface stopped focusing on the chat channel. Instead, it jumped to the survival point exchange shop. In the special scene of the abandoned service area, the once abundant survival points, after attribute enhancement, were reduced to only 116 points. After that, upon reaching the second floor of the main building, he killed 3 ordinary mutated zombies, each worth 120 survival points, plus searching 2 wooden boxes on the second floor for 60 points and a bronze box for 50 points. In the final battle, when the boss died, it gave Yang Xuan a staggering 1200 survival points, the highest he had encountered from any monster, but the process was extremely dangerous, and only by surviving could he enjoy it. After the boss's death, he obtained 500 survival points from the golden box that exploded. At this point, his survival points became abundant again, totaling 2,286 points. As for the expenditure of survival points, Yang Xuan naturally would not spend them on basic survival supplies, as he had already acquired plenty in the special scene. Through his battle with the boss, the effect of his 10 agility was astonishing. Relying on the super reaction ability brought by agility, he stubbornly dodged several fatal attacks from the boss, allowing him to survive. The S-level skill Death's Eye, after adding a cooldown reset attribute, had undoubtedly become his most relied upon skill. It could be called a divine skill without exaggeration. However, the side effects brought by Death's Eye were significant. If it weren't for the strong recovery effect of the intermediate serum he obtained in the end, he might not have been able to recover from such a serious state in a short time. Yang Xuan also realized that the limitation on Death's Eye was due to his insufficient mental power. So now, he decided to spend all his survival points on enhancing his mental attributes. He opened the attribute panel. Strength, 6. Agility, 10. Constitution, 5. Mental, 6. Yang Xuan's gaze was firmly locked on the mental, 6 section, and with a thought, he quickly switched to the exclusive panel for attributing survival points. The exchange interface was designed simply and clearly indicating the attribute exchange rules. 500 survival points exchanged for 1 point of any attribute, with corresponding buttons for the 4 attributes below, each button having a blank box for inputting exchange points, and the cursor was currently resting in the input box for mental attributes. Current survival points 2,286, 500 points exchange for 1 point, can exchange up to 4 points of mental, with 286 points remaining. Yang Xuan quickly calculated without hesitation, entering 4 in the input box for mental attributes. As soon as the input was completed, a confirmation prompt immediately popped up at the bottom of the interface. Do you want to consume 2,000 survival points to raise your mental attribute from 6 to 10? It will take effect immediately after confirmation, and survival points will not be refunded once consumed. Confirm. Yang Xuan decisively clicked the confirm button. Almost at the moment of clicking, he could clearly see the survival points on the interface rapidly decrease from 2286 to 286, while a completely different warm current from the enhancement of strength and agility surged into his body. This warm current did not flow to his limbs but gathered directly in his mind, instantly dispelling the lingering dizziness from using Death's Eye multiple times, making his brain clearer than ever before. The mental value on the attribute panel also began to bounce, slowly rising from 6 to 7, 8, 9, finally stopping at 10, equal to his agility attribute, both reaching the limits of a normal person. Attribute panel. Strength, 6. Agility, 10. Constitution, 5. Mental, 10. Yang Xuan slowly closed his eyes, carefully feeling the changes after the mental enhancement. First and foremost, the most intuitive change was the complete expansion of his perception range. Previously, his perception was limited to within a close 30-meter range touched by vision and hearing, but now, his mental power spread out like an invisible fine net, quietly enveloping all areas within 100 meters ahead. The subtle patterns of the gravel on the road, the deep and shallow cracks in the ground, even the trajectory of dust falling in the air, all vividly feed back to his mind. The sound of zombies dragging their limbs in the distance was no longer a blur of noise, but a clear sound that could be accurately distinguished in direction and distance, painting a vivid and three-dimensional mental picture in his mind, almost like the feeling of gaining superpowers. In addition, the efficiency of his brain's operation had also changed significantly. Previously, after experiencing high-intensity exploration or combat, he would often have a brief period of mental sluggishness, taking a few seconds to sort out his thoughts. But now, his brain operated like a fully activated precision instrument, running incredibly smoothly. All the details from his past experiences and the various pieces of information he had gathered became clear, allowing him to instantly sort out useful content and even quickly simulate the potential outcomes of different choices. This clear logic of thought and superhuman memory gave him a more defined direction for the path ahead in survival. So this is what it feels like to be a genius. Yang Xuan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The enhancement of mental power not only strengthened himself but, more importantly, upgraded the S-class skill Eye of Death. At this moment, Yang Xuan's Eye of Death, due to his mental power reaching 10, could now lock onto 20 targets after activation. Along with the increase in target points, the most important aspect was the resistance to the side effects of the Eye of Death. Previously, using the skill more than 3 times would result in symptoms like splitting headaches, blurred vision, and even bleeding from the sensory organs. To avoid these side effects, he could only refrain from using the skill again within the original cooldown time of 5 minutes after each use. Now, with his mental power at 10, he had already broken through the previous limit where side effects would erupt after using the skill 3 times in a row. With his current condition, unlimited use was still impossible, but the enhanced mental power allowed him to activate it consecutively 5 times without side effects. If he ignored the useless effects, activating it consecutively 9 times would be the limit, at which point the side effects could cause him to gradually lose consciousness. If he continued, it could lead to life-threatening danger. However, it was still possible to enhance further. At this moment, attribute points could only increase to the human limit, but that didn't mean he couldn't strengthen himself further. Yang Xuan could already feel that this post-apocalyptic world would not limit human growth, it would rather like to see how stronger humans survive in the face of increasingly tough crises. Chapter 27, A-Class Skills. The increase in attribute points had a huge impact on his physical enhancement. Yang Xuan had now reached the limit of normal human agility and mental power. Currently, his attacking method still relied on the S-class skill Eye of Death for firepower, and the revolver with the unlimited bullet feature was able to perform at its best against any potential danger he might encounter. Additionally, he had obtained a new weapon, the Golden Desert Eagle, which would serve as his trump card. This handgun did not yet have the feature of unlimited bullets. After opening the box, he only acquired 100 special bullets. Yang Xuan had searched the trading channel and had not yet seen any trades for special bullets. It seems that in this early stage of the apocalyptic road, there were no other survivors who had obtained similar firearms, or those survivors who had obtained special bullets were, like him, unwilling to trade them due to their scarcity. In the trading market, the trade of general bullets was very frequent, and most were priced at 100 survival points for 200 general bullets, but general bullets were useless to Yang Xuan. He had not collected enough to sell and did not bother to purchase more. Currently, his survival points had been exhausted, and he wanted to continue improving his abilities. The only thing left in the backpack was a C-level skill random draw card and the last talent entry bestowal of the day. He had previously used a B-level skill draw card, and through the talent entry bestowal, he had drawn the S-level skill Eye of Death. High-level skills are extremely useful. Considering this, Yang Xuan decided to try drawing a high-level skill again. After all, he had 3 talent entry bestowals every day, and other items could be upgraded the next day. As the light flashed, the C-level skill draw card in the system backpack was bestowed with a talent entry. C-level skill draw card, special entry. When drawing skills, there is a 5% chance to draw an A-level skill. An A-level skill? It seems the entry bestowal can only upgrade the skill by 2 levels. Yang Xuan murmured to himself. Without hesitation, Yang Xuan directly used the C-level skill draw card. Skill drawing in progress, drawing completed. Gained an A-level skill, danger prediction. After the current skill is loaded, when danger approaches, the skill will trigger, allowing the survivor to anticipate danger directed at them within 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Yang Xuan suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with an uncontainable gleam of joy, even his breathing became hurried. With his S-level talent, all probabilities at 100% plus the talent entry bestowal, he was able to easily gain high-level skills, something that other survivors could not achieve. Then, Yang Xuan eagerly checked the skill details, his thoughts sliding across the system interface, repeatedly confirming the description of danger prediction. Anticipate danger directed at oneself within 5 seconds. Yang Xuan murmured, his mind racing to calculate the value of this skill. This is not just a simple defensive skill, but a way to avoid danger from the root.
With it, along with my 10 points of agility and Eye of Death, I can almost max out my survival ability. Previously, when facing a boss, even with his agility attribute allowing him to dodge fatal attacks, he still felt somewhat passive, and some attacks couldn't be completely avoided through reactions. But now with Danger Prediction, as long as there is danger directed at him, the skill will trigger, giving him a 5-second early warning. These 5 seconds are enough for him to respond, whether to evade or to use Eye of Death to lock onto the enemy's weakness for a counterattack, he would handle it with ease. Though the cooldown time of 30 minutes is a bit long, he still has his S-level talent, which resets the cooldown time of Eye of Death. Even if he didn't get a cooldown reset entry this time, after trying a few more times, it should eventually come up. If the A-level skill Danger Prediction possesses a cooldown reset entry, then he could defend against any danger directed at him at any time. Possessing a cooldown resetting Danger Prediction would no longer just be an A-level skill, it might even exceed S-level without doubt. However, he had already used up today's talent. He decided that tomorrow, after the talents refreshed, he would immediately try to bestow an entry on this A-level skill. Without any hesitation, Yang Xuan then chose Load Skill. In an instant, a cool energy surged into the depths of his consciousness. The skill information was etched into his mind like a brand, as if he had mastered the skill for a long time. He tried to activate his mental power to sense the skill status and clearly saw that the skill was in an activated and ready state, like a vigilant sentinel, constantly monitoring for potential dangers around him. To familiarize himself with the skill, Yang Xuan deliberately spread out his mental power, locking onto an ordinary zombie wandering toward him by the roadside. He stopped the vehicle, deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the zombie to approach gradually. Just as the zombie was 10 meters away and about to lunge at him, a faint prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind, and a brief image appeared. 3 seconds later, zombies would suddenly pounce on his body, their mouths open to bite his arm, their attack trajectory clear to see. Triggered. Yang Xuan felt a rush of joy inside his heart. After the vision ended, Yang Xuan stood in place, showing no signs of panic, lightly shifting his feet and using the agility from his 10 points to move half a step to the right in advance. Almost at the moment he moved, the zombie did indeed leap forward according to the trajectory he had seen, missing him and crashing heavily to the ground. Yang Xuan took this opportunity to raise the revolver in his hand, accurately aiming at the zombie's head, and after a crisp gunshot, the zombie no longer moved. This is so useful. Yang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. This attempt allowed him to fully understand the trigger mechanism and effect of Danger Prediction. The warning image provided was clear and intuitive, with no ambiguity at all, and the 5-second warning time was enough for him to respond perfectly. With this skill, when facing unknown dangers, powerful bosses, and even ambushes from other survivors in the future, he would have the absolute initiative. He put away the pistol with satisfaction, feeling even more confident in his heart. Now he not only had 2 attributes reaching the human limit but also held the S-level skill Death Eye and the A-level skill Danger Prediction, plus the trump card of the Desert Eagle. His overall combat power had already greatly surpassed most survivors at the same stage. Even when facing advanced special scenarios again, he was confident in his ability to cope. After testing the skill, Yang Xuan continued driving on the road. In his thoughts, the sky had quietly changed. The originally dim yellow sky was quickly swallowed by a thick darkness like ink. The apocalyptic night came particularly quickly, and in just a moment, the world was about to be engulfed in darkness. On the straight road stretched endlessly, only the headlights of the off-road vehicle cut through the darkness, like swords piercing through, barely illuminating the road ahead for a few dozen meters. Chapter 28, The Great Wilderness. As night fell, the time had already reached 6 o'clock sharp. At this moment, a system prompt popped up in front of Yang Xuan. The night safety zone speed race has started. All survivors please begin the race of speed and passion. With this off-road vehicle, Yang Xuan felt a sufficient sense of safety, allowing his mind to relax and not think of anything while driving. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. The night had quietly descended, and the safety zone race at 6 o'clock suddenly began. Realizing this, Yang Xuan had no time to think more and immediately stepped on the gas. The engine of the off-road vehicle roared, speeding up rapidly, and in a moment, the off-road vehicle raced out like a bolt of lightning in the night, dashing wildly down the road. At this moment, Yang Xuan felt uncertain. Although his off-road vehicle was fast, he had missed the best starting time. Even though he was confident in his own strength and not afraid to enter dangerous areas with multiple people. However, who wouldn't want to directly enter the safety zone? After all, there were no zombie dangers in the safety zone, and it prohibited survivors from fighting each other, allowing them to safely spend the night and rest better. When Yang Xuan's off-road vehicle had been racing at full speed for nearly 20 minutes, he knew he should not catch up to the safety zone. After 2 night races, he had a rough idea of the rules. When night fell and the time reached 6 o'clock, the race had already begun. The survivor with the fastest initial speed at this time could generally enter the safety zone within a few minutes. Last time, he used the 28 disc, and at the fastest speed, he was definitely not comparable to those vehicles. But he had done sufficient preparations in advance, already speeding up his vehicle, calculating at that moment's top speed, he would be able to enter the safety zone earlier than those survivors who might just be realizing the need to speed up. After realizing he could not enter the safety zone, Yang Xuan slowed down the speed of the off-road vehicle, maintaining a steady pace on the road. Fortunately, the vehicle had lights, allowing him to see the road clearly. After the vehicle had traveled for nearly an hour, a prompt suddenly popped up on his system. Detected a special scene ahead, Great Wilderness. The current scene is an emergency shelter type, allowing survivors to avoid high-risk threats on nighttime highways and to rest and recover. The limit is 50 people, survivors are about to enter. Yang Xuan raised his eyebrows, instinctively pressing down on the accelerator. He glanced at the introduction in the system. An emergency shelter scene means that there are not many zombie threats, allowing most survivors to lower their guard and take a break, but here, the real danger is not the zombies, but the cruelest robbers. After all, it's much easier to prey on solitary survivors than to fight off zombies. Soon, the scene in front of Yang Xuan suddenly shifted, directly transitioning from the endless road to a vast wilderness. This scene did not restrict the entry of vehicles for the survivors. Those who had specially upgraded vehicles could thrive in such special scenes. Although his vehicle was an upgraded type with heavy armor, he couldn't expose it in the wilderness. After one night, who knows what condition it would be in, so he tried to find a better shelter. The off-road vehicle bounced and sped through the wilderness, the headlights sweeping over cracked ground and withered low trees, distant roars occasionally sending chills down the spine. Yang Xuan's mental energy had already spread out, any movement within 100 meters was detected. Soon, a faint heat source caught his attention. 70 meters to the left front, there was a natural cave shielded from the wind, with the grass at the entrance trampled down, indicating that survivors had already settled there. As he approached, Yang Xuan got out of the car in advance, stowing the vehicle in his backpack, and walked over on foot. His mental energy entered the cave, which was about 30 square meters, with hay piled in the corner, and a small bonfire burning in the center. Sitting under the firelight were 6 survivors, 3 men and 3 women, all looking weary, bearing various injuries, nibbling on hard compressed biscuits. Noticing someone approaching, the 6 instantly tensed up, grabbing their weapons, steel pipes, machetes, and a rusty hunting rifle. "I'm just passing by, borrowing a place to rest for a night, no interference." Yang Xuan's voice was calm and steady. Without waiting for a response, he walked straight to the shadows at the deepest part of the cave and sat down. He tucked the revolver at his waist, appearing casual, but his muscles were tightly coiled. Should he trigger the danger foresight skill, he could activate the death's eye at any moment, with his mental energy firmly encompassing the entire cave. The 6 people scrutinized Yang Xuan a few times. Seeing he was alone, armed but not confrontational, they relaxed and returned to eating. The cave quickly settled back into silence, with only the crackling of the bonfire, occasionally mixed with distant roars from outside. Other survivors scattered throughout the vast wilderness were probably like them, seizing the time to rest. After all, only by enduring this long night could they continue to struggle on the apocalyptic road. Uncertain how much time had passed, just as everyone in the cave was becoming drowsy, a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly approached, accompanied by coarse laughter and cursing, shattering the night's tranquility. "Damn it, after searching for half an hour, we finally found a place with people. All of you get out here. Males to the left, females to the right, surrender all your equipment and supplies, otherwise, you'll be fed to the zombies outside." The entrance to the cave was blocked by several tall figures. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a black suit with a sullen face, holding a modified shotgun, followed by 8 thugs. Everyone has a weapon in their hands, among them 2 are holding standard rifles, the gun muzzles reflecting the cold light under the campfire. This is a well-equipped survival team. The 6 survivors in the cave immediately turned pale as they huddled together in fear. The middle-aged man swaggered into the cave, his shotgun casually sweeping over everyone, his eyes filled with mockery. "If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over your stuff, I can leave you a life. If you dare to hide anything, don't blame me for being ruthless." A burly man gritted his teeth, suddenly stood up, and tightened his grip on the shotgun. "This is all we have to stay alive. If we give it up, there's no way to survive tomorrow. Don't go too far." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the bandits behind the middle-aged man pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed painfully in the small cave, a burst of blood instantly erupted from the man's chest. He widened his eyes in disbelief, his body swayed, and he fell heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before going silent. The smell of blood spread, and the other people in the cave were scared out of their wits. A young girl even couldn't help but cry out loud. "Resistance? Seeking death." The middle-aged man spat, kicking over a stone by the campfire, sparks flying. "Does anyone else want to die? Step up." No one dared to make a sound again. The remaining 5 survivors trembled all over, obediently emptied their backpacks and piled their belongings on the ground, a few packs of compressed biscuits, a few bottles of water, a worn-out machete, and a few scattered bullets. Chapter 29, A Massacre. The middle-aged man in the suit glanced at the trash on the ground and instantly got angry. He raised his hand and slapped the nearest woman. "Is this junk? Are you trying to send a beggar away? I tell you, if I can't find something good today, don't think any of you will survive." His gaze swept across the cave, finally landing on Yang Xuan in the corner.
Seeing Yang Xuan sitting in the shadow, seemingly oblivious to everything happening in front of him, the middle-aged man's anger flared up, and he walked over with the shotgun, shoving the muzzle directly against Yang Xuan's head, while two thugs followed behind.
Kid, pretending to be deaf and dumb? Hurry up and hand over your gear, or I'll blast your head off.
Yang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, his dark pupil showing no ripple, only a cold indifference.
He originally wanted to hide and wait for this group to finish robbing and leave. After all, it was better to avoid trouble. But since they had pushed the gun to his head, remaining silent would be foolish. Get lost. One word clearly reached the middle-aged man's ears, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing as if he had heard the biggest joke. Ah, you're asking for death. At the moment the other party spoke, a warning sound of danger precognition rang in Yang Xian's mind, and a clear picture emerged. 3 seconds later, the middle-aged man's shotgun would fire, and the bullet would hit his shoulder. At the same time, a thug on the left behind him would swing a knife toward his waist, while the thug on the right would aim a rifle at his chest and fire. From their unhesitating murder and their intent to kill him, it was clear this group of thugs was extremely indifferent to human life. Since they meant to attack him, he would not let this group off either. Almost at the same time the image finished appearing, Yang Xuan moved. His body slid to the right like a ghost, his speed reaching its peak, completely surpassing human limits. This was the terrifying speed granted by his 10 agility points. Bang! The shotgun's bullet grazed his shoulder and shot into the stone wall, sending splinters flying. Before the middle-aged man could react, he saw a flash of cold light. Yang Xian's left hand had already gripped the revolver at his waist, while his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the wrist of the middle-aged man holding the gun. With the inertia brought by speed, he suddenly exerted strength and twisted. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The middle-aged man let out a heartbreaking scream, as the shotgun fell to the ground with a clang. Yang Xuan did not hesitate at all, he raised his left hand's revolver, and the Eye of Death was instantly activated, slowing down the time around him. The foreheads of the two thugs holding rifles each had a marking dot appear, instantly locked on with precision. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The two thugs didn't even have time to scream before they fell straight down, each with a blood hole in their foreheads. The change happened in the blink of an eye, so fast it was dazzling. The remaining 6 thugs were completely bewildered, they could never have imagined that this young man hiding in the corner was such a terrifying figure. They quickly came back to their senses. Seeing their armed comrades get killed, the others immediately abandoned what they were doing and charged toward Yang Xuan, weapons drawn. Among them, 2 even held strange items, one looked like a grenade, and the other looked like a Molotov cocktail. Yang Xian's breath caught when he saw the items the 2 had pulled out. Were they out of their minds? Their companions and their boss were still inside. If these things were detonated in this small cave, everyone inside would die. Thinking of that consequence, a cold sweat trickled down his brow. His eyes were filled with killing intent, without a hint of hesitation. The Eye of Death activated once more, his wrist spinning quickly as the revolver's muzzle flashed repeatedly. Bang! 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 4 gunshots rang out, and the 4 thugs attempting to encircle him fell to the ground, each shot in their foreheads, instantly killed. The remaining 2 bandits were terrified, their souls seemed to leave their bodies, and instinctively, they were about to drop the items in their hands. Yang Xuan couldn't let them drop what they were holding. With the 4 thugs in front gone, he activated the Eye of Death for the 3rd time. This time, Yang Xuan didn't just use the revolver, he took out the Golden Desert Eagle with his other hand, raising both guns. After a few gunshots, the 2 thugs, similarly, fell back with 2 blood holes in their foreheads, crashing heavily to the ground. However, unlike before, their wrists showed unusual bullet holes. Their arms were completely frozen like popsicles. Yang Xuan wasted 2 rounds of the Golden Desert Eagle to shoot ice attribute bullets because he had accurately simulated in his mind. After being shot, though they would die immediately, their body's instinctive reaction could potentially trigger the items in their hands. To avoid this possibility, he didn't mind wasting a few rounds. In the cave, the only thug left was the middle-aged man still convulsing. He looked at the pile of corpses on the ground, his eyes filled with fear and despair, repeatedly murmuring, "Devil, you are a devil." Yang Xuan walked in front of him, looking down from above, his gaze as cold as ice without a hint of warmth. The middle-aged man seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and quickly pleaded. "Big brother. I was wrong. I'll give you all my equipment. I have many survival points. I can." His words were cut short. Yang Xuan raised his hand and shot, piercing through his forehead. Decisive in killing, leaving no mercy, this was the iron law of survival in the apocalypse. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. The 5 survivors in the cave were already terrified, sitting limply on the ground, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Yang Xuan, not daring to even breathe. The flickering light of the campfire illuminated the corpses and bloodstains on the ground,
reflecting the pale yet fortunate faces of the 5 who had survived. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't because of the cold, but rather the shocking and terrifying scene of the fight just moments ago. The woman who had barely escaped death because the middle-aged man targeted Yang Xuan gripped her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her eyes were filled with fear, yet she couldn't help but glance at Yang Xuan, her gaze mixed with gratitude and deep dread. The companion of the man who had tried to resist, a small and thin middle-aged man, slowly crawled up from the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his face. His gaze towards Yang Xuan was filled with more awe than fear. He had witnessed the ruthlessness of that group of thugs and had seen Yang Xuan's strength, who single-handedly took down 9 well-equipped thugs in an instant. In this apocalypse, a person like this was absolutely not to be provoked but was also the most worthy ally to rely on.
Chapter 30, A Boost Again.
Silence spread in the cave for a moment, and the small middle-aged man was the first to come back to his senses. He took a deep breath, tidied his messy clothes, and cautiously took 2 steps closer to Yang Xuan. His footsteps were light, afraid of disturbing this decisive warrior, and his tone carried a hint of anxiety and utmost respect.
This big brother, thank you so much for saving us just now. If it weren't for you, we probably would have lost our lives today.
His words seemed to open a floodgate, and the other 4 also crawled up from the ground, crowding around, expressing their gratitude in a jumble of voices.
Yes, big brother, we can't thank you enough. You are our lifesaver.
If it weren't for you, that bastard would have crippled me, and they might have silenced me, said the woman who had been slapped by the suit-wearing middle-aged man, covering her still-burning cheek, her eyes reddening. The small middle-aged man took out his survival point panel from his system backpack, glanced at the others, and spoke in a deep voice. Big brother, we know you don't need these, but this is our small token of appreciation. We have gathered some survival points, and we hope you can accept them.
Although it's not much, it's our heartfelt gratitude.
As he spoke, he initiated a transfer request for 1,000 survival points. The other 4 were not shy either, quickly retrieving their panels and transferring between 1,000 to 500 survival points to Yang Xuan. In an instant, Yang Xuan's system alert sounded continuously as he received a total of 4,000 survival points. These survival points are our way of asking you to protect us for one night. The wilderness at night is dangerous, and with you here, we can be more at ease. The small middle-aged man added, his eyes filled with hope. Yang Xuan glanced at the newly added survival points on his system panel, and without any hesitation, he clicked to accept. He was in dire need of survival points, and since this was their goodwill, it was only right to accept it in return for saving them. In the apocalypse, there was no need to feign nobility. Accepting these survival points would clarify the relationship, and since he accepted the reward, he would naturally ensure their safety tonight without jeopardizing himself.
All right.
Yang Xuan merely uttered 2 words coldly, yet this made the 5 people present breathe a sigh of relief, their faces showing expressions of relief. With the promise of the strong, their anxious hearts finally settled. Next, the group tacitly divided the work, dragging the bodies of the thugs to the mouth of the cave, and using stones and weeds to simply clean the blood on the ground. The smell of blood dissipated a lot in the cave, and firewood was added to the campfire, with the dancing flames bringing more warmth to the cave. Everything that those thugs had dropped was respectfully handed over to Yang Xuan by the group. No one showed a trace of greed in their eyes as they all relied on this strong man to protect them. After experiencing the fierce battle, the 5 were exhausted both physically and mentally. They each found a corner to sit down, leaning against the rock wall to rest. Occasionally, they would steal glances at Yang Xuan, their eyes still filled with awe, but more so with a sense of security. Yang Xuan, sitting in the deepest shadows of the cave, closed his eyes to rest, but his mental energy was always enveloping the area within 100 meters, alert to any movement outside. This gang of thugs provided Yang Xuan with plenty of gear and survival supplies. He didn't even count the water and compressed biscuits, as these basic survival necessities had not been lacking for him so far. The most important items were a shotgun and 2 rifles, along with a total of 500 rounds of universal ammunition scavenged from the backpack. As for the melee weapons, they were all somewhat damaged, and he didn't keep any, giving them all to the others. After all, they also contributed a lot of survival points. Looking at his current 4,286 survival points, Yang Xuan felt a renewed desire to enhance his attributes.
Attribute panel. Strength, 6. Agility, 10. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 10.
With 4,000 survival points, he could exchange for 8 attribute points, which could nearly max out his attributes. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Xuan chose to first max out his constitution, as constitution relates to vitality and recovery ability. Even though he had super reactions and speed from his 10 points in agility, coupled with the 2 life-saving skills danger prediction and eye of death. However, unexpected events could always happen, and he took his own safety very seriously, not wanting to risk his life due to any unforeseen circumstances. After spending 2,500 survival points, he chose to exchange for 5 points in Constitution, directly raising it to the maximum limit of 10 points for an ordinary person. The moment the survival points were deducted, a warm energy surged from deep within his body, flowing through his limbs like a hot spring. This energy was not a violent impact, but a gentle nourishment. Where it passed, his previously sore and swollen muscles instantly relaxed, and the injuries that had not fully healed began to heal rapidly. Yang Xuan could clearly feel that his bones seemed to have been reforged, becoming harder and denser. His internal organs also received the nourishment of energy, and his beating heart became stronger, each beat capable of delivering more blood throughout his body, bringing a continuous source of vitality. He instinctively clenched his fists, the muscle lines beneath his skin faintly appearing, no longer showing the previously thin outline, but now filled with balanced explosive power. The fatigue from prolonged mental concentration vanished, replaced by a sense of lightness and steadiness, as though even after fighting for a day and night, he would feel no fatigue at all. What surprised him even more was that he could clearly perceive the dramatic rise in his vitality, like a fragile candle flame turning into a steady bonfire, capable of quickly recovering even from non-fatal injuries thanks to his strong constitution, significantly increasing his survival error tolerance.
The feeling of maxing out my constitution is truly different.
Yang Xuan sighed inwardly, not stopping his progress in enhancing his attributes. With the remaining 1786 survival points, he used them all to enhance his strength attribute. 1786 points could perfectly exchange for 3 points, raising his strength from 6 to 9 points, only 1 point short of the limit for an ordinary person. If the enhancement of his constitution was a gentle nourishment, then the boost in strength brought a completely different sense of impact. Several concentrated energies suddenly surged into the muscle groups of his limbs, and Yang Xuan could even hear the faint sound of muscle fibers tearing and rapidly reorganizing, followed by a strong sense of pressure, replaced quickly by a feeling of pleasure as he broke through. He slowly raised his arm, clearly feeling the terrifying strength within the muscles of his arm, as if a gentle squeeze could crush stones. Yang Xuan calmly raised his hand and gently punched the rock wall beside him. With a muffled thud, the sound echoed. A clear fist mark suddenly appeared on the rock wall, and loose stones fell down. This was the result of him intentionally restraining his strength. If he had used his full power, it would probably have directly penetrated this not-so-thick rock wall. He could feel that the increase in strength was not only due to the enhancement of muscle explosive power but also optimized the coordination of his body. The speed advantage brought by his original 10 points in agility, combined with the now near-limit strength, meant that even without firearms, he could easily handle ordinary mutated zombies with just his body strength. Chapter 31 Command the Battle. Except for strength, which was still 1 point away from the maximum value, the other 3 attributes had reached the limits of a normal person, and his overall combat power had increased a notch from before. Yang Xuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his aura became even more stable. In his originally cold gaze, there was now an added confidence of controlling everything.
Attribute panel. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Physique, 10. Spirit, 10.
Among the 5 survivors, the others finally relaxed their minds because of Yang Xuan's presence, each entering a state of deep rest. But there was one person who did not completely fall asleep, the companion of the man who had previously tried to resist the thugs, a small-statured middle-aged man. He leaned against the rock wall, his gaze unconsciously falling on Yang Xuan. The more he looked, the more he felt shocked, and his inner admiration surged like a tidal wave. Before Yang Xuan's attribute enhancement, he only thought this strong person was cold, decisive, and had an aura that could repel anyone thousands of miles away. But at this moment, looking again, although Yang Xuan still sat in the shadows, his aura was completely different. It was a calmness refined from extreme strength, as if all dangers in the world could not shake him in the slightest. The original coldness now had a touch of commanding authority. Even just sitting there quietly, he seemed like an inviolable god. He recalled the shock of seeing Yang Xuan sweep away 9 thugs alone, and coupled with the slight change in aura when Yang Xuan sat quietly, his heart became more certain. This strong person had definitely broken through his own limits and become stronger. To be by such a powerful individual's side was simply their luck. As the night deepened, the wild winds howled past the cave entrance, bringing waves of coldness, but failing to disperse a trace of warmth and peace inside the cave. However, this peace did not last long. The body of the thug who had been dragged to the cave entrance, although simply dealt with, still held a strong smell of blood that was extraordinarily intense in the silent night, like a lighthouse in the darkness, attracting zombies searching for food in the wilderness. Roar! Roar! The roars of the undead came closer, and Yang Xuan's mental power quickly sensed the movements around him. He continued to concentrate. After a moment, within the range covered by his mental power, a group of zombies entered, numbering about 8, including 3 ordinary zombies and 5 slightly larger ordinary mutated zombies, which had surrounded the entrance of their cave completely. Wake up! Prepare for battle! Yang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, his deep voice instantly breaking the tranquility of the cave. Before his words fell, he had already stood up to grasp his revolver while throwing a shotgun and 2 rifles to the 5 who had already been startled awake. Grab your weapons and stand in the positions I direct. You 2 guard the left side and output with shotguns at close range. You 2 men guard the right side and middle, using rifles for precise shots, prioritizing mutated zombies. The 2 women guard in the back with cleavers to fill in the gaps. Don't let the zombies rush in.
These zombies posed no threat to Yang Xuan at the moment. He promised to protect everyone's safety here, so he would not allow anyone to die in front of him. But that did not mean he would take on all the battles, it was time for them to contribute when needed. Although the five were abruptly awakened. A heart full of panic, but upon hearing Yang Xuan's calm command, he instantly found his anchor. They dared not hesitate for a moment, quickly grabbing weapons and rushing to their designated positions, hands tightly gripping their weapons, nervously staring at the cave entrance. The thin middle-aged man took a deep breath, aimed his shotgun at the cave entrance, and pressed his finger tightly beside the trigger. Half a minute later. Roar! 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 A series of harsh roars came from the cave entrance, followed by a few ordinary zombies, reeking and in tattered clothes, appearing at the entrance, their eyes glowing red, pouncing towards the living inside the cave. Following them were 5 sturdy ordinary mutated zombies, their claws digging deep trenches in the ground, moving at a speed far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Fire! With Yang Xuan's command. Bang! 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 The roar of the shotgun mixed with the crisp sound of rifles, creating a downpour of bullets at the cave entrance. The shotgun in the thin middle-aged man's hands had immense power. One shot turned the first 2 ordinary zombies into a sieve, sending them toppling backward. Although the shots of the other 2 men were not very accurate, under Yang Xuan's real-time command, they also hit the heads of 2 mutated zombies, taking them down. One on the left is escaping. Yang Xuan's eyes were sharp, instantly noticing a mutated zombie had circled to the blind spot on the left side of the entrance and was about to pounce on the thin middle-aged man. Before he finished speaking, the revolver in his hand fired, the bullet accurately piercing the head of the mutated zombie. The remaining zombies became even more frenzied, rushing madly towards the cave. Under Yang Xuan's precise command, the 5 people, although still tense, began to coordinate more smoothly. The 2 women in the back also summoned their courage, chopping down with their knives at the zombies' heads as they fell, ensuring they were truly dead. In a brief 2 minutes, the 8 attacking zombies were all dealt with. The cave entrance was piled high with zombie corpses, the smell of blood growing stronger, but the people inside the cave let out a long sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles of survival. Phew, finally dealt with. Thanks to Brother Yang's command. A young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his tone filled with gratitude and admiration. The thin middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, sighing. Brother Yang is not only strong but also an excellent commander. If it weren't for your reminder just now, I might have already been pounced on by that mutated zombie. With you here, we feel much more at ease. Others echoed in agreement, their gazes towards Yang Xuan filled with deepening awe and trust. Yang Xuan ignored the praise, instead furrowing his brow tightly. His mental power always enveloped the surroundings. Although the battle had dealt with the first wave of zombies, he could clearly sense a more terrifying presence rapidly approaching from farther into the darkness, a power far exceeding any mutated zombie they had encountered before. Don't let your guard down. Even more dangerous things are coming. Yang Xuan said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the darkness outside the cave entrance. Everyone, get ready, this next enemy is not comparable to the previous zombies. The smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze, their nerves that had just relaxed tensing up again. They followed Yang Xuan's gaze to the cave entrance, seeing only a thick darkness, as if a giant beast lurking within was waiting to feast on them. Thud! 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 The heavy footsteps echoed from the darkness, pounding against each person's heart like a drum. As the footsteps grew closer, the ground began to shake violently, the bonfire inside the cave flickering, adding an even more terrifying atmosphere with each shifting shadow. Chapter 32, Mutated Zombie Beast. Suddenly, a shadow that obscured the sky slowly emerged from the thick darkness. Step by step approaching the cave entrance. That shadow was extremely large, standing height over twice that of the cave entrance. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble violently, as if even the earth was shaking in anticipation of its arrival. When the shadow fully revealed itself, the 5 survivors inside the cave were instantly scared out of their wits. Some weak in the legs collapsed to the ground, their weapons clattering to the floor. Some covered their mouths, unable to scream, their eyes filled with utmost terror, as if they had encountered the most horrifying existence in the world. This was a doomsday-level superboss, a beastly mutated zombie monster. It had a body as strong as a lion, but was covered with dark scales, with green putrid liquid oozing out from the cracks of its armor, emitting a nauseating stench. Its head was a ferocious reptilian shape, and when it opened its mouth, it was filled with razor-sharp fangs like saw blades. Drool mixed with putrid liquid dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding it into small pits. Its limbs were thick as pillars, ending in sickle-like claws that gleamed with a cold, chilling light. On its back were a pair of tattered flesh wings, incapable of supporting it in flight, but adding an eerie and terrifying aura. Even more suffocating was the violent and dense black evil energy emanating from the superboss, forming an invisible field of terror. This field felt like a mountain weighing 10,000 tons, pressing down on everyone. Apart from Yang Xuan, the other 5 felt as if their chests were blocked by giant stones, making it hard to breathe, their bodies weak, not even having the strength to lift a finger. The confidence they had built up with great difficulty crumbled instantly in the face of this overwhelming power.
despair washed over them like a tide, drowning them.
This what kind of monster is this? We simply can't fight it.
The small middle-aged man slumped to the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with despair.
We are dead for sure.
A young woman broke down crying, her tears mingling with cold sweat sliding down her face.
She kept mumbling, "Help, someone save us."
Just when everyone was about to completely collapse, Yang Xuan stepped forward. His steady aura collided with the boss's violent energy, forming an invisible barrier that surprisingly dissipated part of the oppressive energy weighing down on them.
What are you panicking for?
Yang Xian's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, carrying an undeniable authority and power, instantly penetrating their fears.
It's just a bit bigger and uglier, it's not some god. If you give up first, that's truly the end.
His gaze swept over the collapsed crowd, his eyes firm and sharp. You just managed to work together to deal with those zombies, which proves you are not useless.
Now, get up.
Your lives are worth more than this. Yang Xian's words acted like a morale booster, injecting courage into everyone's hearts. They looked at Yang Xuan straight back, seeing him standing steady as a mountain under the terrifying aura of the super boss, their despair gradually replaced by a glimmer of light. Yes, this strong man before them could easily deal with 9 well-equipped thugs. Maybe, just maybe, there really was a way to face this monster. The small middle-aged man was the first to grit his teeth and push himself up from the ground, trembling as he picked up the dropped shotgun.
Brother Yang is right. We can't give up.
With his encouragement, the others also rallied their courage, struggling to get to their feet and gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes still filled with fear, but now with added determination. Seeing this, Yang Xuan nodded slightly. He knew very well that facing such a super boss, the role these 5 could play was extremely limited, forcing them into a direct battle would only lead to needless deaths.
Listen to my command, Yang Xuan said in a deep voice.
All 5 of you retreat to the deepest corner of the cave, use the terrain to protect yourselves. You cover with the shotgun from a distance, aim at its eyes and shoot. The other 2 men, use rifles to shoot at the gaps in its scales, no need to aim for a hit, just distract its movements. The 2 women, guard the rear, once any zombies slip in, use your machetes to deal with them, while keeping an eye on your surroundings to prevent other surprises.
Understood.
The 5 replied in unison, their voices still a bit trembling, but they had regained basic order and quickly retreated to the corner deep in the cave, preparing themselves. After arranging everyone, Yang Xuan turned around, facing the super boss at the cave entrance.
He tightened his grip on the revolver in his hand, his mental power reaching its peak.
After a brief moment of rest, his A-level skill danger prediction had reset its cooldown time, allowing him at least to find an opportunity to fight back in this dire situation. In the next moment, Yang Xian's danger prediction triggered without warning. A scene appeared in his mind, the zombie beast was crouched on the ground, seemingly gathering power, and then in the next second, it suddenly appeared in front of him as if teleporting. It would wave its right claw and sweep toward Yang Xian's body. This strike had enough power to severely injure him. The vision ended, and Yang Xian's eyes sharpened as he silently counted the time. When he reached 3, he suddenly exerted force under his feet, the extreme speed granted by his 10 agility points displayed brilliantly at that moment. His figure retreated to the left like a ghost, barely brushing against the edge of the zombie beast's sharp claw to narrowly escape.
Boom!
A deafening explosion sounded as the zombie beast's claw slammed hard against the rock wall at the cave entrance. The hard rock crumbled like tofu dregs, debris flew everywhere, dust filled the air, and the cave entrance was instantly widened by more than half. The falling stones hit the ground with a dull thud. The 5 people hiding deep in the cave were filled with fear, instinctively shrinking their necks, their eyes full of horror as they looked at Yang Xuan. They had not seen how this monster appeared in front of Yang Xuan. If struck directly by this blow, they feared not even bones would remain.
The dust had not yet cleared when Yang Xian's figure flashed out from the shadows.
He did not pause at all, his wrist quickly raised, and Death Eye instantly activated, slowing time around him. The pair of crimson eyes on the zombie beast's head were immediately locked onto with precision. The Death Eye with 10 mental points had 20 marking points, all of which were targeted.
Bang, bang, bang. 20 bullets were all shot out in the slowed time, gunshots rang in succession, the bullets whistling through the air accurately aimed at the zombie beast's eyeball.
This was the most obvious weakness Yang Xuan could find. He did not believe such an attack would be without effect. Chapter 33, Struggling to Fight Back. Just as Yang Xuan awaited the fruit of victory, when the dust cleared, reality dealt him a heavy blow. He heard a crisp ding-ding-ding sound as the bullet slammed against the outer layer of the zombie beast's eyeball, which was covered by a transparent film, and they were deflected away, only leaving a few barely visible white marks. That film was terrifyingly resilient, like the highest quality bulletproof glass, completely blocking the bullets from the revolver. The zombie beast let out a furious roar, clearly enraged by the few bullets. Its crimson gaze locked onto Yang Xuan fiercely, its thick left arm suddenly raised, whipping through the air, and then it stomped down heavily on Yang Xuan's position. The ground of the cave, already not very solid, cracked instantly with spiderweb-like patterns, debris flying everywhere.
Yang Xian's eyes widened again, trying to use his agility to dodge to the side, but still, he was swept by the violent airflow. A rush of blood surged through his body. Only then did he realize that the defense of the super zombie beast exceeded his imagination. Ordinary bullets couldn't even break its defense. What troubled him even more was that the cooldown time for danger prediction was a staggering 30 minutes. He had already used it to dodge its right claw sweep and couldn't trigger it again in a short time. From then on, every dodge had to rely on his own reaction speed and his prediction of the zombie beast's movements. Without the early warning of danger prediction, Yang Xian's situation instantly became perilous. The zombie beast's attacks grew increasingly violent, with claws sweeping and massive hooves trampling, each strike carrying the power to destroy everything. Yang Xian felt like a small boat in a storm, relying solely on extreme agility to dodge, unable to find any chance to counterattack. He tried to shoot bullets at the gaps in the zombie beast's armor, but those gaps were terrifyingly narrow. Even with the death sight boost, he hit accurately, but the skin inside was equally hard, and the bullets were deflected away. Roar! The zombie beast lifted its head and let out a deafening roar. Dark green rotten liquid splattered from its mouth, hitting the ground and instantly corroding small pits that emitted white smoke. It suddenly opened its massive jaws, and a foul, corrosive wind rushed toward him, causing Yang Xian's skin to prick painfully. He quickly held his breath and leaped back, narrowly evading this corrosive wind. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Tricky, too tricky. The strength of this zombie beast had already surpassed his imagination. The revolver could not break through its defenses at all, and danger prediction was on cooldown again. Yang Xian gritted his teeth, struggling to dodge under the beast's torrential assault, each movement a narrow escape. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. Deep in the cave, the 5 people watched anxiously. The small, thin middle-aged man raised a shotgun and pulled the trigger at the zombie beast's eyes. The shot whizzed out but was still deflected by the transparent membrane. The other 2 men were also unwilling to back down, continuously pulling the trigger on their rifles. The bullets hit the zombie beast's armor, making clanging sounds like scratching an itch. Though their attacks couldn't harm the zombie beast, they successfully drew some of its attention. Yang Xian's gaze fixed on the cold-glowing desert eagle at his waist. That was his last trump card. He no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of the zombie beast's momentary pause to stomp, he swiftly rolled to the side, drawing the desert eagle with lightning speed while stowing the ineffective revolver away. As the cold gun entered his hand, Yang Xian's mind instantly calmed. He quickly activated the system panel of the Desert Eagle in his mind, switching the bullets to ice properties. A faint blue aura flickered at the gun's muzzle, and the special ice attribute ammunition was ready. Now's the time. The zombie beast had just crushed a piece of rock with force, lowering its massive head slightly and exposing the unarmored gap in its neck. Yang Xian's eyes shone with intensity, Death's Eye activated instantly, stretching time at that moment, and every detail of the zombie beast's neck was clearly displayed before him. The bullets of the Desert Eagle were limited and couldn't be wasted. He could only mark what seemed to be weak points on the zombie beast's body. He raised his gun sharply, his wrist steady as a rock, with no tremor whatsoever. Bang! 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 3 muffled gunshots erupted with a power far beyond the revolver. 3 ice attribute bullets, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, cut through the air like shooting stars, precisely hitting the unarmored gap of the zombie beast. Crack! A faint crunch sounded as the bullet stubbornly wedged itself into the gap of the scales. Immediately, a visible chill spread rapidly from the bullet's center. Roar! The zombie beast let out a miserable howl, this time not in rage, but filled with genuine pain. It could clearly feel a cold power aggressively eroding its flesh and blood, even its bones starting to feel icy. Its action suddenly halted, raising its front paw to frantically scratch at its neck, the gigantic body shaking violently in the cave, causing stones to fall from the rock walls. Effective! Yang Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his eyes showed no sign of relaxation. He knew very well that this was only a temporary control. With the fierce physique of this zombie beast, this bit of cold could not inflict fatal damage on it at all. The 5 people deep in the cave also stared blankly, then erupted into a suppressed cheer. It's useful! Brother Yang's gun is effective! The small middle-aged man trembled with excitement. But Yang Xian had no time to pay attention to them. He quickly scanned the small cave, his brows tightly knit. The space here was just too small. The zombie beast's massive body almost occupied the entire entrance, and once it broke free of control, there would be no space for everyone to dodge. Moreover, he thought of 2 things. He still had grenades and Molotov cocktails confiscated from the thugs in his backpack. These 2 items were extremely powerful, but using them in the cave would be like committing mutual destruction, with splintered rocks and spreading flames likely to consume them first. They had to move the battlefield outside. Yang Xian decisively shouted during the moment the zombie beast was restrained by the chill. Everyone listen. Rush out of the cave with me. The space here is too small for fighting. Upon hearing this, the 5 did not hesitate at all. Having just experienced the battle,
they had absolute obedience to Yang Xian's orders and tightly followed behind him. Roar! At this moment, the zombie beast suddenly let out a wild roar, the chill around its neck was forcibly shaken off. Its crimson eyes fixed intensely on Yang Xian, filled with resentment, its massive claws pounded fiercely against the ground as it charged toward Yang Xian. Run! Yang Xian's face changed, raising his hand for another shot. The ice attribute bullet struck the thin membrane of the zombie beast's eye again, although it still couldn't penetrate, it delayed its movements by another half a second. In this half second, Yang Xian had already led everyone to the mouth of the cave. As soon as they stepped out of the cave, a sharp cold wind rushed at them, mixed with a strong smell of blood. Yang Xian's mental energy instantly expanded, and his expression became even more grave. Outside the cave, swarms of dark shadows were gathering toward them in the wilderness. These were ordinary zombies attracted by the earlier gunshots and howls, numbering at least 20 or 30. With the zombie beast ahead and a horde of zombies blocking the way behind. A desperate situation, a real desperate situation. Chapter 34, The Arrival of the Convoy. The piercing cold wind swept the stinging smell of blood across the faces of the five, yet it was nothing compared to the chill in their hearts. They looked at the advancing and terrifying zombie beast in front of them, then turned back to see the dense horde of zombies closing in from behind, the color drained from their faces as despair engulfed them like a tidal wave. There's no way out. A young woman's voice trembled with tears, her body shaking uncontrollably, the machete in her hand fell to the ground with a clank, but she didn't even notice. The earlier strength of Yang Xian had sparked their hope for survival, but the absolute deadlock they faced now instantly turned that hope into vapor. The small middle-aged man tightly gripped his shotgun, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His gaze fell on Yang Xian's upright figure, his eyes filled with deep complexity. He had witnessed Yang Xian's strength with his own eyes, that extraordinary skill, precise marksmanship, and the desert eagle that could damage the zombie beast. If Yang Xian wanted to break through alone, there might be a chance. But the five of them were purely a burden. He took a deep breath, suppressing the despair in his heart, and with great difficulty spoke to Yang Xian's back. "Brother Yang, you should go on your own." Saying this felt as if it had drained all the energy from his body. "We know you've tried your best, and we are grateful that you have protected us this far. In the apocalypse, preserving one's own life is the most important thing. You don't have to drag yourself down because of a previous promise." The others responded as well, their eyes filled with reluctance and fear, but they still managed to nod along, forcing back their sadness. "Yes, Brother Yang, you go on ahead. We've accepted our fate. Surviving this long is already a win, don't worry about us." Their words were filled with deep despair, yet there was no trace of resentment towards Yang Xian. They all understood that the apocalypse was this cruel, and what Yang Xian had done was already far beyond what others could achieve. Yang Xian frowned tightly, his heart in intense struggle. He had indeed promised to protect these five, and having taken their survival points, he should fulfill that promise. But the situation at hand had exceeded his control, continuing to take these five with him was akin to seeking death. Self-preservation is the first iron rule of survival in the apocalypse, being merciful to others is cruel to oneself. He could clearly feel the zombies behind him were less than 10 meters away, the zombie beast in front had stopped its roar, its crimson eyes fixed on him, its throat emitting a low growl as if gathering strength for a fatal strike. Every second brought them closer to death. Just as Yang Xian's internal balance began to tilt toward self-preservation, preparing to use the Desert Eagle to force open an escape route, the super zombie beast suddenly let out a deafening roar, its massive body charging violently against the cave's rock wall. Boom! With a loud noise, the rock wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, debris flying everywhere. The zombie beast's colossal body broke free from the confines of the cave, completely stepping into the wilderness, its crimson gaze once again locking onto Yang Xian, rushing toward him with earth-shattering might. "Be careful!" The thin middle-aged man exclaimed, instinctively raising his shotgun, but he didn't dare to pull the trigger, the distance was too close, and firing would only injure Yang Xian. Yang Xian's eyes sharpened, no longer hesitating, gripping the Desert Eagle tightly, quickly switching the bullet type in his mind. A light purple electric flash flickered at the muzzle, the thunder attribute bullet was now ready. He dodged the rushing air from the zombie beast's charge, preparing to pull the trigger when a deep, rumbling engine noise suddenly came from the darkness ahead, accompanied by the heavy sound of metal crushing the ground. V-room! V-room! The sound grew closer, and 5 piercing beams of light suddenly pierced through the darkness, accurately aimed at the super zombie beast. Everyone squinted to see 5 fearsome-looking armored vehicles speeding toward them. These vehicles were wrapped in thick black armor, the windows covered with bulletproof glass, heavy machine guns mounted on the rooftops, and sharp ramming horns added to the sides, clearly modified to possess formidable combat power. The 5 armored vehicles fanned out in a crescent shape, quickly approaching the battlefield, their engines roaring deafeningly. The heavy machine guns atop were already aimed at the zombie beast but did not fire immediately, seemingly observing the situation. Startled by the glaring beams of light, the zombie beast halted its charge, its massive head turning toward the convoy, emitting a furious roar as if warning the intruders. The zombies that had been closing in stopped their steps upon hearing the harsh sound of the engine, most of them changing direction and turning their attention to the convoy. Yang Xian's eyes instantly sharpened, his mental energy spread out at full force, carefully inspecting the situation of the convoy. In his perception, all 5 vehicles were specially reinforced, almost armed to the teeth, but the 8 people inside the vehicles had very average physical attributes, none of them had any attribute reaching 10 points. Yang Xian understood in his heart that this group prioritized reinforcing their vehicles over their own physical strength in the apocalypse's survival game. They believed external equipment could give them even greater power. They're not here to save us? The small, skinny middle-aged man quickly sensed something was wrong and whispered. The convoy's intentions were too clear, from their appearance to their approach, all their attention was on the zombie beast, and not a single extra glance was given to the few people in dire straits. Yang Xian nodded, his tone serious. They're here for the zombie beast. He could clearly see that in their eyes, there was no pity for the weak, only greed and determination towards the zombie beast. The appearance of this convoy broke the current deadlock but also brought new unknowns and dangers. He tightened his grip on his Desert Eagle with a golden sand color, the thunder attribute bullets ready to fire at any moment, vigilantly observing every move of the convoy, prepared for any unexpected situation. The 5 people behind him felt their hearts sink. They understood that being caught between the convoy and the zombie beast was like a leaf in a wild wind, ready to be swept into a deadly whirlpool at any moment. The small, skinny middle-aged man gripped his shotgun tightly, quietly moved to Yang Xian's side, and whispered. Brother Yang, what should we do now? Should we take the opportunity to escape or wait a little longer? Yang Xian's gaze locked ahead, slowly shaking his head. Don't rush. Let's observe first. Although the convoy is well equipped, their people are ordinary. They've somewhat underestimated this zombie beast. We'll stay hidden behind the rubble pile, using the terrain for cover. Once both sides are entangled, we'll find an opportunity to break out. As soon as he finished speaking, a dull command came from the convoy ahead, and the 5 reinforced vehicles immediately moved. The heavy machine guns on top of the vehicles lit up with a cold gleam. Chapter 35, The Convoy's Destruction. Open fire. The leader of the convoy issued a muffled command, which was transmitted through the radio to each vehicle. Before the words even finished, the heavy machine guns on the roofs of the 5 reinforced vehicles roared simultaneously. Da-da-da. The dense rain of bullets poured down with an ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart, as they crazily sprayed towards the super zombie beast. The auxiliary machine guns on the sides of the vehicles also opened fire simultaneously, forming an impenetrable net of gunfire, locking down the zombie beast's body. The bullets hit the zombie beast's thick scale armor, making a clank-clang sound, sparks flying, but most of them were deflected. But the convoy had clearly prepared for this, concentrating their fire on the weak areas of the zombie beast, such as its neck and abdomen, where the scales were thinner. Under the intense barrage, bloodied gaps were torn open on the zombie beast's body, dark green corrosive liquid spurted out, hitting the ground with a sizzling sound, corroding small pits in the earth. Roar! The zombie beast howled in pain, its massive body being forced back by the intense fire, temporarily halted in its movements. The 5 reinforced vehicles took the opportunity to approach in a fan shape, the heavy machine guns on their roofs continuously firing, not giving the zombie beast a moment to breathe. 2 of the vehicles even sped up, using the sharp corners on the sides of their bodies to slam hard into the zombie beast's limbs, trying to trip it and bring it down. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds echoed as the sharp corners slammed into the zombie beast's legs, but it only caused the creature to stagger slightly. The hard scales on its body even deformed the corners a little. But these 2 impacts successfully disrupted the rhythm of the zombie beast. It staggered back 2 steps, its crimson eyes swirling with furious rage, its already violent aura becoming even more terrifying. Effective! Keep suppressing. The voice of the convoy leader was filled with excitement as he shouted through the loudspeaker. Vehicle 3 and 5, go around the back and attack its hind leg joints. Be sure to hold it down. Seeing the temporary advantage gained from the firepower suppression on the zombie beast, the convoy members were filled with confidence, adjusting their vehicles' positions to attempt a full-scale encirclement. Hiding behind a pile of rubble, Yang Xian frowned slightly, his sharp eyes staring intently at the battlefield. Something's wrong, this zombie beast hasn't truly unleashed its power yet. As soon as the words fell, the situation on the battlefield flipped suddenly. The zombie beast suddenly stopped retreating, threw its head back, and let out a deafening roar. This roar contained a violent energy that made the surrounding air tremble, cracking the glass of 5 reinforced vehicles like spider webs. The people inside were knocked dizzy, buzzing in their ears, and the shooting rhythm was instantly disrupted. Seizing this moment, the zombie beast lowered its body, exerting force in its limbs, and charged toward the nearest reinforced vehicle like an arrow released from its bow. Its speed far surpassed before, heavy footsteps made the ground violently shake, and the scattered stones along the path flew into the air. Not good. Get out of the way. The convoy leader's face changed drastically as he shouted in warning madly. But it was too late. The reinforced vehicle barely turned its direction when the huge body of the zombie beast crashed into it. Boom! With a thunderous noise, the solid reinforced armor crumpled and tore like paper. The vehicle was instantly sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The heavy machine gun on the roof was immediately rendered useless, and a few piercing screams filled the vehicle before falling silent. With a successful strike, the zombie beast became even more furious. It turned around and swung its massive claws to viciously strike the nearby vehicle that attempted to fire. Crack! The vehicle body made of heavy armor was directly torn open by the claws, and the gunner inside didn't have time to react before being swept by the claws, instantly torn apart into pieces, blood and flesh splattering all over the cabin. The convoy's firepower network completely collapsed. The remaining 3 vehicles, upon witnessing this, were terrified and no longer dared to press forward to attack, hastily turning to flee the battlefield. But how could the zombie beast give them the chance? It took heavy steps, quickly chasing one of the vehicles, and its thick tail suddenly swept out, like a steel whip striking the vehicle's body. Bang! The vehicle spun several times in place, its tires bursting instantly, and it flipped over on the ground. The zombie beast followed closely behind, its gigantic hooves stomping down fiercely. With a crunch, the vehicle was directly crushed flat, and the people inside didn't even have time to scream before being turned into mush. In just 1 minute, 3 out of 5 reinforced vehicles had been destroyed, with casualties over half. The remaining 2 vehicles fled frantically, the engine roaring at its maximum, but still could not shake off the relentless zombie beast behind them. The zombie beast's speed far exceeded their expectations as it closed in repeatedly, its massive claws slamming against the vehicle's body, shredding the armor to pieces. Eventually, one of the vehicles, in its panic, crashed into a large rock, causing the body to disintegrate on the spot. Another vehicle, while luckily speeding 100 meters away, was leaped upon by the zombie beast, its enormous body crashing down directly on the vehicle's roof. Boom! The roof collapsed, glass shattered, and the zombie beast lowered its head, opening its bloodstained maw to swallow the people inside whole. The battlefield instantly fell into silence, leaving only the heavy breathing of the zombie beast and the crackling sounds of burning vehicles. 5 armored vehicles, fully loaded with weapons. At this moment, it had turned into a heap of twisted scrap metal, surrounded by broken limbs and blood, the heavy smell of blood mixed with the stench of burning flesh, making one want to gag. The zombie beast stood beside the pile of scrap metal, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, its wounds slowly healing at a visibly noticeable speed. The earlier battle not only did not weaken it, but instead made its aura even more violent. It seemed to sense something, as its enormous head slowly turned toward the pile of rubble, its crimson gaze locking onto the hiding spot of Yang Xuan and the 5 others. The 5 people hiding behind the rubble were already trembling with fear at the horrific scene before them, their faces pale, not daring to even breathe. The small, thin middle-aged man clutched the shotgun tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat, his eyes filled with extreme terror. Yang Xian's brows furrowed tightly, his grip on the golden desert eagle tightening slightly. He thought to himself, the combat power of this zombie beast is too terrifying. The fully armed convoy had been completely wiped out in an instant, forming a stark contrast to their spirited arrival. The destruction of the convoy meant that they would once again become targets for the zombie beast. Yang Xian's mind was highly focused, constantly thinking about how to survive the impending battle. At that moment, a sound suddenly roared from afar, as loud as a sonic boom. In an instant, within the area covered by Yang Xian's mental power, he sensed a ray imbued with terrifying energy. Boom! A loud explosion erupted beside his ear, and the others felt dizzy, covering their ears and crouching down. Only Yang Xian stood still, completely unfazed, his gaze locked tightly on the zombie beast, disbelief showing on his face. Because at this moment, he saw that the zombie beast, which had not even been penetrated by concentrated fire, now had a large hole blown in its scales by the attack from afar, dark green corrosive liquid gushing out from its wound. Chapter 36, The Mysterious Strong Fighter. The dark green corrosive liquid from the zombie beast gushed out, corroding the ground into a large pit that emitted white smoke, a nauseating stench spreading around. The zombie beast let out an extremely shrill roar, its massive body staggering back 2 steps, its crimson eyes filled with rage. The murderous intent that had locked onto Yang Xian and the others was immediately and completely redirected by this sudden heavy blow. Yang Xian's gaze instantly locked onto the source of the ray, and he saw a slender yet tall figure standing quietly on the distant ridge. It was a woman, dressed in a black tight-fitting combat suit that outlined her graceful body, her face covered by a half-silver mask, revealing only a pair of cold and sharp eyes, locking onto the zombie beast through a special sniper scope. In her hands was a sci-fi-style silver-gray sniper rifle, gleaming with the cold brilliance of metal, and the terrifying ray just now was indeed emitted from this weapon. As the zombie beast fixed its gaze on the distant woman, from another side in the darkness, a towering figure leaped out like a fierce tiger bursting from its cage. He was a robust man nearly 2 meters tall, bare-chested, his bronze skin covered in hideous scars, every muscle like granite, filled with explosive power. He wielded a 2-meter-long alloy giant axe, its blade shining coldly and radiating a menacing sharpness. Yang Xian's mental power quietly spread out, although he couldn't accurately detect the specific attributes of the two, he could clearly feel the powerful energy surging within them, a proof of their body attributes being enhanced to the extreme. Just like him, they were top-tier strong fighters who relied on physical enhancement. Roar! The zombie beast threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, completely enraged, its massive body abruptly turning towards the approaching strongman. The thick right claw, accompanied by a howling wind, slammed down like a heavy door, aiming to turn this bold challenger into a mushy pulp. Faced with the furious strike of the zombie beast, the strong man showed no fear, a proud curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, his body shifting sideways in a flash, narrowly dodging the deadly claw attack, his movements surprisingly graceful for his hefty figure. At the same time, he tightly gripped the alloy giant axe, using the momentum to chop down fiercely, the axe blade cutting through the wind with a sharp sound, accurately striking the blood hole created by the beam earlier. Puff! The sharpness of the alloy giant axe combined with the man's immense strength brutally widened the zombie beast's blood hole even further, dark green corruption mixed with shattered innards gushing out. The zombie beast let out a heart-wrenching scream, its massive tail sweeping across like a steel whip, trying to knock the strong man away. At that moment, the woman on the ridge pulled the trigger again. Buzz! The sound of an explosion echoed once more, a brilliant beam accurately hitting the base of the zombie beast's tail, causing its sweeping motion to instantly slow. The strong man seized this fleeting moment, flicked his wrist to pull out the giant axe, and swiftly retreated, perfectly avoiding the follow-up attack. Though the two exchanged no words, nor even shared a glance, they formed an incredibly harmonious cooperation. The woman provided precise long-range sniping, restraining the zombie beast's movements and creating wounds. The strong man launched a brutal close-range assault, aiming to expand the damage on the wounds. This was the synergy of top-tier strong fighters, requiring no words, relying solely on battlefield intuition to connect attack and defense accurately. Roar! 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 The zombie beast frantically swung its claws, attempting to push the strong man back, but each attack was anticipated and restrained by the woman's beam. The strong man was like a nimble leopard, weaving through the gaps in the zombie beast's attacks, the alloy giant axe striking the same wound repeatedly, continually amplifying the damage. In just half a minute, the wounds on the zombie beast had expanded to the size of a basketball, the dark green corruption flowing endlessly, its breath visibly weakening, and its movements becoming slower, firmly pinned down by the two, completely unable to fight back. The 5 people hiding behind the pile of rubble had long since been dumbfounded, the fear from before completely washed away by this sudden turnaround, their eyes filled with shock and awe. The small middle-aged man mumbled. "Is this the power of top-tier strong fighters? It's terrifying." However, Yang Xuan's brows furrowed slightly, a strange sense of unease stirring in his heart. He had seen the desperate counterattacks of mutated creatures facing death, and this zombie beast was far stronger than he had imagined, it could not be so easily defeated. Indeed, just as the strong man raised his giant axe, preparing to end the zombie beast's life with one strike, an anomaly occurred. Aoo! The zombie beast suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, the sound no longer pitiful, but filled with a wild, destructive aura. Its body began to visibly swell, its already massive frame becoming even bulkier, the scales on its surface growing heavier, changing color from deep gray to an eerie dark red. Most horrifyingly, 2 wounds on its back split open, a pair of deformed wings covered with bone spurs slowly unfurling, and its scarlet eyes swirling with thick killing intent. The zombie beast transformed into the second phase. Upon completing its transformation, the zombie beast abruptly swung its wings, a violent gust sweeping across, staggering the strong man, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The wounds on its body healed at an astonishing rate, its breath skyrocketing several times, far beyond its previous peak state. It looked down from above at the strong man and the woman on the ridge, letting out a low, disdainful growl filled with contempt and murderous intent. The woman's gaze instantly turned grave, her sniper rifle aimed once more, but she hesitated to pull the trigger. The transformed zombie beast's scales were even heavier, and she felt uncertain about breaking through its defenses again. The strong man also put away his arrogance, gripping his giant axe tightly, his serious expression locked on the zombie beast, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could clearly feel that the monster in front of him had become incredibly tricky to deal with. At that moment, the strong man suddenly turned his head, his gaze precisely locking onto Yang Xuan behind the pile of rubble. He had sensed Yang Xuan's presence earlier, a special feeling shared among top-tier powerhouses, especially when Yang Xuan probed him with his mental strength. This feeling became even more pronounced. The strong man grinned widely and shouted loudly towards Yang Xuan's direction. "Brother over there, don't hide. We all follow the path of physical enhancement, this level of aura can't fool me. This monster becomes hard to deal with after transformation, let's team up for a fight." His voice rang like a bell, spreading across the entire battlefield. At the same time, he turned to the woman on the ridge and said succinctly, "The woman over there, let's team up to kill it, and divide the loot according to our efforts." The woman on the ridge was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, her cold gaze turning towards Yang Xuan, clearly agreeing with the proposal. The battlefield instantly fell into an eerie silence, all eyes focusing on Yang Xuan behind the pile of rubble. The transformed zombie beast sensed Yang Xian's presence again, its crimson gaze sweeping over, the killing intent stronger than ever. Yang Xian tightened his grip on the golden sand desert eagle slightly, quickly calculating in his mind. These two were powerful, teaming up was indeed the only chance to survive, but how many uncertainties lay hidden in an alliance between strangers? Chapter 37, Joint Operation. Yang Xian hesitated little and made his decision. Suddenly, he sprang up from behind the pile of rubble, leaping like an arrow and landing in an open space not far from the strong man. The golden sand desert eagle in his hand glinted coldly, and with the other hand, he drew out a revolver. With both guns in hand, his aura instantly rose, his sharp gaze locking onto the transformed zombie beast, responding to the strong man. All right. Let's join forces. Yang Xian. Yang Xian spoke again, his tone concise and clear. The strong man grinned widely, showing his white teeth. Sure Meng. As soon as he spoke, he tightened his grip on the alloy giant axe, his eyes refocusing on the zombie beast, his fighting spirit rising. A cold voice from the woman on the ridge followed. Ling Xuan. Before her voice faded, her figure melted into the darkness like a ghost, quickly retreating from the spot, disappearing into the dead forest on the other side, leaving only a vague presence locking onto the battlefield. The three introduced themselves in just 2 seconds before launching a simultaneous offensive. Meng took the lead, his burly body bursting with agility that belied his size, pushing off the ground and charging toward the zombie beast like a hungry tiger, the alloy giant axe slicing through the air with a sharp sound, directly striking at the joints of the zombie beast's front legs. His mission was clear, to directly hold it down and entangle this monster tightly. Roar! The zombie beast threw its head back and roared, its thick right claw bearing destructive power, smashing down hard toward Meng. Even before the sharp claws got close, the violent air currents had already swept the ground, sending fragments flying. Meng's pupils constricted suddenly, he quickly dodged to the side, the claws grazing his shoulder and crashing into the ground with a loud bang, creating a half-meter deep pit, as sharp stone shards scraped across his arm, leaving several blood traces. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Xian slipped to the zombie beast's rear side, his hands gripping the gun steadily like a rock. He quickly adjusted the system panel, switching the bullets of the golden sand desert eagle to ice attribute, a faint blue glow flickering at the gun's muzzle. The special bullets of the Desert Eagle were limited, each one had to be used carefully, while the revolver had unlimited bullets, making it his main weapon for distraction and containment. Seeing the zombie beast swing its claws to chase Meng, Yang Xian's eyes narrowed, activating Death's Eye. In an instant, the surrounding time was pressed to slow motion, the zombie beast's movements. The trajectory of Meng's dodge and even the flying fragments of stone in the air became incredibly clear. His gaze quickly swept across the side of the zombie beast, and 20 target points precisely locked onto the gaps where the scales connected. In the next moment, Yang Xian entered shooting mode, the barrel of his revolver flashing with flames. Bang, bang, bang. 20 gunshots almost formed a chain, with 20 bullets striking all the target points accurately. Although the bullets failed to penetrate the scales, they did slightly halt the zombie beast's movements, causing faint white marks to appear at the scale seams. Now's the time. Yang Xian shouted loudly, and the golden desert eagle fired in response. Bang! An ice attribute bullet accurately shot towards the gap in the scales at the base of the zombie beast's wing. The moment the bullet embedded itself, a visible chill rapidly spread, freezing a large area of scales, causing a momentary delay in the beast's wing movements. Meng seized this fleeting opportunity, his body lunging forward as his alloy giant axe fiercely cleaved down onto the frozen scales. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, the frozen scales shattered, revealing slightly weaker skin underneath. But before he could continue his attack, the zombie beast's tail suddenly swept in like a steel whip, incredibly fast. Meng let out a cry, hurriedly lifting his giant axe to block. With a loud thud, he was knocked back by the immense force, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. In the shadows, Ling Xuan seized the opportunity, the muzzle of her special sniper rifle flashed with a brilliant ray, precisely hitting the damaged base of the zombie beast's wing. Boom! The ray exploded into a small pit, and dark green corrosive liquid erupted out. But the transformed zombie beast had a strong recovery ability, and signs of healing appeared on the wound almost instantly. Yang Xian noticed that Ling Xuan's sniper rifle had not unleashed the previously terrifying power. It seemed that this attack had a similar cooldown mechanism. The battle had reached a stalemate, although the three of them worked together seamlessly, danger still loomed. The zombie beast's attacks were ferocious and covered a wide area. Meng narrowly dodged the deadly claws multiple times, barely managing to evade thanks to his extreme reflexes. Ling Xuan's sniping was precise, but it struggled to cause fatal damage. Although Yang Xian's Eye of Death could reset its cooldown infinitely, each activation consumed a large amount of mental energy. At this moment, he had already activated it 3 times in a row, and long-term high-intensity combat had caused fine beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Once again, Meng was sent flying by the zombie beast's wing, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The zombie beast took this chance to open its enormous mouth, spewing a wave of dark green corrosive liquid toward him. At this critical moment, Yang Xuan instantly activated Eye of Death, and 20 bullets from his revolver accurately struck the corrosive liquid, scattering most of it, while the Golden Desert Eagle fired again, the ice attribute bullet hitting the corner of the zombie beast's mouth, and the chilling air interrupted its spraying motion. "This won't work!" Yang Xuan shouted hoarsely, his figure flashing as he landed next to the recently risen Shermeng, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "If you keep acting recklessly, you will only die. Follow my lead." Shermeng was about to retort, but met Yang Xuan's gaze, which was icy calm. Recalling the previous danger in Yang Xuan's precise support, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right. I'll listen to you. Ling Xuan." Yang Xuan shouted towards the direction of the withered woods. "Look for an opportunity to attack its eyes. That's the weak point. Shermeng, use your giant axe to strike its hind legs, force it to lower its head. I'll create the opportunity." A faint response came from deep within the withered woods, clearly indicating Ling Xuan agreed with the plan. "Go!" At Yang Xuan's command, Shermeng immediately swung his giant axe towards the zombie beast's hind legs. The zombie beast roared angrily and turned around, its claws swiping at Shermeng. Yang Xuan instantly activated Eye of Death, the bullets from his revolver firing in succession, accurately targeting the joints of the zombie beast's forelegs, restraining its movements. Shermeng took the opportunity to strike the zombie beast's hind leg. He staggered, his massive head forced to lower. "Ling Xuan!" Yang Xuan shouted loudly. A dazzling ray of light shot out from the dense forest, hitting the zombie beast's left eye with perfect precision. "Aya!" The zombie beast let out a heartbreaking howl as its left eye exploded, dark green rotten fluid bursting out. It completely lost control, frantically waving its wings and claws, sending rocks flying in all directions. Yang Xuan seized this perfect opportunity, quickly switching the Golden Desert Eagle's bullet to fire attribute. A red glow flashed from the gun's muzzle. He took a deep breath, his mental focus fully engaged, aiming at the fresh wound on the zombie beast's eye. Bang! 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 3 fire attribute bullets were shot in quick succession, hitting the same spot precisely. The moment the bullets embedded, violent flames erupted, spreading inward through the wound. Roar! The zombie beast let out a deafening scream, its massive body shaking violently as the flames grew fiercer, the dark green rotten liquid evaporating in the fire with a sizzling sound. Its breath rapidly weakened, its movements slowing down drastically, clearly severely injured. Yang Xuan panted heavily, his mental and physical strength drained, but his eyes remained sharp, staring at the zombie beast, shouting at Shermeng and Ling Xuan. "Take advantage of its weakness and end it. Don't give it a chance to recover." Shermeng, already bloodshot with rage, heard the command and, ignoring his own injuries, gripped his ally battle axe and charged forward once again. This time, he didn't charge recklessly, but instead circled to the zombie beast's rear, aiming at the charred wound scorched by the flames, and struck down with the axe. Swoosh! The sharp axe blade embedded deep into the wound, Shermeng's arm strained, and with a violent pull, he tore open a half-meter-long gash, dark green liquid mixed with broken organs bursting out. The zombie beast let out one final, mournful scream as its enormous body swayed and fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a loud boom, raising a cloud of dust. Its wings continued to flap uselessly, its claws twitching, but its breath faded rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and finally stopped altogether. Even after the zombie beast fell, the 3 of them did not lower their guard, and only after 5 minutes, when they confirmed it was no longer moving, did they relax. Ling Xuan, hidden in the shadows, slowly stepped out from the dead forest, her special sniper rifle already put away, a trace of exhaustion flickering in her cold eyes. She walked to a spot not far from the zombie beast's corpse, her gaze warily sweeping the surroundings, cautious of any other zombies that might have been attracted by the battle. Yang Xuan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his mental energy nearly exhausted from using Death's Eye 5 times, his vision flickering dark. He leaned against a large stone, closed his eyes for a moment to rest, and slowly recovered. Shermeng then plopped down onto the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning widely and showing a blood-stained white tooth. This monster is finally dealt with. Just then, the zombie beast's body suddenly emitted a faint golden glow, and where the glow gathered, a golden treasure chest slowly emerged. The treasure chest was made entirely of gold, with strange patterns carved into its surface, and faint energy fluctuations flowing within the patterns. It was a high-level treasure chest, something only dropped by superbosses in the apocalypse, and this one was much larger than the one Yang Xuan had obtained before. Golden treasure chest. Shermeng's eyes brightened, struggling to stand up, excitement filling his gaze. In the apocalypse, a high-level treasure chest meant rewards far beyond ordinary supplies, possibly including high-level weapons, skills, and accessories. Yang Xuan also stood up and walked over to the treasure chest, his eyes fixed on it. Ling Xuan slowly walked over as well, her cold gaze revealing rare signs of emotion. "As we agreed before, we'll split according to the effort put in," Yang Xuan said. Ling Xuan's key strike broke the deadlock. Shermeng held the front and took damage. "I was in charge of directing and critical output. The 3 of us worked equally hard, and we'll share the loot in the treasure chest." Shermeng nodded.
I have no objections. If it weren't for your last command and timely rescue, I might not have made it out today.
Ling Xuan also slightly nodded, showing no disagreement. Yang Xuan extended his hand and opened the treasure chest, which instantly emitted a burst of golden light. Inside lay many items quietly. Among them were 3 glowing special items, 3 bottles of intermediate serum, and 6 bottles of basic serum, exactly 1 for each person. The 3 of them carefully inspected the 3 special items. The first item was a small bottle that emitted a peculiar energy, with the character 4 body engraved on it. The trio read the system's notes on this small bottle and instantly understood. This bottle contained a basic physique potion, but it was not an ordinary physique potion. This was a potion that could break through the limits of physique. If you had 10 points in full physique, using this potion would raise it to 11 points. The extra point of physique would remain. Even if your total eventually reached the full 20 points, it would then be 21 points. Shi Meng's hand moved as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had the potion in his hand. Shi Meng spoke first. I'll take this physique potion. I prefer close combat, and this potion that can break the limits of physique is perfect for me. Yang Xuan looked at Ling Xuan beside him and saw her give a slight nod. Seeing this, Yang Xuan had no objections. Okay. No one fought him for the physique potion, and Shi Meng let out a sigh of relief, now fondly stroking the bottle. After Shi Meng selected what he wanted, the remaining 2 items belonged to Yang Xuan and Ling Xuan. Among the remaining items, one was a faintly glowing B-level skill random card, and the other was an energy crystal used for upgrading vehicle cores. Yang Xuan exchanged glances with Ling Xuan again, and then the 2 of them skillfully chose their needed items. Yang Xuan took the B-level skill random card, while Ling Xuan took the energy crystal. There were no disagreements, as it was the best choice. After dividing the treasure chest, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Xuan shouted towards the pile of rubble. Come out, it's safe now. The thin middle-aged man emerged cautiously with 4 others, all 5 wearing expressions of gratitude for having survived. They hurried to Yang Xuan's side, repeatedly thanking the 3 of them. Thank you, sirs, for saving our lives. Yang Xuan waved his hand. It's just a small effort, find a safe place to rest. The 5 quickly agreed and set up a makeshift resting spot at the edge of the nearby deadwood forest. As night deepened, the cold wind howled. Yang Xuan lit a campfire, the flames dancing and illuminating the faces of the 3. Shi Meng took out the white liquor he exchanged for daily items at the survival point, took a sip, and burped. Seeing that Yang Xuan and Ling Xuan hadn't relaxed and remained vigilant, he spoke up. It seems you 2 don't know some rules about nighttime scenes. What rules? Yang Xuan asked, somewhat confused. After the nighttime sprint, besides safe scenes, there are only dangerous scenes. However, dangerous scenes have their own rules. Each dangerous scene will have a super boss. As long as you defeat the super boss in this scene, the monsters won't appear for the rest of the night. So, if survivors in the same scene work together to take down the super boss from the start, the scene will become very safe. Of course, conflicts among survivors don't count. Yang Xuan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. This is also why you felt the super boss appeared. The purpose of coming here specifically. I am not. The cold-faced Ling Xuan immediately denied Yang Xuan's statement. I don't know that rule, I just want to solve the boss to get the reward. Ling Xuan is quite straightforward, who cares about rules, getting good stuff from the golden treasure chest is what's real. The simple exchange among 3 people was overheard by a few others resting by the campfire not far away. They had really gone through a roller coaster of highs and lows that night. Now that they could finally rest, they just couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Tonight, they learned what a true strong person is in the apocalypse. The gang of thugs that robbed them earlier was nothing but trivial dust. They were even less than dust, each looking at the 3 with envious eyes. Chapter 39, Cooperation Agreement. Amidst the crackling of the campfire, Shi Meng put down the wine bottle and looked at Yang Xuan with approving eyes. Brother Yang, to be honest, being able to defeat this super boss this time, your last wave of command was indispensable. If I had acted rashly, not to mention getting the treasure chest, I might not even survive. Ling Xuan rarely spoke, her cold tone infused with more recognition. Your judgment is accurate, and your command is decisive. The cooperation was very smooth. Yang Xuan slightly nodded and responded. It's also because you all are strong enough. Ling Xuan's sniper precision and Shi Meng's frontline containment, we couldn't do it without any one of them. This cooperation was indeed very pleasant. Shi Meng slapped his thigh, his eyes lit up. Since the cooperation went so smoothly, I have a suggestion. We 3 belong to the same area of survivors, and we might meet again in the same special situations. Why not establish a cooperation agreement, or we team up first when we meet again, and divide the spoils according to today's rules based on effort? What do you think? Yang Xuan's heart stirred. Having 2 top-tier powers as temporary allies undoubtedly added a layer of protection in the apocalypse, and he nodded immediately. I agree. Ling Xuan pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. All right. The simple cooperation agreement was reached, and the atmosphere between the three softened a lot. Meng took a gulp of white wine, his face slightly serious, and lowered his voice. Since we've become temporary allies, there's something I need to remind you, so you don't get hurt in the future.
Yang Xuan and Ling Shuang's expressions sharpened, signaling him to continue.
In our area, there's a particularly troublesome group called Blood Wolves. Meng's voice carried a hint of caution. This group has more than 30 people, and nearly 10 of them are strong fighters.
They have specialists boosting vehicles, transforming ordinary ones into mobile fortresses, and quite a number who, like us, enhance their physical attributes, both melee and ranged.
Yang Xuan frowned slightly. Such a group size with nearly 10 strong fighters already counted as a significant force in this area. The most terrifying part is their leader, called Shui Wolf. This group got its name from a play on his name. Meng swallowed hard, as if remembering some horrifying scene. I saw him take action from a distance once. With one punch, he smashed through the chest of a mutated zombie. His power is terrifying. And it's said that not only is he strong, his speed and physique are top-notch, and his methods are especially ruthless. When encountering survivors who do not obey them, they basically eliminate them, and anyone facing them in the same scene can only pray for their own safety. I was lucky the day I encountered that group. My hiding place went undiscovered, or else it would have been terrible. Ling Shuang's eyes instantly sharpened. She preferred to act alone and feared such large-scale, ruthless groups the most. They have been tirelessly searching for resources recently, especially enhancement potions and vehicle upgrade materials. These things in our hands, if they set their sights on us, they will definitely stop at nothing to snatch them.
Men added.
From now on, if we encounter them, we should avoid them if we can. If we really run into them, the three of us need to look out for each other. Yang Xuan nodded, keeping the Blood Wolf group and that terrifying boss in mind, and said sternly.
Thank you for the reminder.
If we encounter them in the future, we will keep each other informed and face them together. Then, Yang Xuan asked a question that had been on his mind.
How did so many people from their group gather together to enter the same special scene? You still don't know? Someone tested it before.
When the vehicle's speed is kept consistent, after a certain amount of time, as long as the survivors maintain this speed, there is a high probability they will enter the same special scene.
Maybe next time we encounter a special scene, I can pull you all in together. This friend function is pretty good.
Sherman suggested.
However, Ling Shuang straightforwardly refused. No need.
If we happen to meet in the same scene, I will cooperate with you, but I prefer to act alone.
I feel the same. Yang Xuan replied.
Seeing that both of them were unwilling to team up often, Sherman did not continue the topic. Not far away, beside the deadwood forest, a few thin middle-aged men clearly heard Shimon's words, turning pale with fear and shrinking their necks. If they encountered such a terrifying group, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to resist. The bonfire gradually weakened, and the night deepened. The three of them exchanged a few simple words about their plans, then rested against cover, leaving only a thread of mental power to stay alert to their surroundings. Though they reached a cooperation agreement, in this apocalypse, what one can truly rely on is still oneself. Only by continuously growing stronger can one survive in this cruel world. The night soon passed. Although it started with some turbulence, it ultimately turned into a calm night.
Yang Xuan's spirit and physical strength had already reached 10 points.
As long as he could enter a deep rest, he could fully recover his energy and spirit, no longer needing to sleep for long like before. When it was nearly 8 o'clock, they would all leave this special scene. Ling Shuang seemed not to be used to staying with others for too long and had disappeared into the night in the early hours of the previous night. Sherman, on the other hand, would not leave until there was still an hour left. In the deadwood forest, Yang Xuan stood quietly beside, waiting to return to his own road. The thin middle-aged man approached him quickly with 4 others, their expressions filled with respect and sincerity.
Brother Yang, we really owe our lives to you and the other two.
Without you, we would have definitely met our end last night. The thin middle-aged man bowed deeply, and the other 4 promptly followed suit, their grateful tones genuine from the heart. We know our strength is weak and can't help you much, but in the future, if you lack any supplies, whether it's food, ammunition, or basic parts and consumables, as long as it's within our capacity, you can contact us through friends anytime, and we will send it to you right away.
One of them hurriedly added.
Yes, Brother Yang, we just want to maintain a good relationship with you. If we run into each other in the same scene again, we hope you can look after us a bit. We know we're weak and will definitely not cause you trouble. The few of them looked at Yang Xuan with eager eyes, having witnessed his strong power last night and hearing about the terror of the Blood Wolf group, understanding that depending on such a strong person is the best way to survive in the apocalypse.
Yang Xuan looked at their sincere yet anxious expressions and understood in his heart.
In the apocalypse, it is normal for the weak to seek protection from the strong. It is not surprising that these few, after going through life and death, would have such thoughts. He pondered for a moment and nodded. From now on, as long as it does not violate my principles, I can help you, but I will not do it for free. Seeing Yang Xuan agree, the group was overjoyed. To seek protection, they naturally needed to give something in return, and they all understood this principle. As the time reached 8 o'clock, the scene began to fade away, and everyone prepared to leave this place.
Chapter 40, Sublimation.
As the time reached 8 o'clock, the special scene's light and shadow instantly vanished, and after a strong sense of spatial pull, Yang Xuan landed steadily on the familiar solitary road. Beneath his feet was an asphalt road, with vast wilderness and wandering zombies on both sides. The howling cold wind swept through with sand and dust, bringing the familiar feeling of desolate post-apocalypse. He raised his hand to rub his brow. His mental strength had fully recovered after a deep rest, and the power within him was as full as ever. With a thought, the system panel appeared, and at his command, a rugged vehicle materialized in the center of the road, its body gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. It was his off-road vehicle, the Breaking Wind. Yang Xuan opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. As the engine roared, the off-road vehicle slowly drove onto the road, heading towards the unknown ahead. As he turned the steering wheel in his hand, his eyes swept over the vast scenery outside the window, and his mind began to replay last night's experiences, sorting through the gains from this special scene.
The most direct reward was the loot in the golden treasure chest.
The B-grade skill random card had not been used yet, and it was highly likely to add a new power to him. 1 bottle of intermediate serum and 2 bottles of beginner serum were important survival guarantees, able to restore his condition at crucial moments. He also earned a good amount of survival points. Opening the golden treasure chest yielded 500 points, defeating the superboss earned him 1200 points, and it did not decrease even with the increased number of participants. Additionally, he gained 700 points from killing ordinary zombies and ordinary mutated zombies. In total, he earned 2,400 survival points, which was quite a lot. More importantly, he reached a temporary cooperation agreement with Shi Meng and Ling Shuang, adding 2 top-level strong allies as potential partners, undoubtedly adding a layer of protection in this perilous post-apocalyptic world.
Thinking of Shi Meng and Ling Shuang, a slight smile appeared on Yang Xuan's lips.
Shi Meng was strong in close combat and had a bold personality, while Ling Shuang was precise in sniping, calm, and decisive. The three worked well together, and if they were to meet again in a special scene, their chances of confronting a crisis together would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, he also understood that they were all used to acting alone, and this cooperation agreement was more of a temporary binding based on interests. Ultimately, in this apocalypse, one still had to rely on themselves. Then, his expression became a bit more serious. The Blood Wolf group that Shi Meng mentioned loomed like a shadow, with over 30 members, nearly 10 powerful ones, and that terrifyingly strong leader, Xue Wolf, undoubtedly posing a huge threat in this area. Their actions of searching for enhancement potions and vehicle upgrade materials directly conflicted with his goals, and an encounter in the future was unavoidable. He must be prepared in advance. Additionally, those 5 surviving seekers could be considered a small gain. Although they were weak in strength, they could provide basic material support and might be useful in crucial moments, and he only needed to care for them slightly, as long as it did not violate his principles, making it a worthwhile deal.
The off-road vehicle raced down the road, its engine breaking the surrounding silence. Yang Xuan took a deep breath and focused his thoughts. This experience in the special scene brought him many rewards and gave him a clearer understanding of the situation in this area. The road ahead remained perilous, but as long as he continued to grow stronger and accumulate power, he had confidence to face both the Blood Wolf group and stronger mutated creatures. Today, his talent grant count had refreshed, but before using it, Yang Xuan first opened the survival point mall. The empty mall was still silent, but his goal was the attribute points, just a little more, and his strength attribute could reach 10 points. With that, all of his attributes would hit the limits of a normal person, and to continue improving, he would either need to obtain a strengthening potion or wait for the survival point mall to update. The moment he spent 500 survival points, a warm tidal wave of energy suddenly exploded from within Yang Xuan, surging wildly through his limbs and bones, ultimately gathering at the place corresponding to the strength attribute, completing the final refinement and breakthrough. Originally at 9 points, his strength was already very formidable, but when the number stabilized at 10 points, Yang Xuan truly experienced what a qualitative leap felt like. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. With a slight increase in pressure, he could clearly feel the subtle deformation of the metal steering wheel, something that would have never been possible before. He could distinctly perceive that his muscle fibers felt as if they had been reforged, each inch containing explosive power. The strength that used to require him to swing his fist with all his might could now be easily achieved with just a casual movement of his arm. Even more wonderfully, this power was no longer the slightly wild brute force of the past, it became something he could control effortlessly, as if fully integrating with his body. Even a gentle lift of his hand allowed him to precisely control the strength, preventing any damage from excessive force. The breakthrough of strength was like toppling a domino. As the strength attribute reached 10 points, Yang Xuan's agility, constitution, and mental power seemed to activate some hidden shackles, resonating with each other and bursting forth with stronger energy waves that enveloped his entire body. In terms of agility, he felt his body instantly become incredibly light. Movements like quick turns and sudden stops that used to require deliberate effort were now as natural and fluid as instinct. This agility was no longer just a simple increase in speed, it was a comprehensive leap in body coordination, reaction speed, and action precision.
The elevation of his constitution was even more direct, a faint luminescence surfaced on his skin as if he gained an invisible layer of protection. He could clearly feel that the activity of his cells had peaked, with his metabolism skyrocketing. Even if he were to suffer a heavy blow now, his recovery ability would be incomparable to before. More importantly, his body's resistance to fatigue had significantly increased, as if an endless supply of energy was hidden within him. The change in his mental power was the most mysterious. Originally at 10 points, it became even more refined and pure under the resonance of all attributes. Yang Xuan's perception range instantly expanded several times, with the rustling of the wind and grass within 100 meters on both sides of the road clearly entering his mind. The cluttered thoughts in his mind due to reviewing everything had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and calmness, as if any tricky problem could be instantly resolved. The activation threshold of the Death Eye skill seemed to lower significantly, and the consumption speed of mental power clearly slowed down. Yang Xuan slowly stepped on the brake, and the off-road vehicle came to a stable stop. He opened the car door and got out, casually moving his body. Every movement flowed smoothly without a hint of stiffness. He looked up at the desolate sky, feeling the surging yet steady power within him, and an unprecedented confidence surged in his heart. With all attributes reaching 10 points, it was not merely a transformation of the body, but also a spiritual elevation. He felt as if he had broken free from the framework of a mere mortal.
Yang Xuan understood that this improvement might just be the beginning. In the upcoming road survival, the survivors who managed to stay alive would only grow stronger. Surpassing the limits of a mortal might just be the starting point on the apocalyptic road. Chapter 41, Skill Enhancement.
Yang Xuan stood beside the wind-breaking off-road vehicle. Feeling the powerful strength surging within, every muscle screamed for rebirth. His eyes were sharp as a knife, his mind exceptionally clear. With all attributes breaking through to a perfect state of 10 points, it was already the limit of a mortal body. To further enhance attributes, he could only wait for the update of the survival point store. Right now, the basic survival supplies in his backpack, like compressed biscuits and pure water, were plentiful. Although the variety was limited, they were enough to support him for quite some time. The urgent task was to accumulate survival points. He knew very well that the future consumption of attribute points would inevitably be an astronomical number growing geometrically. At this moment, the only way to quickly increase his combat power was that unused B-grade skill extraction card and the 3 talent granting opportunities that had just refreshed today. Without any hesitation, the core target for talent granting was set firmly in Yang Xuan's mind. The A-level divine skill Danger Prediction and the main weapon, the Desert Eagle. Danger Prediction was the key to his struggle back from the edge of life and death, the core reliance to avoid deadly crises and counterattack strong enemies. Its importance was self-evident. Even if all 3 precious talent granting opportunities today were used on this skill, he would still bet on getting the cooldown time reset entry that could induce a qualitative change. As for the Desert Eagle, it was his currently most intimidating killing weapon, and its performance enhancement directly related to his suppression ability in frontal combat. With a thought, Yang Xuan did not delay for a moment and directly used the first talent granting on the Danger Prediction skill. In the next second, a golden light flashed across the skill. On the skill panel, a new entry slowly emerged, causing Yang Xuan to hold his breath, his pupils suddenly constricting, an unbelievable ecstasy bursting forth in his eyes. Danger Prediction. When equipped, it can predict deadly crises within 5 seconds. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. New entry. When the skill is triggered, there is a 5% chance to trigger the linked skill Battlefield Escape. Battlefield Escape. Instantly escape the current battlefield and randomly appear at any location within 10 meters in sight. Holy shit! Yang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, his heart racing, his chest filled with uncontrollable excitement. The thrilling scenes of fighting that Super Zombie Beast last night instantly surged to his mind. Even though he triggered Danger Prediction and foresaw the attack trajectory in advance, dodging was still fraught with danger. He relied entirely on the ultimate reaction speed brought by his 10 points in agility to barely avoid deadly attacks. But now, with the linked entry Battlefield Escape, the situation was completely different. Even if he encountered extreme crises where his reaction speed couldn't keep up, he could rely on this skill to instantly teleport to safety, no longer needing to worry about being hit, and just needing to calmly think about how to counterattack precisely. This was no ordinary entry, it was simply a life-saving divine skill tailored for him to turn the tide in desperate situations. The brief ecstasy did not cloud Yang Xuan's mind. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions, and his gaze instantly became extremely serious. The potential of Danger Prediction was far from exhausted, and the cooldown time was the biggest drawback of this skill. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively used the second talent granting again on Danger Prediction. A golden light shone again, and the moment the new entry emerged, Yang Xuan's mental power reached its peak, akin to having a precise calculator installed in his mind, quickly completing all data calculations, his breath quickening with ultimate anticipation. New entry. When the skill is triggered, there is a 3% chance to reduce the cooldown time by 9/10. 30 minutes equals 1800 seconds, 9/10 is 1620 seconds, leaving only 180 seconds, just 3 minutes. 3 minutes. It only takes 3 minutes to trigger again. Yang Xuan clenched his fist sharply, his eyes filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. Although he had not achieved the most perfect cooldown time reset entry. Shortening the original 30-minute cooldown time to just 3 minutes is already a qualitative leap. Such high-frequency danger warnings are enough to give him absolute information superiority and initiative on any battlefield. The two endowments of talent were entirely used on danger prediction, yielding remarkable results. For the last chance to endow talent, Yang Xuan did not hesitate at all, locking onto the Golden Desert Eagle. As the Apocalypse Road advanced, the frequency of high-level mutated zombies appearing became increasingly high. The ordinary bullets of his revolver were already powerless against these tough and resilient monsters, making it even hard to break through their defenses. As his strongest killing weapon at present, the Golden Desert Eagle's lack of special ammunition had always been his biggest weakness. Every use required careful calculation, fearing that he might run out of ammo at a critical moment. With the talent endowment, a third golden light flashed and infused into the body of the Golden Desert Eagle. At the moment the new entry appeared, Yang Xuan's gaze was firmly locked on the skill panel, and upon seeing the content of the entry, he could no longer suppress the wild joy in his heart, raising his fist and roaring. Great! The ammunition problem is finally solved. New entry: when emptying the magazine, there is a 10% chance to instantly refill the ammo, cooldown 1.5 seconds. Although the 1.5 second cooldown prevents it from achieving continuous shooting like the revolver, the terrifying power of the Golden Desert Eagle, combined with this almost infinite ammo supply, is enough to elevate his combat power to a whole new level. In the past, when using this gun, he was always cautious. Every bullet had to be used precisely, fearing that once the ammo ran out, he would lose his strongest killing move. Now there were no more concerns. When facing strong enemies, he could finally unleash everything without reservation and bring the Golden Desert Eagle's power to the fullest. Having used all three talent endowments with none wasted, Yang Xuan was thrilled to the extreme, feeling the blood inside him boiling. But he was not carried away by joy. After a brief calming, his gaze immediately sharpened and zeroed in on the glowing B-grade skill card in his backpack. The life and death crisis of the fierce battle with the super zombie beast from last night was still clear in his mind. In the apocalypse, strength is always the most solid backing and the greatest confidence in survival. He would never miss any opportunity to enhance his power. Use. Yang Xuan did not hesitate at all. A soft light glowed from the backpack, wrapping the B-grade skill card as it slowly rotated. After a moment, the light faded, and a brand new skill card appeared steadily in the skill slot of the backpack. Yang Xuan focused his gaze, and the skill information clearly emerged. B-grade skill, dangerous explosive. Effect: can quickly condense a high-power explosive package in the user's hand. Once released, it will cause a violent explosion upon touching any object. With a wide range and great power, please avoid accidental injury. Explosive storage unit limit: 3, 1 automatically generated every 15 minutes. After carefully reading the skill introduction, a sharp light flickered in Yang Xuan's eyes, and his lips involuntarily lifted slightly, providing him with even more confidence. Dangerous explosive: this is a powerful killing move. Its powerful might and lethal range would allow him to employ more tactics against even stronger enemies. Chapter 42: Blood Wolf Wanted. Yang Xuan opened the car door and took a seat in the driver's position of the broken wind off-road vehicle. The engine roared, breaking the silence of the wilderness. The wheels rolled over the asphalt surface, rushing forward with a steady rhythm. The desolate scenery outside flew by rapidly, with the cold wind wrapping around the dust pounding against the car window, making a rustling sound, yet it did not affect Yang Xuan's focus inside the car at all. He controlled the steering wheel while organizing the newly acquired combat power in his mind. The double entries from Danger Prediction greatly increased his survival ability. After the Golden Desert Eagle solved the ammunition problem, it became a stable core output. With the addition of the powerful skill Dangerous Explosives, he now has the strength to fight back against mutated zombies that can transform in 2 stages. The off-road vehicle drove steadily for nearly an hour. As Yang Xuan waited to trigger a special scene, the personal exclusive system on his wrist suddenly lit up with a faint blue prompt light, accompanied by a slight vibration. He glanced at it and saw a message from his friend Zhao Lei. He remembered this person from a service area scene, where the three of them relied on him to survive. Yang Xuan raised his hand to open the message, and Zhao Lei's voice came through the system panel, full of uncontrollable urgency and worry. Brother Yang. Not good. I've been keeping an eye on the information in the regional chat channel, trying to gather useful information for you. I just saw a wanted notice from a group called Blood Wolf. It describes a survivor with a revolver and a cold face, and that description is just like you. The rewards they are offering are terrifyingly rich, and they said that anyone providing clues can also get a reward. Now the channel is in uproar, and many people are asking about your whereabouts. Blood Wolf's wanted notice? Yang Xuan's gaze instantly darkened, and the fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened suddenly. He never expected that he had just learned about this group from Shermeng, with no prior dealings with them at all, yet these people had directly sent a wanted notice to the regional channel. He was originally thinking that it would be better to avoid this ruthless group to reduce unnecessary trouble, but now, they had turned their fangs towards him first. I understand.
Thank you for letting me know. Yang Xian's voice turned a few degrees colder. Brother Yang, please don't be polite. Zhao Lei's tone was urgent and sincere. Gathering information for you is the only thing I can do. I hope it truly helps you, and you must be very careful. After ending the call with Zhao Lei, Yang Xian didn't have time to think through the implications. The system panel vibrated again urgently. This time, it was a communication from Shi Meng. As soon as he connected, Shi Meng's rough and loud voice burst out, filled with incredulous shock and urgency. Brother Yang. Did you see? Those bastards from Blood Wolf actually issued a wanted notice. The guy with the revolver and a face as cold as ice, could that be you? That description is practically tailor-made for you. Damn, when did you have a falling out with these lunatics? It's me. Yang Xian replied in a deep voice, his tone calm enough to hide most emotions, but the hand hanging at his side quietly clenched tighter, adding a bit more weight to his heavy heart. The fact that even Shi Meng received the news so quickly showed that the wanted notice had already spread throughout the area. Next, countless survivors, driven by the reward, would probably take the risk to target him like hyenas smelling blood. Really you? Shi Meng's voice suddenly shot up, but then it quickly turned solemn and heavy. Brother Yang, you must be extremely careful. The Blood Wolf's bounty is no joke. Those mercenaries driven by greed will surely be looking for you everywhere. Plus, Blood Wolf's own people will definitely mobilize. Their leader Shui Lang is ruthless and cunning. If you get entangled with these people, it could be a huge problem. Yang Xian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the desolate and silent surroundings outside the window, his mind already racing with calculations. With the wanted notice issued, his upcoming survival path would only become more dangerous. Not only would he have to deal with countless mutated creatures, but he also had to guard against sneaky survivors and the relentless pursuit of the Blood Wolf group. But at the same time, this heavy crisis was like a grinding stone, sharpening his resolve to gain strength even more firmly. Only by being strong enough could he survive under the siege of the Blood Wolves, and even turn the threat around, completely eliminating it. I understand, thank you for the reminder. Yang Xian spoke into the communicator, his tone becoming more serious. You take care too. Since they are hunting me, they might trace back to those who have worked with me. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Shi Meng's voice instantly became confident, carrying a hint of ferocity. I'm not afraid of them. If the Blood Wolves dare to come looking for trouble, I'll just try my newly sharpened giant axe on them. If there's any movement, we can contact each other anytime. If we really run into them, we'll team up and take down these bastards. After hanging up the communicator, Yang Xian slowly pressed down on the gas. The speed of the off-road vehicle increased again, the engine let out a deep roar, racing down the extended road ahead. Yang Xian leaned back in his seat, frowning tightly, repeatedly wondering how he got tangled up with this group. He carefully recalled the special scenes he had been involved in these days. Anyone who threatened him had basically been dealt with by his own hands, and the wanted notice only described his characteristic of holding a revolver. This means it must be someone he encountered earlier. With a brain reaching 10 points, it functioned like a finely tuned supercomputer, able to clearly trace back every person and event he had encountered in the past. Soon, a forgotten figure emerged from the depths of his memory. It was the first night of the apocalyptic road. In the secure special scene he was in, a scar-faced man appeared. That man was tall and strong, wearing a tight black leather jacket, with a vicious scar extending from his brow ridge to his chin, his eyes fierce and wild, like a beast lurking in the dark. At that time, this scar-faced man wanted to dominate the supplies of other survivors. He first ran into trouble with a girl, and out of frustration, he targeted Yang Xian. But there were rules in the safe zone restricting violence, so Yang Xian could only scare him away, allowing the scar-faced man to escape a disaster. He still remembered that before leaving, the man had viciously vowed to make him and that girl pay the price. Even more ridiculous was that there was a guy named Zhang Ren in the safe zone, who was so scared by the scar-faced man that he trembled, not even daring to lift his head. It must be him. A flash of cold light passed through Yang Xian's eyes, and he had already made up his mind. Based on what he gathered, this scar-faced man had likely joined the Blood Wolves, which is why he was being targeted by them without any intersection. Although all this was just Yang Xian's conjecture, he believed that this conjecture was certainly not wrong. Yang Xian raised his hand to touch the desert eagle at his waist, the cold metal touch calming his restless emotions somewhat. Since he was already being targeted by the Blood Wolves, avoiding it was useless, so he had to be fully prepared to face the approaching storm-like crisis at any moment. Chapter 43 Special Mission. Yang Xian continued driving the breakwind off-road vehicle. After about 20 minutes, 3 branches suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Finally waited for this. He muttered to himself, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The special scene he had been waiting for all day had finally appeared. The 3 roads were clearly delineated, the middle lane still stretched straight toward the distant skyline, which was the usual path ahead. The road entrances on the left and right each had a broken, worn wooden sign, with clear markings indicating the core information of the current special scene. Yang Xian's gaze sharpened, and he slowly pressed the brake, the breakwind off-road vehicle coming to a steady stop at the fork in the 3 roads. He opened the car door and got out. The biting cold wind whipped in with swirling dust, stinging his face, yet it did not sway his focused gaze. On the wooden sign to the right, the words were clearly visible: Doomsday Large Supermarket, limited to 10 people. A large supermarket, and anyone with clear eyes knew this was a route centered on survival supplies. Compressed biscuits, pure water, essential medicines and other basic supplies were likely to be abundant, making it an attractive choice for anyone struggling to survive. Especially now, with the blood wolf on the hunt, having a good supply of resources would give him more confidence for the future, and the limit of 10 people also meant the competition and danger would be relatively controllable. But Yang Xuan's gaze lingered only for a moment on the right, quickly sweeping over to lock firmly onto the wooden sign on the left side of the road: Doomsday Container Dock, multi-person scene, limited to 30 people. A limit of 30 people, almost 3 times that of the supermarket, meant that the threats within the scene would increase geometrically. What possibly existed here was not just wandering mutated creatures, but other survivors attacking and robbing for resources, and there might even be desperate criminals lured by the blood wolf's bounty lurking inside. The greater the risk, the bigger the reward. Yang Xuan smirked coldly, and a decision was already made in his heart. The basic supplies of the supermarket were indeed tempting, but for him, to quickly break through his current combat power and face the threat of the blood wolf directly, he needed rare resources like high-level weapons, skill cards, and enhancement potions that broke the attribute limits. The rules of the apocalypse had never changed: the more people, the higher the danger level of a scene, often hiding more advanced mutated creatures and richer core rewards, which was exactly what he desperately needed now. Without any hesitation, Yang Xuan turned and raised his hand, his mind signaling to retrieve the off-road vehicle back into the system's vehicle space. He quickly tidied up his equipment, checked his revolver and Golden Desert Eagle, confirming that both guns were ready for action, ensuring the fire axe on his back was secured tightly. Then he stepped forward and resolutely walked onto the road leading to the container dock on the left. The familiar pull of space hit him instantly, and the scene before him twisted and reformed like broken glass. The desolate road vanished in an instant, replaced by a dock area filled with a heavy smell of rust and the scent of seawater. Containers piled up like mountains, some tilted and collapsed, the boxes badly damaged, while others stood intact, forming complex, dim passageways between them. In the distance, broken shipwrecks floated on the horizon, the gray sky pressing down low, waves crashing against the rocky edges of the dock, creating a dull, drumming sound. In the air, besides the salty sea breeze, there was also a faint, repulsive stench, the unique, nauseating odor of zombies. You have entered the special scene, Doomsday Container Dock, current scene limit, 30 people, scene level, high. A system prompt appeared in front of him. Yang Xuan had just finished scanning this line of notification when suddenly, a new alert popped up on the screen before him. Special task: there are highly threatening, terrifying creatures in the central area of the Doomsday Container Dock. There are no normal exit passages in the current scene. You must kill the terrifying creatures before the exit passage can be opened. Time limit of 4 hours. After time is up, the scene will be annihilated, and all survivors who failed to escape will vanish together. What? At the moment he saw the prompt, Yang Xuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and for the first time, a clear look of surprise appeared on his face, his brows tightly furrowed. He instinctively stopped in his tracks and confirmed the prompt content word by word, a wave rising in his heart. No normal exit passage? To unlock the passage, it's necessary to kill the terrifying creatures in the central area? Limited to 4 hours, failure means the scene will vanish? This is no longer just a simple high-risk scenario, it is a desperate mission. He initially thought it was just a regular multiplayer competitive scene, at most with higher-level mutated creatures, but unexpectedly, his way to leave was restricted, and a deadly time limit was added. In other words, the 30 survivors entering this scene, regardless of whether they were enemies or friends before, must ultimately join forces to fight against the terrifying creatures in the central area, otherwise, everyone will die here. But then, Yang Xuan's surprise was replaced by seriousness. Such a desperate mission is certainly extremely dangerous, but the corresponding rewards would likely far exceed those of regular scenarios. Moreover, being forcibly confined in the same space, for survival, those enemies drawn by the bounty would probably set aside their grudges temporarily and prioritize staying alive. This might offer him a temporary breather, but it also means that he would face unknown terrifying creatures and a group of temporary allies with ulterior motives afterward. Yang Xuan took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulence in his heart. His mental strength instantly expanded, covering a 100-meter radius around him, vigilantly probing everything nearby. No matter what, the first priority was to understand the surrounding environment and clarify what the so-called terrifying creatures actually were. That was the most critical task at hand. Soon, he sensed the mutated zombies wandering in the gaps between the containers. But strangely, within the 100-meter radius of his mental power, apart from these mutated zombies, he did not detect any other survivors' presence. Given the current number of people in the scene, it was impossible for them to be so dispersed. Could it be that they were all gathering deeper inside? A trace of doubt flashed through Yang Xuan's mind, yet his footsteps did not halt. He moved steadily deeper into the container stacks, keeping his mental power at the highest state of alert.
He failed to notice that, just outside the range of his mental power, at the top of an abandoned signal tower at the edge of the dock, a figure was lying on the platform, aiming a modified sniper rifle with a crosshair locked tightly onto Yang Xuan below as he moved. That person almost merged with the environment, only a pair of sharp eyes, peering through the scope, tracked Yang Xuan's every move throughout. Target confirmed, features, revolver, stern face, completely matches the wanted notice. The figure reported quietly to a mini walkie-talkie at their collar, their voice hoarse and deep. Has entered the depths of the dock, no other survivors detected nearby, should we intercept? A fuzzy crackling sound came from the walkie-talkie, followed by a rough voice. Don't rush, just follow him and see how strong he is. Notify the others to set an ambush in the central area of the dock. Once he goes deeper, strike with the utmost precision, must ensure a one-hit kill. Understood. The figure at the top of the tower responded and slowly adjusted the focus of the scope, their gaze like a lurking viper, fixated tightly on Yang Xuan below, waiting for the best moment to strike. At the same time, Yang Xuan, unaware of this lurking presence over 100 meters away, felt an inexplicable unease due to his mental strength at 10 o'clock, making his steps increasingly cautious. Chapter 44, Trap. Yang Xuan moved with utmost lightness, confirming the environment beneath his feet and around him with his mental strength before each step. The passage formed by the stacked containers was dim and narrow, allowing only one person to pass. The mournful sound of the sea breeze through the gaps in the containers intertwined with the distant screams of zombies, making this area feel even more oppressive. Roar! A low growl echoed from the corner of the passage ahead, as a bulky mutated zombie suddenly charged out. Its skin exhibited a strange bluish-purple hue, its arms as thick as barrels. The sharp nails like knives fiercely lunged towards Yang Xuan. Yang Xuan's eyes sharpened, showing no signs of panic. His right hand swiftly drew the Desert Eagle from his waist, aiming precisely at the mutated zombie's head. Now, in front of these mutated zombies, he had long lost the previous fear. He didn't even need to activate Death's Eye anymore. His shooting skills were far beyond before. Bang! A dull gunshot echoed as the Desert Eagle, loaded with thunder element ammunition, screamed out, striking the zombie's head. In an instant, blue arcs of electricity burst forth, spreading like a spider web across the zombie's body. Zizz! The sound of the arc-burning flesh was piercing. The mutated zombie's movements instantly froze, its body twitching violently a few times before crashing heavily to the ground, completely still. The power of the thunder element ammunition was indeed formidable, allowing for a one-shot kill against such mutated zombies. Yang Xuan did not pause, continuing deeper into the area. Along the way, he encountered 3 wandering mutated zombies, all of which he precisely took down with the thunder element ammunition. The bullets pierced through their heads, the sounds of the electric arcs echoing endlessly in the corridor, yet no other survivors appeared. This deepened his doubts but made him even more cautious. When reaching a tilted, collapsed container, Yang Xuan's mental strength suddenly sensed a faint energy fluctuation inside the box. He stopped, circled to the damaged opening of the container, and cautiously peeked inside. Inside the box was empty, except for a bronze-colored chest quietly lying in the corner. After confirming there were no other people or zombies around the chest, Yang Xuan climbed into the container. He approached the bronze chest and gently touched its surface. A system prompt immediately appeared. Bronze chest discovered, can be opened directly. Without hesitation, Yang Xuan chose to open it. The bronze chest emitted a weak white light, and after the light dissipated, a neatly folded black bulletproof vest appeared inside the box. Basic bulletproof vest, can resist some bullets and melee attacks. A good haul. A glint of joy flashed in Yang Xuan's eyes as he immediately put on the basic bulletproof vest. The vest fit snugly, made of tough material that did not hinder his movement. Wearing it, he felt an added layer of protection. In this scene full of danger, the improvement in defense and the assurance of life were equally important. Yang Xuan continued to move forward. As he delved deeper, the surrounding containers grew denser, and the corridors became increasingly complex, while the number of mutated zombies sensed by his mental power gradually increased. He maintained a steady rhythm, clearing the zombies he encountered one by one. The efficiency of the thunder element ammunition placed no pressure on him. Despite the number of zombies cleared along the way being large, they were mostly concentrated along the corridor's perimeter. The deeper he went, the sparser the zombies became, and their movements were strangely unified, as if driven by some force, moving in the same direction. Even more oddly, besides the stench of decay and the metallic scent of rust, there lingered a faint, piercing aroma similar to gunpowder in the air, which shouldn't exist in a zombie-infested area. Yang Xuan's steps paused slightly, his gaze sharpened further. He did not rashly press on but sidled behind a damaged container, raising his mental strength to the utmost, carefully probing the movements within 50 meters ahead. At that moment, a sudden, dense roar erupted from the left passage, followed immediately by 7 or 8 mutated zombies surging like a tide, their eyes blood-red, movements frenzied, charging directly towards Yang Xuan's hiding spot. Here they come? A jolt ran through Yang Xuan's heart. Gripping the Desert Eagle tightly in his right hand, he immediately activated Death's Eye, as time slowed, quickly marking all the zombies, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Thunder element ammunition was fired in quick succession. The blue electric arcs burst out continuously, and the roars of zombies echoed one after another, only to be instantly drowned out by the za sound of the electric arcs. He precisely locked onto the heads of each zombie, every shot fatal. Within seconds, 7 or 8 mutant zombies lay dead on the ground, completely motionless. But just as the last zombie fell, a sudden click sound reached his ear, the sound of a mechanical trigger. Yang Xuan's skilled danger prediction was activated. A scene appeared in his mind, and seconds later, the container he had just hidden in suddenly exploded. Yang Xuan's heart raced with alarm. He wanted to use the linked skill Battlefield Escape of Danger Prediction. In an instant, he stopped the activation of the skill and instead relied on his extreme reflexes to roll out to the right. Boom! A loud explosion erupted behind the container he had just hidden in, and shattered metal fragments mixed with concrete debris flew everywhere, the scorching shockwave hitting him, making the bulletproof vest on his back feel hot. A triggered explosive trap? Yang Xuan steadied himself, his gaze serious as he looked toward the explosion point. The wall of the container there had been blown open, clearly indicating that the previous zombie tide had been intentionally driven in, with the aim of making him focus on dealing with the zombies, thus triggering this hidden explosive trap. Before he could think further, a faint glimmer suddenly flashed around the corner of the passage not far ahead. Yang Xuan looked up and saw the outline of a bronze treasure chest peeking out from around the corner. After experiencing the shock of the explosive trap, the suddenly appearing rich supplies made it easy for one to let their guard down and hastily approach to check. But Yang Xuan remained unwavering. The explosion had completely awakened him. He did not head straight to the bronze treasure chest, but instead circled to the top of another container, observing the situation at the corner of the passage from a higher vantage point. As expected, he discovered a clue. There was an extremely thin metallic wire on the ground beneath the resource box, connecting to the wall on the other side of the corner, and on the wall, a small vibration bomb was attached. As long as someone touched the resource box or stepped on the metal line, the bomb would instantly detonate, and the shockwave generated would be enough to temporarily incapacitate a person. A diversion, an explosive barrier, supply luring. Yang Xuan sneered internally. This was a well-prepared trap, each link interconnected, designed to continually exhaust his attention and stamina, making him overlook the real ambush while dealing with the trap. Yang Xuan lightly jumped down from the container, not touching the vibration bomb, but intentionally took 2 steps towards the resource box, creating the illusion of wanting to go check it out. Chapter 45, Ambush and Counterattack. Just as Yang Xuan made his move, there was a slight rustling sound from the top of the containers on both sides of the passage, as if someone was adjusting their position. Yang Xuan's mental energy had been covering the surroundings, but he hadn't found any survivor's figure. He understood that the other side had a way to resist mental energy probing. However, since he had discovered the other party, he simply took their bait, suddenly speeding up towards the resource box, and just as he was about to touch the metal line, he abruptly stopped, his body tilting backward, while his right hand lifted, aiming the golden desert eagle at the top of the container on the right side of the passage before decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! The thunder element ammo whistled out, accurately hitting a shadow that had just poked its head out. Ah! A scream erupted as the shadow fell from the top of the container, heavily crashing to the ground, still holding a modified crossbow in his hand, clearly one of the ambushing shooters. Move! He found us! A coarse roar came from the depths of the passage. With his shout, from the top of the containers and the shadows on both sides of the passage. In an instant, 7 or 8 shadows burst out, their weapons all aimed at Yang Xuan, bullets and crossbow bolts raining down like raindrops. This was the real ambush from the opponent. After draining Yang Xuan's attention with the earlier traps, they launched an unsuspecting group attack. Yang Xuan had long been prepared. Earlier he had deliberately pretended to search, consuming some time, and the 3-minute cooldown for danger awareness had just ended. Danger awareness activated, and images from the next few seconds appeared in Yang Xuan's mind. Relying on his powerful mental strength, he memorized the flight trajectories of all the bullets and crossbow bolts aimed at him. At this moment, it was not yet a true dead end, and he did not want to reveal all his cards. It was not yet time to use battlefield escape. The sharp whistle of bullets cutting through the air and the light sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air intertwined in his ears, yet they did not affect Yang Xuan's judgment at all. He suddenly exerted force in his waist, rolling sideways in an extremely bizarre posture, his body moving as if it had no bones, precisely avoiding all the attack trajectories. Bullets grazed the edges of his clothes, striking the ground in containers, sparking bursts of flames and debris, while crossbow bolts stuck where he had just fallen, their tails still trembling slightly. Impossible! How could he dodge all of that? The figures on both sides of the passage gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. Their carefully planned fire suppression seemed laughable, almost like slow motion, in Yang Xuan's eyes. As soon as Yang Xuan landed, Death's Eye activated immediately. The world around him seemed to slow down, and the gold desert eagle in his right hand felt as if it had fused with his arm, the gun barrel turning at an almost invisible speed, targeting all the exposed shadows on both sides of the passage. Bang! 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 The gunshots were dense like bursting beans, yet every shot was incredibly precise. The shooter on top of the container, just about to adjust his position, had his head pierced by a blue arc of electricity, his body falling straight down. The members charging out from the shadows had no time to react before their chests erupted in a spray of blood, falling backward with charred marks. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the sounds of gunfire and the sizzling of electricity echoing endlessly. In less than 2 seconds, the 7 or 8 figures on both sides of the passage had all fallen, without a single survivor. Every corpse had a fatal wound, either their heads were pierced or their hearts hit, with the power of lightning elemental ammunition causing the surrounding wounds to be charred. The death's gruesome. Deep in the passage, hiding behind the container and giving commands was Scarface, who had a grudge with Yang Xuan, witnessing this terrifying scene with his own eyes. His face, once twisted with a savage grin, froze instantly, his pupils suddenly contracting, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a fist, as if all the blood in his body had frozen at that moment. How is this possible? Scarface's throat tightened. He couldn't forget the humiliation of being driven away by Yang Xuan in the safe zone, which was why he joined the Blood Wolf group, rallying a group of peripheral members by exploiting their power. He had been searching for Yang Xuan, and this time he finally encountered him, planning to take revenge through an ambush. But he never expected Yang Xuan's strength to be terrifying to such an extent. The firepower of 7 or 8 people didn't just fail to harm him at all, but was instead instantaneously annihilated. After dealing with all the ambushers, Yang Xuan slowly raised his gaze towards the depths of the passage, his eyes locking sharply onto the area behind the container where someone was hiding. That earlier roar had already revealed the opponent's position. When his gaze penetrated the gap in the container and he saw the face marked by a sinister scar, Yang Xuan's eyes slightly narrowed, then a glint of cold understanding flashed by. Scarface. It really is him. Yang Xuan stepped forward, walking towards the direction where Scarface was hiding. Scarface, hiding behind the container, stared intently at the approaching Yang Xuan. His whole body uncontrollably trembled. He had just witnessed the terrifying scene of Yang Xuan killing 7 or 8 people in seconds. The oppressive feeling, like the arrival of death, intensified as Yang Xuan approached, almost suffocating him. No, don't come closer. The scarred face's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. The color had drained from his face, leaving only a ghostly white. Yang Xuan's footsteps showed no signs of stopping, his steady pace like a countdown from death, each step crushing the scarred face's last thread of luck. Looking into those cold and emotionless eyes, the scarred face knew that pleading for mercy was useless. This man would never let him go. I'll fight back. I'll take you down with me. In despair, the scarred face erupted with a hint of madness. He suddenly charged out from behind the container, gripping a heavy machine gun tightly. The muzzle quivered as it aimed at Yang Xuan, his finger already on the trigger. But to Yang Xuan, his movements were as slow as a snail. Just as the heavy machine gun began to lift, Yang Xuan activated the Eye of Death. Bang! The gunshot of the Golden Desert Eagle was crisp and lethal. The bullet accurately pierced through the scarred face's brow. The scarred face's body stiffened suddenly, the wildness in his eyes faded instantly, and the heavy machine gun fell to the ground with a loud clang. He fell straight back, hitting the ground hard, completely silent, never having been able to pull the trigger of the heavy machine gun before dying. With the scarred face dealt with, this ambush was effectively dissolved. He glanced at the bodies lying everywhere, showing no intention of stopping. The priority was still to complete the scene task and find the terrifying creature in the central area. But at that moment, just as he turned around, an unexpected change occurred. On the tops of the containers on both sides of the passage, 2 figures suddenly leaped down like leopards. One on the left held a long knife, its blade crackling with blue electric arcs. The moment he landed, he shot forward, his figure turning into a shadow, rushing towards Yang Xuan with a fierce whistling sound. The person on the right held a black longbow, its string drawn tight, an arrow gleaming with dark golden light locked onto Yang Xuan, leaving him nowhere to escape. In the instant the long knife approached, the bowman released his fingers, the arrow shooting out like a meteor, with a sharp whooshing sound aimed straight at the back of Yang Xuan's heart. Chapter 46, Refusal to Recruit. The 2 who ambushed Yang Xuan were perfectly coordinated, one close and one distant, one attacking and one locking on. The timing of the attack came right after Yang Xuan had just dealt with an enemy, when his mind was most relaxed, clearly a premeditated attack. Yang Xuan's heart raced, his instincts made him react almost the instant the attack appeared. He exerted force in his waist, abandoning the turn, and rolled fiercely to the left side. Creak! The long knife grazed past his back, the sharp blade cutting through the air, the electric arc's high temperature scorching his back, leaving a deep mark on his bulletproof vest. At almost the same time, the dark golden arrow thudded into the ground where he had just stood, its tail shaking violently, the tip buried halfway into the concrete, showing its tremendous power. Yang Xuan rolled clumsily behind a nearby container, steadying his form, his eyes instantly turned extremely serious. He had narrowly dodged this ambush purely from instinct. These 2 suddenly appeared survivors were far stronger than the previous scarred face and those outer members, absolutely formidable opponents. Members of Blood Wolf? Yang Xuan spoke in a deep voice, his gaze fixed firmly on the 2 figures in the passage, his right hand gripping the Golden Desert Eagle again. He had not expected that after dealing with the scarred face, there would be such tough characters hiding.
The figure with the long knife did not pursue after Yang Xuan rolled away. Instead, he calmly withdrew his knife, the electric arcs around him slowly dissipating, with no sign of impatience on his face. On the other side, the long bowman also lowered the fully drawn bowstring, and the dark golden arrow had mysteriously been returned to the quiver, yet his sharp eyes remained locked onto Yang Xuan, showing no signs of relaxing his vigilance. The sudden pause made Yang Xuan frown slightly, his fingers gripping the golden desert eagle without loosening, his gaze growing increasingly alert, as he did not believe these two would stop their attack for no reason.
Good reaction.
To remain unscathed under our surprise attack, no wonder you were able to kill all the people brought by that fool Wang Tian. The man with the long knife spoke first, his voice steady, carrying a touch of arrogance.
Oh, you don't know his name?
Wang Tian is the scar-faced one you just killed. He took 2 steps forward, revealing a face with defined features, a small scar on his forehead, which was vastly different from the savage look of the scar-faced man. It looked more like a badge earned from years of battle. Let me introduce myself, I am Louis, a formal member of the Blood Wolf team. He gestured sideways to the long bowman behind him and continued, his name is Feng Chao, and like me, he is a formal member. We are not like Wang Tian, who relies on the power of the group to act tough. He privately recruited peripheral members to ambush you, purely personal revenge, and didn't report it to the group at all. When mentioning the scar-faced man, there was disdain in Louis's tone. How could someone like that represent the Blood Wolf team? To dare use the group's name to issue a bounty, he truly disgraces the Blood Wolf. Yang Xian's gaze sharpened slightly, and he didn't respond, quietly listening to him while quickly calculating in his mind. These two started off by belittling the scar-faced man, clearly trying to cut ties with the previous ambush. Seemingly seeing through Yang Xian's doubts, Louis's tone softened a bit, carrying a hint of persuasion. We are here not to avenge the scar-faced man but to thank you for solving this trouble. The Blood Wolf team has always valued strong survivors in the area. We have seen your strength. Being able to eliminate multiple peripheral members and dodge our ambush is a skill that is too good to waste fighting alone out there. So, we are here to deliver a message. Feng Chao finally spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. The Blood Wolf team invites you to join. As long as you nod, the bounty caused by the scar-faced man will naturally be voided, and the team will provide you with the benefits of a formal member, resources, intelligence, protection, everything you could ever want. It's 100 times better than struggling to survive in this apocalypse. After speaking, Louis and Feng Chao fell silent, their gazes fixed on Yang Xuan, waiting for his response. The atmosphere in the corridor became heavy again. On one side was the olive branch thrown by the Blood Wolf team, and on the other was the unknown dangers and constraints. The choice was now in Yang Xian's hands. Blood Wolf team? Not interested. Yang Xian's voice was as cold as ice, his eyes showing no hesitation. To use a bounty to treat me as prey and then turn around to talk about recruitment? Your style is truly disgusting. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yang Xian's mouth, and the vigilance in his eyes turned into unabashed killing intent. I am not interested in joining any group, nor will I collude with those who treat me as prey. You don't drink to the toast but would rather drink the punishment wine. Louis's face instantly darkened, the scar on his forehead glowing red with anger. Since you don't recognize a good opportunity, don't blame us for completely removing this hidden danger. Attack! As soon as the words fell, Louis's feet suddenly pushed off the ground, his figure transforming into a shadow rushing out, the long knife in his hand once again enveloped by crackling blue arcs, the knife's force fiercer than before, directly cutting towards Yang Xian's face. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was extremely piercing. Feng Chao also launched into action simultaneously, the dark golden arrow once again locking onto Yang Xian's energy. This time he showed no signs of hesitation, his fingertips loosing, the arrow shot towards Yang Xian with a sharp whistle. In perfect coordination with Louis's close-range assault, all his escape routes were sealed off. Yang Xuan rolled to the right, while holding the gun in his right hand, aiming it at the advancing Louis, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whistled out, but Louis blocked it with his knife, causing a harsh metallic clash as the bullet collided with the long blade, blue arcs of electricity creeping along the edge, making Louis's arm tingle slightly, yet it did not stop his attack. The long knife grazed Yang Xian's shoulder, slicing another deep mark in his bulletproof vest. The high temperature from the arc burned his skin, sending waves of sharp pain through him. Almost at the same moment, a dark gold arrow thudded into the spot where he had just rolled, the arrow covered in blood. Yang Xian's reaction had reached its peak, yet he still could not dodge, a bloody hole appearing in his left arm, the pain slowing his thoughts by half a beat. Enduring the pain, Yang Xuan dared not stop at all, using the momentum of his roll to quickly rise, his steps erratic as he navigated the narrow corridor, narrowly evading the two's relentless attacks. At this moment, he sensed that the cooldown for his danger prediction had ended. A sharp light suddenly flashed in Yang Xian's eyes, the opportunity had come. Without a moment's hesitation, he made an instant decision, deliberately slowing his dodging speed, exposing a tiny flaw, his steps faltering for a moment, his body tilting left, just enough to expose his vital point to Louis's knife. A fleeting joy flashed in Louis's eyes, and without hesitation, he rushed forward, the long knife aiming straight for Yang Xian's chest. Feng Chao also seized the opportunity in an instant,
pulling back his bow and shooting an arrow radiating a dark golden glow, aimed directly at Yang Xuan's head.
Chapter 47, Deadly Strike Failure. Both were strong fighters, and opportunities were fleeting, they would not miss them. The moment they launched their attacks, Yang Xuan's danger prediction activated, flashing images of the next 5 seconds rapidly through his mind. The trajectory of Lu Yi's long knife, the flight path of Fang Chao's arrow, and even the subsequent actions of both were all clearly presented before him. However, this time Yang Xuan did not think about how to dodge, but instead immediately determined the position of the next moment and how to counterattack. Battlefield escape. Yang Xuan silently chanted, activating the linked skill. In the next second, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. Ha! Lu Yi and Fang Chao were both taken aback, their attacks missing, the long knife piercing the afterimage, the arrow embedding itself in the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Xuan's figure had instantaneously teleported to the top of a shipping container 10 meters ahead. As soon as he steadied himself, the Eye of Death activated instantly. The world around him suddenly slowed, the astonished expressions of Lu Yi and Fang Chao, their unwithdrawn attack motions, all magnified infinitely. Yang Xuan's right hand quickly switched the ammunition properties of his Golden Desert Eagle, an icy blue light swirling at the gun's muzzle, converting it to ice attribute bullets, combining lethality and freeze control. His gun-holding arm was as steady as a rock, marking the heads of Lu Yi and Fang Chao sequentially. This was his infallible finishing move, never missing. Bang! 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 The crisp sound of gunfire rang out almost simultaneously, the ice attribute bullets carrying icy blue chills shot like meteors toward the heads of both men. However, this time, an unexpected event occurred. For Lu Yi and Fang Chao, they seized the opportunity to heavily injure Yang Xuan, but in the next instant, Yang Xuan vanished, and they faced the incoming bullets. Facing the bullets flying towards them, Lu Yi's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, showing no intention of dodging at all, but instead, he abruptly raised his head, meeting the bullet head-on with his skull. Put! Several bullets struck Lu Yi's forehead precisely, the icy blue chills spreading instantly, beginning to envelop his body, blood mixed with ice crystals slowly flowing down. Lu Yi's body suddenly stiffened. Stumbling back 2 steps, his face was full of pain and embarrassment, the wound on his forehead was hideous and terrifying, yet he did not fall, and one could still clearly see his chest heaving, he was not dead. At the moment the bullet aimed at Fang Chao was about to hit his head, Fang Chao's figure suddenly became illusory, and then dissipated like smoke in place. The bullet shot straight through the residual shadow and hit the container behind, exploding into a flurry of ice flowers. What? A trace of disbelief flashed in Yang Xuan's eyes. He stared hard at the scene below, waves of shock rolling in his heart. This never-failing lethal combo actually failed. LVE could withstand ice attribute bullets without dying, while Fang Chao could disappear like smoke. These two's trump cards far exceeded his expectations. Below, LVE regained his strength, shaking all over, the ice crystals scattered all over the ground. He reached up to wipe the blood and ice crystals from his forehead, his gaze turning ferociously fierce, like a wounded beast. Damn it! You've successfully angered me. From the wound on his forehead, several bullets were actually forced out and fell to the ground, as if faint red light was flickering, the wound was rapidly healing. At the place where Fang Chao had vanished, a figure slowly emerged. It was Fang Chao himself. He drew his longbow back again, the dark golden arrow aimed at Yang Xuan on top of the container, his gaze icy and piercing. You actually have such means, unfortunately, it's useless against us. Yang Xuan's pupils suddenly constricted, the Eye of Death activated again without hesitation. Time's flow immediately slowed, the muzzle of his Golden Desert Eagle flashed a hot orange-red light, the bullet's attribute switched to fire. The fire attribute bullet had both explosive and burning power. He did not believe that these two could cover every defense. Bang! 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 Dense gunfire erupted at the top of the container, bullets wrapped in flames shot out like blazing fireballs, locking onto all the crucial points and escape routes of Fang Chao and LVE. This time, Yang Xuan held nothing back. He emptied the magazine, shooting at a pace that was extreme, not giving the two any chance to react. But after the earlier ambush, LVE and Fang Chao were already on high alert. Fang Chao's eyes sharpened, his feet moved peculiarly sideways, actually flashing to LVE's back at an astonishing speed, while his left hand pressed heavily on LVE's shoulder, using his body as a natural shield. LVE responded simultaneously, letting out a low growl. A rich light of pale red instantly appeared around him. This light was even more solid than before, as if covered by a layer of blood-colored shield. Clang! 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 The piercing sound of metal collisions rang out in succession. Bullets shot towards the two collided against the pale red light, actually being bounced away. The bullets struck the sides of the container walls, instantly exploding into roaring flames. The scorching airwaves swept around, suddenly raising the temperature, filling the air with a pungent burnt smell. And the bullets aimed at Fang Chao completely missed as he left his original position, exploding into a sea of fire on the ground, sparks flying everywhere. Yang Xuan's expression darkened completely. The attack of the fire attribute bullet still did not work. LVE's red light shield was strong, and Fang Chao definitely would not leave LVE easily. The Golden Desert Eagle's attack had already struggled to cause substantial harm to the two. If this stalemate continued, he would sooner or later be worn down by their tacit cooperation. I can't keep pushing forward. Yang Xian's thoughts raced, instantly recalling the B-level skill he had never used before, dangerous explosive device. The wide area explosion power of this skill might break the current deadlock. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Xian exerted force under his feet, leaping down from the top of the container, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact, and then he ran wildly toward the intricately arranged containers ahead. He deliberately chose areas where the passage was narrow and the crates were densely stacked to escape, using the overlapping crates to hide his figure while quickly scanning the terrain around him with his mental power. Soon, he discovered that ahead, there were closed containers 5 meters high on both sides, and the narrow passage was an excellent place to use dangerous explosives. Thinking of running? No way. The red glow on LVE's forehead became even stronger, and the wound from the ice bullet had mostly healed. He screamed angrily and chased after Fang Chao, who was closely following him. LVE led the way, his long knife constantly slashing at the abandoned wooden boxes and metal racks in their path, creating a piercing crashing sound. Fang Chao closely followed behind, his eyes locked onto Yang Xian's figure. Even while running, his longbow was always drawn tight, with dark golden arrows ready to shoot, but he couldn't find the perfect opportunity as Yang Xian used the containers to hide. Kid, you can't escape. Surrender quietly, and you might die a quicker death. LVE chased closely, his tone filled with ferocity. He had been completely enraged by Yang Xian, wanting to tear this guy who had embarrassed him into pieces as quickly as possible. Yang Xian ignored him and quickened his pace, and as soon as he confirmed that the two had been completely lured into that passage, a cold smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. The time had come. He suddenly stopped, and as he turned around, his right hand quickly gathered a black explosive pack in his palm. As soon as the pack took shape, it exuded a dense aura of danger, as if it would explode at any moment. Chapter 48, Hidden Dangers Eliminated. Yang Xian gripped the black explosive tightly without throwing it immediately, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the passage. He was waiting for the perfect moment when the two would have no way to dodge. The escape and dodge just now had perfectly exhausted the cooldown time of his danger prediction skill. At this moment, the skill was ready, giving him a bit more confidence. Now's the time. Yang Xian mentally recited, and the Eye of Death activated once again. He quickly switched the weapon's ammunition properties with his right hand, and the muzzle of the Golden Desert Eagle glowed with a cold blue light again as the ice attribute bullets were now ready. This time, Yang Xian did not lock all the target points on the two of them. His gaze quickly scanned the top of the narrow passage, the sides, and the retreat behind them, instantly planning a complete lockdown route in his mind. The target points appeared, with several aimed at LVE's chest and knees, creating a necessary feint attack. The remaining 10 or so target points fell on key positions in the passage, the overhead beams, the midsections of the container walls, and the ground behind the two. Bang! 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 The dense gunfire exploded in the narrow passage, and the ice blue bullets shot out like shooting stars, hitting the various target points accurately. The moment the bullets hit, the ice blue chill suddenly erupted, quickly solidifying into thick ice crystals, completely sealing off the space above the passage. The bullets fired at the ground behind the two exploded into a patch of icy surface, spreading ice crystals and blocking their retreat route. LVE and Fang Chao had planned to launch a fierce attack while Yang Xian turned, but they were caught off guard by the sudden lockdown of bullets. Several faint bullets rushed toward vital points, forcing them to concentrate their attention to block. The faint red light around LVE surged again. Clang! Clang! Two sounds deflected the bullets, but when they sensed the cold air spreading around and looked up to see the passage blocked by ice crystals, their expressions instantly turned serious. Not good. It's a trap. Fang Chao shouted sharply, wanting to pull LVE back, but found that the ground behind them had already been covered in ice crystals, and even a slight movement posed a risk of slipping. Their retreat was completely cut off. The narrow passage was layered and sealed off by ice crystals. At this moment, they were like beasts trapped in a cage, with nowhere to escape. A cold, sharp smile flashed in Yang Xian's eyes as he seized the moment when the two were locked down and shaken. With a sudden force from his wrist, he threw the first dangerous explosive, which had already been condensed in his palm, toward the two behind him. Without the slightest pause, he focused his mind, and the other two stored explosives also quickly took shape in his palm, being thrown toward the two's positions in succession. 3 black explosives formed a straight line in the air, landing in 3 positions, in front of Louis, at the center, and behind Fang Chao. Having done all this, Yang Xian didn't look back and sprinted madly in the opposite direction of the corridor. This was his first time using a dangerous explosive, and he wasn't sure how powerful it really was. But just by looking at the system description, he knew how terrifying the power was and that he had to get as much distance as possible before the explosion. Boom! In almost just a few seconds after Yang Xian turned to run, the 3 dangerous explosives hit the ground one after another, and a violent explosion immediately erupted. 3 huge shockwaves overlapped, sweeping outward like a tsunami, flames and thick black smoke soaring into the sky, completely engulfing the narrow corridor. The ear-splitting sound of the explosion was deafening, nearby containers shook violently, and a large amount of debris, metal fragments, and ice crystals splattered like rain. Yang Xuan had barely run less than 10 meters when he felt a violent wave of heat hit him, the danger prediction skill instantly triggered, and scenes of the next few seconds flashed rapidly in his mind. But these images were not important. He decisively activated the link skill Battlefield Escape, propelling himself forward another 10 meters in an instant. However, even so, he was still violently hit by the rushing blast wave on his back, stumbling uncontrollably forward for several steps, his throat suddenly feeling sweet. Yang Xuan staggered, leaning against a nearby container, and coughed violently a few times, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though he was still touched by the shockwave, thanks to the combination of danger prediction and battlefield escape, he successfully avoided fatal injuries and only sustained minor wounds. He turned his head to look in the direction of the explosion. There was thick smoke billowing, flames shooting up, and the entrance to the narrow corridor had been blocked by the collapsed remnants of containers, making it impossible to see inside. This time, I should be able to solve them. Yang Xuan murmured to himself, a slight fatigue in his gaze. He quickly checked his condition, confirming that his injuries weren't severe, but still took out a dose of intermediate serum without hesitation, using it immediately. Yang Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening once again. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went to a high point on a container, where he could clearly observe the entire explosion area, an excellent vantage point. Yang Xuan emitted his mental energy, precisely covering the center of the explosion. He had to confirm that Lu Yi and Fang Chao were completely dead, leaving no hidden dangers behind. If, at the crucial moment of dealing with the terrifying creatures in the central area, these two didn't die thoroughly, the consequences of a sneak attack from behind would be unimaginable. Moments later, his mental energy detected a severely damaged corpse. The body was trapped under several heavy metal fragments, most of it mangled and unrecognizable. He carefully observed the characteristics of the corpse, the remnants of clothing, the half-broken longbow nearby, and the faint silhouette, instantly recognizing it as Fang Chao. Fang Chao is dead. Yang Xuan felt slightly relieved, but as his mental energy continued to probe, he suddenly sensed a faint life fluctuation. This fluctuation was extremely weak yet genuinely existed at the center of the explosion. Yang Xuan's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze locking onto that direction, his heart instantly racing. Louis lay in a heap of rubble, his whole body charred black, his clothing long since burned away, skin extensively carbonized, flesh a bloody mess, looking utterly tragic. His chest faintly rose and fell, clearly still clinging to a breath, and on the surface of his broken body, there lingered an extremely thin layer of faint red light. It was this layer of red light that safeguarded his last shred of life against the terrifying power of 3 dangerous explosives. As if sensing Yang Xuan's gaze, Louis struggled to turn his charred head, his murky eyes fixated on Yang Xuan atop the container. When he recognized Yang Xuan's figure, an explosive fury ignited in his eyes, filled with extreme hatred and unwillingness, as if he wanted to devour Yang Xuan alive. He wanted to struggle to rise, but as soon as he moved, every wound on his body ached, letting out painful groans, yet his body remained motionless. Still alive. A ripple stirred in Yang Xuan's heart, and he grew more wary of Lu Yi's strange defensive ability. But he felt no pity, nor did he intend to get closer. Yang Xuan slowly raised his right hand, the barrel of the Golden Desert Eagle slowly aimed at Louis below. His fingertips moved slightly, quickly switching the ammunition type, and a blue electric light flowed at the barrel. Bang! 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 Without any hesitation, Yang Xuan directly pulled the trigger, emptying the entire magazine. One by one, rounds of Thunder Element ammunition, wrapped in blue arcs, shot towards Lu Yi's body. The moment the bullets hit, the blue arcs erupted violently, bursting into sparks on his charred body. After being shot, Lu Yi's body convulsed a few times, the fury in his eyes instantly dissipating, replaced by complete despair. The thin layer of faint red light on his body flickered a few times under the dense Thunder Element attacks, like a candle in the wind, before it completely vanished. The rising and falling of his chest abruptly halted, his body no longer moving at all. Yang Xuan maintained his aiming position and waited a few more minutes, his mental energy checking again to confirm that Lu Yi's life wave had completely vanished, and only then did he slowly lower the Golden Desert Eagle, letting out a sigh of relief. This time, both of them were truly dead, with no more hidden dangers. Chapter 49 Center Area. Confirming that Lu Yi and Fang Chao were completely dead, Yang Xuan jumped down from the container's height, landing lightly. He looked at the 2 lifeless bodies in the explosive rubble, his brow furrowed, his heart heavy with gravity. Lu Yi and Fang Chao, as formal members of the Blood Wolf, already possessed such strong power. From the information he learned from Shi Mang, he knew that besides the formal members, there were nearly 10 core members, who were surely even stronger. He just didn't know if these 2 were core members. Just the formal members have this level of strength. The overall combat power of the Blood Wolf is likely far beyond my imagination. Yang Xuan muttered to himself, a chill creeping into his heart.
This time, the conflict with the Blood Wolf was extremely thorough. Having continuously killed their peripheral and formal members, they would undoubtedly not let it go easily. In the days to come, he would definitely be hunted down madly by the Blood Wolf, and a slight misstep could plunge him into a catastrophic situation. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart, making his desire to enhance his own strength even more urgent. I must become stronger as soon as possible, whether skills or equipment, I must upgrade. Otherwise, if I encounter a strong member of the Blood Wolf again, I might not be so lucky. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Xuan quickly walked towards the ruins and found two packages emitting a faint white light beside Lui and Feng Chao's bodies. These were system bags that had exploded after killing the survivors. He first bent down to pick up Lui's package, and the moment his fingertip touched it, the items inside the bag appeared clearly on the screen before him. High-grade compressed biscuits X5, pure water X3, primary serum X4, and a skill card? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yang Xian's eyes, his focus sharpening on that card. The card's information was instantly unlocked. C-grade skill card, guaranteed flying knife. Effect, can summon a flying knife from thin air in one's hand. Summoning takes 0.5 seconds. When the target is in sight, the thrown knife is guaranteed to hit. Power is related to throwing strength, but the hit position is random. After reading the skill description, Yang Xuan suddenly understood. No wonder Lui had never used this skill, it had many limitations. A 0.5 second summoning time could be deadly in rapidly changing combat, and with the hit position random, if he didn't hit a vital spot, it would waste an attack opportunity and might expose his own flaws. For Lui, who excelled in close combat and taking damage head-on, this skill was indeed useless and far less effective than the long knife he previously held. But for me, it might still have some value. Yang Xuan tucked the skill card away, and thoughts raced in his mind. His talent allowed him to add random attributes to this skill card, perhaps there would be a surprise. Then he picked up Feng Chao's backpack. The items inside were relatively ordinary: high-grade compressed biscuits X3, pure water X2, primary serum X2, and nothing else special. Yang Xuan had figured out the rules for survivor drops. Basic survival supplies would all drop out as direct rewards, but skill cards, special equipment, and vehicles, rare items, would only drop one randomly or not at all. Getting a skill card from Lui this time was already lucky. After organizing all the supplies, Yang Xuan adjusted his state to peak condition. He raised his head and looked towards the center area of the dock, where a low growling sound could be faintly heard, exuding a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Stepping forward, Yang Xuan quickly moved towards the central area. Just after passing through a stack of shipping containers, a large number of mutated zombies suddenly surged out from the passage ahead, with at least 20 or 30 of them. They smelled the scent of living people and immediately let out hoarse roars, crazily rushing towards Yang Xuan. Just what I needed. Yang Xian's eyes tightened. Instead of retreating, he actively charged forward. Eye of Death activated, slowing the flow of time around him. His right hand switched the Desert Eagle to lightning attribute ammunition, as the gun muzzle spun quickly, precisely locking on the heads of each zombie. Bang! 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 The dense sound of gunfire rang out, with the lightning elemental ammunition piercing through the zombies' heads, blue arcs spreading through the horde, each bullet accurately finishing off a zombie. Yang Xuan raised his hand to wipe away the splattered blood on his cheek. Without any hesitation, following the increasingly clear sense of oppression, he continued pushing towards the central area. The number of mutated zombies along the way gradually decreased, but each one's form became more distorted and fierce. However, for Yang Xuan with Eye of Death active, they still posed no threat. After advancing several hundred meters, the view ahead suddenly opened up, and an indescribable terrifying pressure rushed at him, making Yang Xian's breath slightly falter. He knew he was getting close to the core area of the center. Yang Xuan did not rush in recklessly but quickly scanned his surroundings and soon spotted an abandoned signal tower nearby. Though the tower was somewhat tilted, its height was sufficient, making it an excellent observation point. He quickly ran to the base of the tower, checked its stability, and then climbed up using both hands and feet. The metal frame creaked slightly under his weight, but fortunately, it did not collapse. A few minutes later, Yang Xuan reached the top platform of the tower, standing firm. From his vantage point, the entire view of the central area was clearly visible. The empty core area of the dock, with no containers blocking the way, the ground scattered with twisted rebar and broken planks, exuding an air of decay and silence. In the center of this dead silence, a terrifying mutated creature, towering 7 to 8 meters high, stood proudly, like the ruler of this region. Its body was as sturdy as a rice mill, covered with a layer of dark brown rough shell, which was filled with sharp bony spines that glimmered with a cold, eerie light. Its head resembled an enlarged version of some kind of arthropod, with compound eyes taking up most of its face, and a dense array of eye spots reflecting a strange red light under the sunlight. Underneath, 8 thick limbs grew, each covered in sharp scales, with clawed tips deeply embedded in the cement ground, leaving behind menacing deep pits. Just from a distance, Yang Xuan felt goosebumps rise, a wave of fear surging from the depths of his soul, as the pressure emitted by this mutated creature was too terrifying. Even more chilling were the dozens of broken bodies of survivors lying haphazardly around the creature. Some bodies were cut in half, with entrails scattered all over. Some had their heads missing, blood staining large areas of the ground, and others were marked with deep claw marks, clearly torn apart in despair. These bodies wore various kinds of gear, clearly from different survivor teams, and their fate was the price paid for recklessly challenging this terrifying creature. Yang Xuan's gaze was tightly locked on the mutated creature. He noticed it was standing still, occasionally moving its compound eyes to scan the surrounding area, seemingly on alert for something, or waiting for prey to come to it. It bore no wounds, its breath steady and heavy, clearly in peak condition.
What a frightening monster!
Yang Xuan murmured to himself, having made a preliminary judgment about the strength of this mutated creature, not daring to underestimate it in the slightest. He slowly released his mental power, like an invisible net quietly covering the entire central area and surrounding zones. He knew that around such a creature, there would definitely not be only one observer like him.
Chapter 50, Communication Signal. Yang Xuan's mental power quietly covered the entire area.
Soon, Yang Xuan captured a relatively dense wave of mental fluctuations, coming from the left side behind a giant container, more than a dozen in total. These waves intertwined with each other, filled with obvious tension and vigilance, yet not repelling each other, clearly indicating that different survivors had temporarily gathered together to confront the terrifying creature in the central area. Their breaths were relatively restrained, clearly relying on their numbers, feeling more confident than if they acted alone.
Besides this dense wave, Yang Xuan also discovered sparse mental signals in other directions.
Behind the discarded steel pile on the right, in the shadows of a distant damaged warehouse, and on the tops of several low containers, solitary survivors were hiding.
These people's breaths were extremely weak, and if it weren't for Yang Xuan's sharp mental power, they would have been undetectable.
Clearly, like him, they chose to hide and observe the situation, waiting for the best opportunity to act, unwilling to expose themselves recklessly.
Yang Xuan withdrew some of his mental power and looked down at the signal tower beneath him. Though this tower had an open view, it was too conspicuous, isolated and without any cover. As long as other survivors or that mutated creature noticed this direction, they could easily discover his presence. I can't stay here for long.
Yang Xuan made a decision in his heart. Just as he bent down to prepare to climb down the supports to change his observation point, an unexpected event occurred. In a distant area beyond the coverage of his mental power, there was a pile of stacked containers, where a faint white light suddenly flashed. This light was very faint, like the dim glow of a firefly, and it targeted only the direction of his signal tower, flickering quickly 3 times before completely disappearing. It was as if it had never appeared. If Yang Xuan weren't focused at this moment, he would never have noticed this fleeting reminder.
Yang Xuan's pupils shrank, and a hint of surprise rose in his heart. This light was clearly not accidental, someone was obviously reminding him. Who was it? Friend or foe? He quickly mobilized his spiritual power, covering the area of the container zone, but unfortunately, it was too far to investigate. Although I didn't hide specifically, the other party was able to find me from that far away. Their strength is not simple, and now they have intentionally reminded me and sent a signal, which likely means no malice. Yang Xuan pondered in his heart. If they were an enemy, there would be no need to go to such lengths to remind him. They could have simply launched a sneak attack or allowed him to expose himself. After weighing it for a moment, he decided to check it out. Since the other party had actively sent a signal, there must be a reason, and the signal tower here was indeed not safe, so it was a good opportunity to relocate. Yang Xuan gracefully climbed down the signal tower's frame, landing without making a sound. He crouched low, using the surrounding containers and discarded materials as cover, moving quickly toward the stacked containers like a stealthy leopard. Along the way, he deliberately avoided the hiding spots of other survivors while raising his spiritual power to the maximum, alert to any slightest wind or noise around him. After a few minutes, Yang Xuan arrived near the stacked containers. He did not rashly approach. Instead, he stopped behind a container in the distance and released his spiritual power again to carefully search. Still, he found nothing. The area was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the metal gaps. Just as Yang Xuan was about to move closer, a familiar cold female voice entered his ears, low but clear. Don't come over, wait here. Yang Xuan's heart raced, and he instantly stopped in his tracks. This voice, is it her? He looked toward the source of the voice, locking his gaze on the side of the highest container ahead, where a few bundles of discarded tarpaulin were stacked, appearing unremarkable. But in the next second, the tarpaulin was gently lifted, and a slender figure poked half of her head out, signaling him to be quiet. Seeing that cold face, Yang Xuan's tense nerves relaxed a bit. The person here was Ling Shuang, who had briefly collaborated with him before, the female survivor with a sci-fi-style sniper rifle and formidable hiding abilities and long-range shooting skills. The white light that had just reminded him was clearly sent by her. Yang Xuan nodded at Ling Shuang, signaling that he understood, then slowly leaned against the wall of the nearby container, maintaining a hidden posture. He secretly marveled. Ling Shuang's hiding ability was even stronger than he had imagined. She not only perfectly blocked his spiritual power probing but also merged her breath and form completely with the environment. He had been so close just now and still failed to detect her presence. After another 10 seconds, Ling Shuang finally emerged from behind the tarpaulin, tiptoeing to Yang Xian's side,
and once again lowered her voice to say. The signal tower you were at before was too conspicuous, 2 groups of people have already noticed that direction. I reminded you because I saw you had previously collaborated with me. Yang Xuan nodded at Ling Shuang and quietly replied. Thank you for the reminder, I was indeed careless just now. He paused and briefly mentioned his situation. I encountered members of the Blood Wolf group earlier, and there was a conflict. I killed several of their members, and likely they will come after me. Hearing the name Blood Wolf, there was no ripple in Ling Shuang's cold eyes, as if she had only heard an unimportant name. She gently shook her head, her tone flat. The matters of the Blood Wolf have nothing to do with me. I only care about how to deal with that terrifying creature in the central area, as well as any possible rewards it might have. She paused and added. The reason I agreed to cooperate with you and that one named Shermang before was simply because both of you were strong enough, and joining forces against the boss would increase our odds of success. But I will not involve myself in your conflict with Blood Wolf, that would add unnecessary risks, and it goes against my principles. Ling Shuang's attitude was very clear, she would only do things that were beneficial to her and did not wish to get entangled in any additional grudges. Yang Xuan was not surprised by this, it was clear from their brief cooperation last time that she was extremely rational, putting her own safety first. I understand. Yang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. I also didn't intend to pull you in, I just wanted you to know my situation, to avoid being caught off guard if you encounter Blood Wolf later. While communicating, Yang Xuan casually asked. It seems that the survivors here are all lying low. Has something happened? Mentioning this, Ling Shuang's eyes took on a more serious expression. You came late and didn't see the previous tragedy. There was a group of 7 or 8 survivors, and I don't know if they were overconfident or eager for rewards, but they suddenly charged out from hiding and attacked the terrifying creature. Her voice lowered further. The result was total annihilation. That creature's attack speed is extremely fast, and its power is horrifying. In less than a minute, that group was torn to shreds, and their bodies are still lying there. Yang Xuan followed her gaze to the central area. So that's why everyone is afraid to act recklessly. Chapter 51, Time is of the essence. After witnessing that scene, no one dared to act rashly, Ling Shuang said. The people gathered now are either waiting for more to join, wanting to rely on numbers for a hard fight, or like us, observing the boss's weaknesses, looking for opportunities. She paused, then directed her gaze back at Yang Xuan, her tone becoming more serious. From our last cooperation, I could see your keen observation skills and your organized command. Your personal strength is also quite remarkable. To deal with a boss of this level, we need someone to coordinate and we also need strong output and flexible responses. You are very suitable. Therefore, I am willing to continue partnering with you to find opportunities to deal with it. This was the highest recognition Ling Shuang could give. Yang Xuan understood, Ling Shuang's willingness to cooperate was entirely based on matching strength and increasing the odds. He responded in a low voice. No problem. I also need a reliable ranged attacker, your sniping ability can just cover my weakness. Let's continue observing, figure out this monster's attack patterns and weaknesses, and then act when the time is right. He paused and asked a question. Since we're cooperating, I want to know about that powerful shot you used last time. It should have some limitations, right? I won't disclose my information. If you think it's the right moment, send me a signal, and I will use it. All right. Yang Xuan did not press further. The two reached a consensus and said no more, leaning against the container wall, their eyes fixed on the terrifying creature in the central area. Ling Shuang slowly lifted the sci-fi-styled sniper rifle, silently resting the barrel in the gap of the container, aiming the scope at the mutated creature, observing its weak points. Yang Xuan once again released his mental power, carefully keeping an eye on the movements of the other survivors around him. Since reaching a mental level of 10, Yang Xuan knew he had become somewhat overly reliant on mental power for exploration. Before, he had let his guard down because his mental power couldn't detect the 2 members of Blood Wolf, and now Ling Shuang found a way to avoid detection by mental power. Moreover, achieving a mental level of 10 was not a difficult task, and soon many survivors would understand the importance of personal attributes. If someone used the mental power probe as bait, he would put himself in danger. Yang Xuan knew that he must always stay alert and could not fully trust the information obtained through psychic power. The atmosphere in the central area remained oppressive, as that mutated creature, towering 7 to 8 meters high, stood firm like an immovable mountain, while the hidden survivors around it lurked like hunters in the dark, patiently waiting for the best moment to strike. Time quietly passed in the silence of the ambush, and suddenly, Yang Xian's system panel lit up, displaying a line of crimson text, Scene Task Deadline, 2 hours remaining. The cold words struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of every survivor. He could clearly feel the previously oppressive atmosphere growing even more anxious, with many hidden psychic fluctuations showing obvious turbulence. Only 2 hours left. Yang Xuan murmured to himself, his expression growing more serious.
The task prompt had long made it clear that if the horrific creature was not eliminated in time, no one in the scene would be able to leave, and would perish along with the scene's demise. At that moment, a deep male voice suddenly echoed throughout the central area, penetrating the barriers of the containers, and clearly reaching each person's ears. All survivors who have arrived here, listen. My name is Wang Bo, and I believe everyone has seen the task deadline. Exceeding the time is a dead end. Now, I invite you in the name of all the companions gathered here to temporarily set aside personal grievances and work together to deal with this horrific creature. Only by killing it together do we have a chance of survival. This voice was not transmitted through a shout but clearly utilized some special skill for full area coverage. Yang Xuan's heart stirred, his psychic power instantly locked onto the source of the voice, right behind the giant container, where a dozen survivors were gathered. It seemed that this Wang Bo was one of them. Personal grievances are momentarily set aside. Ling Shuang frowned slightly, there was a flash of weighing in her cool eyes, and then she regained her calm. This is still rational, continuing internal strife will only lead to our demise together. Wang Bo's voice had barely faded for a few seconds when movements first began behind the giant container. A dozen survivors split into 4 small teams, like hunters on the prowl, orderly stepping out from their hiding places and slowly approaching the horrific creature in the central area. Their steps were steady, maintaining a coordinated distance from each other. It was clear they had undergone quick division of labor, with some holding steel plates up front to cut a path, others with heavy weaponry supporting from the back, and in the middle, there were those wielding blades ready to strike, clearly functioning under unified command. Proceed with caution, first test its attack range. A tall man, his arms wrapped in heavy metal armor, issued a low command. He led the way at the front, his steel plate slightly leaning forward, vigilantly staring at the horrific creature standing nearby. The horrific creature seemed to sense the movement, its previously motionless body swayed slightly, its hard-shelled head slowly turning, densely packed red compound eyes locking onto the approaching group, a low growl erupted from its throat, making the ground tremble slightly. At the same time, the other hidden survivors no longer remained in hiding. From behind the abandoned steel pile on the right in the distant broken warehouse, several figures stepped out one after another, actively moving toward Iron Hand's team. They mostly wore solemn expressions, clearly aware of the current situation and understanding that joining forces was the only way out. Yang Xuan even saw that 2 of them seemed to have clashed before. At this moment, they merely exchanged a glare before tacitly joining different teams, temporarily setting aside their past entanglements. It's time to make a move. Ling Shuang's voice came through. Just as Yang Xuan had been observing the central area for a moment, Ling Shuang disappeared. At this moment, Yang Xuan could only hear the other parties questioning, but couldn't see anyone, not even the direction of the voice. Should we cooperate? Yang Xuan didn't answer immediately, his eyes fixed on the advancing team below. He could tell that the commander of that group of survivors had a good strategy. The squad's advancement was slow, each step was a test, clearly learning from the previous group's reckless charge that led to total annihilation. After pondering for a moment, he quietly replied. Let's wait a moment to see how this monster attacks and its weaknesses. Then we can find an opportunity to strike. Charging in now would only make us its primary target. Not hearing Ling Shuang's response, it seemed the other party had no objections to Yang Xian's words. When the team below advanced to within 50 meters of the terrifying creature, all squads suddenly stopped, and the battlefield fell into a brief silence once more. Only the increasingly urgent roars of the terrifying creature foreshadowed a brutal battle about to erupt. Chapter 52, Fierce Confrontation. The brief silence was shattered by the thunderous roar of the terrifying creature. Its strong limbs stomped the ground, its 7 to 8 meter high body like a heavy tank rushing towards the approaching survivors, the gust of wind lifting up the ground's debris and roaring as it smashed all around. Spread out. Follow the plan. The tall man at the front shouted as he raised the steel board, firmly blocking in front of him. But the impact of the terrifying creature was beyond imagination. The first wave of wind swept him back repeatedly, the steel board instantly covered in fine cracks. At that moment, a small figure darted out like a ghost, a survivor wielding a dagger. He was incredibly agile, nimbly weaving in and out of the gaps between the terrifying creature's limbs, his footwork unpredictable. The creature's claws struck at him with a whooshing sound, each time just missing by a hair's breadth, making the onlookers gasp in fear, as the claws smashed into the ground, instantly creating half-meter deep craters, flying debris, and if hit, he would surely be torn to pieces. Now's the time. The dagger wielder's eyes were sharp, taking advantage of the terrifying creature's momentary turn. He kicked off toward its limbs, leaping into the air, his 2 gleaming daggers stabbing fiercely towards the creature's compound eye. However, as soon as the blades touched its rough shell, they bounced off, leaving only 2 shallow white marks, not even breaking through its defense. Its defense is so hard? The dagger wielder was shocked, quickly using the momentum to flip backward, narrowly avoiding the terrifying creature's sweeping limb. Although he could not inflict damage, he succeeded in attracting most of the creature's attention, creating an opportunity for others. On the other side, a burly man, as massive as a small mountain, let out an angry roar and immediately grabbed a thick piece of scrap steel beside him.
This steel piece weighed hundreds of pounds, but in his hands, it was as light as a stick. The burly man swung with all his might, the steel smashing into the terrifying creature's leg joint with a loud bang, causing its movements to noticeably slow down, its limbs bending slightly under the immense impact. "It's effective." A glimmer of joy flashed in the burly man's eyes as he bent down to grab another piece of steel, continuously striking the creature's joints and paths of movement. Though the steel could not inflict substantial damage on the shell, it could precisely restrict its speed, preventing the terrifying creature from recklessly chasing the dagger wielder. "Watch me." A loud shout came as a man rushed out quickly, holding a sci-fi style chainsaw, its teeth glowing with a faint blue light, emitting a shrill high-frequency buzz when activated. Taking advantage of the burly man's restriction on the terrifying creature's movement and the dagger wielder attracting the creature's attention, he leaped onto the creature's limb. Press the chainsaw hard against the seam of the terrifying creature's hard shell. Zila! The piercing friction sound made people's scalps tingle, and the light blue saw teeth actually cut through the terrifying creature's hard shell, instantly spraying dark green blood. The terrifying creature, in pain, let out a shrill roar and violently twisted its body, trying to shake off the chainsaw man. The man held onto the chainsaw tightly, gritting his teeth and persisting, carving a half-meter-long wound on the terrifying creature's chest. But just as everyone thought they saw hope, a bizarre scene occurred. The dark green blood at the creature's wound quickly coagulated, and the flesh grew wildly at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, the deep wound that could be seen to the bone completely healed, leaving only a faint trace, as if it had never been injured. How is this possible? The chainsaw man was filled with disbelief, and before he could react, he was brutally swept by the creature's appendage. He flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto a container, making a dull sound, unconscious and unaware of life or death. Even the strong attackers found it so difficult. The situation for other ordinary survivors was even more tragic. A remote survivor holding a rifle just pulled the trigger, only to be struck in the head by debris flung by the terrifying creature, dying on the spot. Two close combat survivors attempted to sneak attack from the side but were pierced through their bodies by the creature's appendage, their screams cut off abruptly. In just a few minutes, the original team of more than 10 people had over half suffered casualties. Most of the remaining people were heavily injured and dared not move forward, all retreating, leaving the battlefield, their faces filled with despair and fear. Only the agile dagger wielder was still struggling, and the strong man continued to hurl steel to buy time, but both their faces were drenched in sweat, clearly unable to hold on for long. Behind a container at the edge of the battlefield, Yang Xuan watched everything with wide eyes, a storm rising in his heart. This terrifying creature's defense, strength, speed, and horrifying recovery ability together made it a perfect killing machine. No wonder the previous people were completely wiped out, he murmured quietly. At this precarious moment, two figures suddenly appeared from hidden spots in different directions and quickly approached the battlefield. Clearly, they saw the situation. Lying in wait alone was meaningless. Only by participating as a team was there a slim chance of survival. Among these two, one stood out remarkably, a woman dressed in plain clothing, tightly holding a baby wrapped in a swaddle. Her pace was not fast, heading straight for the safe zone at the edge of the battlefield. The dagger wielder caught a glimpse of the newcomers out of the corner of his eye, his heart stirred, but his feet did not dare to pause for a moment. The strong man, however, seemed to see hope, roaring as he smashed a piece of steel toward the terrifying creature's head, trying to buy time for the newcomers. Once the woman reached the edge of the battlefield, she stopped, showing no intent to get closer. She looked down at the baby in her arms, a strange smile curling at the corner of her mouth. In the shocked eyes of all the surviving seekers, she suddenly threw the swaddle towards the terrifying creature. Is she crazy? Throwing the baby at the monster. An injured survivor watching from a distance couldn't help but exclaim. But the next second, all the gasps were stuck in their throats. The swaddle opened in the air, and what fell out was not a baby at all, but a ghoul-headed child only half a meter tall, with an oversized head. The ghoul-headed child's skin was a bluish gray, with a weird smile on its face, tightly gripping a rusty but exceptionally sharp kitchen knife. The moment it hit the ground, its feet forcefully pushed off the ground, and its form transformed into a blur, rushing straight toward the terrifying creature. What is this thing? The short-bladed man's pupils suddenly shrank, almost touched by the terrifying creature's claw. The ghost-headed child moved far faster than the short-bladed man, entangling the terrifying creature. It quickly climbed and moved on the terrifying creature's thick limbs and sturdy body, swinging the kitchen knife in a tight pattern, continuously cutting into the creature's hard shell with whoosh 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 sounds. Although the kitchen knife's power was limited and could not break the hard shell like a chainsaw, each cut left a shallow scratch on the shell, and dark green blood slowly seeped out along the scratches. What made the terrifying creature even angrier was that the ghost-headed child's attacks precisely landed on its joints and the areas around its compound eyes, which were relatively weaker. It twisted its body madly, using its limbs to strike and sweep, yet could never reach the ghost-headed child's figure. The ghost-headed child was like the most agile flea, always able to dodge attacks at the last moment, and never forgot to stab back, its eerie laughter echoing across the battlefield, sending shivers down people's spines. Chapter 53, Desperate Reversal. Meanwhile, another new survivor launched an attack. He held a strangely shaped shotgun in his hand, the body covered in intricate patterns, completely different from an ordinary shotgun. He raised the shotgun, aimed at the terrifying creature's body, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a dull gunshot, it was not buckshot that was fired, but a completely green sphere that whizzed out and hit the terrifying creature's chest precisely. The moment the green sphere touched the hard shell, it exploded instantly, a thick green liquid splattering everywhere, evenly coating the terrifying creature's body. A shocking scene unfolded. The green liquid began to bubble and corrode as soon as it touched the terrifying creature's hard shell, making a hissing noise, and the once incredibly hard shell had tiny holes eaten into it, with dark green blood gushing out in great amounts. Even stranger, the terrifying creature's body began to tremble violently, letting out painful howls. It was clear that this green liquid had a very strong restraining effect on it. Even though it could secrete corrosive substances itself, it still could not resist the invasion of this green liquid. Effective! This thing can restrain it. The strong man's eyes erupted with a fierce light, once again lifting a thicker steel rod and smashing it fiercely onto the part of the terrifying creature that had been corroded. The short-bladed man also seized the opportunity, leaping again, the short knife accurately stabbing into the hole corroded by the green liquid. This time, the blade did not bounce off but smoothly pierced in. Although it still could not cause fatal damage, it added more pain to the terrifying creature. Yang Xuan at the edge of the battlefield observed everything, marveling quietly in his heart. Although the abilities of these two new survivors were strange, they perfectly countered the terrifying creature's advantages. The ghost-headed child's high-speed harassment prevented it from focusing on attacking, while the corrosive shotgun shell directly broke through its defenses, weakening its recovery ability. He could clearly see that in the areas corroded by the green liquid, the terrifying creature's recovery speed had noticeably slowed down. Wounds that could heal in just a few seconds now took a long time to slowly coagulate blood. The timing is almost right. Yang Xuan whispered to himself, tightening his grip on the desert eagle, his gaze sharp as a knife. He could sense that although the terrifying creature remained fierce, it was gradually showing signs of fatigue under the multi-pronged assault. Moreover, through his careful observation of the battlefield, Yang Xuan discovered the creature's fatal weakness. Yang Xuan did not find Ling Xuan's figure, but he knew she must be nearby. We should make our move too, delaying will only make the situation more dangerous. Ling Xuan, you should take action and use your sniper rifle to distract the terrifying creature. I'll let you know when I create an opportunity. As the voice fell, Yang Xuan immediately rushed towards the center area. Just as Yang Xuan was about to strike, the terrifying creature suddenly let out a deafening roar. This roar was far more violent than before, its crimson compound eyes instantly filled with blood vessels, and the aura around it suddenly surged. Clearly, the harassment from the ghost-headed baby and the erosion from the corrosive liquid had completely enraged this giant beast. It no longer focused on chasing the short dagger wielder, its thick limbs forcefully pushed off the ground, and its massive body abruptly turned, violently charging at the muscular man who was throwing steel not far away. The speed was much faster than any of its previous movements, and the gust of wind it generated swept the gravel on the ground into the air. Not good. The muscular man's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to raise the steel for defense, he was brutally hit by the creature's body. With a crisp sound, several bones in the muscular man's body instantly shattered, and he flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto a pile of discarded steel, spewing a mouthful of blood, and struggled for a few moments before falling still. After dealing with the muscular man, the terrifying creature did not stop. Its head slightly lifted, and its originally tightly closed mouth suddenly opened, spraying a thick, dark green liquid like a high-pressure water gun, directly targeting the survivor using the corrosive shotgun. This liquid was stickier than its own blood, emitting a pungent stench, clearly possessing strong toxicity and corrosiveness. The survivor's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly rolled sideways to evade, but the spray range of the dark green liquid was extremely wide, and a small portion still splattered onto his arm. Sizzle! A harsh corrosive sound rang out as his arm was instantly corroded to a bloody mess, exposing stark white bone. The excruciating pain made him let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the shotgun slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. At the same time, the terrifying creature's 8 limbs exerted force simultaneously, moving rapidly on the ground. Its massive body kept spinning, like a giant top, with sharp bone spurs sweeping violently across everything around it. The ghost-headed baby, which had been deftly weaving, was suddenly forced into a life-threatening situation by this furious assault. Its strange laughter cut off abruptly, and it could only exert all its effort to dodge between the gaps of the limbs, the kitchen knife in its hand unable to strike accurately, only occasionally managing to barely scratch the edge of the tough shell. Be careful! Its attacks have become more violent. The short dagger wielder roared to remind everyone, yet he too fell into crisis. The limbs sweeping from the terrifying creature grazed past his shoulder, directly knocking down a small container behind him. Stones flew, and a deep wound was cut across his back, instantly staining his clothes red with blood. The situation of the battlefield turned instantly. The survivors who had originally occupied the upper hand were suddenly plunged into despair under the terrifying creature's furious counterattack. The injured survivors watching from a distance were filled with despair, no longer daring to even think of helping. Yang Xuan's eyes tightened to the utmost. He did not expect this creature to unleash such terrifying combat power when it was enraged.
Ling Xuan, prepare to act. He whispered to the air, his right hand's Desert Eagle switching to Thunder attribute ammunition.
As Yang Xian's voice fell, a slight sound of a gun being chambered was heard in the air, and then a brilliant silver-white beam suddenly erupted from the gap of a distant container, like a meteor cutting through the darkness, precisely locking onto the terrifying creature's crimson compound eyes. This was Ling Xuan's powerful sniper shot, the timing perfectly calculated, right at the moment the terrifying creature's body spun, leaving a brief opening in its defense. Buzz! The silver-white beam, accompanied by a piercing sound of cutting through the air, rushed towards the compound eyes. The terrifying creature had just sensed a fatal threat and wanted to turn its head to evade, but it was already too late. The beam crashed hard into its compound eye. With a bang, the silver-white energy shockwave exploded outward, and the hard shell of the compound eyes instantly shattered, dark green blood mixed with broken eye tissue gushing out. The intense pain made the terrifying creature emit an extremely sorrowful roar. Its spinning body suddenly halted, and its sweeping limbs also came to a stop. Chapter 54, Powerful Entrance and Command. At the moment Ling Xuan's sniper beam exploded, Yang Xian's figure had quickly rushed to the core of the battlefield, and the Eye of Death suddenly opened. The flow of time around him instantly slowed down, the creature's twisted body from excruciating pain, its flailing limbs, and even the trajectories of the splattering blood became clear in his eyes. He raised his hand and lifted the golden Desert Eagle, switching the ammunition attribute to ice, quickly locking onto the thick joint of the terrifying creature's limb, marking precise impact points on each joint. Bang! 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 The continuous gunfire almost blended into one, the ice attribute bullets accurately hitting the marked points. Upon contact with the limbs, they erupted into thick frost, like sturdy shackles, freezing the creature's joints completely. The giant beast, which was still madly writhing, suddenly froze. Its massive body lost its ability to move flexibly and could only struggle helplessly in place, letting out deafening roars, but could no longer initiate the previous violent sweeps. The long-range Ling Xuan worked seamlessly, giving the terrifying creature no chance to catch its breath. The silver-white sniper rays were like lethal blades, shooting continuously at the creature's damaged compound eyes. Each hit exploded into a burst of energy shockwaves, intensifying its pain and completely disrupting its perception, leaving it unable to lock onto any target. At the same time, Yang Xian switched the ammunition attribute to lightning, and the muzzle of the golden Desert Eagle spewed out blue arcs, the bullet accurately landing on the hole corroded in the creature's chest. When the lightning attribute ammo exploded, the blue arcs wildly spread at the wound, paralyzing its muscles and nerves, weakening its struggles more and more. One person provided precise long-range suppression while the other performed a close-range surprise attack. The two teamed up perfectly, and the originally fearsome creature was forced down to the ground, unable to move. This sudden turnaround made the survivors in dire straits breathe a sigh of relief. The short knife wielder took the chance to roll behind a nearby container, clutching the deep wounds on his back, gasping for breath. The blood from his back stained the ground below him, but he had finally escaped the threat of death. The survivor with the corroded arm of the shotgun also gritted his teeth, dragging his injured arm to the safe area, his face filled with the relief of having survived. The woman holding the ghost-headed doll also slowly stepped back a few paces, protecting the doll behind her, her cold gaze fixed on the center of the battlefield, devoid of the previous sense of urgency. Yang Xian and Ling Xuan's powerful entrance finally gave them a precious opportunity to breathe. Yang Xian continued to output lightning attribute ammunition to maintain pressure on the terrifying creature while turning to a few survivors not far away, shouting loudly. "We can only temporarily suppress it. This monster's vitality exceeds expectations. We cannot completely deal with it alone." The short knife wielder raised his head, looking at the carefully suppressed terrifying creature, then glancing at the tall, precise-shooting Yang Xian, his eyes filled with shock and admiration, he hoarsely asked. "Do you have a way to completely deal with it?" "That's right." Yang Xian replied in a deep voice, his tone firm. "The brother who attacked it with a chainsaw before, while he couldn't cause fatal damage, revealed its deadly weakness to me. Behind its hard shell on the chest, there hides a red core. That was its energy source. As long as we destroy that core, it will surely die." As the words fell, several survivors showed shocked expressions. They had fought the terrifying creature for a long time but had never discovered this weakness. Yang Xian continued. "Now time is of the essence. We need unified command to coordinate actions and avoid chaos. I am skilled at observing the battlefield and formulating tactics. From now on, I will command, and you will follow my instructions to cooperate. Only then do we have a chance to completely kill it." A lightly wounded survivor hesitated for a moment and then questioned. "Why should you be in charge? Why should we trust you?" Yang Xian had no extra words. He simply raised his hand to point at the heavily suppressed terrifying creature and then pointed at the distant Ling Xuan, who was consistently dealing precise damage, coldly saying, "Just based on the fact that the two of us can suppress this monster and that I found its fatal weakness. If you don't want to die here, set aside your doubts and follow my command. Otherwise, when it breaks free, we will all die." His words were solid and carried an undeniable authority. Ling Xuan seemed to corroborate his words as another silver sniper shot flew out, accurately hitting the wound of the terrifying creature, causing it to emit a chilling wail, and its struggles weakened once again.
The knife-wielding survivor looked at the heavily wounded companions around and then at the dire situation before him. He finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. We will listen to you. Tell us, what should we do? Yang Xuan received the response and showed no hesitation. He immediately began to assign tasks efficiently, his tone urgent yet clear. Knife-wielding survivor, you are responsible for distracting on the left. Use your speed to harass. Don't be greedy for attacks, just make sure it can't focus on the left side. Big sister with the baby, send your ghost head doll to the right side. Engage it at full speed to attract its attention. The remaining lightly wounded brothers, use the weapons you have to attack its limbs to help maintain our suppression. Understood. The knife-wielding survivor immediately responded, gripping his short knife tightly. After taking a deep breath, his figure transformed into a shadow again, circling to the left side of the terrifying creature, occasionally launching surprise attacks. The blade scraped against its hard shell, making a piercing sound, successfully drawing some of the creature's attention. The woman also did not hesitate. She gently patted the ghost head doll's head, and it let out a strange scream, darting to the right side of the terrifying creature, wildly swinging a kitchen knife. Although the damage was limited, it stirred chaos on the right side. The lightly wounded survivors also raised their weapons, firing at the terrifying creature's limbs and throwing debris to interfere with its movements as much as possible. The scene instantly formed a multi-point distraction. The terrifying creature was left dazed and confused. Its already weak struggles became even more chaotic. Seeing this, Yang Xuan's gaze locked on the shotgun survivor who was down to one hand, and he shouted loudly. Brother! Your corrosive shotgun shells are the key. Now, aim for the location of its chest cavity, where the green liquid has corroded holes, and fire with all your strength. You must completely break open its hard shell. The shotgun survivor gritted his teeth, picked up the fallen shotgun with his good left hand, and endured the excruciating pain in his arm, aiming the gun at the terrifying creature's chest cavity. He took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Bang! A green sphere shot out again, hitting the corrosive area on the terrifying creature's chest precisely. The green sphere exploded, and thick corrosive liquid spread once more, further eroding the already hole-riddled hard shell. The sizzling sound was incessant, and dark green blood gushed out even more violently. When I approach the terrifying creature, you don't need to care about me, just hurry to escape from this creature. Upon hearing Yang Xuan's words, the knife-wielding survivor and the middle-aged woman, though unsure of the reason, still nodded to indicate they understood. As his words fell, Yang Xuan looked at the battlefield. After waiting for a while, he immediately held the Golden Desert Eagle and activated the Death's Eye for precise shooting. The ice attribute bullets always saved the survivors in close quarters during critical moments. He himself found the opportunity to approach the terrifying creature, getting under its chest. Ling Shuang's well-timed long-range shooting perfectly shifted the creature's line of sight. Yang Xuan quickly put away the Golden Desert Eagle and gathered a dangerous explosive in each hand. Chapter 55 Dust Settled. Yang Xuan gripped the dangerous explosives tightly, his gaze fixed on the chest of the terrifying creature, which was corroded and full of wounds. He breathed a little heavier, waiting for the best moment to throw. Ling Shuang's silver-white sniper beam accurately hit the creature's compound eye again. The pain caused the monster to let out a piercing roar, and its massive body lurched forward, exposing the wound on its chest right in front of Yang Xuan's eyes. The fleeting opportunity had arrived. It's now! Yang Xuan shouted softly, his arm suddenly exerting force. Two completely black dangerous explosives flew out like cannonballs, precisely thrown deep into the wound in the creature's chest. Almost at the moment the explosives left his hand, a warning signal of danger precognition sounded in his mind. In a few seconds, shockwaves from the explosion would form a circular impact, covering a 15-meter radius centered on the monster, and he was right in the lethal damage zone. Without any hesitation, Yang Xuan directly triggered the linked skill of danger precognition, called Battlefield Escape. A faint light flashed around him, and in an instant, his figure vanished from his original spot, reappearing 10 meters away in an open space. Just as he steadied himself, he didn't even have time to adjust his breathing before he turned and sprinted towards the distant container. He knew that the power of the dangerous explosives far exceeded that of ordinary explosives. Even a distance of 15 meters might not be absolutely safe. Before Yang Xuan made his move, the short knife wielder had already followed orders and retreated in advance, his form darting away like a ghost. The wound on his back bled again from the violent running, but he ignored it, thinking only of quickly getting away from the core battlefield. The middle-aged woman was also well prepared. With a light wave of her hand, the ghost-headed doll that was harassing the terrifying creature's right side immediately stopped, letting out a sharp hiss, and darted back into her arms like a gust of wind. She held it and turned to retreat, her movements swift and decisive. Other lightly injured survivors had already retreated to a safe area 100 meters away, staring at the center of the battlefield, not daring to even breathe. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the wound on the creature's chest instantly burst into a dazzling orange-red fireball. A massive shockwave swept out like a tsunami. The ground was torn apart, rocks, dust, and the monster's flesh mixed with dark green blood, forming a terrifying wave of gas.
Where it passed, discarded steel was tossed aside, small containers were smashed and rolled, and even survivors 100 meters away could feel the violent tremors of the ground.
My God! What kind of power is this?
A lightly injured survivor stumbled as the shockwave hit him, his face turning pale as he cried out. His companion trembled in fear, gripping the nearby container tightly, eyes filled with terror. Had they hesitated for even a moment, they might have been torn to pieces by this shockwave. The short knife wielder was halfway through when the shockwave caught up to him. Pain shot through his back, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, yet he still gritted his teeth and ran a few more steps before stopping, turning back to the battlefield with a look of dread in his eyes. The middle-aged woman, holding the ghost-headed doll, hid behind a giant container. Even with shelter, the strong winds brought by the shockwave still blew her hair into disarray. The ghost-headed child also retracted the eerie smile from before, curling up in the woman's arms, not moving at all. Yang Xuan, who was racing forward, was caught up by the shockwave, his back feeling as if it were struck by a heavy hammer, letting out a muffled groan, stumbling slightly and nearly falling. He steadied himself, running another several meters before stopping, his body covered in dust, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. But he did not pay any attention to his own condition, his gaze fixed intensely on the terrifying creature at the center of the explosion, not daring to blink at all. The flames from the explosion gradually dissipated, and amidst the smoky battlefield, the silhouette of the terrifying creature re-emerged. Its chest armor had been completely obliterated, creating a huge opening, shattered armor fragments littering the ground, and dark green blood gushing forth from the gap like a fountain, staining a large area of the ground red. More critically, deep within the opening, a fist-sized core emanating a dark red glow was clearly exposed to the air, its surface pulsating slightly, radiating terrifying energy waves, which was the deadly weakness Yang Xuan had discovered before. Although the dangerous explosive had immense power, it was still a conventional explosion. Yang Xuan did not expect it to destroy the terrifying creature's core weakness, his goal was merely to expose that weakness.
Now the moment had come. Now is the time.
Yang Xuan gritted his teeth against the severe pain in his back and roared into the air, his voice somewhat hoarse from the effort. From a distance, within the crack of a shipping container, Ling Shuang had long been poised to strike. Hearing Yang Xian's call, a sharp glint flashed in her cold eyes as she gently fiddled with the trigger of the sci-fi sniper rifle, adjusting it to the strongest output mode. In the next instant, a silver-white beam thicker and more brilliant than ever before erupted from the gun barrel, like a light column piercing through heaven and earth, carrying with it a destructive aura that cut through the smoke, hitting the dark red core exposed outside with remarkable precision. Buzz! The moment the silver-white beam collided with the core, it did not unleash a violent explosion. Instead, it pierced through the core instantly, detonating a silver-white energy storm within. The terrifying creature's body suddenly stiffened, all movements halting instantly, its scarlet compound eyes losing all luster, and the originally violent aura rapidly receded like a tide. A few seconds later, its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, stirring up clouds of dust and leaving it utterly still. The dust kicked up by the body of the terrifying creature slowly settled, and the entire central area instantly fell into a deathly silence. No more howls of monsters, no more gunfire, and no more roars of battle, only the heavy breathing of everyone remained, forming a striking contrast to the brutal fight just moments before. Everyone froze in place, their eyes fixed on the motionless corpse of the terrifying creature in the center of the battlefield, no one daring to speak easily, nor anyone brave enough to step forward in check. The scene of the creature's violent counterattack remained vivid in their minds, the fear in their hearts not yet fully dissipated, worried that this was just a facade, and the next second it might strike again. Time passed minute by minute, and several minutes went by without the terrifying creature's corpse moving at all, its terrifying aura long since dissipated, leaving only the rich scent of blood and smoke lingering in the air. Only then did they finally catch their breath, the taut nerves suddenly relaxing, the emotions that had been suppressed for so long finally finding an outlet. Is it over? A lightly injured survivor spoke with a trembling voice, murmuring in disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby survivor with a scratched arm suddenly squatted down, covering his face with both hands. The shoulders shook violently, it was the sound of tears of joy. More injured survivors also let down all their guard, some leaned against the containers, tears sliding down their cheeks, repeating, "We survived." That survivor with the corroded arm, even while the intense pain continued, showed a smile at the corpse of the terrifying creature. Finally, we have destroyed this monster. The knife-wielding survivor covered his bleeding back, took a deep breath, and his tense face finally relaxed. They no longer had to be trapped in this desperate scene waiting to die. As long as they waited for the mission to conclude, they could leave here safely. Yang Xuan also slowly exhaled, his tense body relaxed, and the sharp pain in his back suddenly became clear, making him frown unconsciously. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over those survivors crying tears of joy, feeling not much ecstasy, but a sense of calm that comes after the dust has settled. He turned to look in the direction of Ling Shuang. Although he still couldn't see her figure, he could feel that the aura locking onto the battlefield had quietly receded. Chapter 56, Thanks in Alienation. As everyone immersed themselves in the emotions of surviving, several lightly injured survivors hurriedly carried two stretchers, on which lay the strong man and the chainsaw man, both severely injured by the terrifying creature. The two men looked as pale as paper, their breaths weak, their chests still slightly rising and falling, clearly having just regained consciousness after escaping life-threatening danger. Fortunately, we made it in time. These two brothers are tough, just severely injured and unconscious, but still alive. The survivor carrying the stretcher wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to those around him. Although the strong man and the chainsaw man could not speak yet, they slightly turned their eyes upon hearing the commotion, looking at the corpse of the terrifying creature in the center of the battlefield, their eyes full of relief and lingering fear of having survived. At that moment, the knife-wielding survivor, holding his wounded back, limped up to Yang Xuan and extended his hand voluntarily.
Brother, thank you.
My name is Lin Feng, it was all thanks to you, otherwise, our group would probably have met our end here. His voice was still a bit hoarse, but his gaze was sincere, filled with obvious gratitude.
Yang Xuan raised his hand and gently shook his, nodding in response. Yang Xuan.
Just cooperating with each other, without any one of us, it might not have succeeded. Not long after, a middle-aged woman holding the child with the ghostly head also approached, her steps still steady, her cold gaze swept over Yang Xuan, and she spoke softly.
Ding Fong. This is my companion, the ghost child.
She pointed to the ghost child still curled up in her embrace, her tone lacking much emotion, but it was clear there was no malice. The ghost child seemed to sense her meaning, lifting its head, casting a glance at Yang Xuan with its eerie black eyes, then quickly shrinking back down.
Yang Xuan.
Yang Xuan replied simply, not asking more questions. In this survival world, everyone has their own secrets, excessive probing only brings trouble. Not far away, the shotgun survivor with the corroded arm also came over, dragging his injured arm, which had been simply bandaged, still painful.
He cupped his single arm towards Yang Xuan with a hint of gratitude in his voice.
My name is Zhang Pu, thank you for reminding me, otherwise, my corrosive shotgun would not have worked.
Yang Xuan was about to respond when suddenly an unpleasant voice rang out from the crowd.
Oomph, that sounds nice. You didn't take action earlier, you had to wait until we suffered heavy casualties to act, and now you take the credit. The speaker was an injured survivor with a hurt arm, his face dark, his eyes filled with discontent.
If you hadn't shown up late and let us test the monster's limits first, would so many have died? Did those fallen brothers die for nothing? Everyone nodded in agreement.
That's right. We brothers almost lost our lives, and you, on the other hand, came out to reap the rewards.
Shut up.
Lin Feng suddenly turned his head to scold.
If it weren't for Brother Yang and that sniper suppressing the monster earlier, do you think you could have survived? It was our own actions before, and it has nothing to do with Brother Yang. His willingness to command has already saved us all. I agree with Brother Lin.
Zhang Pu also spoke up to support.
Brother Yang Xuan not only found the monster's weakness but also made a detailed plan.
Without him, we would all have been trapped here. The deaths of those brothers were due to us underestimating the monster's strength, not Yang Xuan's fault. More and more voices began to support Yang Xuan, with many expressing their gratitude.
That's right, thank you, Brother Yang Xuan. If it weren't for you, none of us would live to see another day.
The scene instantly split into two factions, one side filled with gratitude for Yang Xuan, while the other, angry over their companions' deaths, directed their resentment towards him, and both sides argued endlessly. Yang Xuan, however, did not pay attention to the quarrel, he just stood quietly in place, his expression calm. In this world of survival where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, some were grateful while others were resentful, this was the norm. On the edge of the crowd, several survivors looked at Yang Xuan's figure with complex expressions, quietly stepping back a few paces to deliberately keep their distance. One of them whispered to a companion beside him. I recognize who he is, he's Yang Xuan.
The one wanted by the Blood Wolf.
What?
He's Yang Xuan?
The companion's face changed drastically, quickly lowering his head and not daring to look in Yang Xuan's direction again.
Then we should stay far away.
If anyone finds out we have been with him, the Blood Wolf will not spare us. Similar whisperings quietly spread on the edge of the crowd, and many who learned Yang Xuan's identity showed fearful expressions, silently retreating to draw a clear line with him.
The one wanted by the Blood Wolf.
The murmurs at the edge of the crowd were like a cold tide, silently sweeping through the clamorous arguments, precisely entering the ears of everyone. Lin Feng, who was still loudly defending Yang Xuan, suddenly paused, his hand which was raised in the air stiffly retracting, and the gratitude on his face was instantly covered with a layer of shock, quickly replaced by seriousness. He instinctively took a step back, creating a slight distance from Yang Xuan. The injury on his back throbbed painfully due to the movement, yet he seemed completely unaware, just staring intently at Yang Xuan's profile, his eyes filled with a more complex scrutiny. The words Blood Wolf in their survival area were synonymous with death. They were a group of ruthless madmen, acting with extreme fierceness, robbing resources and killing their own kind, always taking action without hesitation, with no sense of reason. Even more terrifying was their thirst for revenge. Once targeted, even the slightest grievance would be pursued to the ends of the earth, without rest until death occurred. There had been a small team that picked up some supplies discarded by the Blood Wolf group at the scene, only to have the entire team slaughtered, meeting a tragic death that still haunted the survivors in this region as a nightmare to warn each other. On the other side, Zhang Pu, who had just spoken up for Yang Xuan, also paled instantly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had previously thought Yang Xuan was powerful and strategic, capable of leading everyone to survive, and was a benefactor, but never expected that the other party was actually wanted by the Blood Wolf group. Thinking of the cruelty of the Blood Wolf, he couldn't help but shiver. The gratitude he once felt towards Yang Xuan felt like a bucket of cold water doused over him, leaving him with deep worry instead. He secretly glanced around, finding many people were secretly watching him and Lin Feng, their eyes filled with some glee and detachment. Zhang Pu's heart suddenly sank. Just now, he and Lin Feng had openly helped Yang Xuan speak, even taking the initiative to introduce themselves. If the Blood Wolf group found out, would they treat them as Yang Xuan's accomplices? Ding Feng, holding the ghost-headed doll, also showed a hint of fluctuation in her cold eyes. She did not retreat as obviously as Lin Feng and Zhang Pu did, but the arm holding the ghost-headed doll subconsciously tightened a bit, and her originally calm gaze gained a few more traces of vigilance. She was not afraid of strong fighters fighting alone, but was particularly wary of the Blood Wolf group, a team with no bottom line. Once entangled, even with the ghost doll's help, troubles would be endless. The previously contentious scene fell silent completely because of the three words Blood Wolf group. Those survivors who had complained about Yang Xuan earlier also closed their mouths, gazing at him with expressions that mixed dissatisfaction and a hint of glee. Offending someone from the Blood Wolf group meant that even if they survived today, they would eventually face death sooner or later. Chapter 57, Rewards and Treasure Chests. Against the blatant rejection and alienation from those around him, Yang Xuan's face still showed no ripples, as if the deliberately created distance and wary gazes had nothing to do with him. He wasn't one to actively seek out connections. His earlier decision to take charge and cooperate with everyone was merely the best solution after weighing the pros and cons. The power of this terrifying creature was indeed too immense. Relying solely on him and Ling Shuang could perhaps ensure their own safety, but it wouldn't guarantee the creature's total defeat. To kill the terrifying creature, they could only integrate everyone's strength, which would provide a solid assurance of completing the task and leaving alive. Now that the mission was over, they were merely passing acquaintances. If the others chose to distance themselves, he found it rather peaceful. Just as the atmosphere grew eerily silent, the corpse of the terrifying creature in the center of the battlefield suddenly glowed with a brilliant white light without any warning. The white light grew brighter, like the blazing sun at noon, making everyone squint their eyes involuntarily. The previously lingering sense of blood and gunpowder quickly dissipated under the glow. What is going on? The monster is dead, yet it still stirs up trouble? Someone instinctively stepped back, their voice lingering with remnants of fear. Before anyone could react, the ball of white light suddenly split apart, transforming into a dozen soft light balls of varying sizes, flying precisely towards each person who had participated in this battle as if alive. The light balls moved swiftly but held no aggression. One moderately sized light ball flew straight towards Yang Xuan, gently merging into his body before he could react. A warm energy enveloped him in an instant, and a clear message emerged in his mind, instantly letting him understand what it was. It turned out to be an extra reward for the scene task, not a treasure chest, but the energy transformation from the terrifying creature's corpse. Anyone who had participated in the attack and contributed to killing the monster would receive one. Instinctively, he opened his system backpack and quickly sensed the specific contents of the reward. 5 pieces of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of purified water, and a few rolls of medical bandages, all basic and practical survival supplies in the survival world. In addition to these basic supplies, there was also a small bottle, its body engraved with subtle patterns, emitting faint energy fluctuations. It was indeed a potion for attribute breakthrough. The attribute breakthrough potion broke through one's current attribute limits, a highly sought-after treasure in the survival world. A flicker of change passed through Yang Xuan's eyes. Just the potion alone made this trip's rewards richer than he had anticipated. The others also felt the changes brought by the light balls, looking at the items they had received in their system backpacks with surprise. Just as everyone immersed themselves in the joy of their gains, the corpse of the terrifying creature, radiating white light, suddenly began to fade quickly. Like the melting ice and snow, it eventually disappeared completely from its original spot. And at the place where it vanished, a completely golden treasure chest quietly remained, emitting a rich energy fluctuation. It was the golden treasure chest. The appearance of the golden treasure chest instantly attracted everyone's attention. Whether they were people who had previously been grateful to Yang Xuan, those who complained about him, or those who distanced themselves from him out of fear of the Blood Wolf team, all their eyes were fixed on the treasure chest, filled with greed and desire. In the world of survival, the golden treasure chest represented rare items far beyond ordinary rewards, perhaps a powerful weapon or a top-tier skill book, enough to drive any survivor crazy. However, just when everyone was eager to act but hesitated to step forward due to each other's presence, Yang Xuan's movements were faster than anyone else's.
Without any hesitation, he flashed his figure and rushed to the side of the golden treasure chest first. Wait! Why do you get to open the treasure chest first? Someone shouted instinctively, their tone filled with dissatisfaction, yet they merely stood in place and did not actually step forward to stop him. Although they coveted the treasure chest, they were even more afraid of the strength Yang Xuan had just shown. More importantly, they remembered that Yang Xuan was wanted by the Blood Wolf team, fearing that by advancing now, they might be resented or seen as part of his crew. Most people hesitated just like that person, standing still with greedy eyes but afraid to act, merely glaring at Yang Xuan, trying to exert pressure with their gaze. Among the crowd, a few survivors who had complained about Yang Xuan exchanged glances, and one of them deliberately raised their voice and said, "Everyone look! Yang Xuan is indeed selfish. He hid behind before to take advantage, and now with the golden treasure chest, he wants to hog it all. We risk our lives fighting, why should he take all the benefits by himself?" His words were like a spark, instantly igniting the emotions of some people. Some agreed. Exactly. He can't have it alone. The treasure chest should be shared among us all. Most of these people were those who had made no outstanding contributions before and only received basic rewards, now trying to use the crowd's strength to take a piece of the pie from Yang Xuan, even deliberately provoking hostility between Yang Xuan and everyone else. Yang Xuan frowned slightly, turning to give a cold glance at the person who spoke, causing them to instinctively close their mouth. Just at this tense moment, a clear and cool figure suddenly walked out from behind a container in the distance, heading straight toward the golden treasure chest. It was Ling Shuang. She still held that sci-fi sniper rifle, her expression calm, ignoring the gazes of those around her and disregarding the provocative words, walking directly to Yang Xian's side and standing shoulder to shoulder with him, her eyes fixed tightly on the golden treasure chest hovering in midair, indicating her stance with her actions. Ling Shuang's sudden appearance changed the atmosphere on the scene once again. Everyone knew it was this marksman who had worked in perfect harmony with Yang Xuan to ultimately kill the terrifying creature. Her strength was equally not to be underestimated. Now that the two stood side by side in front of the treasure chest, they created a powerful aura. In the silence of the scene, several figures' movements were particularly attention-grabbing, namely Lin Feng, Zheng Pu, and the burly man and chainsaw man who, after being carried to the safe zone, were just getting their strength back with the help of their companions. Without a doubt, they were the group who had contributed most to the kill of the terrifying creature besides Yang Xuan and Ling Shuang. Lin Feng's hand holding the short knife tightened slightly, his gaze switching back and forth between the golden treasure chest and Yang Xuan, his brow furrowed. He internally recognized Yang Xuan's ability, if it weren't for hearing about Yang Xuan being wanted by the Blood Wolf team. At this moment, he would undoubtedly stand up without hesitation to defend Yang Xuan, countering those provocative voices. But the terrifying shadow of the Blood Wolf team weighed heavily on his heart, forcing him to deliberately keep his distance from Yang Xuan. Seeing Yang Xuan lift his hand to open the treasure chest, Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. The temptation of the golden treasure chest was indeed huge, but he knew better that if it weren't for Yang Xuan finding the monster's core weakness and formulating a careful plan, they wouldn't survive at all, let alone open the chest. Those instigators were mostly the ones who hid in the back during the battle and contributed little, while he, as a key participant in the struggle, understood better than anyone how great Yang Xuan's contributions were. At this moment, following the crowd to fight for the treasure chest not only went against his conscience, but was also a betrayal of the gratitude he had felt earlier. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng slowly released his tightly gripped knife handle, quietly stepped back half a step, and shifted his gaze away from the treasure chest, tacitly acknowledging Yang Xuan's leadership. Zhang Pu's reaction was exactly the same as Lin Feng's. He did not lack desire for the golden treasure chest, but felt even more guilt. When he learned of Yang Xuan's identity before, he unconsciously distanced himself from the other party, and now seeing Yang Xuan standing alone in front of the treasure chest, stared at by the crowd with greedy or resentful eyes, Zhang Pu felt his face flush with heat. The silence and retreat of these core survivors were like a bucket of cold water splashed on the instigators. They had wanted to use their numbers to force Yang Xuan to hand over the treasure chest, but seeing that the most qualified contenders, like Lin Feng, chose to give up, the remaining people instantly lost their confidence. Yang Xuan naturally noticed Lin Feng and the others' actions, a flicker of understanding flashed in his eyes, but he said nothing more. Chapter 58, Reward Distribution. The moment Yang Xuan's hand touched the golden treasure chest, a cold mechanical voice from the system suddenly echoed in everyone's minds simultaneously. Ding! The core task of the special scene has been completed, the safe exit passage has been opened, and survivors can choose to teleport away at any time. As soon as the system prompt fell, a light blue leave button popped up on everyone's system panel. As long as they confirmed it with their thoughts, they could be instantly teleported out of this scene. Many survivors who had no confidence in fighting for the golden treasure chest breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the prompt, and without hesitation, confirmed their departure. Beams of white light lit up, wrapping their figures, and in an instant, they disappeared from the spot. Lin Feng looked at the leave button on the panel, then glanced at Yang Xuan and Ling Shuang, who stood side by side in front of the treasure chest, and ultimately suppressed the complex emotions in his heart.
He slightly nodded towards Yang Xuan to express his final thanks and apology, then with a thought, the white light engulfed him, and he turned to leave this perilous scene. Zhengpu also did not linger. He glanced at the people still causing a ruckus, his eyes filled with disdain, and then initiated the teleportation, quickly vanishing from sight. The middle-aged woman Ding Fawn, holding the ghost doll, only felt a slight surprise when she heard about Yang Xian's connection to the Blood Wolf team at first, but her emotions showed no further change afterward. She showed no reaction to the instigator's words, nor displayed any greed for the golden treasure chest. Instead, she continued to tease the ghost doll in her arms. Only after the system prompted that they could leave did she seem to come back to her senses, raising the little hand of the ghost doll to wave at Yang Xian, and with a charming smile, she transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared. Yang Xian naturally noticed Ding Fawn's last action, but why did this farewell scene feel vaguely terrifying? The muscular man and the chainsaw man, supported by their companions, exchanged weak glances, and with difficulty raised their hands toward Yang Xian, signaling a greeting. With the help of their companions, they confirmed their departure, and several beams of light lit up at the same time, transporting them away along with their friends. In just a few seconds, the once noisy edge of the battlefield became mostly empty, with only a few people remaining in place. The remaining few were the ones who had been stirring trouble, trying to incite the crowd to attack Yang Xian. They fixed their greedy eyes on the golden treasure chest, completely ignoring the system's exit prompt, their greed almost spilling over. For them, the exit passage could be used at any time, but the rare rewards in the golden treasure chest were hard to find early on. They were unwilling to leave just like that, wanting to see for themselves what treasures the chest held. Even if they couldn't take them, they wanted to spread the news, hoping to create trouble for Yang Xian through others. From the moment the system prompt sounded, Yang Xian did not rush to open the chest, but quietly observed the surroundings out of the corner of his eye. He watched as the survivors left, saw Lin Feng and others giving their last signals, and looked at the greedy faces of the troublemakers, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since these few chose to stay and seek death, he would naturally not be polite. When the last beam of light disappeared, only Yang Xian, Ling Shuang, and the 5 troublemakers still staring at the chest remained in the central area, and Yang Xian finally moved. He ignored the shouting of those few, his fingertip suddenly pressing down on the lock of the golden treasure chest. With a click sound, the lid slowly popped open, emitting a rich golden light, fatally revealing several items radiating an extraordinary aura lying quietly inside. The 5 troublemakers saw the chest open, their eyes instantly widening, their breathing becoming rapid. Eye of Death activated. Yang Xian whispered in his heart, his right hand lightning fast withdrawing the golden desert eagle tucked at his waist. The lightning attribute ammunition instantly switched. In the slowed-down vision, the greedy expressions of the 5 troublemakers, their raised feet, even their open mouths, were incredibly clear. Yang Xian's fingertip slightly moved, precisely marking a target point on each person's forehead. The moment the marking was complete, Yang Xian slowly turned around, steadily aiming the gun at the forehead of the first person. Bang! 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 The 5 consecutive gunshots almost merged into one, particularly piercing in the empty battlefield. The lightning attribute bullets accurately hit each target point, piercing through the foreheads and exploding into splatters of blood behind them. When the flow of time returned to normal, the bodies of the 5 troublemakers fell straight to the ground, their blood gushing from the foreheads, staining the ground beneath them red. Their lingering greed in their eyes had not fully dissipated, yet their lives had completely ended, dying without comprehending why they had suddenly come under attack, let alone seeing Yang Xian's movements clearly. Ling Shuang stood aside, calmly watching everything unfold, showing no surprise and no intention to stop it. To her, those who tried to provoke and coveted the treasure chest deserved to die. Her gaze fell on the open golden treasure chest, a glimmer of light flashing in her cool eyes, yet she still did not step forward, just quietly stood beside Yang Xian. Yang Xian put away the golden desert eagle, not glancing at the corpses on the ground, and turned to begin examining the rewards inside. The golden light gradually retracted, and the rewards in the chest were clearly presented before the two of them. On the outer edge neatly arranged were several rows of glass bottles, among which were 4 bottles of intermediate serum and 6 bottles of primary serum, all basic supplies that were in high demand in the survival world. And in the center of these basic rewards, 3 items radiating special light stood out remarkably. A card emitting a faint blue glow. The card displayed the words B-level skill random card, capable of randomly drawing a B-level skill, extremely practical. Another card was silver, with gun patterns on its surface, labeled special firearm drawing card, which could randomly obtain a special firearm after use. Finally, there was a bottle of crystal clear blue potion, with agility attribute breakthrough potion engraved on it, which could directly break the current agility limit. These rewards are quite generous. Yang Xian scanned the items in the treasure chest, then turned to Ling Shuang and got straight to the point. The basic serum can be evenly divided, but we need to discuss the core rewards. Ling Shuang nodded slightly, her cold gaze resting on the 3 core rewards, not taking the initiative to compete for them. The two quickly reached an agreement on the distribution of the skill card and firearm card, and their gazes finally settled on the bottle of agility attribute breakthrough potion. Both needed this potion, but after negotiation, they finalized the distribution plan, with Yang Xuan taking all the intermediate serums, basic serums, and special firearm drawing card. Ling Shuang then obtained the B-level skill random card and the agility attribute breakthrough potion. To keep it fair, Ling Shuang took the initiative and proposed. If there is cooperation next time, you can choose the core rewards first. Okay. Yang Xuan agreed, reached out to store the serums and firearm card in his system backpack, and Ling Shuang also put away the skill card and attribute potion. After the distribution was completed, Yang Xuan glanced at the empty battlefield around, then looked at the corpses on the ground, and said to Ling Shuang, "Let's leave." Ling Shuang nodded slightly, saying little, and they both mentally confirmed the leave button on the system panel, and two beams of white light instantly lit up, wrapping around their figures, disappearing from this scene in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a mess and cold corpses. Chapter 59, Holy Battle Angel. The moment the white light faded, the scene before Yang Xuan abruptly switched, the acrid smell of gunpowder vanished without a trace, replaced by the scorching air under the blazing midday sun. He stood steadily in the center of a familiar single-lane road, the pavement beneath his feet heated up, and the dry grass in the distance swayed slightly in the wind, with zombies wandering and emitting meaningless roars. Yang Xuan glanced at the system panel. The time displayed that 3.5 hours had passed since entering the special scene, and it was currently 12:30 noon. He stretched out his limbs, feeling a dull pain from the internal injuries caused by the blasts, with a constant ache in his back and chest. "First, I need to rest and also treat my injuries," he murmured to himself, focusing his thoughts to summon the broken wind off-road vehicle from his backpack. The off-road vehicle landed steadily on the pavement, its engine emitting a faint idling sound. Yang Xuan opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator, causing the vehicle to zoom out like an arrow, the wheels crunching over the pavement and kicking up small stones, leaving the wandering zombies far behind. With one hand controlling the steering wheel, he used the other to open his system backpack and pulled out a bottle of intermediate serum. Without hesitation, he injected the serum into his arm, the icy liquid flowing through his veins, instantly spreading throughout his body, the clear ache fading away like a receding tide, and the heaviness in his chest gradually alleviating, his stamina steadily recovering. About half a minute later, the discomfort from the internal injuries completely disappeared, and Yang Xuan stretched his shoulders, feeling much lighter all over. He tossed the empty serum bottle out the window and began to carefully tally the gains from this special scene. First were the survival points. He clicked on the details section, the numbers clearly displayed. Killing the final boss, 1500 points, opening the golden treasure chest 500 points, killing 15 mutated zombies, 120 points each, totaling 1800 points, plus the remaining 286 points, bringing the total survival points to 4086 points. Not too shabby. Yang Xuan nodded slightly. The survival point shop had not fully opened yet. His current attributes were all maxed out, and these survival points were just enough to save up completely. Next were the basic supplies, compressed biscuits, purified water, and medical bandages stacked full in a row, enough to support him for a long time of survival consumption. Although these supplies were not rare items, they were plentiful in quantity, so he did not have to worry about food, drink, and minor injuries, which gave Yang Xuan a bit more sense of security. Additionally, he had just obtained 4 bottles of intermediate serum and 6 bottles of basic serum from the golden treasure chest, and he also had some stock from before. If he couldn't use them, he decided to trade them for more survival points later. Then, he pulled out the spoils from defeating the Blood Wolf gang members, specifically the C-level skill card, guaranteed flying knife obtained from the last 2 master fighters. The card shimmered with a glow, and the skill description showed, can summon a flying knife out of nowhere in hand. Summoning takes 0.5 seconds. When the target is within sight, the thrown flying knife will definitely hit. Its power is related to throwing strength, but the hit location is random. Better than nothing. One more skill means one more way to survive. Yang Xuan stored the skill card carefully. As he finished sorting, Yang Xuan's gaze fell upon 2 core rewards, and his expression instantly became serious. One was the attribute potion obtained from the reward of the terrifying creature's corpse, which he had only glanced at before. Now he examined it carefully. The bottle was engraved with fine patterns, and the system description read mental attribute breakthrough potion, with effects that permanently increase the mental attribute limit by 1 point. This thing is simply tailor-made for me. Yang Xuan tightened his grip on the potion bottle, a flicker of joy rising in his heart. His core skills, dangerous precognition and Eye of Death, both heavily relied on mental power. The stronger the mental power, the longer the warning time for dangerous precognition, and after continuously activating Eye of Death, it wouldn't quickly enter an overload state, resulting in more marked targets. This 1-point breakthrough in mental attributes seemed small, but it could greatly enhance the power of his core skills, giving him more confidence to survive in the perilous world. The other core reward was the special firearm extraction card obtained from the golden treasure chest. The card was entirely silver, with patterns of swirling firearms printed on the surface. As long as it was activated with intention, he could randomly obtain a special quality firearm. On the smooth road, vehicles sped steadily, and the zombies on both sides had long become small black dots in the distance. Yang Xuan no longer hesitated. He tapped lightly on the virtual interface of the system backpack, locking his intention directly onto the silver special firearm extraction card.
Activate.
At the moment the command was issued, the silver card suddenly erupted with dazzling white light, the brilliance flickering violently in the backpack interface, as if energy was rolling and surging within. Yang Xuan instinctively squinted. Even though it was merely the light and shadow of the virtual interface, it carried an undeniable wave of energy. After a few seconds, the white light gradually converged, and a silver-white metallic outline slowly formed in the glow, eventually stabilizing. It was a pistol with a highly sci-fi appearance, quietly hovering in the system backpack. Yang Xian's gaze was instantly drawn to this pistol. Upon careful examination, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of clear surprise appeared on his face. The pistol was entirely silver white, the lines of the gun body were smooth and neat, covered with fine energy patterns, in which faint blue light flowed, exuding a powerful aura. What surprised him even more was that the texture and color of this pistol, as well as the tiny patterns engraved on the side of the gun body, were somewhat similar to the sci-fi sniper rifle used by Ling Xuan. He suddenly remembered that earlier, in a special scene, the Chainsaw Man had a chainsaw that could emit high-frequency vibrations. Its metallic luster and surface energy patterns seemed to match this pistol and Ling Xuan's sniper rifle exactly.
Could it be that these three weapons are products of the same series?
Yang Xuan felt doubt rise in his heart and couldn't wait to extend his mind, clicking on the detailed introduction of this handgun.
Lines of system text clearly emerged, outlining the weapon's information in detail. Weapon name, Holy War Angel Hand Cannon. Weapon series, Holy War Angel.
Weapon source, future technology product from the Heavenly Kingdom, containing pure and powerful energy. Basic attributes, no need to reload, powered by its own energy core, shooting interval of 1.5 seconds, fires invisible energy pellets, hit speed equals the speed of visual locking, meaning it hits targets in sight the moment it's fired. Special function, charged attack, holding the trigger continuously can gather energy, the longer the charging time, the stronger the attack power, minimum charging time 10 seconds, maximum time 300 seconds. Usage limitation, charged attacks must aim at parts already hit by ordinary energy pellets, otherwise, the energy cannot attach effectively, and the shot will be invalid. Energy supplement, special crystal core of Holy War Angel or natural slow recovery. Yang Xuan slowly read through the introduction, his fingers trembling slightly, filled with an overwhelming shock deep in his heart. Invisible energy pellets, instant hits, no need to reload, just these few basic attributes have already surpassed the Golden Desert Eagle in his hand. Not to mention the special functionality of charged attacks, its power at full charge is simply beyond estimation. He looked again at the weapon series column marked Holy War Angel, further confirming his earlier guess. Ling Xuan's sniper rifle, Chainsaw Man's chainsaw, plus his own hand cannon, clearly all came from this Holy War Angel series, and all from the so-called Heavenly Kingdom future technology. This end-of-the-world survival game is indeed incredible. It can actually create such future technology that completely does not belong to Blue Star. Yang Xuan thought to himself while gripping the steering wheel tighter, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes.
With this Holy War Angel hand cannon, his attacking means would gain a qualitative enhancement.
Whether facing mutated creatures, encountering enemies like those from the Blood Wolf team, or even stronger monsters he might meet in the future, he now had an absolute trump card. Yang Xuan suppressed the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, and pulled his attention back to road conditions, gently adjusting the accelerator, and continued to drive forward on the highway.
Chapter 60 Absurd Rumors. With this hand cannon, my output ability has finally been enhanced again. Yang Xuan took several deep breaths before barely managing to suppress the surging emotions.
He knew it was not the time to indulge in joy. Unknown dangers could appear on the highway at any moment, and he had to stay alert. He adjusted his state again, his gaze sharply scanning the road ahead, steadying the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle continued to drive fast and smoothly. The weeds on both sides of the road quickly retreated, and occasionally, he could see a few zombies startled by the roaring vehicle madly chasing after them, but they never caught up with the off-road vehicle's speed, eventually only able to roar unwillingly in place. As Yang Xuan focused on driving, his wrist system watch suddenly vibrated, followed by a communication request popping up, with the contact labeled Zhao Lei. Seeing this name, Yang Xuan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly pressed the answer button. Zhao Lei was a young man among the three nephews he had saved in a previous scene. They exchanged contact information when they parted, and this was the second time the other party contacted him.
"Brother Yang, it's me." The voice on the other end of the communication was urgent and somewhat frantic. "What's wrong?" Yang Xuan's tone became serious in an instant. Whatever made Zhao Lei so panicked surely was no small matter. "Brother Yang, you must quickly check the area channel. The channel is completely in chaos, and the source of this chaos is all because of you." Zhao Lei's voice was filled with urgency. "I've been gathering information for you in the chat channel, and just now, the channel suddenly exploded. The Blood Wolf Gang issued a wanted notice in the regional channel and even released a kill order." "Blood Wolf Gang? A kill order?" Yang Xuan's tone instantly became serious, and his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened unconsciously. "What exactly is going on?" "They said you openly opposed the Blood Wolf Gang.
killing several of their official members and a large group of peripheral members in a special scene. Zhao Lei's voice was low and filled with obvious fear, explaining rapidly. Not only did they multiply the bounty on your head several times, but they also issued the Blood Wolf kill order. This kill order is much more terrifying than just a bounty. They said they would send out all available official members to hunt you down, leaving no room for escape. What's even worse is that the Blood Wolf gang declared that anyone who dares to have anything to do with you, whether providing help or merely traveling with you, would also be included in the bounty list and face indiscriminate pursuit just like you. They want to completely isolate you, making it impossible for you to survive in this area, ultimately leading to your demise. As Zhao Lei finished speaking, Yang Xuan's expression darkened completely. He leaned back in his seat, his gaze icy and piercing. He knew the Blood Wolf gang would not rest, but he never expected them to be so ruthless, not only chasing after him but also cutting off all possible paths for survival. I understand. Yang Xuan's voice was chillingly calm, with only the whiteness of his knuckles gripping the steering wheel revealing his inner fury. Besides the kill order, is there any other news? Yes, there are survivors speaking out, claiming they encountered a terrifying creature in the scene. A survivor team of over 10 people died in the creature's jaws, saying you entered the battlefield alone and crushed the terrifying creature by yourself. They also said your methods were strange, and just looking into your eyes could freeze someone in place, turning you into a terrifying monster that is neither human nor ghost. What? Yang Xuan listened, dumbfounded, his brows tightly knitted together. He couldn't understand who would deliberately tarnish his name like this, twisting a team battle into a solo show of his own overwhelming strength. Such slander seemed to elevate him but in reality, pushed him to the opposite side of all survivors, painting him as a terrifying, solitary monster, which would only attract others' fear and aggression. As Zhao Lei explained further, even more outrageous rumors began to circulate. Some claimed to have seen Yang Xuan defeat a terrifying creature without any weapons, merely with his gaze, causing the creature's limbs to burst apart. The scene of blood and flesh flying was even more terrifying than the monster itself. Others embellished the stories, saying Yang Xuan was shrouded in eerie black mist, and wherever the mist went, not only did monsters instantly turn into pools of blood, but the ground also bore black marks of erosion. Even timid survivors claimed that just catching a glimpse of Yang Xuan from afar made their souls tremble, nearly paralyzing them in fear. These exaggerated descriptions turned him into a doomsday demon who reveled in killing, surrounded by an aura of death that sent chills down people's spines. Even more outrageous, some fabricated detailed terrifying scenes, claiming that after Yang Xuan killed the monster, he would absorb its essence to strengthen himself. The white light enveloping the monster's corpse at that time was not a task reward but rather him draining the monster's energy. It was said that a survivor who tried to get close was frozen in place by Yang Xuan's gaze, turning into a stiff ice corpse, unable to thaw out until the scene ended. These rumors became more convincing, and soon people began to say he was not even human but a special creature born in the apocalypse, surviving by devouring living beings in energy. Encountering him is like stepping into a dead end. Listening to the ridiculous rumors recounted by Zhao Lei, Yang Xuan was initially filled with doubt and anger, convinced that someone was deliberately slandering him, most likely the Blood Wolf group was behind it, wanting him to become the target of public criticism. But after a moment of thought, he sharply sensed a difference. These increasingly sinister descriptions, which seemed to place him in opposition to all the survivors, actually played a protective role in an invisible way. Indeed, these rumors would make those survivors who might have cooperated with him hesitate, cutting off the possibility of teaming up. But on the flip side, even if ordinary survivors had covetous or resentful feelings towards him, after hearing these terrifying rumors, they would absolutely not dare to act against him lightly. After all, no one would willingly risk their life to provoke a monster that could kill with a glance and survive by devouring energy. This in turn helped him avoid considerable groundless harassment and sneak attacks from lower-tier survivors. Thank you for telling me this, Zhao Lei. You should also pay attention to your safety and avoid mentioning my name to prevent being targeted by the Blood Wolf group. I understand, Brother Yang, you must be more careful. The formal members of the Blood Wolf group are all very strong, and there are many of them. Zhao Lei reminded him before hanging up the call. After the call ended, the system wristwatch interface returned to normal, but Yang Xuan's mood felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. The previous joy of acquiring a new weapon had completely dissipated. He gazed ahead at the endless road, his eyes filled with coldness and determination. The Blood Wolf group's pursuit order, combined with those false rumors, had brought him unprecedented challenges. But he, Yang Xuan, was never someone who would sit back and wait to die. He was not afraid of any challenges or difficulties. He would only pick up his weapon and carve out a path to survival. Chapter 61, Rest. After several brutal battles in the special morning scenes, first circling with the Blood Wolf group members, then teaming up against terrifying creatures, his mind had been under high tension. Now, as he relaxed, exhaustion surged like a tide. I need to find a low difficulty scene to rest and adjust before facing the pursuit of the Blood Wolf group. Yang Xuan murmured softly, refocusing his gaze on the road ahead. The off-road vehicle continued to drive steadily, and after about half an hour, a familiar fork in the road appeared ahead, one of which seemed to still focus on searching for basic supplies in a special scene. Yang Xuan did not hesitate at all and directly entered it. Although high-difficulty scenes offered rich rewards, the risks were too high. Now that the Blood Wolf Group's pursuit order had been issued, he didn't need to take any unnecessary risks. Low-difficulty supply scenes were just right for him to rest and also replenish some basic supplies, killing two birds with one stone. At the moment he entered the special scene, the surroundings switched again, turning the hot road into a large abandoned warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the light was dim, and the air was filled with dust and the smell of decay. The ground was littered with many broken boxes, and in the distance, the occasional roars of a few regular zombies could be heard, without feeling any powerful energy fluctuations. It's really a low-difficulty scene. Yang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. After getting out of the car, he did not rush to act but first scanned the surroundings with his mental strength, confirming no hidden dangers, then began to search for supplies. There were quite a few survivors in the warehouse, about 10 or more, most of whom were in small groups carefully searching for supplies. When Yang Xuan's figure appeared at the entrance of the warehouse, the previously noisy warehouse instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze focused on him, their eyes filled with fear and dread, many unconsciously taking a few steps back, the tools in their hands nearly dropping to the ground. It's that apocalypse demon. Someone whispered in shock, their voice trembling with fear. Clearly, these people had all seen the terrifying rumors about Yang Xuan in the regional channel. They stared hard at Yang Xuan, like mice seeing a cat, not daring to even breathe. All the supplies they had previously been fighting over were instantly tossed aside, fearing that even the slightest movement would bring about death. Yang Xuan saw this and understood, too lazy to explain. This state of fear, although it cut off the possibility of cooperation, also saved him a lot of trouble. At least no one dared to provoke him. He ignored the eyes of the crowd and went straight to the depths of the warehouse, searching for supplies alone. Survivors along the way hurriedly avoided him, actively giving way, and some even hid behind shelves, not daring to show themselves again. The whole scene unfolded very smoothly. There were few mutated creatures in the warehouse, just a couple of ordinary zombies, which Yang Xuan dealt with effortlessly. Most of the time, he rummaged through boxes, and the haul was quite impressive: a dozen packs of compressed biscuits, more than 20 bottles of purified water, a few rolls of medical bandages, and 1,500 survival points. The only high-value reward was a bottle of intermediate serum. As expected, low-difficulty scenes really don't have good stuff. Yang Xuan put the supplies into his system backpack, secretly lamenting that the intermediate and primary serum he had previously obtained from the golden treasure chest now seemed far more valuable than expected. 3 hours later, the scene mission completed, Yang Xuan was automatically transported back to the highway. He summoned an off-road vehicle and continued on, the fatigue in his heart dissipating significantly. As time passed, it soon became 6 o'clock that evening, and the nighttime race on the Doomsday Highway began on time. Yang Xuan did not speed up deliberately to enter the safe zone but casually drove, waiting to enter any special nighttime scene. Before long, Yang Xuan entered a small special scene in an abandoned lighthouse. Inside the scene, there were only a few scattered survivors, maintaining their distance from each other. What surprised Yang Xuan was that one member of the Blood Wolf group, upon seeing him, flashed a glimpse of greed and ruthlessness in his eyes and suddenly charged at him with a machete, shouting, "Yang Xuan! Your head is worth a lot of money." Yang Xuan's eyes turned cold as he effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his right hand lightning fast drew out a Desert Eagle, the gun's muzzle aimed at the chest of the Blood Wolf member. With a bang, the gun fired, and the man fell to the ground, dead on the spot. This series of actions was as quick as lightning, causing the faces of other survivors around to pale, and they all retreated, completely afraid to come near Yang Xuan. For the rest of the night, no one dared to approach him. Yang Xuan quietly stayed atop the abandoned lighthouse, safely passing the night. The next morning, Yang Xuan opened his eyes, rubbed his forehead, and felt a bit emotional, not reminiscing about the past, but reflecting on the 3 days of life and death. From stepping into this apocalyptic world until now, it had only been 3 short days, yet it felt like a vast chasm, completely severing his former life. The ordinary graduate who had just stepped out of college, eager to enjoy life, had long been polished down to nothing but raw edges and bravery through struggles at the brink of life and death. In order to gain the qualification to revive his family. In these 3 days, he has seen the greed and baseness of humanity, and also witnessed brief alliances and compromises in desperate times. He had personally dealt with ruthless survivors and fought alongside unfamiliar survivors against terrifying creatures. He experienced the physical limits of humans and gained various incredible skills. He was also relentlessly pursued by the powerful Blood Wolf group due to his prominence. Every battle was not a choice but a necessity for survival, and every act of cruelty was not a true intention but forced by the rules of the apocalypse. He gradually understood that in this world, there was no reasoning, the so-called fairness and justice had long since vanished in the apocalypse, only sufficient strength remained to grasp the initiative of survival. Once, he would feel heartache for senseless killings, and pity for the suffering of others, but now he understands that compassion is the cheapest emotion in the apocalypse, and a slight misstep could plunge him into an abyss from which there is no return. Those rumors about him being the demon of the apocalypse, though absurd, also revealed to him the nature of humanity. Fear commands far more respect than kindness. He no longer craves cooperation, nor does he expect understanding. Today, he has long completed the transformation from adapting to the rules to revering the rules and utilizing them, and this transformation was earned with the courage to face death again and again. Leaving the special scene and returning to the highway, Yang Xuan was about to summon his off-road vehicle to continue when the system wristwatch on his wrist suddenly vibrated urgently, and the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. The beginner phase of the Apocalypse Highway survival game has officially ended, and the vehicle safety protection time has expired. All survivors will now embark on a new journey. Chapter 62, New Rules of the Apocalypse. The cold mechanical voice of the system fell, and in that instant, Yang Xuan's footsteps paused instinctively, his gaze landing on the softly glowing system wristwatch on his wrist, his expression slightly solemn. He was preparing to summon the off-road vehicle to continue, but this sudden prompt made waves rise in his heart. After a brief silence, the mechanical voice in his mind rang out again, clearly announcing the new rules after the beginner phase had ended, each one striking the hearts of all survivors like a heavy hammer. First, the surroundings of the highway will no longer only feature ordinary zombies. During the day, mutated zombies will appear more frequently, and some mutated creatures will also emerge. Killing the mutated zombies and mutated creatures by the roadside will earn a small amount of basic resources. Second, special terrifying entities will randomly appear in special scenes. Conventional methods cannot harm these entities, only specific weapons or skills can inflict effective damage. If you lack the corresponding means, please move away immediately, do not attempt to provoke them. Third, the survival point mall will be fully opened. To upgrade the personal mall level, a corresponding amount of survival points must be consumed, and the higher the mall level, the higher the item levels that can be exchanged. Survivors, collect more survival points. Fourth, while traveling on the highway, random encounters between survivors will be triggered, lasting for a limited time of 20 minutes. During the encounter, you can choose friendly communication, resource trading, or enter plunder mode. If one party initiates a plunder event, both parties can invite a friend to assist in the event scene. The successful plunderer will receive half of the survival points and all resources from the defeated party's system backpack. Fifth, as time goes on, the Apocalypse Highway game will continue to change. All survivors are asked to stay tuned. After all 5 rules were announced, the vibration of the system wristwatch slowly stopped. Yang Xuan stood still, silent for a long time, before slowly raising his hand, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the wristwatch, thoughts swirling in his mind. The beginner phase of the Apocalypse Highway survival game had come to an end just like that. The loss of vehicle safety protection, this news, for him, was actually neither painful nor pleasurable. After all, from the very first day in this world, he had carved out a path for himself with that revolver with infinite bullets. Those slow-moving, brainless ordinary zombies posed no real threat at all. In the past 3 days, he had never even relied on the vehicle's safety protection function. Each time he encountered danger, he took the initiative to meet it head-on, never once thinking of hiding in the car and waiting for the danger to dissipate. Perhaps besides him, there were some survivors who started with powerful talents or strong weapons who would also feel that this protection mechanism was dispensable. However, Yang Xuan thought again and felt that this mechanism might be the last umbrella for another group of people. Those survivors who started weak and didn't even dare to face ordinary zombies, those who still clung to their fear of the apocalypse and only wanted to hide and survive in vehicles. The safety protection of the vehicle, for them, was the confidence to stay alive. Now, this confidence was gone. However, the Apocalypse survival game did provide a buffer. The 3-day adaptation period was enough for most people to learn the habits of ordinary zombies, enough for them to find the survival methods that suited them best through struggles on the edge of life and death. Even without the protection of vehicles, they should have gained some confidence in dealing with ordinary zombies. The 4 new rules after the beginner period were the real key to changing the survival landscape. Yang Xuan's gaze swept across the overgrown grass on both sides of the road, his eyes sharp as an eagle. The first rule, mutated zombies and mutated creatures will appear frequently during the day. This meant that there would no longer be peaceful moments on the roads ahead. Ordinary zombies were just an appetizer. Those mutated types that were faster, stronger, and might even have special abilities were the real threat. But on the other hand, high risk also meant high reward. The basic supplies carried by mutated creatures could be obtained without consuming survival points or entering special scenes. The special terror in the second rule made Yang Xuan's brows slightly furrow. Conventional means could not harm them, only specific weapons and skills could work. He immediately thought of the Golden Desert Eagle in his backpack. Among the elemental bullets of this Golden Desert Eagle, there was a light elemental bullet he had never used. Could this be the specific weapon that the system mentioned? Perhaps only by encountering true special terrors could he find the answer. This rule also reminded him to be more cautious in entering any special scene from now on. The third rule stated that the survival point mall would be fully opened, and this news made a hint of brightness flash in Yang Xuan's eyes. Previously, the mall's functionality was limited, and many useful supplies and items could not be exchanged. The more than 4,000 survival points he had accumulated could only sleep in his account. Now that the mall was fully open, it meant he could finally exchange the things he needed with survival points. And upgrading them all required consuming more survival points, reminding all survivors that survival points would become the most core resource in the future, more important than any supplies. As for the fourth rule, the randomly triggered survivor encounter events, a cold arc curled up at the corner of Yang Xuan's mouth.
Friendly communication? Material trading?
In this survival of the fittest apocalypse, such possibilities were extremely slim.
Most encounters would probably turn into naked plunder.
After all, only those who succeeded in plunder could gain half of the survival points from the defeated and all the supplies in their system backpack. Such temptation was enough to make many take risks. Moreover, the rule of inviting friends for assistance raised the importance of teamwork. Having allies was like having an extra life, an extra chance of winning. But Yang Xuan felt not an ounce of fear, instead, a fiery fighting spirit ignited in his heart. The beginner period was over, and a new journey began. Whether it was mutated creatures, special terrors, or even the Blood Wolf Group's pursuit and the plunder of survivors, they were just stepping stones on his path to becoming stronger. He was never someone who sat and waited, he was also not someone who settled for the ordinary. For the chance to revive his family, for survival in this cruel apocalypse, for the so-called initiative of survival, he must become stronger. Yang Xuan no longer hesitated. With a thought, the off-road vehicle effortlessly landed on the road before him. The engine let out a deep roar. The morning calm was shattered. The end of the novice period is not the end of the world, but a rebirth.
It is a rebirth belonging to the strong.
Yang Xuan's lips slowly curved into a smile, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. He suddenly pressed the gas pedal down hard, and the off-road vehicle took off quickly, its wheels crushing the gravel on the road, making a crisp sound, raising a cloud of dust, speeding toward the unknown and dangerous path ahead. As the silhouette of the off-road vehicle disappeared into the morning fog, this road through life and death had completely opened a new chapter. A battle sweeping all survivors for survival and competition had officially begun. Chapter 63, Road Rescue. The engine of the off-road vehicle roared low and steady as it sped down the road, with Yang Xuan skillfully controlling the steering wheel with one hand, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the road ahead, his mind opening the system panel to switch to the World Channel. The messages on the World Channel refreshed quickly, rolling like a waterfall, mixed with the emotions of various survivors, loud like a busy market. Yang Xuan leaned back in his seat, browsing with interest.
Damn! The novice period is over? No vehicle protection? How are we normal survivors supposed to live?
Mutated zombies running amok during the day, and at night, we have to guard against sneak attacks from others.
Can we even continue living like this?
This message was followed by a long string of crying emojis, with a dense crowd echoing below.
I really want to vomit.
Before, when I was tired on the road during the day, I could hide in the car for a good sleep.
Now, even the car isn't safe.
Those mutated zombies could probably smash my car door with one slap.
Is the system trying to push us towards death? Yang Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly as he read, these are the lowest level survivors, and the end of the novice period is indeed a disaster for them.
As he continued browsing, he quickly came across another type of message, distinctly different.
New rules? Interesting. Mutated zombies and mutated creatures spawn during the day? Just right. My shotgun has been itching for action. Special horrors that cannot be killed with normal means? I don't believe in that. When I meet it, I'll just blow its head off. Survival point mall fully open. Does anyone know how many survival points it takes to upgrade the mall? Will there be the legendary A-level skill card in the high-level mall? Seeking guidance from the experts. Encountering plundering mode? The losing side loses half of their survival points and all supplies? Exciting. This is what end of the world survival is about. Those cowards should hide and not come out. I'm just worried about not having a place to grab supplies. These types of messages were filled with eager excitement, clearly from survivors who started with a good foundation. For them, the new rules were not a crisis but an opportunity to plunder resources and grow stronger quickly. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Yang Xuan's mouth. Just as he was about to close the channel, he saw a few new messages pop up, calm in tone and carrying a bit of reassuring strength. Everyone quiet. Crying and whining solve nothing. The end of the novice period is inevitable, the system cannot protect us forever. Mutated zombies are hard to fight? Then practice. Train until you can get a headshot. Afraid of being robbed in plundering encounters? Then team up. Or make yourself strong enough that no one dares to provoke you. The apocalypse has never been a banquet. If you want to survive, you have to pick up your weapon. Don't be a coward. This message encouraged some timid survivors, giving them a bit of strength, and many people echoed in agreement. The messages in the World Channel kept refreshing: fear, excitement, anxiety, encouragement, all kinds of emotions intertwined, forming the most real picture of survival in the apocalypse. He shut down the World Channel and refocused on driving. Yang Xuan's talent refresh for today had occurred. He could add talent attributes to 3 items again. He leaned back in his seat. A quick weighing begins.
Now the novice period has ended, and the apocalypse survival has entered a new stage. What lies ahead are more frequent mutated creatures, unknown special horrors, the relentless pursuit of the Blood Wolf Gang, and potential plundering events waiting to be triggered at any time. The crisis will only become more intense. In terms of offensive capability, he has just acquired a powerful weapon like the Holy War Angel hand cannon, which is enough to handle most combat scenarios.
In contrast, enhancing his own survival assurance is the most crucial thing at this moment.
Just as Yang Xuan was pondering how to choose, his wrist-mounted system watch suddenly vibrated violently. A friend message request popped up on the screen, with the contact labeled as Zhao Lei.
Zhao Lei?
Yang Xuan was taken aback for a moment and then pressed the answer button. He remembered that he had just spoken with Zhao Lei yesterday, and the fact that the other party was contacting him again likely meant there was an emergency. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Lei's anxious, disjointed voice came through.
Yang, brother Yang. Help! Please save my sister Zhao H. She is in trouble. Don't panic, take your time, what's going on?
Yang Xian's tone was steady, trying to calm Zhao Lei down. Zhao Lei took several deep breaths before managing to clear his mind, speaking rapidly. It's like this, my sister was driving on the highway when suddenly she triggered one of the new rules, a highway encounter event. The person she met was a member of the Blood Wolf Gang, and when he saw my sister was a girl, without saying a word, he activated the plundering mode. According to the system rules, once plundering mode is activated, both sides can invite one friend for help. My sister is already weak and can't possibly fight that Blood Wolf member. I want to help her, but I'm weak too. Zhao Lei's voice was filled with a sob. Brother Yang, I know this request is very presumptuous, but right now, only you can help us. I want you to enter the encounter scene as my sister's friend to rescue her. Our family will gather all our savings to reward you with survival points, any amount you want.
Please, brother Yang. After hearing Zhao Lei's words, Yang Xian's gaze slightly darkened. He didn't expect Zhao Lei's sister to be so unlucky, triggering the encounter event and encountering a member of the Blood Wolf Gang who immediately activated plundering mode.
He had almost no hesitation about the rescue and quickly made a decision.
I agree.
Zhao Lei, who was still anxiously waiting, was instantly overwhelmed with joy upon hearing those 3 words.
Thank you so much, brother Yang. You are truly our family's savior. We will gather the survival points as soon as possible.
No need to rush for survival points.
Yang Xian interrupted him, his tone calm. I'm helping you not because of your survival points.
First, you helped me keep an eye on area channel messages, so you've already assisted me.
Second, I just want to personally test how this highway plundering mode works.
As for facing potentially 2 members of the Blood Wolf Gang, the other side would most likely invite friends as well. Yang Xian didn't take it to heart at all. Even if they sent 2 more Blood Wolf members, he was confident he could handle it. For him, this was merely a practical exercise to familiarize himself with the new rules. Now have Zhao H send a friend invitation to pull me into her encounter event scene, I can enter any time. Yang Xian said directly while slowing down the off-road vehicle, pulling over to the side of the highway, ready to switch scenes at any moment.
Okay. I'll have my sister send the invitation right away. Brother Yang, please wait.
Zhao Lei's voice was filled with gratitude as he hurriedly hung up to notify Zhao H. Yang Xian leaned back in his seat, his gaze sharp. He could feel that a new battle was about to unfold. And this time, he would face members of the old rival, the Blood Wolf Gang. Also experience this plundering mode that countless survivors dread. Before long, the system watch vibrated again, popping up a friend invitation from Zhao H, with a notification. Player Zhao H invites you to enter their encounter plundering event scene. Do you accept?
Yang Xian hesitated not for a moment. Accept. Ding. Successfully entered player Zhao H's encounter plundering event scene. Remaining event time, 18 minutes and 32 seconds.
As the system notification ended, the scene around Yang Xian twisted and changed instantly, his original highway scene vanished, replaced by another different road. Alongside the road, every so often stood an abandoned gas station, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of gasoline. On the road ahead of Yang Xian, a small, light blue diced chili fish head was desperately speeding along, yet no matter how hard it tried, it could not shake off the armored vehicles closely trailing on either side.
Chapter 64, A Small Test of Skill.
The light blue diced chili fish head was covered in scratches, its rear bumper dented and raised, the vehicle swaying precariously between 2 massive armored cars. It was clear that Zhao H was inside the car. The armored cars on either side were covered in thick steel plates, with a fearsome bloody wolf head emblem painted on the side. It was Yang Xian's first time seeing this symbol, and without a doubt, it was the Blood Wolf Gang's markings. The 2 armored vehicles relied on their size advantage, bashing against the sides of the diced chili fish head like 2 brutish bulls. Each crash was accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of twisting metal, and the diced chili fish head visibly caved inwards, clearly unable to bear the strain. Yang Xian's broken-wind off-road vehicle was perfectly parked in the middle of the highway, its engine still rumbling softly. Inside the diced jellyfish head ahead, Zhao H was biting her lip tightly, her face pale as paper, her eyes red, and despair washed over her like a tide. She felt the vehicle becoming more and more unstable, ready to topple at any moment. Just then, a system notification suddenly echoed in her mind: your friend Yang Xian has entered the plundering event scene. Zhao H suddenly lifted her head, and despair in her eyes was instantly replaced by joy. Looking through the car's rearview mirror, she saw the broken-wind off-road vehicle parked in the middle of the road. That vehicle's body was particularly eye-catching under the sunlight, like a sudden ray of dawn, causing her nearly breaking nerves to relax slightly. The change of expression on her face was too obvious. The shift from despair to ecstasy was captured by the Blood Wolf gang member in the left armored vehicle. He was a burly man with a buzz cut and a face full of flesh. He noticed Zhao H frequently looking toward the rearview mirror, his heart immediately alert, and he quickly turned his head to look. Upon seeing the unfamiliar off-road vehicle in the middle of the highway, the buzzcut man instantly realized. Damn it, this girl actually called for help. He remained unfazed, instead cracking a sinister grin. Though they were ordinary members of the Blood Wolf gang, not as strong as the top-ranked elites, they had already exceeded ordinary survivors' capabilities by passing the entrance examination, and the heavy armored vehicles were their security. In his view, those who dared to rush in to rescue were either ignorant fools or naive victims misled by Zhao H. Hey, old black, this girl called for help, parked in the middle of the back road. The buzzcut man immediately contacted a companion in another vehicle via the system communication, his tone contemptuous. I'll handle him, you keep pressing the girl, don't let her get away. From another armored vehicle, a hoarse laugh could be heard. Ha ha ha, we even have someone delivering themselves? This girl must not have made it clear that we are the Blood Wolf gang, right? Alright, you take care of him, and that girl's resources are mine. The things from the new guy are also saved for you. Okay. The strong man with a buzzcut answered, suddenly hit the steering wheel, and the armored vehicle on the left instantly broke from the chasing line, making a sharp turn and charging toward Yang Xian's breaking wind off-road vehicle. Another armored vehicle continued closely behind Zhao H's chopped chili fish head, even speeding up the collision frequency, clearly trying to force Zhao H to stop before Yang Xian intervened. Yang Xian watched all of this with cold eyes, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the departing armored vehicle. He stepped on the gas pedal fully. The breaking wind off-road vehicle shot out like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the vehicle convoy ahead. Although the breaking wind off-road vehicle was also equipped with external armor, the thickness of its armor was far inferior to that of the heavy armored vehicle. But this didn't matter to Yang Xian. He never intended to rely on armor to withstand attacks. The powerful engine caused the breaking wind off-road vehicle's speed to soar instantly, quickly closing the distance with the vehicles ahead. At that moment, the armored vehicle that was charging toward him suddenly slowed down, firmly positioning itself in front of him. Soon, the hatch on top of the armored vehicle was pushed open, and a strong man with a buzz cut and a face full of muscles climbed out, holding a heavy machine gun in his hands. Kid, daring to meddle in our Blood Wolf group's affairs, you're looking for death. The buzzcut strong man grinned viciously, gripping the machine gun tightly, the muzzle aimed at the speeding breaking wind off-road vehicle. Today, you'll know what despair is. Before his words fell, the machine gun spat out a glaring tongue of fire, with dense bullets pouring out like a scorching fire snake, directed toward the breaking wind off-road vehicle. Dud-did-day. Dud-did-day. The bullets struck the armor of the breaking wind off-road vehicle, making a dense clinking sound, sparks flying everywhere. Although the off-road vehicle's armor had some bulletproof effect, under the continuous fire of the machine gun, the body still shook slightly, and the windows instantly became covered with a web of cracks. Yang Xian sat in the driver's seat, his expression still calm. Perhaps the opponent's attack hadn't truly threatened his life, so his danger forewarning skill hadn't activated. He fixed his sharp gaze on the buzzcut strong man on the vehicle roof, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Just right, let's test the power of the new weapon. Yang Xian released the steering wheel with his left hand, and with a thought, the Holy War Angel hand cannon appeared in his palm. The silver-white gun body shimmered with a faint silver light, intricate energy patterns flowing on its surface, cold and heavy in his hand. He steadied his right hand on the steering wheel, gently tapping the brakes, while making slight left and right movements with the steering wheel, allowing the off-road vehicle to snake forward on the road, avoiding keeping the vehicle constantly in the opponent's shooting range. At the same time, he extended his left hand holding the cannon out of the window, the muzzle slightly raised, aimed at the buzzcut strong man on the roof. He didn't activate Death's Eye, but instead concentrated his mental energy, instantly locking onto the target. The mental lock was far more precise than visual aiming. Even if the vehicle swayed constantly, he could ensure accurate attack hits. The buzzcut strong man was still laughing wildly, watching as the breaking wind off-road vehicle was helpless under his fire, his eyes filled with savage madness. Ha ha ha. Keep dodging. I want to see how long you can dodge. Once I pierce your armor, I'll drag you out to feed the mutated zombies. In the moment of his wild laughter, Yang Xian gently squeezed the trigger of the Holy War Angel hand cannon with his fingertips. There was no ear-piercing gunfire, no obvious bullet trajectory, only a silvery energy flickering at the muzzle, barely perceptible to the naked eye. The next second, the wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. The buzz-cut strong man's face still wore the arrogant grin. Perhaps he would never understand what had happened until his dying moment. At the instant when Yang Xuan pulled the trigger, a fist-sized blood hole suddenly appeared on the head of the buzz-cut muscular man, blood and brain matter splattering out, staining the armor behind him. His body slumped down weakly, the heavy machine gun slipped from his hand, crashing onto the armored vehicle with a loud thud, and the gunfire came to a complete stop. One strike to kill. Yang Xuan retracted his left hand, putting the Holy War Angel hand cannon back into his system backpack, his right hand firmly controlling the steering wheel, and he pressed the gas pedal again, the off-road vehicle's speed suddenly accelerating, chasing straight ahead. Chapter 65 Testing Power. Amidst the roaring engine of the off-road vehicle, Yang Xian's gaze fell on the silver-white Holy War Angel hand cannon in his system backpack, stirring his heart slightly. It seemed he had casually dealt with that buzz-cut muscular man, but only Yang Xian himself knew that turmoil had already risen within him. The power of this hand cannon was far more terrifying than he had imagined. At the moment he pulled the trigger, his vision and mental power double-locked onto the target, without the ear-splitting gunfire, without the scorching smoke, not even sensing the bullet trajectory. The system's description of hit upon firing was truly not an exaggeration. As long as it was within his line of sight, the target had absolutely no chance of dodging. What shocked Yang Xuan even more was the silent destructive power. His mental power fully covered the target, yet he did not catch any fluctuations of energy explosion, no shockwave, no firelight, just a fist-sized blood hole suddenly appeared in the buzzcut man's head, as if it had been pierced through by an invisible force. This strange and overbearing method of attack was far more unsettling than the rumbling artillery. What a pity, just an ordinary survivor. Yang Xuan muttered to himself, a trace of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The physique of ordinary survivors was not in the same league as mutated creatures. The former's flesh and bones were no match for the Holy War Angel hand cannon, but the latter's reinforced scales and tough muscles were the true touchstone for testing the real power of this hand cannon. He needed more experiments to fully grasp the limits of this weapon. And right in front of him, that armored vehicle still chasing Zhao H was the best next target. Yang Xuan did not look at the kill notification popped up by the system, nor did he care about the explosion behind him from that armored vehicle. He slammed the gas pedal, the off-road vehicle's speed soared again, chasing after the target that was still rampaging ahead. At this moment, inside the armored vehicle ahead, another Blood Wolf member was still laughing maniacally into the communicator, his tone filled with mockery. "Little girl, your helper is just a waste." Still thinking he could bounce around, but in the end, wasn't he turned into a sieve by my brother? "If you're smart, just park and hand over the supplies, I might spare you a quick death." Before he could finish his words, a deafening explosion suddenly came from behind. The Blood Wolf member's laughter stopped abruptly, the arrogance on his face freezing in an instant. He paused for a moment, then scoffed. "Where did you find this waste? You didn't blow up the vehicle yourself, did you? That's just laughable." While saying this, he casually glanced back. But this glance made his pupils suddenly contract, the blood color on his face drained completely. On the road behind him, thick smoke billowed, flames soared into the sky, that armored vehicle had turned into a pile of twisted scrap metal. And in front of that pile of scrap metal, an off-road vehicle, full of bullet holes yet still looking menacing, was rapidly approaching. That waste was actually still alive. And judging by this momentum, it was clear he had one. The heart of the Blood Wolf member sank heavily, a chill surged up from his feet to the top of his head. He finally realized that the one he had provoked was no soft persimmon, but a tough character. He could no longer care about chasing Zhao H. Suddenly, he slammed down on the brake, and the armored vehicle's speed abruptly slowed, leaving a long skid mark on the highway. He stared intensely at the off-road vehicle in the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with suspicion and anger. "Damn it! Who the hell is this guy?" The Blood Wolf member gritted his teeth, grabbed the assault rifle next to him, and suddenly leaned out of the car window, but he was cautious, not fully exposing himself, only stretching out his arm, with most of his body still hidden behind the heavy armor. He had noticed the bullet holes on the off-road vehicle, knowing that his comrade had leaned out too far for firepower, giving the enemy a chance to strike. He would never make the same mistake. "You're looking for death." The Blood Wolf member roared and pulled the trigger of the assault rifle, a barrage of bullets flying like a torrential rain towards Yang Xian's off-road vehicle. Clang, clang. Bullets hit the already battered off-road vehicle, producing a piercing noise. What was once a bullet-riddled armored casing was now worse off, with several fragments of armor blasted away, exposing the inner body of the vehicle. Yang Xuan frowned. The vehicle's defenses were nearing their limit. If this continued, a rollover was just a matter of time. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the silver-white Holy War Angel hand cannon. Its cold touch instantly calmed his mind. He abruptly stretched his hand out of the window, locking his sight and mental force onto the Blood Wolf member inside the armored vehicle ahead.
This time, the situation with the target was a bit tricky. The Blood Wolf member was hiding behind the car window, with only his arm and a small part of his shoulder exposed, and around the window were heavy armor pieces, leaving only a narrow gap. Ordinary firearms, even powerful sniper rifles, might not penetrate the armored gap to hit the target. But in Yang Xuan's hand was the Holy War Angel hand cannon. His mental force was like the most precise radar, clearly capturing the position of the bald, muscular man's shoulder through that narrow armored gap. Let's try the penetrating effect. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yang Xuan's mouth. His fingertip gently pulled the trigger. Still, there was no gunshot, only a flicker of light, almost undetectable, flashing at the muzzle. The next second. PFF. A soft sound, as if a sharp blade had pierced through paper. A fist-sized hole suddenly appeared in the armored window of the armored vehicle ahead, the edges smooth and polished as if they had been ground. Inside the vehicle, the Blood Wolf member was desperately pulling the trigger, when suddenly he felt a strange numbness in his shoulder. He froze for a moment, looking down, his pupils suddenly enlarging, his expression instantly replaced by terror and pain. On his shoulder, a bloody hole had unmistakably appeared. The hole was smooth and neat, blood gushing out like a fountain, the warm liquid splattering all over his face and body. Ah! A sharp pain washed over him like a wave. The Blood Wolf member let out a piercing scream, the assault rifle in his hand clattering to the ground outside the vehicle. He trembled all over, no longer able to grip the steering wheel, his arms falling limply. The out-of-control armored vehicle instantly lost control, swerving wildly on the highway, the tires screeching against the ground. Bang! With a loud crash, the armored vehicle slammed hard into the guardrail at the edge of the highway, the immense impact instantly flipping the vehicle over, sliding several meters along the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Finally, the armored vehicle crashed heavily onto the ground, wheels up, unable to move again. Yang Xuan slowly withdrew his hand cannon, calmly watching the overturned armored vehicle, his understanding of this weapon deepening once again. To penetrate such heavy armor with such ease, it seemed this was not its limit. This Holy War Angel's hand cannon is indeed a deadly weapon in the apocalypse. Chapter 66, The Harvest Returns. The roar of the off-road vehicle's engine gradually slowed down, and Yang Xuan stepped on the brakes, bringing the bullet-riddled vehicle to a steady stop beside the overturned armored car. He pushed the car door open, his foot landing on the scorching asphalt, and his gaze calmly swept over the armored vehicle that lay on its side, still emitting dark smoke, without a ripple of emotion. Not far away, Zhao H had already turned the car around, driving the battered light blue chopped pepper fish head over, stopping next to Yang Xuan's vehicle. She opened the car door and quickly walked over, her eyes filled with awe and gratitude, mixed with an undercurrent of barely concealed envy. She had seen the entire chase just moments ago. The two members of the Blood Wolf, driving heavy armored vehicles that had seemed like nightmares to her, were unceremoniously dispatched by Yang Xuan. There were no fierce struggles, the enemy was easily dealt with, and even their lifeline, the armored car, had become scrap metal. This effortless strength made Zhao H yearn for it immensely. She privately rejoiced that her brother Zhao Lei could connect with Yang Xuan, and was even more thankful that in her time of peril, she could call on this powerful ally for help. In the past, she always thought her brother was useless, but now she understood that gaining the recognition of someone like Yang Xuan was a monumental stroke of luck. Zhao H also knew that being associated with Yang Xuan would undoubtedly infuriate the Blood Wolf group, but thinking further, ordinary survivors like them, even if they tried to avoid the Blood Wolf, would mostly end up being robbed and killed if they crossed paths. Rather than sit and wait for death, it was better to cling tightly to this big leg, at least there was hope for survival. Brother Yang, thank you so much, if it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have survived today. Zhao H walked up behind Yang Xuan, her voice trembling slightly with lingering fear. Yang Xuan did not turn around, merely raised a hand to gesture her to say no more, his gaze still locked on the overturned armored vehicle. Clang! A dull sound rang out as the deformed door of the armored vehicle was violently pushed open, and a blood-soaked figure struggled to crawl out. It was the Blood Wolf member whose shoulder had been shot through, his face was as pale as paper, veins pulsing on his forehead, half his body soaked in blood, and the fist-sized hole in his shoulder was still oozing blood, looking horrifying. The agonizing pain made him tremble all over, but his strong will to survive pushed him to crawl out of the vehicle with all his might. He had just collapsed onto the ground when he lifted his head and caught sight of Yang Xuan walking over slowly. At first, he held a flicker of hope for mercy, but upon seeing Yang Xuan's face, his pupils suddenly constricted, and the color drained from his face, his painful wails abruptly stopping. Yang Xuan? His voice was hoarse, like it had been rubbed with sandpaper, filled with insurmountable fear. How could it be Yang Xuan? This man, wanted by the entire Blood Wolf group, with a hefty bounty on his life. The group had long spread the word that this person was terrifyingly strong, having single-handedly dealt with 2 elite members and a group of outsiders, with ruthless methods. In the regional channel, they even called him a devil, saying that his gaze could freeze blood, and where he went, nothing would survive. The fleeting thoughts he had were utterly shattered the moment he recognized the person. He knew that with the enmity between Yang Xuan and the Blood Wolf, there was no way he would be spared.
In despair, a hint of madness sparked within him. He had already transmitted the events here along with Yang Xuan's identity back to the group. He believed it wouldn't be long before an elite team was dispatched to hunt him down. Even if he died, Yang Xuan would sooner or later have to pay for it. He bore the excruciating pain, propping himself up with his upper body, glaring at Yang Xuan with venomous eyes, hoarsely cursing.
Yang Xuan! You devil! Killing me won't do any good. Our Blood Wolf group will not let you go. Our leader will personally tear you apart, and the little woman you saved won't live long either. Yang Xuan frowned, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. Even at this point, still being stubborn, since the other party is so brave, he will fulfill it. Yang Xuan focused his thoughts, putting away the Holy War Angel hand cannon, and instead took out the infinite bullet revolver that had accompanied him for a long time, aiming the barrel steadily at the opponent's head. If you want to die this badly, I will help you. As soon as the words fell, with a bang, the gun fired, the bullet precisely piercing through the opponent's forehead. The curses of the Blood Wolf member stopped abruptly, his eyes widened in shock, and his body fell heavily backward, completely silent. After dealing with the opponent, Yang Xuan turned around and looked at Zhao H, who appeared pale beside him. Thank you, Brother Yang. Zhao H stepped forward again to express his gratitude, his tone incredibly sincere.
My brother said he would give you 1,000 survival points as a reward. I will transfer it to you right now.
No need to rush. Yang Xuan spoke calmly, exchanging pleasantries. It's just a small effort, it's good that you're okay.
Saying this, he raised his hand to open the system on his wrist and checked the kill notifications.
Ding!
Killed the raider Gaotai in the encounter scene, gaining half of the opponent's survival points, totaling 800 points, and obtaining all items from the opponent's system backpack, compressed biscuits ×5, pure water ×3, cigarettes ×1, liquor ×3, universal ammunition ×2000.
Ding!
Killed the raider Mahe in the encounter scene, gaining half of the opponent's survival points, totaling 500 points, and obtaining all items from the opponent's system backpack, compressed biscuits ×3, pure water ×3, cigarettes ×2, liquor ×1, universal ammunition ×500. Looking at the two prompts, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Yang Xuan's eyes. Although there were no high-level items, the survival points were quite abundant. This rescue not only clarified the rules of the raiding mode but also brought considerable rewards, with 1,300 survival points credited and a large amount of food, water, and ammunition.
Just after checking the harvest, a new system notification popped up again.
Remaining time for encounter raid scene, 12 minutes and 37 seconds. You can choose, 1. Stay in this scene with player Zhao H2.
Leave the scene early and return to personal highway.
Yang Xuan did not hesitate. He had already grasped the rules of the raiding mode and obtained his rewards, so there was no need to stay longer. At this moment, Zhao H had already transferred the 1,000 survival points through the system, and with the wristwatch vibrating, a prompt sound rang out. Player Zhao H has transferred 1,000 survival points to you, it has been received. Yang Xuan did not refuse, this was his deserved reward. He looked at Zhao H and said flatly, I have things to attend to, so I will leave first. If you encounter raiders again later, feel free to find me, I can help. Yang Xuan did not like to provoke trouble or rob others casually, but he was willing to intervene against these raiders, as it could earn him some extra income.
Okay, Brother Yang, you should also be careful. Zhao H nodded quickly, expressing his gratitude.
In the future, if you need our help, you can always contact me and my brother. Yang Xuan nodded slightly, said nothing more, and turned to sit in his off-road vehicle. The engine let out a low roar again, the vehicle slowly adjusted its direction, heading toward the boundary of the scene. Zhao H stood in place until the silver-gray figure disappeared from view, before turning back to his own vehicle. Passing through a layer of invisible light curtain, the silhouette of the off-road vehicle reappeared on the familiar single highway. Yang Xuan turned off the system panel, pressed the accelerator with his foot, and the vehicle accelerated again, speeding forward. This rescue not only yielded fruitful rewards but also helped him understand the rules of the raiding mode and validated the power of the Holy War Angel hand cannon.
Yang Xuan knew that the Blood Wolf clan's retaliation would come soon, but he was not afraid.
However, always facing passive encounters was not the way he preferred. Yang Xuan's gaze gradually became fierce, perhaps it was time for him to hunt down these Blood Wolf clan members.
Chapter 67, Abandoned Amusement Park.
Returning to the familiar single highway, Yang Xuan's wrist system watch vibrated, popping up a communication request from Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's voice, filled with gratitude, came through.
Brother Yang, you truly are our family's great benefactor. If it weren't for you, little H wouldn't have survived today. We will remember this kindness for a lifetime.
If there's ever a need for us in the future, just say the word.
We'll go through fire and water for you. Yang Xuan replied lightly. No need to be so polite.
I also received a reward, and you helped me keep an eye on the regional channel before, which counts as helping me. Just keep an eye on things for me in the future, especially any movements from the Blood Wolf group.
Inform me immediately if there's any news. No problem. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. I guarantee I will keep an eye on the regional channel 24 hours a day, without even blinking. If there's the slightest movement from the Blood Wolf group, I'll let you know at once. Zhao Lei patted his chest to assure him, his tone extremely serious. Before hanging up the communication, he repeatedly reminded Yang Xuan to stay safe. After hanging up, Yang Xuan glanced across the system panel with his mind and switched to the trading channel. This time, he had gained 3,000 rounds of general ammunition from 2 Blood Wolf members, which was of little use to him since his weapons didn't use this kind of ammunition at all. Instead of taking up backpack space, he might as well exchange it for survival points. Yang Xuan directly listed all 3,000 rounds of general ammunition for trade. Now that the novice period had just passed, most survivors were still using basic firearms, and general ammunition was in high demand. Within 5 minutes, the system sent a notification of a successful trade, and the 3,000 rounds of ammunition were instantly sold out. Yang Xuan glanced at his account balance. Previously he had 4,086 points, plus the 1,300 points gained from looting, the 1,000 points transferred from Zhao H, and the 1,200 points from selling ammunition, totaling 7,586 points. This amount was much more comfortable than before, but it was still far from enough to support his future plans. He glanced at the numerous bullet holes on the off-road vehicle, the exterior armor already covered in cracks, with many areas even peeling off. Yang Xuan thought, if he needed to participate in highway heists again or encountered more intense battles, this vehicle's defense would definitely be inadequate. It wouldn't just fail to protect him, it might even become a burden. Next, he needed to consider whether to repair the vehicle, upgrade it, or directly replace it with a sturdier one. This matter had to be prioritized immediately. As Yang Xuan skillfully drove the off-road vehicle, he opened the Survival Point Mall. Indeed, the mall interface had added an Upgrade Mall option, with the conditions for upgrading indicated beside it. However, when he saw the required survival points, his brows slightly furrowed. Upgrading to the level 2 mall actually required 10,000 survival points. He currently only had 7,586 points, leaving a gap of 2,414 points to reach 10,000 points. It seems I need to work quickly to earn more survival points. Yang Xuan muttered to himself, his gaze sharpening. An upgraded mall would likely feature higher-level supplies and weapon or skill-related items, but most importantly, it would offer options to enhance attributes. Now that the apocalypse survival had entered a new stage, enhancing his own attributes was fundamental, which was crucial for him to increase his strength. He needed to accumulate enough survival points for the upgrade as soon as possible. The off-road vehicle sped along the empty highway for an hour, the roar of the engine especially clear in the silent wilderness. Finally, a familiar intersection appeared ahead, with 3 old wooden signs standing at the junction, their edges already rotting and covered in cracks. The sign on the left was written in dark red paint, reading, "Large Abandoned Amusement Park." The lettering was crooked, as if it had been smeared with blood, exuding an indescribable eerie atmosphere. The sign on the right read, "Abandoned Small Military Base," the handwriting relatively neat, although the ink had already faded, appearing somewhat blurry. The middle sign bore no words, only a forward-pointing arrow indicating the extending road ahead. Yang Xuan slowly brought the vehicle to a stop, scanning the 3 wooden signs and quickly analyzing the situation. The abandoned small military base was likely to have firearms. The supplies like ammunition are what many survivors prioritize in their choices. But the word small means the scale of the scene is limited, with few participants, and resources are relatively scarce, and the firearms inside are not of much significance to him. His current weapon configuration has long surpassed the standard firearms level, so there is no need to waste time on basic supplies. However, the large abandoned amusement park is different. This type of large scene has a higher participant limit and correspondingly higher danger levels, but high risks often come with high rewards. The larger the scene, the richer the hidden resources inside. Not only could advanced treasure chests appear, but it's also possible to encounter special plot trigger points, just like the special task where all survivors attack the horror creature in a previous scene. More importantly, the mutated creatures in large scenes are usually of a higher level, which is exactly what he needs to test the true power of the Holy War Angel Cannon and to better adapt to high-intensity combat. I'll choose the large abandoned amusement park. Yang Xuan made the decision without a moment's hesitation. With a thought, he retrieved the windbreaker off-road vehicle back into the system's vehicle backpack, then walked to the entrance road of the large abandoned amusement park, beginning his final preparations before entering the scene. He first checked his weapon equipment, arranged the firearms properly, ensuring he could grab them easily at a critical moment. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Xuan completed all 3 uses of the talent bestowal for today. He then took a bottle of potion from the system backpack, the mental breakthrough potion he had obtained earlier. Twisting off the cap, a crisp breath rushed out, accompanied by a faint herbal aroma. Yang Xuan tilted his head back and drank the entire bottle in one gulp. As the potion slid down his throat, it instantly transformed into a cool warmth, flowing into his mind without any spiciness, instead feeling particularly gentle.
Yang Xuan felt that his already sharp mental energy had been injected with a catalyst, starting to surge and expand wildly. The mental energy that could only cover a 100-meter radius suddenly doubled, and his perception became clearer. Strangely, the operation of the mental energy became incredibly smooth. The slight sluggishness he felt when using mental energy to lock onto targets completely vanished, as if the mental energy had become a part of his body, controllable at will.
This is what it feels like to break the limit of the mind.
Yang Xuan closed his eyes, savoring the changes in his mental energy, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The enhancement of mental energy not only expanded his perceptual range and improved target locking accuracy but also greatly assisted in using his skills. With all preparations complete, Yang Xuan opened his eyes, no longer hesitating, as he stepped towards the entrance of the large abandoned amusement park. The moment his foot crossed the entrance boundary, the surrounding scenery twisted and changed instantly. The familiar road vanished, replaced by a desolate square, the square's ground riddled with cracks, wild grass growing wildly from them, tearing the original asphalt surface apart. In the center of the square stood a broken merry-go-round, its paint largely peeled off, revealing a rusted metal skeleton inside, and several wooden horses had broken heads, leaning at odd angles, looking particularly sinister. In the distance, the tracks of a roller coaster could be seen, like a fierce steel python, coiled under the gray sky, with a few broken carriages hanging on the tracks, swaying in the wind, making a creaking, screeching sound. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind.
Ding! Survivor Yang Xuan has entered a special scene, large abandoned amusement park.
This scene limits the number of participants to 30 people.
Scene danger level, extremely high. Please explore with caution. Good luck.
Yang Xuan stopped in his tracks. His vigilant gaze swept through the surrounding environment. In the silent amusement park, only the wind whistled through the crumbling buildings, and occasionally, the sound of breaking boards echoed from afar, creating an eerie atmosphere. He tightened his grip on the golden desert eagle at his waist, his mental energy spreading out like a fine net, carefully probing every corner around him, fearing to miss any potential danger.
However, at that moment, the system prompt rang out again. Ding! All survivors are in position. The special mission in the large abandoned amusement park is officially starting. The current task mode is Battle Royale. Chapter 68, Battle Royale Rules. Ding! All survivors are in position. The special mission in the large abandoned amusement park is officially starting. The current task mode is Battle Royale.
As the system prompt finished, a series of more detailed rule explanations followed, the cold mechanical voice echoing clearly in each survivor's mind, devoid of any emotional ups and downs, yet every word carried in suffocating cruelty.
Task Rule 1, there are 5 terrifying creatures in the current scene.
Among them, 4 are secondary terrifying creatures, lurking in the core areas to the east, west, south, and north of the amusement park. Each secondary terrifying creature, when killed, will drop a corresponding key beside its corpse. The 5th is the ultimate terrifying creature, hidden in the center area of the amusement park, requiring all 4 keys from the east, south, west, and north to unlock the seal of the center area to reveal the ultimate terrifying creature. Task Rule 2, the 30 survivors participating in this scene must form teams within 10 minutes, each team can hold a maximum of 5 members, and up to 6 teams can be formed. If the team formation is not completed within the time limit, the system will randomly assign teams. Task Rule 3, the core requirement of the task is that only teams holding keys can enter the center area once the seal is lifted. Teams without any keys will be automatically judged as having failed the task at the moment the seal in the center area is opened, resulting in immediate annihilation for all members. Task Rule 4, upon killing the ultimate terrifying creature, its corpse will drop a unique escape passage key. This key can only be used once, allowing only one team to escape through the passage from the current scene. All other teams will be completely annihilated when the escape passage closes, along with the scene. Task Rule 5, the scene has a time limit of 6 hours. If the 4 keys are not gathered to unlock the center area within 6 hours, or if the ultimate terrifying creature is not killed within the remaining time after the center area is unlocked, all survivors still in the scene will be judged as having failed the task and will be directly annihilated. Task reminder, both secondary terrifying creatures and the ultimate terrifying creature possess extremely strong combat power. A single survivor is unlikely to withstand them. Teams may choose to join forces to kill the terrifying creatures, but the allocation of keys and escape qualifications must be negotiated among themselves, with no intervention from the system. Team formation countdown, 9:59. As the last rule fell, a bright red countdown timer hovered in every survivor's field of vision, like a death charm, rapidly counting down second by second. Yang Xuan stood in the desolate square, his brow tightly furrowed, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand, a chill running from his feet straight to the crown of his head. He originally thought it was just a routine high-risk exploration scene, but he did not expect it to be such a cruel battle royale mode. With 30 participants, ultimately, at most only 5 could leave alive, a survival rate of less than 1/6. This was just the ideal scenario, on the condition that the winning team could remain intact throughout and successfully kill all the terrifying creatures. He quickly sorted through the system rules, feeling colder on his back the more he thought about it.
The rules seemed to allow for various choices, but in reality, every path was a dead end. First, there was the contest for the keys. 4 directions of secondary horror creatures correspond to 4 keys, but there are at most 6 teams. This means that some teams will inevitably be unable to obtain keys, and those without keys will be directly annihilated at the moment the center area is activated. To get the keys, fierce battles will surely break out among the teams fighting for the secondary horror creatures. Moreover, the strength of the horror creatures should not be underestimated. The system specifically warns that a single survivor is difficult to resist, indicating that even secondary horror creatures require teamwork to kill. But the problem is, in this deadly survival mode, trust is already extremely scarce. For a team to successfully kill the secondary horror creatures, either all members must be powerful and cooperative, or they must seek temporary alliances with other teams. But how easy is it to form an alliance? After killing the horror creature, there is only one key, and who will it belong to? Once a disagreement arises, the allied team will instantly turn against each other, going from allies to deadly enemies. An even more likely scenario is that one team, after a battle with the horror creature that leaves both sides severely injured, is taken advantage of by another team, losing not only the key but also having their members completely slaughtered. Yang Xuan's expression grew serious, as he realized that the biggest threat in this task might not be the horror creatures, but the other survivors. In such an extreme environment, human greed and selfishness will be magnified infinitely. To survive, anyone can become an enemy. What troubled him more was the rule of free teaming. In 10 minutes, he had to find 4 trustworthy and capable teammates among 29 strangers, which was extremely difficult. If he encounters survivors who know each other and have already formed teams, they naturally hold the advantage. But individuals like him, entering the scene alone, can only quickly assess others' strength and character within a short time. A slight misstep could lead to a team with uneven capabilities. A team with uneven strength might slow down in killing secondary horror creatures, causing a lag in the task, allowing other teams to seize the initiative, and it's even possible for team members to turn against each other, leading to a disastrous team wipeout. By then, the key obtained with effort from killing the horror creature could become the target that attracts other teams, turning into someone else's peach. Too many variables. Yang Xuan murmured to himself, instinctively tightening his grip on the golden desert eagle at his waist. He glanced at the countdown in the corner of his vision. It had reached 9:37 now, leaving less and less time to form teams. The surrounding environment remained eerie and silent, but beneath this silence hid turbulent undercurrents. Just as Yang Xuan was pondering, a light blue translucent panel suddenly popped up in front of him. It was the system's exclusive team interface. He was slightly taken aback. In usual special scenarios, even the public chat channels are blocked, but this interactive team interface was a first. The information on the panel rolled continuously, a dense stream of text full of requests from survivors trying to form teams. Yang Xuan quickly scanned and soon noticed an entry at the top of the panel labeled Established Teams, where 2 teams stood out prominently. Upon seeing the name of the second team, Blood Wolf, his pupils slightly constricted, and his heart suddenly tightened, instinctively increasing the pressure of his fingers. But the next second, his taut nerves relaxed, and the corner of his mouth even curled into a cold arc. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Encountering members of the Blood Wolf team directly saved him the trouble of searching everywhere. This was just the opportunity to completely eliminate these guys, gradually dismantling the Blood Wolf team's strength step by step. To pave the way for the subsequent hunting actions. Chapter 69, Beating the Blood Wolf Group. Yang Xuan's gaze swept over the emblem of the Blood Wolf Group, not lingering long, and shifted to the first team that had completed its formation, Aurora. To be able to form quickly after the team countdown just started, the members must have had previous interactions, and they were likely a long-term partnered team. This kind of team's cooperation and trust had been honed, and without a doubt, it would have the advantage in future tasks. Yang Xuan privately made his judgment. The information in the team channel was still rapidly scrolling, like a rushing torrent that could not be stopped. More and more survivors began to group together voluntarily. New teams were created one after another, followed by captains eagerly screening team members, urgently inquiring about mutual strengths and specialties. Yang Xuan leaned against a broken lamppost, calmly watching the noise in the channel, with not a hint of impatience on his face. He examined those survivors who introduced themselves one by one. Whether in tone or the abilities and resources mentioned, there was a sense of unfamiliarity. None of them were acquaintances he had met during the apocalypse. This meant that regardless of which team he eventually joined, he would have to face entirely new teammates, and building trust would be exceptionally difficult. However, Yang Xuan had long been psychologically prepared for this and even made plans for a solitary battle. Before entering this special scene, he had already used up all 3 of his talents for the day, and the gained benefits were far beyond his expectations. Moreover, with the enhancement of his perception from the breakthrough potion and the trump card of the Holy War Angel hand cannon, he was confident that he could make a mark in this brutal survival scene, even while acting alone. Time flew rapidly in the tense atmosphere of team formation. The countdown numbers in the corner of his view kept jumping, and soon there were less than 3 minutes left.
At this moment, the noise in the team channel gradually calmed down. Most survivors had already found their teams, and only a few, like Yang Xuan, remained ungrouped, their tone tinged with anxiety and panic, continually repeating their advantages, trying to seize the last opportunity. Yang Xuan glanced at the channel's history records and instantly understood why no one was interested in him. It turned out that in the gap while he was browsing the information, the members of the Blood Wolf group had openly declared in the channel, their tone arrogant and vicious. Warning to all survivors, that guy named Yang Xuan is our archenemy. No matter who you are, if you dare to team up with him, it means you are opposing our Blood Wolf group. Today, we will make you die in this scene, and you won't even have bones left. This threat extinguished the last glimmer of luck for the remaining survivors. Even if someone felt that Yang Xuan might be very strong, after all, he was the man rumored to be a demon. But still, no one dared to approach Yang Xuan, fearing that teaming up with him would attract the attention of the notorious and ruthless Blood Wolf group. When Yang Xuan saw this message, there were no ripples on his face, and he was even too lazy to engage in a war of words in the channel. The threat from the Blood Wolf group was nothing more than frustrated rage to him. He originally planned to find an opportunity to eliminate the members of the Blood Wolf group, and their proactive provocation saved him the trouble of searching for them later, which was just what he wanted. Just as the team countdown was about to reach 0, a faint blue team application suddenly popped up in front of Yang Xuan, interrupting his thoughts. The name of the applying team seemed a bit familiar. Yang Xuan recalled it was the Horn team he had seen in the channel before, but at this moment, the team name had changed dramatically, boldly displaying several prominent characters, beat the Blood Wolf group. Yang Xuan was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He never expected that under the threat of the Blood Wolf team, there would still be a group brave enough to openly challenge them, even taking the initiative to invite him to team up. This kind of courage was truly rare in a doomsday world where everyone was living in fear. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Xuan directly clicked accept. Rather than being randomly assigned to an unknown team by the system, he preferred to join this team that dared to stand up to the Blood Wolf team. At least their stance was united. Ding! You have successfully joined the team, beat down the Blood Wolf team. Team countdown ended, all teams have been formed. This scene has a total of 6 teams, with 0 survivors left ungrouped. Do you want to teleport to the same starting point as the other team members immediately? Yang Xuan chose confirm without hesitation. In the next second, the scene in front of him suddenly twisted, and the desolate amusement park square vanished like a shattered mirror, replaced by a dark and empty space. A pungent smell of seawater mixed with decaying mold rushed to his face, surrounded by glass display cases covered in cracks, and the ground scattered with broken shells, rusted metal frames, and some rotten seaweed. He found himself in an abandoned aquarium. At the same time, 4 figures slowly emerged beside him. They were the other members of the new team. Before Yang Xuan could carefully look over his new teammates, a loud, thunderous laugh rang out. Ha ha ha! Brother Yang, long time no see. I never expected to run into you here. With the laughter, a tall, muscular man quickly walked up, arms wide open, and enveloped Yang Xuan in a heavy hug that nearly crushed his bones. Yang Xuan did not resist, sensing the familiar presence. A smile appeared on his face, and he patted the strong man's back in response. Sure Meng, it's you. I didn't expect to reunite here. The sturdy man in front of him was Sure Meng, with whom he had teamed up in the Great Wilderness Special Scenario. At that time, Yang Xuan, along with Ling Shuang and Sure Meng, coordinated perfectly to take down a powerful mutated beast. No wonder this team actively invited him and even named themselves Beat Down the Blood Wolf team. It turned out there was an old acquaintance in the team. Sure Meng released Yang Xuan, patted his chest, and said cheerfully. When I was forming a team with the brothers, I saw the Blood Wolf team threatening you in the channel, so I thought I would help you out. I was worried you wouldn't come, but I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. Yang Xuan's eyes swept over the 3 men beside Sure Meng. All were stout, sharp-eyed men, each carrying a faint smell of gunpowder, clearly veterans of doomsday battles. One of them, a young man wearing a black baseball cap and holding a machete, said with a smile. Your brother Yang, right? I'm a Kai. Mengo mentioned you, saying you're super strong, good at observation, and have outstanding command skills. You're a reliable comrade. The other 2 also nodded in greeting, introducing themselves by their names. The tall one was called Lao Zhou, and the round-faced man was called Fatty, who carried a light machine gun on his back. Yang Xuan slightly nodded to the 3, as a response. With Sure Meng's connection, his trust in this team instantly increased a lot. Sure Meng glanced at the dim environment around them, his smile fading, and his tone became serious. Alright, since everyone is here, let's hurry and discuss our next plan. The scene has a time limit of 6 hours, we need to quickly set a goal and get a key first. Yang Xuan nodded and cast his gaze towards the dark passage outside the aquarium. I have no objections. What do you guys think about the secondary horror creatures in all 4 directions? A competition for horror creatures and keys was about to unfold. The curtain quietly opened. In another dark location, the Blood Wolf team members were also restless, an inevitable clash was brewing. Chapter 70, Cooperation Plan.
In the abandoned aquarium, the moment Shimon's words fell, the relaxed atmosphere of reunion quickly dissipated, and serious expressions appeared on the faces of Akai, Old Joe, and the fatty, clearly aware of the risks lurking behind the name Beat the Blood Wolf team. Brother Meng, it is true that we dare to challenge the Blood Wolves, but the risks are indeed too great. The fatty put down the light machine gun on his shoulder, fingers stroking the cold gun barrel, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. No matter which direction we choose to hunt the secondary terror creatures, once we encounter other teams, in order to avoid the Blood Wolf's revenge, they will most likely take the initiative to oppose us, or even turn around and sell our location to the Blood Wolf. At that time, we will have to deal with the formidable secondary terror creatures while guarding against surprise attacks from other teams, being attacked from all sides. Old Joe leaned against a broken glass display case, his gaze sweeping over the dark corridor entrance, adding, "Moreover, the system specifically emphasizes that secondary terror creatures are very strong in combat. Even if our 5 people cooperate well, resolving one secondary terror creature will come at a considerable cost, and there may even be injuries. If we are targeted by another team while entangled with the terror creature, we will truly fall into a desperate situation." Akai tightened his grip on the machete in his hand, the blade shimmering coldly in the dim light. Those temporary teams may not be strong, but they have the advantage in numbers. If 2 or 3 teams band together to please the Blood Wolf and unite against us, no matter how strong we are, it will be difficult to cope. The 3 analyzed their predicament thoroughly, each taking turns to speak. They all understood that under the threat of the Blood Wolf team, Beat the Blood Wolf team had long been pushed to the opposite side of all teams, making it nearly impossible to obtain the key safely, like walking on the tip of a knife. Yang Xuan leaned against the wall, quietly listening to their discussions, not interrupting. His mind quickly sorted through the situation. As the fatty and the others said, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. There was the threat of terror creatures within, the hostility from other teams outside, and the pursuit of the Blood Wolf team, with a 6-hour time limit looming like a sword over their heads. Every minute and second could not be wasted. However, he could also see that although these 3 were worried, there was no sign of retreat in them. The determination in their eyes made Yang Xuan nod silently. With such teammates, they were far more reliable than those who panicked in the face of enemies and were unscrupulous in their self-preservation. Seeing everyone's grave expressions, Shimon took a deep breath and broke the silence. "Brothers, I understand everything you've mentioned, which is why I'm eager to discuss a plan with you. But we are not completely without opportunities, we do not have to be enemies with all teams." His words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Akai, along with the others, looked at him, and even the silent Yang Xuan slightly raised his eyes, showing a listening expression. "Do you remember the first team to complete their formation when we grouped?" Shimon asked. "Are you talking about the Aurora team?" Akai immediately reacted. "They formed even faster than the Blood Wolf team. I was still wondering how such a quick team could exist." Shimon nodded. "Exactly them. Before entering this scene, I saw some scattered information about the Aurora team in the regional channel. They are a newly formed team in our area, with a mysterious leader, and the member information has never been disclosed. But the key point is that this team has principles." "Principles?" Old Joe's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. In this apocalypse, the term principles is very rare. Indeed rare. But the Aurora team is different. Shimon said with certainty. "The information I received says that the Aurora team never proactively provokes other survivors, nor do they burn, kill, or loot like the Blood Wolves. They only compete fairly for resources in special scenarios and never resort to sneak attacks behind the scenes. What's more important is that even if they compete with other teams in a scenario, they will never seek revenge afterwards. I know a survivor who once competed with the Aurora team for a treasure chest in the same scenario, and when the chest was taken by the Aurora team, he thought he would be retaliated against. Instead, he remained safe and sound." "Such a team really exists?" The fat man looked amazed. "Exactly because they are such a team, I believe we have a chance for cooperation." Shimon's gaze swept across the crowd. "Right now among the 6 teams, Blood Wolves are our clear and definite enemies who want us dead. The other 3 are makeshift teams, terrified of the Blood Wolves. Even if they know the Blood Wolves might not spare them, they will only choose to crawl and please to seek self-preservation, so we can't rely on them at all. Only the Aurora team has their own principles and won't be easily swayed by the threats of the Blood Wolves. They might not even view us as enemies just because we oppose the Blood Wolves. If we can reach a cooperation with them and join forces to kill secondary terrifying creatures to obtain the key, our pressure will be much lighter. Even if we ultimately have to contend for the escape passage key, that will be a matter for later." As Shimon's words fell, Akai and the other 3 immediately exchanged glances, subsequently nodding to express their support. "Brother Meng is right. Instead of facing all the enemies alone, it's better to try cooperation with the Aurora team. Even if it doesn't work out, it's better than waiting to die." Akai was the first to voice his opinion. Old Joe and the fat man also echoed one after another, as this was the only method that could break the deadlock at present. Soon, everyone's gaze focused on Yang Xuan.
As one of the most prominent individuals in the team and a comrade of Shimon, his opinion was crucial. Yang Xuan remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I know nothing about the Aurora team, so I can't judge if they really have the principles as Shimon says. But it's undeniable that this is currently the only viable plan. Acting alone, we have to face 3 threats at the same time. Collaborating with the Aurora team may carry risks, but at least we can gain an ally, even if only temporarily, which can relieve a lot of pressure. Even if the cooperation fails, we can figure out their strength and bottom line. That's better than being isolated and helpless. He paused, his eyes turning resolute. I agree to try cooperating with the Aurora team. Seeing Yang Xuan nodding in agreement, Shimon immediately breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Great! Since everyone agrees, let's contact the Aurora team right now. The previous team chat channel could communicate in real time, right? We can send them a message through that channel. As he spoke, Shimon immediately raised his hand to open the system panel, but after searching on the panel for a while, his smile gradually froze, and his brows furrowed. What's wrong, Brother Meng? Akai sensed something was off and quickly asked. The team chat channel is closed. Shimon's tone held a hint of helplessness. It seems that after the team formation time ended, the system blocked this channel. Closed? Old Joe's face changed. Then how do we contact the Aurora team? Shimon repeated the operation several times, ultimately shaking his head. It's no use, all channels are blocked. This news was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the hope that had just ignited among the group. They had thought they found a breakthrough, only to fall back into a deadlock due to the channel being closed. The atmosphere in the aquarium became oppressive again, and the fat man couldn't help but curse. Damn system! Of all times, it closes the channel, isn't this just playing with us? Akai also frowned, irritably saying. If we can't contact the Aurora team, the plan for cooperation will be in vain. We are back to the starting point. Yang Xuan looked up at the countdown on the system panel, with 5 hours and 27 minutes left until the scene's time limit ended. He took a deep breath and broke the silence. Now is not the time to be impatient. With the channel closed, the cooperation plan can only be temporarily shelved. We must make a decision quickly and choose a direction to kill the secondary terrifying creature. Obtaining the key is the primary goal. As for the Aurora team, we can only rely on luck. If we encounter them on the way to the target area, we will try to communicate and cooperate. If we don't encounter them, we'll have to carve a bloody path ourselves. Sure Meng nodded, suppressing the frustration in his heart, and his tone became firm again. Brother Yang is right, we can't waste time here. For directions, east, south, west, north, which one should we choose? Yang Xian's gaze turned toward the dark passage outside the aquarium, and his mental power quietly spread out, carefully sensing the aura in the 4 directions. After a moment, he withdrew his mental power and said, choose the east. When I was in the square just now, I sensed the auras in all 4 directions. The aura in the east is relatively the weakest, which means the strength of the corresponding secondary terrifying creature may be slightly weaker. We should start from the east, our chances of success will be higher. Okay. Let's choose the east. Sure Meng immediately made the decision. No time to waste, let's go now and quickly reach the core area in the east to eliminate the secondary terrifying creature and get the key. After speaking, Sure Meng took the lead and walked toward the dark passage. Akai, Old Joe, and the fat guy immediately followed, each gripping their weapons tightly, always alert to the surrounding movements. Yang Xuan took one last look at the broken scene inside the aquarium and turned to catch up with the team. Although the cooperation plan could not be realized, their goal was already clear. From now on, whether facing obstacles from other teams, ambushes from the Blood Wolves, or the fierce secondary terrifying creatures, they could only rely on their own strength to deal with it. Chapter 71, Demonstrating Ability. After agreeing to head to the core area in the east, the 5 did not delay for a moment and immediately set off. The abandoned amusement park was vast, and they did not deliberately hide their tracks, moving steadily and swiftly. Yang Xuan walked on the flank of the team, maintaining the spread of his mental power, covering a 100-meter radius around them, alert to any potential dangers. Sure Meng, wielding a heavy alloy warhammer, led the way at the front, his sharp gaze sweeping every shadow ahead. Akai, Old Joe, and the fat guy closely followed behind, taking care of the flanks and rear vigilance completely. Based on Yang Xian's mental power perception, they were not far from the core area in the east, and they could reach it in just over 10 minutes of normal travel. After moving forward for a while, they came across an area completely covered by dense vines and weeds. A broken sign was crookedly stuck in the ground, and beneath the faded paint, the words Tropical Botanical Garden could be faintly distinguished. This was obviously the amusement park's former plant exhibition area, but now it had become a kingdom of mutated plants. Tall vines coiled around the dead trees like giant pythons, and the surface of the vines was covered with dense barbs. On the ground, there were unknown thorny herbs crawling, with leaves edged in an eerie purple. The air was filled with a strong smell of decaying leaves, mixed with a faint hint of sweetness. Be careful, the plant density here is too high, things can easily hide. Meng reminded in a low voice, instinctively slowing his steps and gripping the alloy warhammer tighter. Everyone nodded, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning the surrounding plants vigilantly. Just as they stepped into the botanical garden area for less than 10 meters, a mutation suddenly erupted. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by a series of hurried scratching sounds, several seemingly ordinary black vines on the ground suddenly surged up, whipping toward Meng, who was at the front of the team, like agile whips. The thorns of these vines shimmered with a dark green cold light, clearly infused with poison. At the same time, several giant Venus flytraps on both sides suddenly opened their leaves wide, revealing their red inner walls covered in sharp teeth, and fiercely lunged at Ake and Old Zhou. Yang Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly grabbed the golden desert eagle, instinctively aiming the gun at the nearest black vine to Meng, his finger already on the trigger. With the power of the golden desert eagle, a single shot would be enough to cut the vine in half. But just then, a heavy hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Yang Xuan turned his head and met Meng's gaze, who slightly shook his head, his eyes carrying a hint of meaning, signaling him to calm down. Yang Xuan's heart stirred, he instantly understood Meng's intention, which was to let his three brothers showcase their abilities. In the follow-up mission, they needed to work closely together, especially since he might take on a leadership role. He had to clearly understand each teammate's abilities and fighting style to make the most reasonable deployment at critical moments. Meng's action was both to let him learn about the three's strength and to allow the brothers to prove their worth in front of him, laying the foundation for future team trust. Understanding this, Yang Xuan put away the golden desert eagle, quietly stepped back, and left the battlefield to Ake and the others. As expected, facing the attacking mutated plants, the three showed no fear. Instead, excitement flickered in their eyes as they shouted in unison, leaping over Meng to meet the challenge head-on. Yang Xian's gaze remained on the battlefield, his mental energy fully extending as he carefully observed every move made by the three. He quickly noticed that Ake, Old Zhou, and Fatty, like Meng, were all on the path of physical enhancement, emanating a powerful sense of strength. However, each of their fighting styles was different, clearly developed according to their skills and talents, creating their exclusive combat styles. After all, these personal core secrets were not easily revealed, even among friends. Meng had only allowed them to briefly showcase their abilities, giving Yang Xuan a rough idea of their strength. The first to launch an attack was Ake. He wielded a machete that glinted with cold light, accurately slicing at the black vine that lashed out at him. With a sharp clang, the machete clashed with the vine, producing a sound like metal striking metal, and the resilient vine was cut cleanly in half, dark green juice oozing from the severed end. Yang Xuan noticed that as the battle progressed, Ake's skin gradually turned a shade of red. He immediately used his mental energy to sense that Ake's body temperature was continuously rising, and the rising speed was proportional to the length of the battle. As his temperature increased, Ake's physical strength and movement speed also rose alongside it. At first, his movements were a bit steady, but in just a few seconds, his speed nearly doubled, weaving rapidly between the vines and Venus flytraps, and the frequency of his machete swings accelerated. What surprised Yang Xuan even more was that the machete in Ake's hand was no ordinary weapon. As his temperature rose, the blade gradually became warm, glowing with a faint red light. When he swung the machete at the vine again, it not only easily severed it but also left a clear burn mark at the cut, and upon contact with the high-temperature blade, the dark green juice instantly evaporated, making a sizzling sound in billowing white smoke. In contrast to Ake's swiftness, Fatty's combat style leaned towards suppression. He did not charge forward but instead raised the light machine gun on his shoulder, aiming it at a cluster of vines ahead and pulling the trigger. Day. A torrent of bullets poured out in rapid succession, forming a rain of fire that fully engulfed the approaching vines and Venus flytraps. Yang Xuan keenly noticed that Fatty's light machine gun had also undergone special modifications. When the bullets struck the mutated plants, they did not penetrate directly but instead exploded into tiny sparks on the surface of the plants, accompanied by a faint sound of electric current. The current isn't too powerful, it can't kill directly, but the mutated plants under fire pause briefly, as if paralyzed. It is this brief pause that creates an excellent opportunity for a Kai's attack. Among the three, the one who changed the most and had the most straightforward ability was the tall and skinny Lao Zhou. At the beginning of the battle, he quickly took 2 steps back, and in the next second, the shattered stones on the ground suddenly floated as if brought to life, rushing towards his body. In just a few seconds, countless shards covered Lao Zhou completely, forming a heavy stone armor. The originally tall and thin him instantly swelled several times, transforming into a nearly 3-meter-tall stone man, like a moving iron tower, highly oppressive. The stone man, Lao Zhou, did not take the initiative to attack but stood directly in front of the fat guy, becoming a solid barrier. A black vine that slipped through the cracks whipped towards the fat guy, hitting Lao Zhou's stone armor perfectly. With a muffled bang, the vine was fiercely bounced away, and only a shallow mark was left on Lao Zhou's armor, with no substantial damage. Yang Xuan noticed that although the stone man's movements were slightly slower and its agility significantly reduced, its defensive power was surprisingly amazing. He deduced that Lao Zhou's ability should be to manipulate shattered stones to form armor, thereby gaining extremely strong defensive abilities, but this armor consumed a lot of physical strength to maintain. The three worked together exceptionally well. Lao Zhou took the hits, blocking all attacks. The fat guy suppressed from the back, using paralyzing bullets to restrict the enemy's movements. Akai, relying on his constantly rising speed and the high-temperature knife, shuttled through the enemy formation, cutting through with ease. The seemingly fierce mutated plants gradually became weak under the combined attacks of the three. In less than 2 minutes, the black vines and flytrap on the battlefield were completely cleared away, leaving only a ground strewn with broken branches, fallen leaves, and dark green juice. When the battle ended, the redness on Akai's body gradually faded, his body temperature returned to normal, and the red glow of the knife disappeared as well. Lao Zhou released the stone armor, and the shattered stones fell back to the ground, his form returning to normal, although there was a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, clearly indicating that maintaining the armor consumed a lot of energy. The fat guy put down his light machine gun, wearing a slightly relaxed smile. All done. These worthless plants aren't even enough for us to warm up. Akai shook the juice off the high-temperature knife and turned to Yang Xuan with a grin, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Meng walked forward, patted the shoulders of the three, then looked at Yang Xuan and asked with a smile. Brother Yang, what do you think of the strength of my brothers here? Yang Xuan nodded, sincerely saying. Very strong, your cooperation is very smooth, each ability has its strengths and complements each other well. With you all, the subsequent tasks will be much easier. With Yang Xuan's acknowledgement, excitement appeared on the faces of Akai and the others. They trusted Meng, but also hoped to earn the acknowledgement of Yang Xuan, a powerful individual. Alright, let's not waste time. Yang Xuan glanced at the system panel, noting that there were 5 hours and 03 minutes left before the scene would end. The battle here has made quite a noise, which might attract the attention of other teams. We must leave quickly and continue towards the eastern core area. Everyone quickly subdued their expressions, gripping their weapons tightly, cautiously observing their surroundings. After confirming there were no other dangers, Meng took the lead again, heading towards the exit deep in the botanical garden. Yang Xuan walked in the middle of the group, constantly replaying the fight of the three in his mind, firmly remembering their abilities. With a clear understanding of the teammates' strengths, he felt a bit more confident about the upcoming tasks, but he also knew this was just the beginning, the real test awaited them ahead. Chapter 72. Water Park. After leaving the abandoned botanical garden, Yang Xuan and the 5 of them didn't dare to waste a moment, quickening their steps towards the core eastern area. According to Yang Xuan's initial perception, they would reach their destination in just a few more minutes, and sure enough, not long after, a dilapidated cluster of buildings appeared at the end of their sight. It was an abandoned water park. The iconic rainbow slide had long faded and become mottled, with parts of it broken and collapsed, leaning at an odd angle in midair. The tiles at the edge of the wave pool, originally meant for surfing, had largely fallen off, revealing rusted steel bars underneath. Most noticeable was the huge pool in the center of the venue, its water murky and filthy, with a layer of dark green foam floating on the surface, obscuring the view of what lay beneath. This was the location of the core eastern area, also the stronghold of secondary terrifying creatures. Meng stopped, his eyes alertly scanning the entire water park. Everyone stay alert, the secondary terrifying creatures should be nearby. Yang Xuan said nothing, instead attempting to release his mental power to probe the surrounding environment. But as soon as he pushed his mental power, he sensed something was wrong. His mental power, which could easily cover a radius of 100 meters, felt like it had hit an invisible wall. No matter how hard he tried, he could only manage to spread it barely 3 meters around himself. Beyond that, it was firmly suppressed by a strange force, unable to penetrate. His expression instantly grew serious. Yang Xuan said in a deep voice. There's a problem here, my mental power is being suppressed. As soon as these words came out, Meng and the 4 others immediately looked serious. They all knew Yang Xuan's mental strength was formidable, and if even his mental power was so thoroughly suppressed, it indicated how bizarre this area was. The tension that was already tight now grew to the extreme. Be careful, we'll go in slowly. Meng waved his hand, leading the way into the water park. Everyone followed closely behind, their footsteps extremely light, afraid of triggering any unknown dangers. The entire water park was eerily quiet, with no sound of wind or movement, and not a hint of biological activity. The murky pool water lay still, the dark green foam rippling slightly as they approached, yet still, the underwater scene remained unclear. Strange, why isn't there any sign of mutated creatures? Akai said, gripping his machete tightly and furrowing his brow. The ease he felt earlier when dealing with mutated plants in the botanical garden was long gone, replaced by deep vigilance. Old Joe echoed solemnly. Not only are there no mutated creatures, but there are no signs of other teams having been here. The group began to carefully search the water park, from the dilapidated changing rooms to beneath the collapsed slides, and to the edges of the wave pool. They meticulously examined every corner, yet there was still no discovery, no signs of a fight, no trace of secondary terrifying creatures. This complete lack of findings only made the oppressive feeling in everyone's hearts grow heavier. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were lurking in the dark, watching them closely. This unknown fear was far more torturous than facing an enemy head-on. Yang Xuan's expression grew even graver, activating his mental power at full force. Although it could only cover a 3-meter radius, he did not relax at all, carefully sensing every slight change around him. In the current situation, scattering to search was the most efficient method. Although the risk would increase, they had no time to waste. After dividing into groups, the two groups headed out in different directions. Yang Xuan and Shermang walked toward the eastern side of the pool, while Akai and the 3 others searched in the western slide area. All the way, Yang Xuan kept a tight grip on the desert eagle at his waist, his mental power highly concentrated. Even the slightest movement of wind or grass, it made him alert in an instant. However, after more than 10 minutes of searching, there was still no gain. Something is wrong, too wrong. Shimon's face was extremely grim. This is the core area, it can't possibly have nothing. Let's regroup first, Yang Xuan decisively said. A few minutes later, the 5 gathered again by the central pool. Each person's face was written with vigilance and doubt. The calmer they were, the more it meant that there was great danger hidden here. At that moment, a faint trembling sound attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the sound and found that the one trembling was actually the fat guy. The fat guy was looking down, his body slightly hunched, gripping a light machine gun tightly, his shoulders shaking as if he was enduring great pain. Fat guy, what happened to you? Sherman frowned and asked. Hearing Shimon's voice, the fat guy slowly lifted his head. When they saw the fat guy's appearance, everyone gasped in shock, revealing expressions of alarm and vigilance. The fat guy's eyes had turned pitch black, with no whites at all, as if they were 2 bottomless black holes. Veins on his face bulged out, twisting and writhing like earthworms. The once friendly face had now become hideous and terrifying, like a devil from the abyss. What happened to the fat guy? Akai instinctively took a step back, gripping his broadsword tightly and staring intently at the fat guy, ready to strike at any moment. Old Joe also immediately became alert, raising his hand slightly, ready to summon stone armor at any time. Sherman stepped forward, standing in front of the others, gripping his alloy war hammer tightly, his expression grave as he looked at the fat guy and said in a deep voice. Fat guy, can you hear me? Faced with Shimon's question, the fat guy gave no response, only producing a strange hissing sound from his throat, his pitch-black eyes slowly sweeping over the crowd, filled with cold killing intent. At that moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly flashed through Yang Xuan's mind. His danger prediction skill had been triggered. In the next second, a vivid image appeared in his mind. The fat guy suddenly exploded, raising his light machine gun and wildly shooting at everyone around him, dense bullets sparking like electric fire, instantly engulfing everyone. The moment the image vanished, Yang Xuan didn't hesitate for even a second and instantly triggered the battlefield escape skill linked with danger prediction. This time, he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he locked the teleportation direction of battlefield escape behind the fat guy. Almost as the skill was triggered, Yang Xuan's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared behind the fat guy the next second. Before the fat guy could react, Yang Xuan exerted his strength, tightly wrapping his arms around the fat guy's body, firmly restraining his arms at his sides, preventing him from raising the light machine gun. From Yang Xuan's disappearance to him controlling the fat guy, the whole process happened in an instant, so fast that Sherman and the others didn't have time to react. Only after hearing Yang Xuan's voice did they come back to their senses. Quick, help! Control him, he's not right. Yang Xuan gritted his teeth, his tone tinged with strain. The restrained fat guy unleashed intense strength, frantically twisting his body, trying to break free from Yang Xuan's hold, and the hissing sound in his throat grew more urgent. After Sherman and the others reacted, they rushed forward. Sherman pulled out a tough rope from his backpack and quickly bound the fat guy. Even with the ropes binding him, the fat guy still didn't stop struggling, roaring like a mad mutated zombie, his body constantly twisting as the ropes creaked under his struggle. Just as they barely controlled the fat guy, a sudden bone-chilling cold wind swept through the entire water park. This cold wind was exceptionally piercing, penetrating through their clothes and directly into their bones, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Yang Xuan and Shermang exchanged glances, and both saw deep seriousness in each other's eyes. Their physical attributes had long surpassed the limits of ordinary people, reaching a sublimated realm, and the usual cold could not affect them at all, but this cold wind made them feel an inner chill, which was definitely not normal. The originally dim sky became even darker at this moment, as if stained by ink, with only a faint light leaking down through the gaps in the clouds, barely illuminating the ground. Then, even stranger things began to happen. The murky water in the giant pool ahead began to emit a faint green glow. This green light grew brighter and illuminated the entire pool area in an eerie green. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the green light in the pool, staring intently at the surface of the water. Moments later, in everyone's shocked eyes, the surface of the water in the pool suddenly began to bubble, and then, one by one, corpses slowly floated up from the murky water, a total of 5, exactly the number of a complete team. These corpses floated motionless on the surface of the water. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that each corpse had no wounds at all, as if they had died without any pain. But from the faces of several corpses that were face up, everyone clearly saw expressions of extreme fear, eyes wide open, mouths agape, as if they had seen something terrifying before dying.
Is this people from other teams?
Akai's voice trembled slightly, his face filled with shock.
Yang Xian's complexion became extremely bad, and he said in a deep voice,
"They must be the survivor team that arrived here before us, only to unexpectedly die here silently." This discovery deepened the fear in everyone's hearts. A complete team had been wiped out without leaving any signs of struggle, and their deaths were so strange. Combined with the earlier fat man's mutation, the repression of mental strength, and this strange cold wind, everyone understood that the secondary terrifying creatures they were about to face were far more frightening than imagined. The green light in the pool grew brighter and the 5 corpses quietly floated on the water surface, as if silently recounting the horror that had once happened here. The atmosphere of the entire water park became more oppressive, and invisible pressure enveloped everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe.
Chapter 73, Strange Black Gas.
The green light in the pool became more and more intense, the strange glow illuminated the entire water park like a ghostly place. The 5 floating corpses of the survivors, under the enveloping green light, suddenly made crack sounds as their joints stiffened, and then stood up from the murky water in an extremely distorted posture. Everyone's pupils shrank, and they clearly saw that the eyes of these 5 corpses had also turned completely black, with no whites visible, identical to the controlled fat man. Even more chilling was that a faint black gas began to diffuse around them, as if alive, wrapping around the surface of the corpses, emanating a bone-chilling coldness.
They're alive. They've come back to life.
Akai's grip tightened on his axe, his knuckles turning white, his voice shaking with disbelief. Even after experiencing numerous apocalyptic battles, having seen various mutated creatures and zombies, this strange scene still made his heart race. Shi Meng's expression was as grave as iron, his muscles tensed as he gripped his alloy war hammer tightly. These are not ordinary zombies, but corpses controlled by some strange power.
Everyone be careful.
As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 corpses slowly started walking towards the shore. At first, their movements were very stiff, each step appearing extremely clumsy.
Like a marionette controlled by strings.
The murky pond water dripped down their bodies, pooling on the ground into puddles that smelled foul and fishy. Black smoke left faint traces on the ground as they moved. Yet, as the steps advanced, the stiffness of the corpses gradually faded, their movements becoming increasingly agile. The originally twisted joints moved freely, and their steps transformed from wobbly to steady, as if that eerie power was rapidly adapting to these bodies, turning them completely into tools for slaughter. Yang Xian's gaze was sharp, fixed on the approaching corpses as he spoke in a low voice.
This power is evolving, or adapting.
Their speed will increase, we must prepare quickly.
Everyone dared not be the slightest bit careless and took up combat stances.
Akai's skin gradually flushed red, his body temperature rising, the mountain-splitting knife in his hand glowed faintly with red light, the high temperature causing the air around him to subtly distort. Old Joe quickly summoned stone armor, his figure expanding instantly into a 3-meter-tall stone giant, his massive stone fists tightly clenched, blocking the front of the team.
Shimon and Yang Xian then took positions on either side, ready to offer support at any moment.
Shimon's metal war hammer glinted with a cold sheen under the green light, while Yang Xian tightened his grip on the Desert Eagle, aiming the muzzle at the nearest corpse, his finger resting on the trigger, ready to pull. After a few moments, the black smoke surrounding the 5 corpses suddenly surged, their previously steady pace accelerating abruptly, charging toward Yang Xian and the others like arrows released from a bow. Their postures were extremely strange, their limbs twisting at unnatural angles as they moved, yet their speed was astonishing, black smoke trailing behind them, creating a sound like wind slicing through the air. Even though everyone present was a battle-hardened survivor, the scene still sent chills down their spines. This was not a typical mad charge of mutated creatures, but bore an eerie coldness that seemed to emerge from the depths of the soul, as if evil spirits from the abyss were rushing forth. In this sinister and terrifying atmosphere, it was even more chilling than facing the fiercest zombies head-on. Akai and Old Joe were already on high alert. Seeing this, they both gathered their strength and faced the 2 corpses charging at the front. Old Joe's giant stone fist, accompanied by a howling wind, slammed heavily into the chest of one corpse, producing a dull thud as the corpse flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, it merely paused for a moment before clambering back up, the black smoke swirling around it, seemingly unharmed.
This won't kill it.
Old Joe was alarmed, not having time to think. Another corpse had already lunged at him, its dark hand reaching for his head. Old Joe quickly swept with his massive stone arm, forcing the corpse back several steps. Meanwhile, Akai used the boost from his rising body temperature to nimbly weave between the corpses, the high-temperature mountain-splitting knife cutting fiercely at one corpse's neck. With a piercing sound, the mountain-splitting knife struck the corpse's neck, spilling out a stream of dark green liquid, while the high temperature caused many white wisps of smoke to rise from the neck. Yet, this corpse also did not fall, merely pausing slightly before lunging at Akai again. Just as everyone was entangled with the 5 corpses, a sudden loud bang erupted from behind. Everyone turned to look, only to see the chubby man, bound by ropes, suddenly erupting with thick black smoke, identical to that surrounding the 5 corpses. The previously resilient ropes, empowered by the black smoke, were instantly snapped by the chubby man's surging strength, with fragments scattering everywhere.
The freed chubby man let out an ear-splitting roar, his pitch-black eyes locked fiercely onto Yang Xuan.
The black energy rolled around his body, greatly enhancing his power and speed, making him like a mad beast rushing toward Yang Xuan.
Not good. Yang Xian's heart trembled, and he quickly made a decision, shouting at Meng. Meng, go support a Kai and old Joe. Leave the fatty to me.
Meng did not hesitate at all, nodded, and turned to rush toward the battlefield, his alloy warhammer wielded with tremendous force, smashing hard into a corpse that was attacking old Joe. With a loud bang, the corpse's head caved in, dark green liquid spraying out, and its movements instantly became sluggish.
Yang Xuan sidestepped Fatty's pounce, quickly retreating to put distance between them.
Fatty missed and fell heavily to the ground, creating a shallow pit. He immediately got up from the ground and charged at Yang Xuan again, his speed even faster than before, with his black energy-wreathed hand cutting through the air like a fierce wind, aiming directly for Yang Xian's vital spots. Yang Xian's eyes sharpened, he chose not to fight back directly. Fatty's original power was already considerable, and now under the control of the strange power, his strength and speed far exceeded normal.
Fighting him head-on would only lead to loss.
His feet shifted, his figure dodging like a ghost, while he carefully observed Fatty's movements, searching for a flaw. On the other side, after Meng joined the battle, the situation eased slightly. His alloy warhammer was immensely powerful, each swing sending corpses retreating repeatedly. Although he couldn't completely kill them, he created breathing space for Akai and old Joe. Akai seized the opportunity, pouring all his strength into the mountain cutting knife, the scorching blade piercing fiercely into a corpse's head. With a thud, the blade pierced through the corpse's brain, dark green liquid and black energy spraying out simultaneously. However, even with its head destroyed, the corpse continued attacking without any pause. Each of them had rich combat experience, and the corpse had not inflicted any real harm on them. Yet these corpses could not be defeated, zombies could still be headshot, and mutated beings had core weaknesses. But these corpses, wrapped in the strange black energy, kept moving despite having severed hands and feet, which were reconnected by the black energy, and even half of their heads chopped off did not stop them.
Chapter 74, Countermeasure. Yang Xian's figure weaved through the gaps in Fatty's attacks, each dodge precisely avoiding fatal spots. While he held Fatty at bay, his peripheral vision remained focused on the battlefield of Meng and the others. The 5 corpses controlled by the black energy continued to attack wildly, even when their heads were caved in or limbs severed. The broken parts were reconnected by the swirling black energy, continuing to bite and claw without regard for physical injuries. These corpses and Fatty are merely manipulated vessels. This conclusion flashed through Yang Xian's mind. He quickly compared the differences between the two. The black energy around Fatty was denser, and his movements were far more agile and swift than those of the corpses. His strength was several times beyond normal. And even though the corpses were repaired by the black energy, their movements still carried a lingering sluggishness. The answer was clear: Fatty was still alive. The vitality of his body made him a superior controlling vessel, while the corpses had long since lost life and could only be barely driven by the black energy. The real threat was never the Fatty and the corpses before his eyes, but the unknown mysterious creature hiding in the shadows, controlling the black energy. Once this thought emerged, Yang Xuan confirmed it completely. Since the corpses could not be completely killed, and could hardly inflict substantial damage on Meng and the others in the short term, the 3 of them worked well together. The urgent task was to find the whereabouts of that mysterious creature and how to counter it. Who? Fatty's roar approached again, his black energy-wreathed fist smashing toward Yang Xian's back of the head with a sound that tore through the wind. Yang Xian's danger prediction had already been triggered. The attack trajectory clearly emerged in his mind. He lightly stepped, his body instantly shifting half a meter to narrowly avoid the attack. His fist struck the ground behind him with a bang, creating a deep pit and sending fragments flying. He had to admit that the fat guy, enhanced by the black mist, exceeded Yang Xuan in both speed and physical strength. If it weren't for relying on danger prediction to foresee the attack in advance, he couldn't have held on for this long. Yang Xuan secretly rejoiced. Before entering this scene, he had once again used his talent to enhance danger prediction. The difficulty of the post-apocalyptic road survival game was increasing, while the threat of the Blood Wolf team lurked like a shadow. Without strong enough means to protect himself, he couldn't go far. Danger prediction was his core trump card, having been enhanced twice to unlock the linked skill Battlefield Escape, with a cooldown reduced by 90%. Even so, the remaining 3 minutes of cooldown was still too long. It wasn't enough in a critical moment. Fortunately, his luck had always been good. This enhancement had directly rolled a god-level attribute. After skill activation, there is a 3% chance to instantly reset cooldown time. The emergence of this attribute made danger prediction a life-saving technique, and paired with the teleportation ability of Battlefield Escape, his survival capability made a qualitative leap. But everything comes with a price. Yang Xuan had long realized that mental power was like the mana in a game.
directly determining the number of times skills could be used. Even if danger prediction could activate without cooldown, once the mental power was exhausted, all skills would become unusable. He had already experienced the horrors of mental exhaustion in the eye of death. This made him even more eager to enhance his personal attributes, especially the limit of his mental power. The fat guy's attacks are becoming more and more violent.
I must quickly find a way.
Yang Xuan avoided another charge from the fat guy while triggering battlefield escape, instantly teleporting 10 meters away to create a safe distance. In a moment of catching his breath, a new rule from the post-apocalyptic road game suddenly flashed through his mind.
In special scenes, special horrors will randomly appear.
Conventional means cannot harm the special horrors, only specific weapons or skills can deal effective damage. If there are no corresponding means, please retreat immediately and do not attempt to provoke them. Special horror. Yang Xuan's eyes brightened, his previous doubts were instantly resolved. No wonder these corpses couldn't be killed by conventional means, no wonder the black mist was so eerie. They were indeed encountering the special horror mentioned in the rules. That hidden mysterious creature was the essence of the special horror, while the black mist, along with the controlled fat guy and the corpses, were all its attack methods. But the fat guy was Shi Meng's brother and an important combat force for the team. Without confirming that the fat guy was completely beyond saving, Yang Xuan simply could not bring himself to kill him. He had to find a way to disperse the black mist without harming the fat guy himself. Yang Xuan looked down at the golden desert eagle in his hand, the cold touch of the gun made his thoughts clearer. This gun was one of his core weapons, capable of switching between 4 types of elemental ammunition. So far, he had used fire, lightning, and ice ammunition, but the light attribute ammunition had yet to be activated as he had never encountered a compatible enemy. The rules say that specific weapons can harm special horrors. Light attributes represent purification, perhaps they can counter this eerie black mist. A bold guess formed in Yang Xuan's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, while the fat guy was still charging madly, he quickly switched the golden desert eagle to light attribute ammunition. Instantly, the gun's muzzle glowed with a faint white halo, the warm light forming a stark contrast against the surrounding eerie green glow and black mist, dispersing some of the strange atmosphere. The fat guy had already charged close. The pitch-black eyes locked firmly onto Yang Xuan, raising a fist ready to strike down. Yang Xuan once again triggered danger prediction, foreseeing the fat man's attack trajectory and the moment of rigidity in his movements. This time, he chose not to evade but used his battlefield escape teleportation ability, directly appearing behind the fat man. Before the fat man could react, Yang Xuan tightened his grip on the golden desert eagle, aiming the gun at the fat man's thigh, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The white light attribute bullet, surrounded by a faint halo, accurately hit the fat man's thigh. When the bullet touched the black gas surrounding the fat man, there was no violent explosion, nor did it cause tearing wounds. Instead, it emitted a soft white light. An eerie scene unfolded. The black gas that had been enveloping the fat man's thigh melted away in an instant under the glow of the white light, like snow meeting the warm sun, dissipating into thin wisps of black smoke that quickly evaporated into the air, vanishing completely. Ah! The fat man let out a painful howl, his body trembling violently, and his previously furious actions instantly froze for a moment. He instinctively lowered his head to look at his thigh, where there was no blood, no wounds, only a mark illuminated by the white light, leaving behind a remnants of warmth. Yang Xuan felt delighted in his heart, confirming his guess. Light attribute ammunition could indeed restrain the black gas. Furthermore, he was even more pleased that the light attribute bullets only acted on the black gas and caused no harm to the fat man's body. This meant that as long as he used light attribute ammunition to completely disperse the black gas on the fat man, he might be able to rescue him from the state of control. Yang Xuan didn't have time to think further. Seizing the moment of the fat man's halted movements, he quickly retreated to create distance. He had to save the fat man as soon as possible, then help Shi Meng and the others. But just then, a furious roar suddenly came from the direction of the pool. Yang Xuan looked up and saw the green light in the pool suddenly surge, more brilliant than ever before. The black gas surrounding the 5 controlled corpses also thickened, their previously sluggish movements speeding up again, frantically attacking Shi Meng and the other 3. Old Zhou's stone armor had already developed several cracks, and Akai was also scratched by the corpses, receiving shallow wounds. The situation had become critical in an instant. Even more bizarrely, the murky water in the pool began to churn violently, with large bubbles rising from beneath the water, as if some huge creature was rapidly approaching below. The cold, bone-chilling aura grew denser, almost suffocating everyone. Yang Xuan's face changed dramatically. He knew that the hidden special terrifying entity was finally about to reveal itself. Chapter 75, The Horror Appears. Confirming that the light attribute ammunition would only disperse the black gas without harming the fat man's body, Yang Xuan completely dismissed his worries. His eyes narrowed, raising the golden desert eagle once more, aiming the gun at the thickest part of the fat man's black gas, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 shots fired in quick succession, the white light attribute bullets streaked like 3 meteors, hitting the fat man's shoulder, chest, and calf respectively. Each bullet that hit erupted with a surge of soft white light, and the swirling black gas retreated like a tide, dissipating into wisps of black smoke evaporating in the air. The fat man's howls grew increasingly painful, but no longer filled with previous rage. Instead, they carried a hint of struggle, clearly indicating that the dispersal of the black gas was awakening his consciousness. Yang Xuan didn't pause, moving quickly, constantly adjusting his shooting angle to avoid the fat man's unconscious flailing arms. The gunfire of the Golden Desert Eagle resounded through the eerie water park, the white light illuminating repeatedly, as the black gas surrounding the fat man visibly diminished. The originally swollen muscles gradually returned to normal, and the intensity of the movements decreased. He raised the gun, his gaze locking onto the center of the fat man's forehead, where the dark energy gathered the most. At this point, the fat man had stopped attacking, his body swaying unsteadily, hands clutching his head while letting out a painful whimper, a hint of clarity flickering faintly in his pitch-black pupils. Yang Xuan seized this perfect opportunity and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! The last glowing bullet, carrying brilliant white light, accurately struck the fat man's forehead. This time, there was no violent sound, only a dazzling white light expanding from the fat man's forehead, sweeping over his whole body like ripples. The last trace of dark energy remaining on him instantly vanished under the cover of the white light, leaving no trace behind. At the moment the dark energy dissipated, the fat man's body suddenly stiffened, his black eyes quickly losing their darkness, returning to their original pupil color, the bulging veins on his face gradually calming, and the grim expression completely disappearing, reverting to his original friendly appearance. Then, his legs went soft, and he fell straight down, hitting the ground heavily with a dull sound. Yang Xuan did not dare to be the least bit careless and immediately rushed to the fat man's side, crouching down to check his condition. With his fingers on the fat man's carotid artery, he could clearly feel a steady pulse, his breathing was even and strong, yet he was in a deep coma. After confirming that the fat man was safe, Yang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, dragging him to a relatively safe area behind a broken slide, to prevent the ongoing battle from affecting him. Having dealt with the fat man's threat, Yang Xuan immediately turned to look toward the swimming pool. At this moment, the pool was already far from its previous calm, the murky water boiling violently like boiling hot water, huge splashes erupting continuously, dark green froth being scattered everywhere. That blazing green light had intensified to the extreme, casting the entire water park into what looked like a green ghost realm, the cold air in the atmosphere almost solidifying, every breath felt like inhaling ice shards rather than air. Gurgle, gurgle. Giant bubbles constantly surged from the bottom of the pool, making a dull sound when they burst. As the bubbles grew denser, the water surface in the center of the pool began to slowly rise, as if some gigantic creature was gradually surfacing from below the water. The surrounding green light also gathered over, forming a huge green beam of light at the raised water surface, shooting up into the sky and illuminating the pitch-black sky with an eerie green glow. Yang Xian's heart suddenly contracted, his mental energy operating at full force. Even if he could only cover 3 meters around him, he firmly stared at that green beam of light. He could clearly feel an indescribable terrifying pressure coming from underwater, causing his body to tense involuntarily. It's coming out. Meng's angry roar trembled slightly, clearly shaken by this pressure. As soon as the words left his mouth, the water surface in the center of the pool exploded loudly, huge splashes soaring into the sky, revealing a massive figure emerging from the water. It was a giant octopus head, with a diameter of more than 8 meters, appearing strangely transparent, clearly showing the green veins coiling inside. The entire head radiated a ghostly green light, merging with the green light in the pool, with 8 thick tentacles extending from the lower part of the head, each one covered in countless suction cups, the edges of the suction cups gleaming with a cold light, dripping a thick dark green liquid that made a sizzling sound upon hitting the ground, corroding it into small pits. This was the true form of the special terror. It had no eyes, but seemed to see everything, the transparent head slightly turned, and an even thicker cold aura spread out. The 3 men, Meng, couldn't help but shudder. After the special horror appeared, strange things began to happen again. The 5 corpses, which had already been controlled by black gas, suddenly swelled all over, as if being inflated. Their bodies began to twist and deform, the bones cracking with a crack-crack sound, and the once relatively intact human forms quickly became bizarre. Their arms elongated and thinned, sharp black claws grew from their fingertips, their skulls twisted into irregular shapes, and their mouths opened to an exaggerated angle, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Their skin turned pitch black and hard, covered in bizarre patterns. In just a few seconds, these 5 corpses completely lost their human appearance and transformed into 5 terrifying monsters, swirling with black gas, their eyes pitch black, radiating a chilling killing intent. Their speed and strength surged again, madly charging towards Meng and the other 2, their attacks becoming even more brutal. Meng swung his metal hammer to fend off the monster's attacks while anxiously glancing towards the fat man. When he saw Yang Xuan giving him a safe gesture, confirming that the fat man had been rescued, his tense heart relaxed slightly, but was quickly tightened again by the crisis before him. We can't wait any longer. Attack that octopus monster. Meng shouted, gathering all his strength into the metal hammer and hurling it towards the special horror in the center of the pool. The hammer whistled through the air like a cannonball, striking towards the transparent octopus head. Akai and Old Joe immediately followed suit. Akai's skin turned fiery red, and the mountain-cleaving knife glowed with high temperatures as he slashed at one of the octopus monster's tentacles. Old Joe controlled the stone armor, his massive stone fist gathering power, smashing down hard on another tentacle. The three knew that only by defeating the special horror's main body could they completely get rid of these controlled monsters. However, what happened next plunged the three into utter despair. The metal hammer thrown by Meng passed straight through the transparent octopus head without causing any harm, plunging directly into the pool and splashing up huge sprays of water. Akai's mountain-cleaving knife also penetrated the tentacle as if it had struck nothing but air. Old Joe's stone fist went right through the octopus monster's body, encountering no resistance at all. All attacks passed through the special horror's body without inflicting any substantial damage. How is this possible? Akai exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Yang Xuan stood at the back, watching this scene clearly, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom. He understood that the rule stating conventional methods cannot harm special horrors meant that this special horror's true form was likely not a physical entity, or that conventional physical attacks simply couldn't touch it. The transparent octopus had slightly turned, seemingly indifferent to the attacks from the three. Its 8 tentacles suddenly moved, quickly sweeping towards Meng and the other two, the suckers on the tentacles making a hissing sound, carrying a dense black gas, clearly containing poison and strange power. Meng and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated to avoid. But the mutated monsters also chased after them at this moment, forming a sandwich attack, trapping the three firmly in the middle. The situation became precarious in an instant. Chapter 76, Rescue and Command. At the moment the metal hammer penetrated the octopus monster's body, Meng's heart sank to the bottom. Just as he was about to retract the hammer, 2 tentacles enveloped in thick black gas struck like poisonous snakes, their suckers making a deafening hissing sound. Old Joe saw this and immediately used the stone armor to shield Meng, the huge stone arm smashing down on the tentacles, but this time, the stone fist didn't penetrate, instead becoming tightly entangled by the tentacles. The suction cup instantly attached to the stone armor, and the dark green venom began to corrode the armor, making a hissing sound as fine cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the stone armor. Not good. Old Joe groaned softly, trying to break free, but the power of the tentacle was far beyond imagination, and the stone armor shook violently, ready to shatter at any moment. On the other side, Yak was tightly entangled by 2 mutated monsters. Although the high-temperature mountain knife could leave burning marks on the monsters, it was unable to kill them completely. Instead, he was forced to retreat continuously by the monster's sharp claws, which added a deep wound to his arm that could be seen down to the bone, with black gas spreading into his body through the wound. This was the first time the three encountered such strange enemies. Regular attacks were ineffective, while the enemies' attacks were laced with venom and strange power, leaving them nowhere to escape and defenseless. In just a few seconds, the three fell into a perilous situation, with every breath carrying a sense of despair. Seeing this, Yang Xuan's eyes sharpened, and he rushed quickly to the edge of the pool. The disadvantage of suppressed mental power became evident at this moment. His range of perception was greatly reduced, and his shooting accuracy was affected. However, Yang Xuan had a backup plan. He did not hesitate to activate the Eye of Death skill. In an instant, it felt as if time around him had been pressed to slow motion. The movements of Meng and the others, the pounces of the mutated monsters, and the swings of the octopus monster's tentacles all became extremely slow. The dust floating in the air, the splashing debris, and even the trajectories of the dark green venom droplets were vividly presented before Yang Xuan's eyes. His pupils slightly constricted as his gaze quickly locked onto the several tentacles about to strike Meng and the others, marking critical points on each tentacle. The Golden Desert Eagle Light attribute ammunition mode, the barrel shimmering with a faint white light. Yang Xuan raised his wrist steadily, aimed at the marked points, and kept pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 A series of rapid gunshots sounded especially clear in the slow-flowing time, with 9 light attribute bullets soaring like 9 shooting stars, accurately flying towards their respective marked points. The moment the bullets were fired, time returned to normal speed. Meng and the others were in an unavoidable predicament. As they watched the tentacles about to wrap around them, they could only grit their teeth and close their eyes, preparing to endure the attack. At this critical moment, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out, followed by a sight where the tentacles before them were accurately struck by beams of white light. Where the white light flickered, the black gas instantly dissolved, and the tentacles trembled violently as if burnt by high temperatures, their originally fierce attacks coming to an abrupt stop and instead retracting frantically. What shocked the three even more was that the parts of the transparent tentacles hit by the white light actually broke off piece by piece, dark green juice spraying out and corroding the ground, creating deep pits. Quick, retreat! Come to me! Yang Xuan's voice rang out in time, full of undeniable authority. Meng and the others woke up from their daze and hurriedly seized the opportunity to break free from their restraints. Old Joe forcefully shattered the remaining tentacle fragments on his arm and quickly retreated, dragging the cracked stone armor behind him. Yak swung his knife to push back the mutated monsters in front of him, staggering backward while covering his bleeding arm. Meng summoned the alloy warhammer, blocking behind the two, vigilantly watching the special terror in the pool, and slowly retreated to Yang Xian's side.
Brother Yang, thank you for saving us.
Meng panted heavily, with fear written all over his face. If it had not been for Yang Xian's timely rescue, the three of them would probably have fallen here. Yak and Old Zhou also expressed their gratitude to Yang Xian, their eyes full of appreciation.
No need to be polite, this is not the time for thanks.
Yang Xian waved his hand, his gaze tightly fixed on the continuously writhing special terror in the pool, and explained rapidly. This monster is the special terror mentioned in the new rules. Regular attacks are ineffective against it, only specific weapons or skills can cause damage.
My light attribute ammunition can counter it. Special horror?
The faces of Meng and the others changed. They finally understood why their attacks had failed. Thinking of the rule that said, if there are no corresponding measures, please retreat immediately, the three felt a surge of relief, grateful that Yang Xian had light attribute ammunition, this countermeasure. But we don't have any weapons or skills to deal with this special horror. Akai said with a frown, a hint of anxiety in his tone.
Old Zhou also nodded.
His stone armor specialized in defense and physical attacks, completely useless against special horrors. Meng's alloy warhammer was purely a physical attack as well, equally ineffective. Just as everyone was at a loss, Meng's eyes suddenly lit up as if he remembered something, hastily saying.
Wait. I just remembered something.
The fat guy mentioned that he once opened a bottle of holy water from a silver treasure chest. At that time, the new rules hadn't come out yet, and we didn't know what this thing was for. We thought he was joking with a silly name and even laughed at him, but now it might really come in handy.
Holy water?
Yang Xian's eyes sharpened, immediately reacting. Holy water usually has purification and sacred attributes. It could very well be the key item to counter this special horror.
Without delay, Yang Xian quickly made a deployment.
Meng, you immediately go to the back of the slide to wake up the fat guy and get the holy water.
Okay.
Meng nodded and turned to run in the direction of the fat guy. Yang Xian then looked at Akai and Old Zhou, continuing to command. Your attacks are ineffective against special horrors, but you can hold back those mutated monsters. Old Zhou, your stone armor has strong defense, responsible for directly resisting the monster's attacks. Akai, use your speed advantage to harass from the side, try to delay time, and avoid direct confrontation.
Understood.
Akai and Old Zhou replied in unison. Although the mutated monsters were tough, as long as they didn't clash head-on, delaying for a while was still possible. Finally, Yang Xian gripped his desert eagle tightly, his gaze locked onto the special horror in the pool, and said with a deep voice. As for this special horror, leave it to me to hold it back. I will keep attacking it with light attribute ammunition while waiting for Meng to return with the holy water.
As soon as he spoke, the special horror in the pool seemed to be enraged, its transparent head abruptly twisting to look in Yang Xian's direction.
8 tentacles began to writhe again, 4 of them charging at Yang Xian, while the other 4 swept towards Akai and Old Zhou. At the same time, the 5 mutated monsters let out terrifying roars and charged at everyone once more.
Attack! Yang Xian shouted loudly, launching the first attack.
The sound of the desert eagle fired again, light attribute bullets accurately shot toward the incoming tentacles.
The white light flickered as the tentacles shook violently, forced to retreat.
A new round of battle began again, this time, everyone had clear goals and divisions of labor, no longer in a panic like before. But Yang Xian knew in his heart that this was only temporary. His light attribute ammunition could counter the special horror, but its power was not as great as he imagined. They had to wait for Meng to return with the holy water, or they would still face death.
Chapter 77, Looking for Opportunities.
Meng had just turned around and taken a few steps when Yang Xian suddenly called out from behind.
Meng, wait a moment.
He instinctively stopped, turning back to look. He saw a syringe glowing with a faint green light thrown from Yang Xian's hand, tracing a smooth arc before landing perfectly in his palm. Meng looked down at the syringe in his palm, the label reading intermediate serum was particularly eye-catching. His pupils immediately contracted, and his face was filled with astonishment. The intermediate serum was a scarce resource in the End Times road survival game. Not only can it effectively cure the toxins of the mutated zombies, but it can also assist in treating injuries and restoring mental strength. Yang Xian casually tossed it over, as if what he was handing was not a precious potion, but an ordinary stone.
Is this guy really that rich?
Meng thought to himself, his gaze sweeping over Yang Xian, who was fully focused on attracting the special terrifying attention, continually pulling the trigger of the Golden Desert Eagle. The light attribute bullets accurately struck the incoming tentacles, each shot hitting just right, firmly locking the special terrifying anger onto himself. Meng suppressed his surprise, tightened the intermediate serum he held in his hand, and ran quickly towards the slide. Soon, he found the fat man lying unconscious on the ground. At this moment, the fat man's face was pale, his breathing steady, but fatigue still lingered between his brows. Shermeng crouched down, looking at the fat man's colorless face, and a trace of hesitation arose in his heart. Should he directly wake the fat man to let him swallow the serum himself, or should he inject it directly? As soon as this thought popped up, Shermeng slapped himself hard. He no longer hesitated, removed the needle cap from the intermediate serum, took aim at the fat man's arm, and injected the serum. The moment the serum entered his body, the fat man's body quivered slightly. The light green potion flowed through his blood, quickly taking effect, and his pale face visibly regained some color, the tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and his breathing became steadier and stronger. Before long, the fat man's eyelids began to flutter gently, his consciousness gradually waking up. The fat man let out a low groan and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Shermeng in front of him, he froze for a moment, his eyes filled with confusion. Menguo? What happened? His memory was still stuck at the moment when everyone had just arrived at the water park, unaware of everything that happened afterwards. Just as Shermeng was about to explain, a special terrifying roar suddenly came from the direction of the pool, accompanied by the sizzling sound of light attribute bullets hitting tentacles. The fat man instinctively turned his head. Upon seeing the huge transparent octopus monster in the center of the pool, surrounded by green light and black gas, his eyes instantly bulged wide, his mouth agape in disbelief. What? What is that thing? There's no time to explain. Shermeng grabbed the fat man, speaking urgently. Where's that holy water you opened from the silver treasure chest? Quickly take it out. This thing can restrain that monster. Although the fat man was filled with confusion, seeing Shermeng's serious expression, he realized the urgency of the situation and didn't ask further. He immediately reached for his backpack and quickly pulled out a small, transparent glass bottle. The glass bottle emitted a faint holy glow, completely at odds with the strange atmosphere around it. It was indeed that bottle of holy water. He handed the ceramic bottle to Shermeng and asked, Menguo, can this thing really deal with that monster? It should be able to. Shermeng took the holy water and asked again. How do you feel now? Can you fight? The fat man moved his arms and legs, feeling the recovering strength within, and nodded. No problem. Just a bit dizzy, but it won't affect the fight. Good. Follow me. Shermeng didn't say more, leading the fat man quickly towards the edge of the pool. As they approached the battlefield, Shermeng shouted to Yang Xuan. Brother Yang. We're back. Hearing the shout, Yang Xuan's eyes sharpened, and the golden desert eagle in his hand fired 3 consecutive light attribute bullets, accurately hitting 3 incoming tentacles. In the flash of white light, the tentacles once again retracted in pain, temporarily suppressing the special terrifying attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Yang Xuan flashed and instantly teleported next to Shermeng and the fat man. Did you get the holy water? Yang Xuan asked. I got it. Shermeng immediately handed over a white porcelain bottle. Yang Xuan took the porcelain bottle, and as his fingertips just touched the bottle, a line of information appeared before him. Holy water, a product from the sacred church, containing pure and holy power, capable of effectively restraining dark forces. After confirming the effect of the holy water, Yang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the special terror in the swimming pool, his gaze sharpening. This special terror was huge, with a diameter of at least 8 meters, while the holy water was just a tiny bottle. If tossed directly, most of its power would be wasted on unimportant areas and could not cause fatal damage. He had to find its weakness and precisely target the holy water at that weakness to achieve a single effective strike. Shermeng, Fatty, both of you go immediately to support Akai and Old Zhou. Yang Xuan quickly issued his command. Don't worry about killing those mutated monsters, the key is to hold them back and not let them come to interfere with me. I need to find the weakness of this special terror. Understood. The two replied in unison and immediately rushed towards Akai and Old Zhou. At this moment, Akai and Old Zhou were on the verge of collapse. Old Zhou's stone armor was covered in cracks, ready to shatter at any moment, and Akai had added several more wounds, the black air within him spreading faster, his face turning darker. Seeing Shermeng and Fatty come to support, both of them immediately felt relieved. With Shermeng and Fatty joining, the pressure of holding back the mutated monsters eased significantly. Shermeng's alloy war hammer had unparalleled power, each swing sending the mutated monsters reeling back. Fatty raised a light machine gun, firing a dense barrage of bullets at the monsters. Although he couldn't completely kill them, he could effectively limit their movements. The four worked together seamlessly, quickly successfully pinning down 5 mutated monsters in place. Yang Xuan focused all his attention on the special terror. The special terror seemed to sense Yang Xuan's intentions and became even more frenzied, its 8 tentacles wildly waving at Yang Xuan, dark green venom pouring down like a torrential rain, the green light in the pool becoming more intense, and the surrounding black air thickening, as if it wanted to devour the entire water park. Relying on his skills of danger precognition and battlefield evasion, Yang Xuan skillfully maneuvered through the gaps of the tentacles and venom attacks, unharmed. His gaze locked tightly on the green veins inside the special terror's head, realizing that these veins all converged to a small green orb at the center of the head. This orb emitted a strong dark aura, stemming from the same source as the surrounding green light and black air, clearly the energy core of the special terror and its weakness.
I found it!
Yang Xuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, his eyes fixed tightly on that green orb. To deliver the holy water precisely to the location of the orb was extremely difficult. He not only had to avoid the crazily waving tentacles, but also break through the light barrier surrounding the special terror. Yang Xuan focused intently on the green orb in the center of the special terror's massive head, becoming increasingly certain, just relying on this tiny bottle of holy water, even if it accurately hit the core, at most it would cause light damage and could not completely defeat this giant creature. The roar from the edge of the swimming pool continued to come, and he caught a glimpse of Shermeng and the others struggling to hold back the 5 mutated corpses. Old Zhou's stone armor was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and Akai's face turned darker as the black air almost spread to his neck, clearly on the verge of collapse. The longer he delayed, the greater the danger for his teammates. He had to end this quickly. In an instant, a bold plan formed in his mind. Since the holy water was fire and water resistant, and not afraid of high temperatures, if its small amount couldn't cover a large area, then he could use other forces to spread it. Although dangerous explosives are ineffective against certain terrifying beings, their violent explosive power is enough to make the holy water explode within those entities.
Sherman, Akai, fight and retreat.
Lead the mutated corpses to the sliding area.
Stay away from the pool, hurry.
Yang Xuan shouted towards the 4, his voice clearly penetrating through the sounds of battle to reach their ears. Although Sherman and the others were puzzled by Yang Xuan's plan, they still obeyed his command at that moment. Sherman swung his hammer to push back the mutated corpse in front of him, and he shouted in a deep voice.
Go! Retreat to the west.
The 4 immediately adjusted their formation, with old Zhou holding the front, taking the brunt of the attacks, while Akai and the fat guy harassed from the sides. Sherman took the rear, gradually retreating towards the dilapidated sliding area away from the pool, 5 mutated corpses fiercely attracted and howling relentlessly behind them. Confirming that the 4 had retreated beyond the pool area, Yang Xuan no longer hesitated. His figure instantly transformed into an afterimage, relying on danger prediction to anticipate the attack trajectory of the tentacles, while using battlefield escape to teleport through the dense gaps of tentacles and getting closer to the terrifying being's head. The terrifying being sensed his intention and increased its fury, the remaining 8 tentacles wildly waving, dark green venom pouring down like a torrential rain. Yang Xuan narrowly dodged, and just as he reached directly above the head, he unhesitatingly activated Death's Eye, causing time around him to slow down. Every vein and ounce of the green light barrier on the terrifying being's head became distinct. His gaze locked onto the closest spot to the green core, quickly marking that position, while the Desert Eagle in his hand aimed directly at the target.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A series of urgent gunshots echoed in the slow time flow. 9 glowing bullets struck as precisely as shooting stars, all hitting the mark. The clash of white and green light created a sharp zizz sound, as the semi-transparent skin of the terrifying being's head was forcefully punctured, dark green juice mixed with black gas gushing out, with only a thin layer remaining from the inner green core.
That's enough. Yang Xuan's heart tightened as his body fell toward the opening created.
He quickly put away the Desert Eagle, tightly gripping the holy water glass bottle with his left hand, and his right hand conjured a pitch-black dangerous explosive. At the moment he was about to land on the terrifying being's head, Yang Xuan pressed the dangerous explosive against the top of the holy water glass bottle, exerting force to shove them both into the punctured opening. He could even feel the pulsating veins inside the terrifying being's body, along with the dense dark aura emanating from the green core. Yang Xuan's plan had a fatal flaw: distance. To ensure the holy water and explosives acted precisely, he had to launch them at close range, knowing the shockwave and debris from the explosion would surely engulf him. At that moment, his remaining mental energy was already insufficient to support a battlefield escape translocation out of the explosion's radius. Yang Xuan had considered the use of the dangerous explosives before entering the scene. He had activated his talent 3 times daily, the first activation granting danger prediction no cooldown time. The second use was for the dangerous explosives, and he was once again extremely lucky. The dangerous explosives gained a new attribute. When dangerous explosives explode, there is a 5% chance a safe zone forms around the user, blocking all damage for 3 seconds. This attribute was also akin to a divine skill. This 3-second safe zone not only blocked damage from the explosion but also isolated all harm. When Yang Xuan saw this attribute, he was overjoyed. The dangerous explosives originally meant to cause destruction unexpectedly turned into a means of survival. He could imagine when facing a mortal danger, where danger prediction and battlefield escape could not help him. He directly took out a dangerous explosive and threw it away, not only causing injury but also allowing him to avoid all harm, with the dangerous explosive able to store 3, generating 1 every 15 minutes, giving him 3 chances to save his life at crucial moments. The moment he deployed it, Yang Xuan triggered danger precognition and battlefield escape, instantly teleporting to the edge of the pool. In the next second, a violent explosion sounded from within the terrifying special head.
Boom!
The black explosive shockwave instantly swept out, and the terrifying special let out a deafening roar, its entire head violently swelling and twisting. Just as the explosion shockwave was about to reach Yang Xuan, a white translucent shield suddenly lit up around him.
The injury-free circle was activated.
A 3-second countdown appeared in his mind, as the high temperatures from the explosion, splashes of dark green toxin, and fragments from the terrifying special were all blocked outside by the shield. Yang Xuan stood in the center of the shield, completely unharmed, clearly watching as the holy water, propelled by the explosion's force, transformed into countless white light points, rapidly spreading along the special terror's veins, causing the black gas to dissolve wherever it passed.
Aoo!
The terrifying special let out its last desperate howl as the transparent head began to disintegrate rapidly, the green core inside wrapped by the white light points, emitting a sizzling sound as it melted, quickly turning into a wisp of black smoke and disappearing. The 8 tentacles lost their strength, drooping down softly, and the continuously dripping dark green toxin gradually stopped. The green light in the pool faded at a visible speed, and the thick black gas receded like a tide, purified by the holy water into harmless white smoke. As the 3 seconds passed, the injury-free circle slowly dissipated. Yang Xuan staggered back 2 steps, breathing heavily. He had used multiple skills in succession, his mental strength nearing exhaustion, and waves of dizziness hit his head. But he had no time to rest. After the terrifying special died, his mental strength was able to spread out, and he immediately expanded it towards a few people far away from the pool. Over there, as the terrifying special was defeated, 5 mutated corpses suddenly froze in place, the black gas around them quickly dissipating, their twisted bodies gradually returning to their original corpse appearance, and then fell heavily to the ground, completely losing all movement. Although Meng and the others were far from the explosion's epicenter, they were still affected by the explosion's shockwave, and at that moment, they were sprawled on the ground, in disarray. As Yang Xuan carefully checked, he found that the others were not seriously injured by the explosion, and only then did he feel relieved.